Having once faced death, Hua Yunfei has always prioritized the essence of life, residing on Daoyuan Peak for a century, diligently signing in for 100 years. In the eastern domain of the North Dipper Star lies the Kaoshan Sect, which boasts 7 principal peaks, each led by the most formidable individual known as the chief seat. The 7 peaks are Kaoshan Peak, Guiyuan Peak, Daoyuan Peak, Tianji Peak, Xiaoshuan Peak, Wujiji Peak, and Dishen Peak. Hua Yunfei, the son of the 99th chief seat of Daoyuan Peak, ascended to the 100th chief seat following his father's travels. Daoyuan Peak, akin to a celestial paradise, is replete with rich spiritual energy and extraordinary beauty. Those arriving from other main peaks would find the spiritual essence of Daoyuan Peak to be exponentially denser than that of the others. This fact is known only to the sect leader, Master Yun Tian, for no one else can set foot on Daoyuan Peak without Hua Yunfei's consent. He has inscribed a formidable defensive array around the entire peak, which only a sage could breach. In this age of great strife, where emperors remain hidden and sages are scarce, the mightiest beings are merely those at the threshold of the Tao. Standing at the edge of the peak, Hua Yunfei admired the enchanting scenery veiled in mist, murmuring, "Commence the signing in." Beep, sign-in successful, total sign-in duration. Exactly 100 years, 100 years have passed without my notice. Hua Yunfei reflected with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. It has been a century since he traversed into this world, coinciding with the centennial of the system's emergence. Time truly flies. Feeling a bit parched, perhaps a ginseng fruit would quench my thirst. With a flick of his hand, a snow-white ginseng fruit fell from a towering spirit tree in the distance, landing in his palm. This is the ginseng fruit tree, a heavenly root that bears fruit once every 10,000 years, producing 2,400 fruits each time. For mortals, merely inhaling its fragrance can grant them an additional 360 years of life, while consuming one can extend their lifespan by 47,000 years. To an ordinary person, this is the essence of immortality. This remarkable ginseng fruit tree was a treasure bestowed by the system when Hua Yunfei had reached the 50-year mark of signing in, and he had planted it on Daoyuan Peak to enhance the spiritual environment of the entire peak. The region where the Kaoshan Sect resides has been subtly influenced, resulting in an increasingly rich spiritual essence, with more precious herbs and spirit materials emerging. Elders often express their bewilderment. Why does it feel like breakthroughs are becoming easier? Crunch. He bit into the fruit, savoring its crispness and rich aroma as the juice flowed down his throat, bringing him immense comfort. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 100-year sign-in reward, the Supreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Chaos Bell. Hua Yunfei tossed aside the remaining half of the ginseng fruit, his expression one of astonishment. This reward was indeed a Supreme Tao Emperor weapon. This weapon belonged to ancient emperors, the strongest among humanity, hence referred to as Supreme Tao. Only a handful of sacred places and ancient families with legacies spanning over 1,000,000 years possess such emperor weapons. This is because their ancestors had once been supreme beings of ancient times. Yet, he had acquired one merely through signing in for a century. Currently, in the entire Eastern Domain, only the Radiant Light Sacred Land and the Sun Moon Divine Sect possess emperor weapons. He would soon own the 3rd Supreme Tao Emperor weapon in the Eastern Domain. It seems I can now traverse the North Dipper Star with impunity. Whoever provokes me will face the reverberating power of the Chaos Bell, turning them to dust. Hua Yunfei mused. Although he is already remarkably powerful and adept at survival, it is always wise to be prepared for the unexpected. When the time comes for him to emerge from seclusion, having this weapon will bolster his confidence. Boom. Above Daoyuan Peak, the fabric of space shattered, and an ancient bell materialized in the void, the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell was suffused with countless runes, resonating with an ethereal rhythm, an awe-inspiring sight as the dense chaos energy radiated divine light. The moment it appeared, it seemed as if all the laws of heaven and earth began to mourn, unable to withstand the imperial principles of the Chaos Bell. The 99 sacred level arrays Hua Yunfei had set up outside Daoyuan Peak trembled precariously, riddled with cracks, unable to bear the weight of the imperial principles. The entire Kaoshan Sect began to sway, the overwhelming imperial might sweeping through the sect, radiating across the wasteland and exerting pressure throughout the Eastern Domain, reaching the most prosperous Central Domain. In an instant, within the depths of various sacred level forces, several ancient entities abruptly opened their eyes, casting their gaze towards the Eastern Domain. From the depths of the 2 major sacred lands in the Eastern Domain, ancient beings emerged from their seclusion, looking toward the Kaoshan Sect. The emergence of the imperial might of a supreme Tao Emperor weapon was an unprecedented occurrence to them. System, do you possess any sense of discretion? I've told you multiple times to maintain a low profile. Great transformation of the universe. Hua Yunfei lamented, then employed spatial techniques to open the purple palace cave in his dantian, reaching out for the chaos bell. With his fingers, countless runes flowed, the profound laws filling the air. If the chaos bell were to continue floating there, the entire Kaoshan sect would be crushed to dust by the imperial might. The Purple Palace Cave is a realm activated by every cultivator upon breaking through to the Purple Palace realm, allowing for the storage of personal treasures alongside the spiritual infant cultivated thereafter. This is far more secure than ordinary storage artifacts. The cultivation realms are divided into Meridian Opening, Yuan Dan, Purple Palace, Spiritual Infant, Heaven and Man, Threshold of Tao, Sage, and so forth. Supreme Tao Emperor weapons are not ordinary weapons. Typically, they are difficult for others to subdue, let alone to store within one's body. However, Hua Yunfei encountered no significant difficulty in this regard. With a wave of his hand, employing spatial techniques, he stored the Chaos Bell within the Purple Palace Cave. The chaotic aura surrounding the Chaos Bell gradually subsided, returning to tranquility. Had this not been a reward from the system, would I have been able to store a Supreme Tao Emperor weapon within my dantian? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow and inquired. Indeed, the rewards granted by the system belong to the host. From the moment the Chaos Bell appeared, it recognizes you as its master, thus allowing for ease of storage. It perplexes me. Aside from ancient emperors, it should be nearly impossible to suppress and store a Supreme Tao Emperor weapon within oneself. Hua Yunfei nodded, finally understanding the reason. At this moment, in the skies above Daoyuan Peak, an elder with hair as white as snow approached, exuding an overwhelming aura. His expression was far from pleasant. The elder was none other than the sect leader of Kaoshan Sect, Yun Tian. Following him were several middle-aged individuals, equally grim-faced, who were the chief seats of the other 5 peaks. Just moments ago, the emergence of the Chaos Bell, with its sweeping imperial might, nearly obliterated the Kaoshan Sect. Had they not acted swiftly to form a defensive array, the sect would have faced utter annihilation. The weaker disciples would have undoubtedly been reduced to ashes. It seems we have indeed stirred a great commotion. Hua Yunfei chuckled. But this is all the system's fault. It deliberately puts me in troublesome situations. You are slandering. I have no desire to converse with you. System, so kindly remain silent. Hua Yunfei disregarded the system and delved into the Purple Palace Cave, retrieving a packet of tea leaves. Let me offer them some tea and brew a pot. With that thought, Hua Yunfei activated the array, emerging from Daoyuan Peak to stand before Yin Tian and the others. Hua Yunfei, what have you done this time? Is this for me? Yin Tian's aged hands trembled slightly as he accepted the tea leaves from Hua Yunfei, his eyes reddening. Chapter 2. Come, 1 package per person. No. This is far too precious. The sect leader, Master Yin Tian, exclaimed repeatedly, ostensibly refusing the offer. Yet his hands clutched the leaves of the Enlightenment tree tea tightly, stuffing them into his robe. Master, such a treasure is meant to be shared among all. How can you hoard it for yourself? Go Yuan, the esteemed leader of the Go Yuan Peak, understood that this treasure was undoubtedly intended for distribution among several individuals. Seeing Master Yin Tian's intent to keep it all for himself, he became incensed and shouted, reaching out to seize it. Master, what of your noble principles? What of your pride? Have you no shame? The venerable Master Tianji, an old Taoist with a black beard, recognized that Master Yin Tian was up to no good. He promptly flicked his whisk and attempted to use a magical technique to retrieve the Enlightenment tree tea leaves. However, they were firmly held by Master Yin Tian and could not be taken away. In a fit of desperation, Master Tianji charged forward, seizing Master Yin Tian by the throat, bellowing, Woyang Tianzuan, this is meant for everyone. You cannot monopolize it. Release it, and we shall share. The 5 esteemed leaders and the sect leader engaged in a comical struggle high in the air, pulling each other's hair and tugging at beards. Even the only female leader, Master Xiaoshuan, brandished her divine whip, targeting Master Yin Tian's posterior. The sound echoed sharply. What has transpired? Look, the sect leader and the 5 esteemed leaders are in a brawl. Master Xiaoshuan's garment nearly came undone at the hands of Master Tianji. Observe. Master Xiaoshuan is furious and has unleashed her powers. Wait, is it not true that Master Xiaoshuan has been stagnating in the early stages of the celestial realm for nearly a century? How has she suddenly manifested power in the mid-stage of the celestial realm? Indeed, has not Master Tianji also been stuck in the early stages for nearly 200 years? Yet now he displays strength in the late stage of the celestial realm. Have all the esteemed leaders concealed their true realms? Such profound concealment, truly befitting their status. Numerous capable disciples of the Koyan sect looked up in awe at the battlefield above. This is not their first encounter with the sect leader and esteemed leaders in combat. It seems to occur several times a month for reasons unknown, and before one realizes it, a fight erupts. Master Tianji is quite the scoundrel. Why must he target Master Xiaoshuan's garments specifically? Many elders stood below, arms crossed, watching with amusement and offering commentary. They were no strangers to such occurrences. At times, they even joined in the fray. In the Koyan sect, who has not fought with the sect leader? To speak of it would be a source of shame. An elder of considerable strength smirked slightly, stroking his long beard. How did I come to notice that they all concealed their realms? Another elder nodded. Indeed, just like you. You have lingered in the divine infant realm for quite some time, have you not? Pray tell, how much have you concealed? Ahem, why must the focus shift to me? The elder, embarrassed, coughed repeatedly, refusing to admit to his hidden prowess. Enough. For a mere handful of enlightenment tree tea leaves, do you still regard me? Your sect leader? Master Yuntian roared, his face a patchwork of bruises, not a single unblemished spot remaining. His beard was seized by the real man of Gu Yuan. His hair was grasped by the real man of Xia Xian, and his neck was clutched by the real man of Tianji. The real man of Wu Ji and the real man of Di Shen each held onto a leg, rendering him immobile. Yet, the tea leaves from the enlightenment tree remained firmly in his grasp. Master, esteemed elders, let us converse amicably. Is it merely the tea leaves from the enlightenment tree? This is unnecessary. Hua Yunfei stood awkwardly to the side, reaching out to assist, but feeling utterly at a loss. It is indeed of utmost importance. In response to Hua Yunfei's words, the 5 esteemed elders became even more agitated, shouting in unison. The tea brewed from the enlightenment tree leaves could induce a state of sudden comprehension with just a sip. Even the most perplexing conundrum, ensnared for centuries, would become instantly clear. Their cultivation would naturally increase. This was not the first time Hua Yunfei had gifted them such treasures. Hence they understood all too well the significance of such a precious item. How could the master be allowed to monopolize it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the conflict escalated among the 5, Hua Yunfei, unable to bear it any longer, intervened. Great transformation of heaven and earth. With this powerful spatial technique, he connected with the celestial principles, causing runes to surge forth, shattering the space surrounding the 6 individuals and instantaneously dividing it into 6 separate realms. At last, the 6 were free from one another. The real man of Tianji, with a flick of his whisk, was about to charge forward again, disregarding all decorum. Uncle Master, no? Hua Yunfei swiftly positioned himself at the center of the 6, offering a gentle smile as he said, such trifling matters should not warrant such a commotion. Here, let each of you have a bag. His consciousness delved into the purple mansion's cave, and 5 small bags, each the size of a palm, materialized in his hands. Inside the bags flowed the essence of the Tao, imbued with the fragrant aroma of the enlightenment tree leaves. He distributed 1 bag to each elder. The 5 esteemed elders stared at the tea leaves in their hands, momentarily stunned, their hands trembling. Is this some kind of cabbage? Each person gets a bag? Ahem. The real man of Yuntian cleared his throat, storing the tea leaves in the purple mansion's cave, then stood beside Hua Yunfei with arms crossed. His expression stern as he remarked, what do you all look like? Is this the conduct befitting a head elder? To engage in such a brawl over mere treasures. What kind of decorum is that? Do you not acknowledge me as your master? Do the rules of the Reliance sect mean nothing to you? The real man of Tianji rolled his eyes, shaking his whisk, muttering, I wonder who started this unruliness. The real man of Yuntian glared at him, causing the real man of Tianji to fall silent, no longer daring to speak. With a glance at the bulging bag under the real man of Yuntian's eye, the real man of Xia Xian could not suppress a laugh. This laughter triggered a chain reaction, and the other elders soon burst into laughter as well. Unable to contain themselves, the sight left the real man of Yuntian green with rage. Hua Yunfei found it equally difficult to maintain his composure. Every time he saw the master sporting a bruised visage, he was overcome with mirth. Ha! The real man of Tianji laughed the loudest, bending over with laughter, nearly losing his grip on his whisk. Boom! The real man of Yuntian conjured a colossal hand, 1,000 meters wide, and swatted at him. The real man of Tianji screamed, soaring away like a meteor into the distance. Humph! As the esteemed Yun Tianjinren channeled his spiritual energy, the wounds upon his visage swiftly healed. He cast a glance at the remaining 4 esteemed elders and remarked, you may return. There is no need to further disgrace yourselves here. I wish to speak privately with Dao Yuanjinren. Dao Yuanjinren is the honored title of Hua Yunfei. Each generation of the head of Dao Yuan Peak bears this title, signifying a lineage. This is also true for the other 5 peaks, aside from the Master Peak. Go Yuanjinren concealed his smile and glanced at Hua Yunfei, saying, Nephew, Such a grand gesture warrants my gratitude at a later date. The esteemed Xia Xianjinren, Wu Jizhenren, and Di Shinjinren all nodded slightly, expressing their thanks to Hua Yunfei. The tea leaves from the enlightenment tree hold immense significance for them. Earlier, during the skirmish, they inadvertently revealed a fraction of their long-concealed cultivation, and it is imperative they hasten their training to further conceal their prowess. Without a semblance of concealment, an unsettling feeling lingers within. Chapter 3. His eloquence is remarkable. After expressing their gratitude, the four Jinren turned and departed. As they walked further away, Xia Xianjinren furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of perplexity flashing across her charming features, and she whispered, "Surely you all noticed? Just now, the strength of Dao Yuanjinren." Di Shunjinren nodded, his expression solemn. "Our enigmatic nephew seems to be concealing his strength, and not just a modicum of it. To ascend as the head of a peak in the Kuaishan sect, one must possess at least initial stage celestial realm cultivation. Since Hua Yunfei assumed the position of Dao Yuan Peak's head 30 years ago, he too has smoothly progressed to the initial stage of the celestial realm." Go Yuan Jinren bore a smile, gently stroking his abdomen as if savoring the Dao rhythm emanating from the enlightenment tree tea leaves within the Zifu cave. He chuckled and remarked, "One need only refer to his father to gauge our nephew's cultivation. In any case, it is best not to engage him in combat. First, one is unlikely to emerge victorious. Second, offending him may result in future benefits slipping through one's grasp." Di Shinjinren, not one for idle chatter, nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Hua Yunfei's father, the previous head of Dao Yuan Peak, was a quintessentially cunning individual, having stagnated at the initial stage of the celestial realm for many years. It was unexpected that during a bout with the sect leader, he managed to overpower him, startling the leader with his sudden surge in power. Xia Xianjinren's lovely face broke into a smile, radiating grace, as she remarked, "This nephew is merely a century old. Oh my, how does one endure?" The group maintained a positive demeanor. No matter how formidable Hua Yunfei may be, he remains a peak leader of the Kuaishan sect, an ally, providing a sense of security. At Dao Yuan Peak, Hua Yunfei welcomed Yun Tianjinren into his quarters, where they both sat at a jade table, savoring tea with great care. The tea, though not extraordinary, seemed to possess the capacity to substitute for a decade of cultivation with its ordinary spirit tree leaves. Yun Tianjinren relished the tea, experiencing the joy of his cultivation flourishing within, and turned to Hua Yunfei, inquiring, "What was the nature of the imperial might that just manifested?" "I had just ascended to the imperial status and failed to maintain control." Hua Yunfei replied with a faint smile, taking a delicate sip of tea. Yun Tianjinren shook his head and smiled. The cosmic pathways have been devoid of emperors for millennia, with the passing of the Xian Huang emperor occurring nearly 30,000 years ago. The laws governing the imperial path suppressed the heavens, overwhelming the principles of the universe. Thus, no one can claim the title of emperor. To attempt such an ascension again, one must wait another 70,000 years, and even then, the likelihood is exceedingly slim. Since the demise of the great Emperor Xianyuan, the suppression of the heavenly and earthly principles has only intensified. In the present age, even the birth of a single sage within the Northern Dipper is a rarity. The laws of heaven and earth are exceedingly harsh. How could Hua Yunfei, having cultivated for merely a century, aspire to ascend as an emperor? To break through to the initial stage of the celestial being realm is already a remarkable feat. Hua Yunfei was reluctant to elaborate further, and the celestial master Yuntian did not pursue the matter, stating, "Not long ago, your father contacted me, requesting that I convey certain matters to you." "Oh, that old fellow can still remember me?" Hua Yunfei mused with a surprised smirk. 30 years prior, his father, the Dao Yuanjinren, had left the sect under the pretense of seeking opportunities for breakthrough due to his dwindling lifespan. Yet, he understood well the true nature of his father. Dwindling lifespan? He had forcibly fed him ginseng fruit, which he had obstinately refused. Even when it was shoved into his mouth, he spat out the flesh. Thus, he had no faith in his father's excuse. This fellow simply wished to cast off the burdens of the sect and roam freely. The celestial master Yuntian, being a close friend of the previous Dao Yuanjinren, was well aware of his character and chuckled, shaking his head. "He has asked me to convey 2 matters to you that you must ensure are fulfilled." "What are they?" Hua Yunfei inquired. "The first matter, find him a daughter-in-law. He desires a grandchild." Hua Yunfei's expression darkened. "And the second matter?" The celestial master Yuntian continued, "To recruit a disciple for Dao Yuan Peak, and subsequently, to pass on the position of the sect leader to him." Hua Yunfei looked at the celestial master Yuntian. "Isn't that position meant for his son? I recall that since the founding of Dao Yuan Peak, the position of sect leader has always been held by the ancestors of the Hua family, and we are now in the 100th generation." The celestial master Yuntian smiled awkwardly, explaining, Your father claims that we have been exploiting the labor of your Hua clan and has decided that this tradition should end with your generation. Hua Yunfei was momentarily at a loss for words. This was quite unexpected, and he had never heard such a thing during his father's time. However, it was true that he had little interest in continuing the lineage. Frankly speaking, women seemed rather troublesome. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, sensing something. A stone was retrieved from the Purple Mansion Cave Heaven. It was a communication stone, acquired through the System S registration, allowing anyone to send him messages regardless of distance. At that moment, it was the 99th generation Dao Yuan Jinren attempting to reach him. Glancing at the Celestial Master Yuntian, Hua Yunfei deactivated the restrictions of the communication stone. Hello Yunfei, are you there? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. What's the matter, old man? Oh, it's nothing much. Just wanted to check if the sect leader isn't beside you. Hua Yunfei looked toward the Celestial Master Yuntian, who shook his head. He is not here. What do you wish to say? The communication stone emitted a soft glow, transmitting the voice. Your father wants you to hurry and find a disciple. Relinquish the sect leader position, and then come to find me. I've discovered a truly exciting place. What about the sect? Are you just leaving it behind? The sect? Humph. That fool Yuntian, just like his master and his master's master, exploits our Hua clan daily. Do you have any idea how many of our Hua ancestors lie within the ancestral tomb of the Reliant sect? Other main peaks have only inherited for a few dozen generations, yet our Daoyuan peak boasts a legacy of a full 100 generations. Why is that? Because our Hua family possesses exceptional genes. Each member is a genius, swiftly surpassing the superficial strength of the sect and successfully entering the ancestral tomb, where they achieve a semblance of enlightenment, thus becoming the foundation of the sect. Otherwise, if your father hadn't fled so quickly, he would also be lying within. Hua Yunfei cast an awkward glance at the already darkened face of the real man Yuntian, leaving him at a loss for words. It was all said so plainly. Father, I understand. Is there anything else? Hua Yunfei remarked. Feeling the transmission stone in his hand was akin to a hot potato, he wished to conclude the conversation swiftly. He could already sense the intense urge from real man Yuntian to tear his father apart. Additionally, you need to hasten and find a wife to bear me a chubby grandson. Your mother is eagerly waiting to hold her grandchild. You know her temper. If she is displeased, both of us will be in for a beating. Hua Yunfei rolled his eyes. He had no interest in a partner and responded. Is there anything else? Hey, you rascal. After all this time, I finally get to chat with you, and you're so eager to hang up? Real man Yuntian could no longer contain himself. Hua Sanxiao. You scoundrel. The transmission abruptly ceased, locking the stone on the other end, rendering any further communication impossible. Sect leader, you know how my father is. He's all talk, but... Hua Yunfei struggled to find a way to explain. Chapter 4. Hua Yunfei descends the mountain. System version 20. Real man Yuntian patted his chest, striving to suppress his rising anger. This old fool actually called me a fool. After taking a deep sip of his tea, he felt considerably better. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's words, real man Yuntian stated, you don't need to defend him. If he dares to return, I won't hesitate to skin him alive. Just don't get in my way when the time comes. Hua Yunfei whispered. I'm just afraid you might not be his match. What did you say? Real man Yuntian fixed his gaze on Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei quickly shook his head. It's nothing, but sect leader, I truly have no interest in accepting disciples. Beep, system issues disciple recruitment task, stop. I refuse, reject. In his heart, Hua Yunfei decisively rejected the system's task. He did not wish to scurry about the world like a slave due to a mere task. System received, task rejected, task cancelled. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. Despite his anger, real man Yuntian spoke earnestly. Disciples are the foundation of a sect. You, Hua Yunfei, as the youngest celestial realm cultivator in our sect, should you not consider the sect's interests? Cultivating a genius disciple would also bring you glory. Hua Yunfei shook his head, feeling little interest. Having traversed a century, he had scarcely stepped beyond Daoyuan Peak. The arduous task of accepting disciples was something he had no desire to engage in. He preferred to remain lazy, signing in at Daoyuan Peak. Once he achieved the status of an emperor, he could leisurely stroll through the streets as he pleased. Real man Yuntian fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, this is likely what your mother wishes as well. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei raised his head and said, mother's words, even if they merely pertain to accepting a disciple, are still worthy of my attention. His mother had always shown him favor since his childhood, and he cherished her deeply. Thus, he was inclined to heed her counsel. The esteemed Yuntian Jinren stroked his beard with satisfaction and declared, in 7 days, the sect will hold its triennial disciple recruitment ceremony. Be sure to attend. The Kaoshan sect stands as one of the premier forces in the eastern region of the Big Dipper Star. with only the Daoi Immortal Sect and the Gue Ming Mansion being its equals in the entirety of the wild state. Within the eastern region, the Kaoshan Sect commands significant influence, ranking 6th among the 9 great immortal sections. The triennial disciple recruitment ceremony is a grand occasion for the Kaoshan Sect, a time of great celebration for the entire wild state. Even common folk are well acquainted with the name of the Kaoshan Sect, having often heard their elders speak of it. Thus, despite the vast expanse of the wild state, spanning over 100 billion miles, countless individuals set forth early, driven by the anticipation of the recruitment ceremony. Some even embarked on their journey 3 years prior, painstakingly traversing numerous spatial gateways to finally reach the gates of the Kaoshan Sect. Hua Yunfei has been the head of the sect for 30 years, participating in the recruitment ceremony no less than 10 times. Each time, he has merely floated through the event, never accepting a disciple. Even those who sought him out for his reputed genius were overlooked. This time, however, Hua Yunfei was resolute in his intention to select a suitable successor for the Daoyuan Peak. The position of head of Daoyuan Peak has always been held by top-tier talents, and he could not afford to tarnish that legacy on his watch. However, when the recruitment ceremony commenced as scheduled, with millions streaming into the Kaoshan Sect for a month-long event, Hua Yunfei found no suitable successor by its conclusion. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional prowess that the ordinary talents failed to impress him. The so-called ordinary talents sparked a fierce dispute between Tianji Jinren and Go Yuan Jinren over who would take one as their disciple during the ceremony. Ultimately, Go Yuan Jinren emerged victorious by a narrow margin, fortuitously becoming the master of that ordinary genius, taking him to Go Yuan Peak. As Hua Yunfei sipped his Wu Dao tea, the sweet fragrance of the Dao enveloped his heart. His mind cleared, and he entered a state of profound contemplation. His dantian surged with formidable energy as thousands of runes surrounded him, manifesting phenomena above Daoyuan Peak, with the resonance of the Dao and ethereal clouds swirling about. Yet, he recognized that the current constraints of the world were overwhelming, making personal advancement exceedingly difficult. It seemed as though the world had entered an age of diminished spiritual essence, with no emperors emerging and no sages revealing themselves, leading everything back to mediocrity. A figure of great stature had predicted that this was a precursor to a grand era, a sign of impending storms, hinting that when the suppression of the Tao is lifted and myriad paths revived, it would herald a resplendent golden age. Master, I intend to venture out for an uncertain duration, he communicated. As the head of a peak, his presence was of utmost importance to the Kaoshan Sect, and he felt it necessary to inform the sect leader before departing. Exercise caution. The eastern region has been tumultuous of late. 3 days ago, a second-tier force in the wild state was annihilated by malevolent spirits. Be vigilant, and call for help if danger arises. Yun Tian Jinren transmitted. Understood. Hua Yunfei nodded, appreciating the foundation of the Mountain Support Sect for its harmony and reliability. Though it may be mundane, the disciples within the sect never shy away from adversity. The Mountain Support Sect is a pillar of strength for all its members, instilling a sense of confidence that straightens one's spine. As Hua Yunfei gazed into the void before him, a sudden crack echoed, and the space fragmented, revealing an abyss of profound emptiness. He preferred to keep his movements concealed from others, thus exiting through the void was the safest option. However, it was challenging for ordinary celestial realm cultivators to remain in the void for extended periods. The power of the void was fearsome. Even a sage could lose their way and encounter grave dangers if they lingered too long. A practitioner of the celestial realm could only sustain their presence in the void for a maximum of 12 hours. 3 days later, high above an expansive prehistoric forest, the fabric of space shattered like a spider's web, and a young man clad in white emerged. The young man exuded an ethereal grace, standing aloft as if the entire universe revolved around him. Hua Yunfei cast his eyes upon the prehistoric forest below, where a primal ferocity surged forth, reminiscent of a colossal beast roaring in the wild. After 3 days traversing the void, he finally emerged to catch his breath, feeling somewhat bored. He had no specific plans for his descent, intending merely to explore the major cities of the wilderness state and scout for potential disciples. System, aside from signing in, could you grant me additional abilities? This is rather monotonous. System task available. Please provide something tangible. Tasks are too random. As an aspiring youth of the survival path, it is unreasonable for me to be perpetually on the move due to tasks. I shall address this later. What abilities does the host desire? X-ray vision. Given the host's current realm, is it not rather simple to perceive a person? Anyone standing before you, should you desire, is no different than being unclothed. I seek the ability to glean comprehensive information about an individual at a glance. Understood. The system will automatically upgrade to version 20, now activating the all-seeing function. Hua Yunfei's gaze fell upon a talented youth undergoing trials within the prehistoric forest, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chapter 5. The Ancient Sacred Body. Yi Bufan. Name: Zhang Deco. Age: 69. Realm: 9th layer of Yuan Dan realm. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. With the all-seeing function at his disposal, he would henceforth be privy to the details of anyone he encountered. As he pressed one eye, the Tao trembled momentarily, and a massive pupil abruptly manifested in the sky above the prehistoric forest, captivating and terrifying the onlookers. What was that? An eye, an endless eye? How immense! Which formidable being is observing us? Could it be a legendary celestial realm expert? It is said that such beings can pluck stars and seize the moon, and with a single wrathful glance, they can suppress the forces of heaven and earth. Surely, even a celestial realm adept would not possess such power? Countless wandering cultivators, scions of noble families, and talented disciples of sects stared in horror at the gigantic pupil above. Some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The sheer terror of that pupil was overwhelming, making it difficult for them to look directly at it. Merely casting a glance caused blood tears to flow from the corners of their eyes. The disparity in realms is immense. Name: Li Dachui. Age: 99. Realm: 3rd layer of Yuan Dan realm. Cultivation talent: medium grade of yellow rank. Other talents: none. Name: Wang Cheng. Age: 133. Realm: 3rd layer of Purple Mansion realm. Cultivation talent: upper grade of Xian rank. Other talents: inferior grade of Earth rank in Sword Dao. Hua Yunfei wished to maintain a low profile. However, the primordial forest was vast and boundless, nearly the size of Blue Star. Not employing divine abilities would be a waste of time. After observing, he felt a sense of disappointment. There were few talents that captured his attention. While some were indeed renowned prodigies in their own right, they felt rather ordinary to him. Even when compared to his father, Hua Zhangqiong, or his grandfather, they fell short. Hua Yunfei preferred to be somewhat indolent. He could transform ordinary people into formidable warriors. Yet the time investment was too substantial for his liking. It was far more efficient to seek out a genius, providing them with a few imperial scriptures for self-cultivation to achieve the desired outcome effortlessly. In the region of wilderness, the 3 most powerful sects were the Kaoshan Sect, the Daoi Immortal Sect, and the Gue Ming Palace. Why not explore the Daoi Immortal Sect and Gue Ming Palace for potential disciples? Larger sects tend to have an abundance of talent. Who knows, perhaps a suitable candidate could be found. If he expressed interest, he could discuss with his elders to secure their assistance, offering them some benefits in return. In pursuit of convenience, Hua Yunfei shattered the space with a mere gesture, plunging into the void and vanishing from sight. A day later, at the Daoi Immortal Sect. The Daoi Immortal Sect, with its myriad floating celestial mountains and the divine river of the 9 heavens cascading across the horizon, exuded a rich aura of Tao rhythm and celestial energy. Auspicious heavenly beasts guarded its gates, while flocks of celestial cranes traversed the sea of clouds. From a distance, it presented a picturesque scene of an immortal sect. In appearance, the Daoi Immortal Sect was slightly stronger than the Kaoshan Sect and embodied the grandeur of a major sect, fitting the fantasy of a sacred place for cultivation. The Kaoshan Sect, however, retained a more understated presence. Above the sea of clouds, Hua Yunfei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring the celestial scenery. At that moment, his gaze turned towards a valley outside the gates of the Daoi Immortal Sect. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy swept through the valley, causing a surge in spiritual energy and radiant light to burst forth. Seize him. Render him powerless. Heh, Brother Chun, he was always a waste. Lin's words were mistaken. He is an ancient holy body, the foremost in an era devoid of emperors. What ancient holy body? Merely a clown, with veins as tough as divine iron. But unable to open them, you are just a waste, and no physique can save you. Laughter, harsh and piercing, shattered the air. The youth clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blood-red, his clothing tattered, his skin marred with wounds. The blood flowing from his injuries was astonishingly golden. Yet, at this moment, the golden blood appeared rather dull, lacking the brilliance of antiquity. Surrounding the youth were 10 similarly aged boys, their expressions mocking, laced with derision, as they hurled vile insults at him. All were cultivators of the Pulse realm. Despite their similar ages, the youth, unable to cultivate, had long been left behind. In this moment, 10 against 1. The youth could only adopt a defensive stance. The ancient holy body, once resplendent, had faded, yet his physique remained as unyielding as divine iron, capable of uprooting mountains. The 10 cultivators of the Pulse realm required the aid of Pulse realm artifacts to inflict harm upon him. Upon hearing their words, the young man clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, feeling a tumult of humiliation, resentment, and rage all suppressed deep within. He was the weakling. No words could alter his fate. The only undeniable truth was that victory could be claimed through sheer force. I am worthless, yet even with 10 of you against me, after an entire hour, you have yet to bring me down, which only reveals your own ineptitude. His words struck the hearts of the 10 youths like a sharpened blade, causing them immense pain. Yi Bufan, you seek death. The battle resumed as one youth charged towards Yi Bufan, his sword gleaming coldly, raised high as if to slice through the very fabric of space. Yi Bufan, fueled with determination, did not evade this time. He raised his arm in defense, and the sword plunged into his flesh, blood gushing forth. The ancient sacred body was formidable, and the blade merely buried itself halfway into his arm, halted by bone. The young man's face paled in shock, and before he could extract his sword, Yi Bufan roared, his fist piercing through the young man's chest, blood spraying and splattering across Yi Bufan's face. You're insane. The youth coughed violently, blood pouring from his mouth, life fading from him. In his final moments, he managed to withdraw his sword, seeking to perish alongside Yi Bufan. With a sharp crack, Yi Bufan wrenched his arm free, sending him flying into the distance, lifeless. Altogether, avenge Brother Chun, shouted the youth known as Lin Gu, wielding a magical lamp, igniting a fierce flame that erupted towards Yi Bufan. The other 8 youths, activating their own magical artifacts, unleashed a torrent of attacks, a terrifying display that seemed to rend the very air. Yi Bufan remained silent, sprinting forward, enduring the onslaught as the searing flames scorched his skin, blackening it, yet he did not falter or grimace. Seizing the lamp from Lin Gu, he crushed it effortlessly into shards. This scene left the 9 others wide-eyed with disbelief. Could the dormant ancient sacred body be so terrifying, destroying magical artifacts with bare hands? No. Lin Gu was seized by Yi Bufan, lifted off the ground by his throat, shaking uncontrollably, fear etched across his face, a foul yellow liquid seeping forth. Do not kill him, stop. Lin Gu was the sole leader left. He could not perish. With a crack, Yi Bufan tightened his hold, twisting Lin Ji's neck, blood spraying across him, staining his entire being. Then, Yi Bufan swung Lin Ji's headless corpse like a weapon towards an approaching youth. With a resounding thud, their bodies collided, and the youth screamed in agony as his insides shattered, his body torn apart in an instant. Lin Ji's lifeless form disintegrated. Chapter 6. You old fool, bullying the weak. Are you? Yi Bufan seized a youth's sword, swiftly cleaving him in two, entrails spilling forth, blood gushing abundantly. I shall end you, you worthless wretch. A bald youth bellowed, charging with an axe raised high, ready to strike down. Employing the same tactic, Yi Bufan blocked the attack with his other arm and, in a flash, decapitated the bald youth. The battle abruptly fell silent. The remaining 5 youths were filled with panic, their legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly paralyzed by fear, retreating incessantly as their bodies quivered and their faces turned pale, struggling to steady their weapons. Yi Bufan, grievously wounded, was drenched in a mixture of his own crimson blood and that of his foes. He resembled a blood-soaked celestial king, exuding an intimidating presence. Even on the brink of death, he would fight until the very last moment. The battle reignited, and the 5 youths of the Meridian realm found themselves with no avenue for escape, no means of evasion. With terrified shouts, they charged forward, bolstered by sheer will. Surrounding Yi Bufan, they launched a simultaneous assault. With a piercing sound, one youth's sword pierced Yi Bufan's back, embedding itself 3 inches deep and becoming lodged. As he attempted to withdraw, Yi Bufan swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch. The impact resounded. The youth's head exploded instantaneously, brain matter and blood splattering across the ground. In that fleeting moment, the other 4 youths' attacks also found their mark within Yi Bufan. He winced in agony, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes blazing red as he fixated on one of the youths. In a furious leap, he seized the youth's head and forcefully rammed his own into it. The ancient sacred body, as resilient as divine iron, proved too formidable for the youth, whose skull caved in and shattered within an instant, leading to his tragic demise. Yi Bufan roared in fury, swinging the lifeless body of the youth like a weapon against the remaining 3. In an instant, one youth was obliterated. The other 2 were sent flying. As they landed, Yi Bufan closed in, pinning one to the ground and severing his neck from behind. Only one remained. Despite his grievous injuries, Yi Bufan seemed impervious to pain, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on the last youth. He picked up a nearby precious blade and slowly approached him. Please, do not kill me. I was wrong, I truly was. The youth, seated on the ground, scrambled backward, shaking his head frantically as if caught in a trance, perceiving a terrifying specter rushing toward him. With a thunderous crash, Yi Bufan stood before him, showing no hesitation as he raised his blade to deliver the fatal blow. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from afar, launching Yi Bufan through the air. With a violent cough, he had managed to suppress his urge to spit blood throughout the lengthy battle. Yet now, the unexpected force caused him to erupt in a torrent of crimson. His chest bones shattered, internal organs displaced, and meridians severed. He fell to the ground, struggling to rise, but finding movement nearly impossible. An elder, with a grim expression, soared in from the direction of a celestial sect. His eyes gleamed like divine rainbows, and his overwhelming aura made the very air tremble, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. The mere emanation of his presence seemed to saturate the space around him, crushing down upon Yi Bufan like an enormous weight. The elder, gaunt with deep-set eyes and a narrow nose, cast a glance at the last remaining youth, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Such a young boy, so malicious. He has slain 9 fellow disciples. The elder surveyed the sea of corpses, his heart ablaze with fury, fixating on Yi Bufan. This boy was known to him. The ancient sacred body, renowned far and wide. Yet, that was an era long past, since the last perfected sacred body fell in battle while quelling chaos. The fortune of the sacred body seemed to have been exhausted. In the annals of history, the emergence of the arcane sacred body was fraught with difficulty in its cultivation, no longer reflecting the glories of the past. When the Immortal Sect opened its gates to recruit disciples, the arrival of Yi Bufan stirred quite a commotion, yet subsequently became a source of jest for the entire sect. The perfected sacred body could subdue all realms, capable of battling the mightiest of human emperors. Yet, what significance does that hold now? The current sacred body is but a frail vessel, challenging to cultivate. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. In times of brilliance, one is revered. In times of decline, one is scorned. All is contingent upon strength. Kill him, Elder Wang. Quickly, eliminate this madman. The remaining youth, frenzied and with a countenance twisted in rage, bellowed. Elder Wang discerned that the youth's mind had been deeply shaken, irreparably damaged by the overwhelming blow. It was evident that his future was bleak. With his hands clasped behind his back and a somber expression, Elder Wang gazed upon Yi Bufan, declaring, "Today, in my capacity as an elder of the Immortal Sect, I pronounce your death sentence. Do you acknowledge it?" With blood pooling in his mouth and unable to rise, Yi Bufan's fingers clawed deeply into the earth as he fixed his gaze upon Elder Wang. If Elder Wang believed that only they possessed the power to slay him while he could not retaliate, then let Elder Wang act. Impudent. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, a resonant sound that rendered Yi Bufan momentarily deaf, his mind blank, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Elder Wang raised his hand, declaring, "Today, you shall meet your doom." His palm transformed into a colossal hand, descending upon Yi Bufan. Hold! From above, a young man clad in white stood with his hands behind his back. A mere utterance from him bore the weight of divine authority, shattering the illusion of Elder Wang's giant hand in an instant. "Who are you?" Elder Wang regarded Hua Yunfei with vigilance, his aura surging like a tempest. Pressing against the heavens, Hua Yunfei, unperturbed, strolled down to Yi Bufan's side, addressing Elder Wang. "Yi Bufan is under my protection." Both Elder Wang and Yi Bufan turned their gazes toward Hua Yunfei. Elder Wang's expression darkened as he fixated on him. "Young man, I advise you not to meddle in affairs beyond your reach. Even with some prowess, one ought to maintain humility, lest what?" Hua Yunfei met Elder Wang's glare with calm confidence. "Humph." Elder Wang scoffed. "Indeed, the youth is brimming with arrogance. Do you know who I am? Do you know my status? Do you know who I am?" Hua Yunfei countered with a smile. The exchange of retorts caused Elder Wang's demeanor to shift, his aura of the divine infant realm surging forth, saturating the surrounding space and converging upon Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei regarded him. "Old fool. Do you intend to bully the weak? I am an elder of the Immortal Sect. What if I do?" Elder Wang sneered, raising his hand to produce a luminous lamp artifact. With a gentle breath, the wick's flames surged into a fierce crimson blaze, radiating intense heat that threatened to melt the very fabric of space. "Freeze." With a single word, silence enveloped the world, the flames stilled, and all existence was rendered motionless. Elder Wang lost control of his body, staring at Hua Yunfei in horror, his complexion paling. A word of truth. Elder Wang recalled the legendary, long-lost divine ability. A single word could encompass the stars, a single word could shake the earth, rumored to be an arcane secret art crafted by a mysterious power. He faltered, attempting to speak, yet found himself voiceless. His words had been silenced, revealing the vast disparity in strength between them. "Can you rise again?" Hua Yunfei ignored Elder Wang, and instead looked down upon Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan nodded slightly, struggling to rise as golden blood flowed profusely from his body. "I bestow upon you the strength of a punch," Hua Yunfei proclaimed, his finger pointing forth, as runes danced at its tip. A beam of golden light surged into Yi Bufan's being, and he immediately felt an overwhelming force within him, powerful enough to shatter the very cosmos, coalesce in his fist. Understanding Hua Yunfei's intent, Yi Bufan hesitated not, advancing towards Elder Wang, and with a single punch, obliterated him. Chapter 7. As the Holy Body. I shall sweep away all adversaries in this world. Elder Wang, as a senior member of the Dao Yixinzong, possessed cultivation at the divine infant stage. Under usual circumstances, even with his defenses unguarded, Yi Bufan's strikes would inflict no harm, and could potentially recoil and injure him. However, endowed with the might of a punch by Hua Yunfei, Yi Bufan effortlessly shattered Elder Wang's corporeal form. Even his soul was obliterated, leaving no escape. The remaining disciples, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with terror, their faces paling, and they fainted instantly. At the very moment Elder Wang's soul was annihilated, deep within the Dao Yixinzong, in a temple housing numerous spirit tablets. One of these tablets cracked audibly. The temple, of significant importance, was always guarded by formidable sect members. Upon noticing the shattering of a spirit tablet, the guardian's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing in his pupils. Elders form the foundation of the sect. Each death reverberates throughout. He immediately alerted the higher echelons of the sect. When the sect leader of Dao Yixinzong learned of this news, he was thunderously enraged. Everyone, remain calm. I shall summon the ancestor to deduce the situation. The sect leader transformed into a radiant beam, dashing towards the ancestral grounds. After slaying Elder Wang, Yi Bufan could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, his eyelids heavy as mountains, the vitality within him rapidly depleting. Were he not an ancient holy body, such grievous wounds would have claimed his life long ago. Hua Yunfei flicked his fingers, sending a surge of life force into Yi Bufan's body, sustaining his final breath, and produced a pill, assisting him in swallowing it. Yi Bufan emitted a low groan, his body suddenly radiating golden light, and faintly, a fragrant aura of Dao emerged. The pill was a holy pill, of little monetary value, yet even a dying sage would be revived instantly upon consumption. Yi Bufan, lacking even the meridian realm, found his injuries, internal organs, and meridians completely healed in an instant after ingesting the holy pill. I have miraculously recovered, Yi Bufan exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, hastily rising to his feet, bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Rise, Hua Yunfei replied with a gentle smile, finding the boy's character quite admirable. Name, Yi Bufan, age, 19, realm, none, identity, specially recruited disciple of Dao Yidantian, due to unique constitution, cultivation aptitude, supreme holy grade, other talents, emperor level fist Dao talent, supreme holy grade sword Dao talent, supreme holy grade blade Dao talent, supreme holy grade spear Dao talent, constitution, ancient holy body, cultivation technique, none, divine abilities, none, magical artifacts, none, fortune, golden. Yi Bufan's information was laid bare before him at a single glance. It must be said that Yi Bufan's talent is truly formidable, were it not for the constraints of the perfected sacred body that prevents him from becoming an emperor. Hua Yunfei would confidently assert that his cultivation aptitude is undoubtedly of imperial caliber. His gifts are nearly omnipotent, his talents in all paths are exceptional, allowing him to cultivate anything with remarkable achievements. Even his fortune has reached a golden level, marking him as a son of destiny, a favored child of the heavens. He is the protagonist of an era. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Hua Yunfei gazed at Yi Bufan. Such a disciple, with talent not much inferior to his own, has already met his requirements. Yi Bufan hesitated, fiddling with his fingers. Senior, I am a primordial sacred body in this age. His words brimmed with grievance and reluctance. Possessing a physique that once rivaled that of the human emperors, yet unable to cultivate, felt akin to winning a fortune only to have the funds frozen and unusable. It was exceedingly vexing. Hua Yunfei chuckled softly. You need only tell me whether you are willing or not. Yi Bufan clenched his fists, his expression earnest. I am willing to take you as my master. If one day I remain unable to cultivate, I shall leave voluntarily, sparing you any additional troubles. Hua Yunfei's demeanor turned serious. As a primordial sacred body, to speak with such a lack of confidence was unacceptable. From this day forth, forget about the inability to cultivate as a sacred body, and devote yourself to practice under my guidance. I will take care of everything. Yes, master. Yi Bufan knelt, performing a respectful gesture, his face alight with excitement. Rise. I ask you, what is the belief of the perfected sacred bodies that suppress the heavens and the earth? Without a moment's thought, Yi Bufan declared, as a sacred body, I shall sweep away all adversaries in the world. This proclamation conveyed a singular sentiment. With a sacred body in existence, none can stand against it. Shout it with confidence. unleash the pride of a sacred body capable of battling emperors. Yi Bufan's expression shifted, an invincible belief unique to the primordial sacred body surged within him, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, shaking the heavens. As a sacred body, I shall sweep away all adversaries in the world. In an instant, the sky darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. The sacred words seemed to provoke mysterious laws, descending heavenly punishment in the form of thunder, intent on destroying Yi Bufan. Disperse. Hua Yunfei admonished with a voice like thunder. With a single word, the laws of the universe obeyed. The ominous clouds in the sky shattered instantly, and golden sunlight poured down, as if nothing had occurred. Yi Bufan cast a glance at Hua Yunfei, filled with admiration. His master's prowess seemed truly extraordinary. As your master, I am the head of the Tao Source Peak of the Mount of the Reliant Sect. Henceforth, you shall be my eldest disciple. Yes, master. Yi Bufan replied earnestly, bowing respectfully. Come, follow me back to the sect. At the ancestral grounds of the Tao Immortal Sect, an elder appeared. His face withered and aged, as if he might perish at any moment. Before him lay several tortoise shells, emanating a faint glow. The elder scrutinized the shells intently, shaking his head and murmuring, "This should not be. This should not be." The sect leader of Tao stood respectfully before the elder, eagerly inquiring, "Master, have you discerned the outcome? Who is the culprit?" "Strange, I cannot foresee. There exists such a figure in this desolate region who can evade my calculations?" The elder shook his head, stating, "I do not believe it. Let me try once more." As he spoke, the elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered onto the tortoise shell as he recited incantations. Instantly, strands of energy began to manifest throughout the heavens and the earth, multiplying in number. The elder's spirit traversed among these threads until, in no time, he located the one belonging to Elder Wang. Following the intricate web of causality, he eventually arrived at a secluded valley, where he discerned a blurred visage. The face was indistinct, obscured from view. No matter how the elder exerted his mystical powers or intensified his calculations, it proved futile. This indicated that the individual's cultivation far surpassed his own, rendering him a being beyond his reach. Suddenly, the indistinct face turned toward him, its gaze piercing like lightning. The figure uttered a soft command, "Annihilate." In an instant, the elder expanded explosively, bursting apart like a ripe melon, with blood splattering across the face of the leader of the Tao Immortal Sect. "Master." He was momentarily bewildered. "Master, what are you observing?" Yi Bufan noticed his master abruptly halting in midair, turning to face the direction of the Tao Immortal Sect with an expression of indifference. "Nothing of consequence, merely an arrogant fool playing with fire. I shall extinguish his flames," Hua Yunfei replied nonchalantly. The elder had not perished, rather. It was a lesson imparted by Hua Yunfei. The Tao Immortal Sect held no enmity with the Kaoshan Sect, and slaying him would only invite unnecessary trouble. He was not intimidated by the Tao Immortal Sect. As a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect, he adhered to the principle that it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. "If you do not overstep your bounds, I shall not retaliate." Hua Yunfei, raised within the Kaoshan Sect, shared a similar outlook. The elder's attempt to probe him had failed, and a mere lesson sufficed. Furthermore, this outcome was more advantageous than outright killing him. The fright experienced would inevitably lead the opponent to abandon their inquiry into Elder Wang's demise, sparing him from potential offense. Chapter 8. Signing in for 3 drops of imperial blood. In the ancestral grounds of the Tao Immortal Sect, the elder's dismembered form gradually reassembled, restoring his human shape, though he suffered significant blood loss, aging him further. This was a formidable and mysterious being, presumably not one of the 3 sects. The 3 sects referred to the Tao Immortal Sect, the Kaoshan Sect, and the Gui Mingfu. Having interacted for many years, they were well acquainted with one another. Such a powerful entity could not be cultivated by any of the 3 sects. They must hail from a holy land-level force. They were not a foe to be trifled with. The life of a mere elder was insufficient to provoke a confrontation with a holy land-level power. The leader of the Tao Immortal Sect wore a grim expression, having been genuinely alarmed moments earlier, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Master, let us consider this matter closed. Even if we uncover the truth, it will be of no avail." The elder nodded, acknowledging that the reasons behind the holy land-level power's actions in slaying Elder Wang must exist. If the perpetrator was at fault, it could indeed be overlooked. "Master, could you deduce the cause of Elder Wang's demise, and whether there were any others present besides that senior?" "This matter is quite straightforward to unravel. I have already calculated the events in my mind. A conflict erupted among several disciples, escalating into violence and resulting in a fatality. Elder Wang happened to pass by, intending to punish the disciple responsible for the death, when that senior suddenly appeared to protect the disciple." Elder Wang's words clashed with the opponent, and he sought to leverage the reputation of the Dao Immortal Sect to eliminate them. Upon hearing the sound, the master of the Dao Immortal Sect trembled with rage. How could this fool be so blind? He nearly brought ruin upon the Dao Immortal Sect. Such a fate would be well-deserved. Hua Yunfei soared through the skies with Yi Bufan, weaving among the clouds. Originally, Hua Yunfei intended to traverse the void directly to save time. But Yi Bufan expressed a desire to experience the sensation of flight. Naturally, Hua Yunfei obliged, guiding him aloft to revel in the feeling of riding the clouds. Oh, I have yet to check in this month. In my eagerness to accept a disciple, I completely forgot. System, commence the check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Total check-in time, 100 years and 1 month. Check-in reward, 3 drops of imperial blood, another exceptional reward. Hua Yunfei inhaled sharply, realizing he had no time to explain. He employed the technique of sleeve universe and swiftly drew Yi Bufan into his sleeve. The emergence of imperial blood could instantly obliterate him. Boom. The 3 drops of golden blood materialized, and the laws of the imperial path filled the heavens in an instant, the great Tao resonating, and myriad paths bowing in submission. As golden light descended, this is imperial blood. 1 drop could instantly slay a quasi-emperor. 1 drop could shatter star domains. The great transformation of the universe. Hua Yunfei's expression remained stoic. Even he found it difficult to withstand the oppressive force of the imperial path laws at such a close distance. Should it be anyone else, they would be reduced to dust in an instant. He sought to harness spatial divine powers to store the imperial blood within the Purple Palace's cave heaven. But it proved utterly futile. Imperial blood, being the essence of an emperor, possessed divine qualities. The imperial path laws danced, rendering it impossible for anyone to contain it within the Purple Palace. Could you not prepare a vial for me? Hua Yunfei remarked with irritation. Sure, an ancient jade vial appeared, encapsulating the 3 drops of imperial blood, and the world fell silent once more. Hua Yunfei also retracted his aura, storing the ancient jade vial within the Purple Palace's cave heaven. Next time, be a bit more astute in your endeavors. Do not make me chastise you. By the way, I have accepted a disciple. What of my reward? Was it not said there would be a task for accepting disciples? I have completed it. Where is my reward? Didn't he, the host, reject it? Unwilling to undertake the disciple-accepting task. That was my decision. Now that I have a disciple, the reward must be granted. One must adhere to reason. Are you certain you are being reasonable? Host, to be frank, if I were human, I would surely give you a good thrashing. But you are not. Ding, the disciple-accepting task has been completed, and the rewards are now being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Heavenly Emperor Sutra and a volume of the Tai Sword Art. The Heavenly Emperor Sutra? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The Heavenly Emperor is not a special realm. It shares the same tier as the human emperors. Yet, throughout history, few have been deemed Heavenly Emperors. Such titles are earned through conquest. Within the realm of emperors, it is a towering existence akin to a pyramid. The Heavenly Emperor Sutra and the Tai Sword Art manifested in his hands. Hua Yunfei stored the Tai Sword Art away. His current cultivation techniques and divine powers sufficed, and he held no interest in pursuing others. Remarkably, this Heavenly Emperor Sutra is a unique technique for the ancient sacred body. It was compiled for those seeking to become emperors. Hua Yunfei found it absurd. Has there ever been a precedent of a sacred body ascending to emperor status in the history of the Big Dipper? Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. An ancient sacred body becoming an emperor? It seems I have encountered this before. Perhaps the celestial emperor's scripture could be bestowed upon Yi Bufan for his cultivation. It should be the most suitable technique for him. Hua Yunfei waved his hand, releasing Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan, bewildered, looked at Hua Yunfei and asked, Master, what has transpired? Nothing of consequence. We shall return to the sect, Hua Yunfei replied succinctly, continuing to lead Yi Bufan as they soared towards the Mount of Reliance Sect. Gurgle, gurgle. Being but a mortal, after a day of flight, Yi Bufan felt his stomach rumble with hunger. Let us settle for some fruit, he suggested. Hua Yunfei produced a ginseng fruit and handed it to Yi Bufan. Master, might you take me for a bowl of noodles instead? I shall forego the fruit. Yi Bufan discerned the preciousness of the ginseng fruit and, as a mere mortal, could not bear to waste such a treasure. Very well. It has indeed been a while since I have savored noodles. I shall indulge this time, thanks to your good fortune. With that, Hua Yunfei waved his hand, enveloping Yi Bufan, and their speed surged as they dashed towards the nearest ancient city, Luoyang City. This city, nestled in the remote region of Huangzhou, spanned tens of thousands of miles, yet housed only a meager population of millions. The two ordered 4 bowls of shredded meat and pickled vegetable noodles, 1 for Hua Yunfei and 3 for Yi Bufan, delighting in their meal. Having spent a century in this world, Hua Yunfei had not relished mortal food for quite some time. At his level, he had long since transcended the need for sustenance. However, occasionally indulging in such experiences was quite enjoyable. Cackling echoed from the skies, a deafening demonic sound that reverberated throughout Luoyang City. This lord requires nourishment for my ascension. You insignificant ants shall serve as my blood feast. A demon of colossal size, akin to a lion, yet possessing 8 bovine heads, materialized above Luoyang City. One of its heads had just spoken. What is happening? A demon. In Luoyang City? Everyone flee. Panic ensued as the townsfolk looked in disbelief at the monstrous presence above. Is there no mighty being resting in Luoyang City? Quickly summon someone to vanquish the demon. The crowd, both mortals and cultivators alike, abandoned their tasks. Their faces stricken with terror as they scattered in chaotic flight, desperate to escape the city and save their lives. Quickly out of the city, several low-tier cultivation families, aware of their lack of strength, hastily gathered their belongings and fled from Luoyang City. Even the personnel from the city lord's mansion were not spared from the chaos. In the turmoil, some were even trampled to death. Cackling maniacally, the blood-red demon reveled in the sight of the frantic crowd below. Tremble, quake, before my might. Submit and be devoured, become my blood feast. The demon's 8 bovine heads roared in unison, causing the very heavens to tremble. The weaker cultivators were nearly instantaneously struck, bleeding from their orifices, collapsing in despair. As the entirety of Luoyang City descended into hopelessness, believing they were destined to become the demon's blood meal, a sudden voice resonated through the heavens. What insect dares to disturb me? This abrupt voice reached the ears of the blood-red demon, which turned in surprise, grinning widely. Oh, we have a hero among us. Chapter 9. Spare me. O hero, I shall be your steed, youngster. What did you just call me? The crimson demon sneered, disdainfully gazing at the 2 figures before him. He was in high spirits, for such an abundance of blood food would sustain him for quite some time. Moreover, he harbored a peculiar penchant for witnessing ants struggle at his feet, their faces contorted in agony. The sight of their despair brought him immense satisfaction, a thrill beyond compare. Unusual, do you think this demon would make a fitting mount for you? Hua Yunfei remarked nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance at the crimson demon. A bit unsightly, wouldn't it be embarrassing to ride him? Yi Bufan, perceptive as he was, understood that Hua Yunfei had no intention of truly subjugating the demon as a steed. Instead, he sought to mock the crimson demon's arrogance. Indeed, rather unappealing. Yi Bufan replied with a wry smile. Returning on such a mount might earn me ridicule from those mischievous elders, especially Master Tianji, who was the most irreverent of the lot. Hua Yunfei regarded Yi Bufan with approval, a promising disciple indeed. Since you find him unattractive, let us slay him. Following your command, Yi Bufan agreed with a smile, confident in Hua Yunfei's prowess. Youngster, did you not hear my question? The crimson demon bellowed, enraged at being disregarded. A dark cloud gathered ominously above, rumbling with thunder in response to his fury. He was a being of celestial cultivation, capable of invoking the forces of nature with his words and actions. The audacity of this young man to ignore him incited his wrath. Hua Yunfei retorted, You liken the people of Luoyang to ants, yet in my eyes, you too are but an ant, easily crushed with a mere gesture. With that, he raised his hand. The crimson demon, filled with rage, erupted into laughter. Lightning descended from the dark cloud, aimed directly at Yi Bufan. Rather than attack Hua Yunfei, he sought to make the young man experience the anguish of losing someone dear, relishing the thought of shaming him further once he was bereft of his composure. Such a sensation would be exhilarating. Very well. Observing the demon's classic villainous behavior, Hua Yunfei's lips curled into a smile. Let us see what it means to confront the abyss of fear. It is time to test the might of the Chaos Bell. With a flourish, Hua Yunfei produced the Chaos Bell. Is my vision deceiving me? The crimson demon's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the bell in Hua Yunfei's hands. His massive form trembled as if struck by lightning. The 8-headed beast gaped, jaws agape, nearly unhinged in shock. An imperial weapon. Could it truly be an imperial weapon? How could such a thing emerge from the depths of the Purple Mansion? Had the world changed so drastically during his long absence that imperial weapons could be wielded with such ease? Esteemed one, let us discuss this amicably. No, spare me. O hero, I am willing to serve you as a steed. Boom. The boundless majesty of the emperor surged forth, thick as clouds. Golden rays of divine light cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by the roar of divine beasts. In the midst of this spectacle, a formidable figure emerged, shrouded in authority. In an instant, the crimson demon was engulfed by the imperial light. With a blood-curdling scream, the demon's colossal form was reduced to ash beneath the radiance of the emperor. The emperor has manifested. In the heart of the city, all individuals suddenly knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely. their faces alight with fervent emotion as they expressed their gratitude for the emperor's life-saving grace. Mortals, cultivators, and all present bowed in sincere thanks. The emperor was revered by all. Hua Yunfei sheathed the chaos bell and cast a glance at the throng below, who venerated him, before departing with Yi Bufan. Yet, even after his departure, the citizens of Luoyang City remained prostrate, each one earnestly kneeling in gratitude for the emperor's divine intervention that had rescued them from peril. At Kaoshan Sect, after 2 days of travel, Hua Yunfei finally returned with Yi Bufan. From afar, they beheld 7 majestic immortal peaks piercing the clouds. Ethereal mists floated about. The sea of clouds sprawling endlessly, with formidable disciples soaring on swords and female disciples wandering in pairs amidst the clouds. The scenery was breathtaking. Here, it was no less splendid than the Dao Immortal Sect. It was truly worthy of the Kaoshan Sect, Yi Bufan exclaimed, having long wished to witness its grandeur, yet finding it too distant to visit. On the surface, Hua Yunfei possessed the cultivation of the celestial realm and, without the aid of a teleportation array, took 3 days to reach their destination. Had it been anyone else, it might have taken a month to arrive. This was a deliberate choice by Hua Yunfei, intending to allow Yi Bufan to experience the feeling of being a strong cultivator, to stir the pride inherent in his ancient holy physique, and to inspire him to set his sights on surpassing himself in the future. You are my foremost disciple, and you shall have the privilege to freely enter the Dao Source Peak, making you the 3rd individual to hold such a right. The first is your father, Hua Sanqiong, and the second is your tempestuous mother. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint you. Your confidence brings me great joy. Now let us return home. With that, the two alighted before the grand entrance of the Kaoshan Sect. To enter the Kaoshan Sect, one must pass through the main gate, as dictated by the sect's ironclad rules. Though Hua Yunfei was the head of a peak, he adhered to this regulation. Upon seeing Hua Yunfei, the elder on duty immediately rose and saluted. I have the honor of meeting Dao Source Real Person. This esteemed individual is my disciple. Oh, congratulations. The esteemed heads of the peaks and the sect leader will surely be delighted. The elder turned to Yi Bufan, producing a purple furnished artifact sword, stating, This elder possesses little of value, so please do not think ill of this gift. This is a token of our first meeting. Before Yi Bufan could respond, Hua Yunfei chuckled, quickly, Thank Elder Shi. Thank you, Elder Shi, Yi Bufan said, cradling the sword with both hands in heartfelt appreciation. The purple furnished artifact was an invaluable treasure used by cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, and bestowing it upon him, a mere mortal, was an extraordinary kindness. At the Dao Immortal Sect, he had never even received a cursory glance from the guarding elders, let alone a gift. Moved, Yi Bufan silently etched Elder Shi's visage into his memory. Elder Shi chuckled, No need for thanks. Dao Source Real Person, you may return. The sect leader and others will soon come to extend their congratulations. He nodded slightly, preparing to return to his peak, when suddenly, Hua Yunfei turned his gaze skyward. Elder Shi sensed the shift, furrowing his brow as he focused intently. In the high heavens, a shooting star hurtled toward them. Its trajectory aimed directly at the entrance of the Kaoshan Sect. As it drew closer, it became evident that this shooting star was no celestial body, but a person. It was none other than the renowned Tianji Real Person. At this moment, the venerable Tianji was pallid, his body marred by cracks as if it were on the verge of shattering. His left arm had been severed, and a gaping, luminous wound adorned his abdomen. He had sustained grievous injuries, teetering precariously on the brink of death. Master Tianji, Elder Shi exclaimed, aghast. He was originally an elder of Tianji Peak, and today was merely his scheduled duty. Witnessing his superior in such a dire condition filled him with dread. Hua Yunfei swiftly gestured, channeling gentle spiritual energy that coalesced into a cloud, catching the descending Tianji. Elder Shi hurried forth, embracing Tianji, who was now barely conscious, his eyes fluttering as if he might faint at any moment. With the last vestige of his strength, he managed to exclaim, Damn it, there are assassins. Hua Yunfei, Elder Shi, Yi Bufan. Chapter 10. The agony of Tianji. Upon uttering those words, Tianji gestured towards his rear, muttering, Cover me, how mortifying. Hua Yunfei reacted with dismay. What the hell? Elder Shi was nearly in tears, struggling to suppress a laugh as he held Tianji, his hands trembling with the effort. Yi Bufan strove to maintain composure. The assault on the master was a grave matter. Laughter was inappropriate. One must exhibit decorum. Ahem. Hua Yunfei endeavored to avert his gaze, channeling a substantial amount of spiritual energy into Tianji's body to alleviate his internal injuries. Subsequently, he retrieved a garment to cover Tianji. Turning to Elder Shi, he cautioned, This matter must not reach others. Master Tianji values his dignity. Rest assured. In the Kaoshan Sect, everyone knows that I, Shi Changxing, am tight-lipped. Elder Shi assured, nodding emphatically. Tianji, summoning every ounce of his strength, pressed the garment against his rear and implored Hua Yunfei, "Take me to see the sect leader. If that scoundrel is not dealt with, I shall renounce my vows." His tone was one of profound grief and indignation, tinged with desperation. "Summon the heads of the 4 peaks. We must convene at Kaoshan Peak." Hua Yunfei carried Tianji alongside Yabu Fan as they soared toward Kaoshan Peak, while Elder Shi dashed towards the summit of the 4 peaks to summon the other leaders. What has happened to him? Gazing at the prostrate Tianji, Yun Tian was initially filled with rage, but upon lifting the garment, he was rendered speechless. Great celestial being. Yun Tian's face darkened with fury. Who has harmed my junior brother? Such despicable methods. Aside from Hua Yunfei, the heads of the peaks had all been prodigious disciples of Kaoshan Sect, naturally addressing one another as senior and junior brothers. Tianji, on the verge of unconsciousness, suddenly grasped Yun Tian's hand, lamenting, "Sect leader, I am in agony. How can they treat me so cruelly?" Indeed, it was a painful sight. Yun Tian, in agreement, remarked, "It is truly excruciating. Even my own rear feels a chill." Hua Yunfei marveled inwardly. Such tactics were indeed the mark of a scoundrel. For a proud cultivator, it was a devastating humiliation. "Sect leader, what has happened to my junior brother?" Hua Yuan was the first to arrive, his expression fraught with concern. He and Tianji shared a deep bond, having played together since their youth. With a hearty laugh, the immortal Guiyuan could not contain himself after lifting his garment, only to be met with the piercing gaze of the celestial mechanic, which forced him to halt, though his body continued to tremble, occasionally betraying him with a chuckle. "What a miscreant!" exclaimed the celestial mechanic, nearly brought to tears. When the other immortals, including Xian and Wujia, along with the god of enemies, arrived, their initial concern for the celestial mechanic's injuries was soon overshadowed by the sight of Guiyuan quaking in the corner. With a stern expression, Xian admonished, "The head of our peak was ambushed and nearly perished, yet you seem rather amused. Can you not maintain a semblance of seriousness?" Wujia, known for his fiery temper, chimed in, "Indeed, what you are doing is utterly inappropriate. How can you be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation?" The god of enemies, typically taciturn, nodded in agreement. All right, interjected Yun Tian, stepping forward to mediate. Seemingly inadvertently, he uncovered the celestial mechanic's garment, stating, "Let us first stabilize our junior's condition. He appears to be poisoned and requires detoxification." The celestial mechanic's complexion darkened, a sign of the toxin's encroachment. "What is that hole?" Wujia mused, approaching for a closer examination, his expression shifting to one of bemusement as he retreated, unable to suppress a smirk. The god of enemies, with keen eyes, quickly discerned the situation, clearing his throat and feigning ignorance, although a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Xian's face froze momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her features as she turned away, exclaiming, "Master, you two are being rather unseemly. For detoxification, is it necessary to remove clothing? It is undoubtedly intentional. You irreverent old fool." Yun Tian chuckled awkwardly, hastily covering the garment once more. It was evident that the celestial mechanic had succumbed to humiliation, losing consciousness. He never anticipated that, in comparison to his injuries, the attention of these elder gentlemen would be focused elsewhere. "I possess a medicinal pill," Hua Yunfei announced, "which I fortuitously acquired during my travels. Once our esteemed senior ingests it, he should recover fully." With that, he produced a sacred pill, its grayish-white surface radiating a halo, adorned with cloud-like patterns. Yun Tian exclaimed in delight. A sacred pill with cloud patterns is truly a rare treasure. To use such a precious remedy for a mere, trifling injury seems excessive. He then took the sacred pill, storing it within his mystical domain. "Let us first employ our powers to heal our junior, and then administer some lesser-grade pills. If absolutely necessary, the sacred pill may serve to prolong his life." How audacious, Guiyuan thought, bemused, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, he believed that although the celestial mechanic's injuries were severe, they did not warrant the use of a sacred pill. With his celestial cultivation, he was unlikely to perish easily. A being of such caliber could invoke the forces of heaven and earth with every action, capable of rebirth even from grievous wounds. As the group collaborated to eliminate the poison from the celestial mechanic's body, their expressions grew increasingly grave. "It is blood poison, the venom of the blood demon," Hua Yunfei declared, recalling the crimson monstrosity that had appeared above Luoyang 2 days prior. However, in comparison to the blood demon, the blood-red fiend can only be said to possess a trace of its bloodline, utterly incapable of rivaling the blood demon. The blood demon is a royal branch of the ancient demon clan, feeding on blood and cultivating through it, boasting immense strength and posing a significant threat. It is exceedingly challenging for cultivators of the same realm to triumph over a blood demon. Many talented individuals may be vanquished in an instant. Only the most exceptional geniuses of the same realm can contend with a blood demon, yet even they suffer more defeats than victories. Since its inception, the Blood Demon clan has exhibited an overwhelming arrogance, claiming to be the embodiment of the heavenly path, while belittling other races. During ancient times, a formidable being could no longer endure their tyranny and charged into the lair of the Blood Demon clan armed. Subsequently, an increasing number of individuals followed suit, leading to an expansive battlefield that ultimately engulfed the entire Blood Demon clan. The situation was exceedingly tragic. Countless powerful figures perished, with rumors suggesting that no fewer than dozens of would-be emperors met their end. However, the Blood Demon clan was ultimately defeated. In the ancient battle, the Blood Demons suffered severe injuries, with only a handful of their kin managing to escape, never to regain their former prominence. Since that battle, although the Blood Demon clan was not exterminated, they were cast into shadows, and the surviving Blood Demons became exceedingly discreet, even concealing their lair. It is unexpected that they would dare to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Mechanism Master. Do they underestimate the Mountain Protecting Sect? It seems they believe themselves formidable once more. Celestial Master Yuntian scoffed. The blood poison of the Blood Demon clan is notoriously difficult to eradicate, integrating into the bloodstream of the afflicted, making separation nearly impossible. Unless a sage-level powerhouse employs supreme techniques, the blood poison afflicting the Celestial Mechanism Master cannot be purged. With merely a few individuals of the heavenly human realm, significant progress is arduous. Moreover, the blood demon responsible for administering the blood poison must still be a formidable presence at the Path Establishment realm. It is a stroke of luck that the Celestial Mechanism Master managed to survive. Hua Yunfei remarked, Master, that holy pill from earlier is sufficient to eliminate the blood poison and assist Master Tianji in recovering from all injuries. Indeed, the holy pill is rare and undoubtedly possesses extraordinary effects. Gui Yuanjinren concurred. Celestial Master Yuntian understood that while the holy pill is precious, it must be utilized at this juncture. He swiftly procured the holy pill and administered it to the Celestial Mechanism Master. Chapter 11. Those who offend the Mountain Protecting Sect shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Have you heard? The Celestial Mechanism Master has been humiliated. I've heard. Ha. That old fellow, usually a charlatan, has finally encountered misfortune. I suspect the Master and several elders will find amusement in his plight. I wonder who leaked the news. The incident of the Celestial Mechanism Master's humiliation had spread throughout the Mountain Protecting Sect. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and even the true inheritors of the sect stifled their laughter while gazing at the Mountain Protecting Peak. However, while laughter was abundant, the fact that someone had harmed a peak master of our sect felt akin to a slap across the face of the Mountain Protecting Sect. A young man clad in golden robes stood atop one peak, his expression cold, radiating murderous intent. Indeed, from the inception of the Mountain Protecting Sect, there has been an unwavering principle. Those who offend the Mountain Protecting Sect shall face retribution, no matter the distance. A silver-robed youth beside him drew forth a long-bladed artifact, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He was a true inheritor of the Wujifeng, inheriting the fiery temperament of the Wujiren. Disciples, heed my command. A voice steeped in authority resonated from the Mountain Protecting Peak, solemn and dignified, echoing throughout the Mountain Protecting Sect. All outer disciples, present. At the outermost periphery of the Mount Kaoshan sect, a multitude of youthful figures congregated, their collective aura surging forth, resonating with thunderous voices as they fervently responded to the call of their sect. Inner disciples, heed the summons. In the deeper regions, groups of inner disciples, akin to dragons among men, exuded vitality as they soared into the skies, loudly answering the sect's call. The true disciples of the sect are all present. Each true disciple represents the very core of the sect, with but a few individuals per peak. Yet, the power they unleashed was more formidable than that of all outer and inner disciples combined, soaring to the heavens. All elders, respond. The elderly figures were in attendance. Aside from the Daoyuan peak, the other 6 peaks stood tall with formidable elders. They were the respected elders of each peak. The head elder of the Tianji peak had narrowly escaped a deadly ambush by the Blood Demon clan yesterday and was nearly lost. According to the ironclad rules of our sect, the Blood Demon clan must be annihilated. 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 Kill. 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 The voices thundered like a storm, their overwhelming presence sweeping across the skies. The hearts of the entire sect were united. To bully the Tianji Jinren was to bully them all. To bully the entire Mount Kaoshan sect. This was a capital offense. They must be punished. Those who offend the Mount Kaoshan sect shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. The sect leader, Yuntian Jinren, bellowed with commanding authority. igniting the battle spirit of the Mount Kaoshan disciples. He personally led the charge, summoning the sect's seemingly invincible ancestor of the Tao realm. And alongside a host of powerful figures, they entered the spatial gateway of the sect, teleporting toward the Blood Demon clan's direction. A great battle was imminent. Hua Yunfei returned to Daoyuan Peak with Yi Bufan. He refrained from following, for the Mount Kaoshan sect still required guardianship. Not only him, but also Shaoxian Jinren remained behind. The two were tasked with protecting their home. Yuntian Jinren, accompanied by 4 esteemed leaders and numerous elders and disciples, surged toward the secret realm of the Blood Demon clan. Moreover, the sect's apparent Dao realm ancestor had also joined their ranks. Yi Bufan gazed into the distance, astonished that such momentous events unfolded so soon after his arrival at the Mount Kaoshan sect. Even more surprising was the sect's cohesion. It felt as though they were one. A true family. The Daoi Immortal Sect was entirely different, rife with intrigue and rivalry. Jest aside, while they laughed about Tianji Jinren, the fury within their hearts was genuine. It seemed the Blood Demon clan had met its match. They had kicked against iron. Master, is it all right that you are not joining them? He asked. Hee, Bufan, remember. Seeing is not always believing. None of my senior uncles are to be trifled with. Each one is deeply concealed. This statement applied to everyone in the Mount Kaoshan sect. Hua Yunfei's words piqued Yi Bufan's interest. Deeply concealed? Could it be that those who are going far exceed what I perceive? Or does it mean something else? Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the distance, his smile deepening. Compared to the likes of Go Dao, these individuals were true predecessors, experts in their own right. The ancestral figure of the Mount Kaoshan sect, the venerable Kaoshan ancestor, possessed an understanding of Go Dao that reached the level of an emperor. The fine tradition of Go Dao was a legacy he had passed down. Once, when the Kaoshan ancestor founded the sect, he faced formidable opposition from local powerhouses in the wasteland, including a formidable figure at the Dao realm level. At that time, the Kaoshan ancestor only appeared to possess cultivation at the celestial realm. Yet, when the two truly engaged, the Daoist practitioner was instantaneously vanquished. Subsequently, the family of Daoist practitioners arrived seeking vengeance, but before they could utter a word, the unassuming patriarch was reduced to dust. In comparison to the patriarch, they were still rather inexperienced. Now, the patriarch has entered eternal rest, and it is time for them to refine this craft to its zenith. Bufan, from this day forth, I shall guide you in your cultivation. Master, my meridians are exceedingly difficult to open. I shall assist you in unblocking them. Hua Yunfei emanated an aura of sanctity, his eyes radiating golden light, his presence akin to that of a living saint, exuding divine majesty. Above the heavens, beams of golden light from the great Tao cascaded down, enveloping Yi Bufan. The 4 ancient divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke, manifested around Hua Yunfei. In a brief moment, the air was filled with the roars of countless divine beasts, a terrifying phenomenon saturating the world. In this era, cultivation is arduous. With no emperors emerging and no saints manifesting, the ancient sacred body is particularly challenging to cultivate. Yet, it remains not impossible. With sufficient strength, one can pave the way for the ancient sacred body. Gui Mingfu, one of the 3 superpowers of Huangzhou, stands alongside Kaoshan Sect and Dao Isian Sect, also recognized as one of the 9 great immortal sects of the eastern region. The location of Gui Mingfu is a suspended island above a treacherous swamp teeming with deadly toxins. The island is shrouded in black mist, enveloping the entire sect's architecture. Kaoshan Sect has already set forth. Deep within Gui Mingfu, a gathering of formidable individuals convened. The leader, clad in black chainmail, exuded a solemn and imposing demeanor, his gaze intensely aggressive as he surveyed the assembly. It was Gui Mingzi, the master of Gui Mingfu. Among those gathered were the high-ranking members of Gui Mingfu, yet one stood out, towering at 3 meters, concealed beneath a black robe, his visage obscured. A sinister laughter emerged from beneath the robe, a sound that sent chills down the spines of the assembled elders, notorious figures of ill repute. He remarked, at this moment, they should be heading to our Blood Demon clan. Truly, they are unaware of their own limitations. He held Gui Ming's sect in contempt, considering it a mere force led by a practitioner of the Daoist realm, questioning its strength. The Blood Demon clan, once glorious, now possessed more than one practitioner of the Daoist realm. Could they truly compare with Gui Ming's sect? The figure cloaked in black continued. Leave the matters regarding real man Yun Tian of the Blood Demon clan to me. Gui Mingfu will focus on assaulting Kaoshan Sect, and upon success, we shall divide their resources equally. Agreed. Gui Mingzi nodded readily, a faint smile breaking through his stern countenance as he declared, may our collaboration flourish. Let us effortlessly seize Kaoshan Sect and partake in the bounty. After casting a glance at Gui Mingzi's woeful grin, The black-robed blood demon cackled and departed. Haha. This insignificant blood demon clan dares to dream of a share? Gui Mingzi scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold malice, his aura ominously foreboding. An elder with flowing white hair stood and clasped his fists. Master, we have received word from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. They are already on the move. Excellent. Gui Mingzi proclaimed. Once we consume Kaoshan Sect, the entirety of Huangzhou shall belong to Gui Mingfu. Daoisian Sect will inevitably fall to us as well. Chapter 12. A hint of hidden wealth above Daoyuan Peak. Golden light cascaded, and the celestial music of the great Dao permeated the entire Kaoshan Sect. Numerous disciples gazed toward Daoyuan Peak, the most enigmatic of the sect's summits, known for being the battleground of the sect leader and the 5 esteemed elders. Daoyuan Peak had always been a place of mystery in the hearts of many disciples. Although it was one of the 7 peaks of the Kaoshan Sect, its presence was notably subdued. Many disciples had heard of the name of the Daoyuan Jinren, but had never laid eyes upon him. This was due to the 99 formations arranged around Daoyuan Peak, which combined various defensive, offensive, and concealment characteristics. Without the express permission of Hua Yunfei, no one could ascend the mountain uninvited. This peculiar circumstance only served to heighten the allure of Daoyuan Peak and the legendary Daoyuan Jinren. With only the direct disciples of each peak having seen Hua Yunfei on a few occasions, the golden light of Shengxia persisted throughout the day, and as evening approached, the commotion surrounding Daoyuan Peak gradually subsided. Master, I have broken through to the 9th layer of the Meridian Realm, Yi Bufan exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Hua Yunfei had astonishingly propelled him from an ordinary mortal to the 9th layer of the Meridian Realm. Such power was incomprehensible. Furthermore, as an ancient holy body with meridians as tough as divine iron, breaking through had been a formidable challenge, yet it was achieved effortlessly in Hua Yunfei's hands. This was a feat that the masters of the various peaks of the Daoi Immortal Sect could not accomplish. Indeed, now you resemble a true holy body. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a faint golden radiance emanated from Yi Bufan, as he circulated his spiritual energy, causing golden blood energy to coalesce, exuding the demeanor of a top-tier genius. Presently, within the Kaoshan Sect, besides himself, Yi Bufan's talent was likely unrivaled. Yi Bufan knelt, tears glistening in his eyes. Master, your disciple. Hua Yunfei deliberately assumed a stern expression. Rise, for I am your master. Such is the least of manners, and no thanks are necessary. No, such a life-altering grace shall forever remain etched in my heart. Should the day come when my master is in peril, and I must sacrifice myself in your service, I shall not hesitate, Yi Bufan replied earnestly, bowing deeply in reverence. What troubles could I possibly have? Hua Yunfei chuckled, amused. In today's world, not just in the eastern region but throughout the central state and indeed the entire northern Dipper, there is no one who could take my life. Yi Bufan's heart was still tumultuous, eager to express more, but Hua Yunfei interrupted him. All right, I know you are a good child who repays kindness. I promise that should I require your assistance in the future, I will not hold back. Thank you, master. Yi Bufan bowed once more before rising. Hua Yunfei produced a golden tome. This is a gift for our first meeting, do not disdain it. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Yi Bufan gasped as he beheld the title, astonished. The Heavenly Emperor. What a figure. A pinnacle among emperors. Not just anyone could claim the title of Heavenly Emperor. Since the ancient times, only a handful of names had been passed down as Heavenly Emperors. As Yi Bufan opened the first page of the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, the content left him speechless. The ancient holy body becomes an emperor, unrivaled among emperors, thus titled the Heavenly Emperor. This is a cultivation method compiled by an ancient holy body after becoming an emperor, leaving a path to imperial ascension for future holy bodies. His inner turmoil surged as he delved into the section pertaining to the Meridian Realm, captivated by its descriptions. Standing atop the mountain, he had entered a state of transcendence. As time gradually passed, the golden blood coursing through Yi Bufan's veins thickened, seemingly coalescing into a golden dragon soaring through the heavens. Indeed, there was a hint of his master's former grace. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. Witnessing the remarkable prowess of his disciple brought him greater joy than his own breakthroughs in cultivation, a rather peculiar sentiment. He had come to understand why all formidable beings cherished the act of taking disciples, passing down their knowledge. It was a unique form of pride. On Daoyuan Peak, outside the realm of Daoist Xian, he and a woman hovered in midair. 99 formations barred their entry. Hua Yunfei waved aside the barriers, permitting Daoist Xian and the woman to ascend. Master, the density of spiritual energy here surpasses that of Xian Peak by several times. My realm feels invigorated. Hush, speak not, for I have brought you here with purpose. Daoist Xian led her to sit before Hua Yunfei, and the three of them faced one another. Hua Yunfei lifted a teacup and placed it before the two, brewing a fragrant tea that emanated the essence of loss. Is this the disciple your nephew has taken? Taoist Xian inquired curiously, observing Yi Bufan, who sat in meditation at a distance. The golden aura enveloping him exuded the spirit of a dragon among men. Being a disciple of Hua Yunfei, his talent was undoubtedly remarkable. Out of respect, she refrained from prying and straightforwardly asked, "Might I inquire about your beloved disciple's gifts?" Hua Yunfei nodded. "I encountered him by chance. His talent was commendable, so I accepted him." Taoist Xian smiled with genuine happiness, rejoicing for Hua Yunfei. The strongest peak of the Guangshan sect had a new heir, a momentous occasion indeed. Were it not for the matter concerning the celestial mechanism, the sect leader and several senior brothers would have undoubtedly come to offer their congratulations by now. Raising her teacup, she took a delicate sip. "Could you enlighten me, Master Uncle, regarding your cherished pupil's innate gifts?" Before departing the sect, Hua Yunfei had attended the triennial disciple recruitment ceremony, lasting a month, yet during that prolonged period, he had not encountered a disciple who met his high standards. It is difficult to fathom just how elevated his expectations were. In the current world, talent is classified into tiers: yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, Tao, saint, emperor, and immortal. Except for the emperor and immortal levels, the latter being nearly unseen. For instance, possessing a low-grade saint-level aptitude guarantees cultivation to the saint realm, provided one does not perish prematurely. In this waning era of the Tao, saints are seldom seen. Even those with saint-level aptitude find it arduous to ascend to the saint realm. Yet such talent is undeniably formidable. With the right opportunity, one could soar to great heights. Similarly, an individual with heaven-level aptitude is assured of cultivating to the celestial realm, so long as they remain alive. Those with Tao-level aptitude are guaranteed to reach the threshold of the Tao and could potentially become an ancestral figure for a sect. Heaven-level aptitude is the most common among the top talents of various grand factions, whereas Tao-level aptitude is exceedingly rare. The emergence of a saint-level aptitude can cause a sensation throughout the eastern region. After all, in this waning era of the Tao, not only are saints elusive, but the probability of encountering saint-level aptitude is also diminishing. Among the sacred land forces, their saint disciples often possess top-tier Tao-level aptitude, and the presence of saint-level aptitude is seldom seen. In a relatively small place like Huangzhou, acquiring a disciple with heaven-level aptitude is already a remarkable achievement, while Tao-level aptitude is a treasure that is seldom encountered. Xia Xianjinren estimated that Hua Yunfei has exceptionally high standards, presuming that only the finest Taoist-grade aptitude could satisfy him. Hua Yunfei smiled faintly, casting a satisfied glance at the meditative Yi Bufan, and remarked, "To be candid with you, Master Xia Xian, Bufan possesses a lower-grade holy-tier aptitude." He concealed a fraction of the truth, initially intending to mention Taoist-grade aptitude, but Yi Bufan, being an ancient sacred body, certainly possesses at least a holy-tier qualification, which is no secret. Should Xia Xianjinren scrutinize Yi Bufan closely, he would undoubtedly discern his unique constitution as a sacred body, thus revealing the lie. Therefore, it sufficed to withhold a slight detail. A lower-grade holy-tier qualification is already remarkably formidable. There isn't a single individual of such caliber in the entire Kaishan sect. Xia Xianjinren abruptly rose, gazing intently at Yi Bufan, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lower-grade holy tier. Is this true? A falsehood will incur a tenfold penalty. Hua Yunfei smiled confidently. Chapter 13. The incomplete Dark Knight's sacred body. Xia Xianjinren scrutinized Yi Bufan repeatedly. His golden meridians resembled divine iron. The golden vitality coursing through him appeared as a vast ocean of gold, surging like thunderous waves. An ancient sacred body, although Xia Xianjinren had lived for several centuries. Such an age is trivial among cultivators. She appeared no older than 30, with fair skin, striking beauty, a slightly plump yet graceful figure, hair elegantly pinned with a wooden hairpin, and dressed in a Taoist robe. She exuded a unique charm. Yet, at this moment, she lost her composure. Overwhelmed by the might of the ancient sacred body, a power she had heard of since childhood, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperors of humanity. Beside her, a young woman stood up, her face a portrait of shock, her beautiful features filled with astonishment, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Bufan. Hua Yunfei calmly sipped his tea, his expression serene and unconcerned. This scene must have mirrored the moment when the Immortal Sect first discovered Yi Bufan. Regrettably, they lacked the ability to recognize the potential of the ancient sacred body, believing it to be a path long closed, and thus missed the opportunity to nurture a monstrous prodigy. Fortunately, Yi Bufan was blessed with golden fortune and encountered him. Otherwise, even if he had met a supreme force of the sacred land, without the heavenly emperor scripture, all efforts would have been in vain. Only he, Hua Yunfei, could pave the way for the ancient sacred body to be reborn. Xia Xianjinren voiced her doubts. Nephew, is it not said that the ancient sacred body cannot cultivate? How then has Yi Bufan reached the 9th level of the meridian opening realm, nearing perfection? Moreover, from my observations, his cultivation continues to ascend, and he currently seems to be in a state of enlightenment, entirely unlike someone unable to cultivate. Merely a slight tactic, Hua Yunfei replied with a gentle smile. In truth, the ancient sacred body is not incapable of cultivation, it merely requires the right approach. Master, this chief disciple of the Tao source is quite mysterious. And so young and accomplished, the young woman beside Xia Xianjinren remarked softly. Xia Xianjinren composed herself and sat down again, saying, "This is my youngest disciple. Mu Qiuxue. You have not met her. She has been cultivating on Xiaxian Peak and rarely ventures out." The chief disciple is indeed a direct disciple, a core member of the sect. Hua Yunfei appraised Mu Qiuxue. She was sweetly beautiful, with delicate features, dressed in a white gown, sporting a ponytail, vibrant with youth. Name, Mu Qiuxue. Age, 24. The Dark Knight Celestial Body? Hua Yunfei was taken aback. This is indeed a supreme physique. Legends say that the most formidable assassin dynasty in the Big Dipper, the first generation of the Holy Master, possessed the Dark Knight Celestial Body, an innate constitution crafted for the art of hunting. However, Mu Qiuxue's physique is severely flawed, far from being as terrifying as it sounds. Despite its imperfections, the innate talent associated with her Dark Knight constitution has astonishingly reached the peak of the Tao tier. The talents of the young saints from the sacred lands are scarcely better. It appears that Mu Qiuxue remains oblivious to her possession of the Dark Knight Celestial Body, and she is entirely unaware that her dark affinity is significantly more powerful than her current swordsmanship talent. Master, your little disciple possesses remarkable aptitude. Hua Yunfei exclaimed with genuine admiration. Initially, he believed her talent was commendable, but seeing the disciple of his master left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The disparity was indeed vast. It seems that the ancestral tomb of the Reliant Mountain Sect will soon boast yet another formidable foundation. Master, there's no need for such concern, Hua Yunfei chuckled. A low-grade Tao tier aptitude is still considered exceptional across the entire Big Dipper. His words held truth. In this era of spiritual decline, a Tao tier aptitude, which might have once been deemed ordinary, is now a rarity of considerable strength. Many young saints from the sacred lands possess merely peak Tao tier talents. Your disciple can discern Qiuxue's aptitude at a glance. The Xiaxian real person was somewhat astonished. She had not revealed Mu Qiuxue's talent. Yet Hua Yunfei was able to perceive it. Hua Yunfei maintained his composure and replied, "It is merely a slight proficiency in discerning abilities, allowing me to gauge the general talents of others, a trivial skill." Oh, Xiaxian real person did not press further and nodded. Unbeknownst to them, Hua Yunfei inquired, "Today, master, what brings you and Qiuxue here?" Xiaxian real person promptly addressed the matter at hand. The Tao Source Peak is replete with rich spiritual energy, and given Qiuxue's formidable talent, she did not wish for her to waste the most precious years of cultivation. Thus, she hoped to allow her to train here for a period, wondering if her disciple might be accommodating. Hua Yunfei paused briefly. To keep her at Tao Source Peak for training? He hesitated, for Tao Source Peak concealed many treasures and secrets. He was not concerned about any potential theft, but rather about the vast difference between Xiaxian Peak and Tao Source Peak. The former felt almost like a village in comparison. Once Mu Qiuxue grew accustomed to the training environment here, returning to Xiaxian Peak would likely prove challenging. Furthermore, having a woman residing at Tao Source Peak presented its own complications. Hua Yunfei found himself in a quandary, reluctant to refuse. The various peaks of the Reliant Mountain Sect were akin to family. Declining would seem rather unkind. Moreover, Xiaxian real person had treated him well since childhood, and she shared a strong bond with his father. If he were to refuse, it would likely cause his father some embarrassment. As a junior, it was important to show deference in such minor matters. Thus, he ultimately decided to allow Qiuxue to remain at Tao Source Peak for a time. Nevertheless, he secretly hoped she would return home soon, as having a woman around made him feel rather uneasy. As the Xianjinren rose, he smiled and said, "I shall express my gratitude." Mu Qiuxue slightly bowed in return. "Thank you, Dao Yuan's esteemed leader. No need for such formalities. We are family after all." "It is but a trivial matter." Hua Yunfei casually waved his hand. After Xianjinren departed, Hua Yunfei arranged for Mu Qiuxue to have a place to stay, leaning on Yi Bufan for support. That night, Yi Bufan remained in a state of meditation, his body enveloped in a golden aura, surging upwards like an ocean tide into the sky. At this moment, he had successfully transcended to the first layer of the Yuan Dan realm, condensing the Yuan Dan within him, transforming spiritual energy into spiritual power. Truly, The Heavenly Emperor scripture is remarkable, Hua Yunfei marveled. As the techniques crafted by a body of imperial caliber are indeed formidable. He sat nearby, savoring his tea, filled with pride as he observed his exceptional disciple. This feeling was quite delightful, even sparking a desire to take on another disciple, to cultivate another. Chapter 14. The Tai Sword Technique. The ancient emperor of Tai under the luminous moon, sensing Hua Yunfei's thoughts, the system promptly initiated action. Host since. Stop right there. Hua Yunfei chuckled, saying, though this feeling is pleasurable, the rewards for accepting disciples are rather underwhelming. The Heavenly Emperor scripture is undeniably powerful, yet I am unable to utilize it. He had not examined the rank of the Tai sword technique, but he presumed it was mediocre. After all, he already possessed an abundance of techniques. Merely mediocre? The Tai sword technique is the imperial sword technique created by the Sword Emperor. It exists above the sacred tier of techniques. The imperial sword technique? Hua Yunfei gasped. Is it truly that impressive? He swiftly retrieved the Tai sword technique, scrutinizing it with awe. The ancient emperor of Tai, a prodigy who claimed the title of Sword Emperor. One man, one sword, invincible under heaven. The Tai sword technique was the culmination of his lifelong mastery. Crafted in his later years based on the sword techniques he wielded throughout his youth. I thought you would discern its value, yet you seem rather foolish. Have you become overwhelmed by the abundance of treasures after signing in for a century? Hua Yunfei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He promptly committed the Tai sword technique to memory, intending to practice it during his leisure hours to bolster his prowess. Will you proceed with the disciple acceptance task? The rewards will be undeniably generous, not inferior to what you gain from a decade's worth of sign-ins. Not inferior to my decade's worth of sign-ins? Hua Yunfei's expression shifted. Igniting a spark of delight, his sign-in system allowed for monthly sign-ins, and the treasures accumulated over a year were assuredly valuable. 10 years, or even 20, would yield even greater rewards. The minimum would be treasures above the sacred tier, such as the great transformation of the universe, the word of truth, the enlightenment tree st leaves, the ginseng fruit tree, the imperial weapon chaos bell, and so forth, all obtained from a decade's worth of sign-ins. If each disciple acceptance reward were of the caliber from a decade's worth of sign-ins, that would be astonishing. I shall first recruit 100 disciples from the inner sect. Do remember to grant me my rewards. Hua Yunfei rose, reassured that the inheritor of the Dao Yuan Peak was secured. The requirements for disciples' potential could be somewhat relaxed. If one were to inquire how relaxed, well, as long as they are alive and breathing, whether they scurry on the ground, swim in the water, or soar in the sky. It is a pig, and Hua Yunfei is confident that he can teach it to become the saint of pigs. Wait, do you think rewards are so easily obtained? Do you have further demands? Hua Yunfei frowned. As a disciple of the path of survival, he was reluctant to expose himself. If there were requirements for aptitude, he would have to venture out to search, which was rather troublesome. What if he accidentally harmed an elder from a sacred land? That would only add to his troubles. One must give to gain. The universe operates on the principle of cause and effect. Having reached such a level of cultivation, do you not understand this? Hua Yunfei sensed the system's irritation, feeling as though it was on the verge of scolding him, and he conceded, do tell. The disciple recruitment task is merely a method for the host to acquire more valuable items. Relying solely on sign-ins would take far too long. All right, spare me the brainwashing. I'm quite perceptive. Ding. Task system confirmed and activated. Now issuing the disciple recruitment task. Number of disciples required. 1. Requirement. Minimum aptitude of low-tier saint level. Other talent requirements. None. Task duration. 5 months. Completion reward. A disciple recruitment gift pack. Failure penalty. Random disappearance of 1 spiritual treasure held by the host. In today's North Dipper, saint-level aptitude is exceedingly rare. Even sacred land forces covet such talents. And you still set a minimum requirement? Are you jesting? To recruit a disciple with at least low-tier saint-level aptitude, do you consider them as common as cabbages? It is indeed rare. Many top-tier geniuses may remain ordinary throughout their lives, unaware of their prodigious cultivation aptitude. This statement holds truth. 10-year sign-in level reward, the system casually muttered. Hearing this, Hua Yunfei felt a tingle of excitement within. After all, 5 months is ample time. He reassured himself that for the sake of the ultimate reward, he could only comfort himself in this manner. In the early morning, Yi Bufan finally awakened. His entire demeanor was subdued, lacking any extraordinary traits. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that he harbored a volcano within him. When he moved, the heavens would tremble and the earth would quake. His realm had ascended to the second layer of the Yuan Dan realm, achieved in merely a day and a night. Hua Yunfei emerged from his cultivation cave, a slight smile gracing his lips as he pointed to the ginseng fruit tree. Feeling hungry? Over there, that fruit tree. When you're tempted, feel free to pick one. It's beneficial for your health and longevity. Master. Yi Bufon's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward. I have reached the second layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Very good, very good. You are indeed much stronger than I was at your age. Hua Yunfei could easily discern his level of cultivation and was quite pleased. By his estimation, Yi Bufon, at the second layer of the Yuan Dan realm, could rival a genius at the fourth layer. Of course, this only referred to normal geniuses. Top-tier geniuses and prodigies find it exceedingly difficult to challenge beyond their ranks. They are all core disciples of their sects, cultivating supreme techniques, and their combat prowess is likewise exceptional. Casual advancements beyond one's rank do not align with the principles of the heavenly way. Here, I have a rather ordinary sword technique, the Tai sword technique. Take it and practice as you wish. Hua Yunfei produced the Tai sword technique and handed it to Yi Bufon. The Tai sword technique. Yi Bufon tightly grasped the technique. His expression one of fascination. He understood that while his master referred to it as ordinary, it was anything but. Even the heavenly emperor scripture was described as ordinary by him. Upon opening the text, as expected by Yi Bufon, the Tai sword technique is indeed a creation of the ancient Tai emperor, a technique of imperial caliber. It is exceedingly rare to encounter an imperial sword technique even within the vast expanse of the Northern Dipper. To think that his master would casually present it, calling it merely ordinary. At that moment, Mu Qiushua stepped forward, noticing Yi Bufon's awakening. With curiosity, she approached him with a gentle smile and said, "Hello, my name is Mu Qiushua." Her sweet smile and youthful visage, complemented by a ponytail, easily garnered the affection of those around her. Taken aback by the sudden approach of such a beautiful girl, Yi Bufon felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks as he stammered, "Hello, I am Yi Bufon, a disciple of Daoyuan Peak." As he spoke, he tucked the Tai sword technique securely into his clothing, the items bestowed by his master. He would not reveal to outsiders without permission. An imperial sword technique could incite chaos wherever it was displayed. He could not bring trouble upon his master. Hua Yunfei smiled slightly, remarking that Qiushua was the youngest true disciple of the Xiaxian Peak, possessing exceptional talent. Just yesterday, the Grand Master of Xiaxian personally delivered her to Daoyuan Peak for further cultivation, advising them to get along well. Yi Bufon promptly nodded, affirming, "I shall remember this." "Disciple." "Indeed," Hua Yunfei replied, then turned his gaze towards Mu Qiushua, deliberating for a moment before speaking again. "Qiushua, do you find yourself standing in darkness as if under the bright light of day? How could the Grand Master of Daoyuan be aware of this?" This was a matter known only to her master. Mu Qiushua, startled by the remark, looked towards Hua Yunfei. "I possess the ability to see through the essence of others. I previously mentioned this to your master," Hua Yunfei explained. "Ah, I see." Mu Qiushua tightened her clothing, inquiring, "Grand Master of Daoyuan, does your sudden mention of this matter imply there is an issue? Would you like to know why you are different from others?" Chapter 15. The Visit from the Ghostly Underworld, the Arrival of Ghostly Prince. Mu Qiushua certainly wished to know. Each night, the pitch-black world appeared to her as bright as day. Only the moon in the sky reminded her that it was indeed nighttime. Before entering the realm of cultivation, this question had troubled her for a long time. As mortals require sleep, a world perpetually illuminated would severely disrupt her rest. Over time, her body grew increasingly frail. Ultimately, she resolved to embark on the path of immortality. She endured great hardships to arrive at Mount Kaoshan, participating in the grand ceremony for disciples. Eventually, she successfully became a disciple under the Xiaxian master. After becoming a cultivator, while the situation remained unresolved, her reliance on sleep diminished. She learned to substitute cultivation for rest, alleviating her troubles. This peculiar phenomenon had been a topic of discussion between Mu Qiushua and the Xiaxian master. However, the master had not uncovered the cause. As time passed, Mu Qiushua gradually forgot about it. It was only when Hua Yunfei mentioned it that she recalled its existence. "I certainly wish to know, but this matter is one that even my master does not comprehend," Mu Qiushua expressed. "The Dark Night Immortal Body." Hua Yunfei remarked with a smile, "Have you heard of it? The Dark Night Immortal Body?" Mu Qiushua shook her head, indicating she had not encountered such a term. Yi Bufon then inquired, "Master, could this Dark Night Immortal Body be a unique constitution akin to my own? But why have I never heard of it?" "It is quite normal that you have not heard of it. The Dark Night Immortal Body has only manifested once. The dynasty of assassins, the imperial court, and the first generation of the Holy Sovereign, the Eternal Night Emperor. His physique is none other than the celestial body of the night. Undoubtedly, the Eternal Night Emperor possesses a flawless manifestation of this celestial form, while Mu Qiushua's is gravely deficient. This is a secret, merely a legend, which Hua Yunfei stumbled upon by chance. It is entirely reasonable that the esteemed Jinren of the Lower Su has no knowledge of it." Initially, Hua Yunfei too believed it was merely a tale, considering that 1,000,000 years have passed, making the truth of the Eternal Night Emperor's story difficult to ascertain. The only ones who might truly know the facts are the imperial court itself, yet they seldom reveal themselves. Even the most formidable of sacred lands tremble before them, for they are the true assassins. It is rumored that they have eliminated ancient emperors of unparalleled strength. Although no one believes these accounts, they instill fear in countless hearts. Hua Yunfei briefly explained to the two, stating, "Qiushua, while your physique is indeed powerful, it is incomplete. Your essence is not whole," making it challenging to fully harness the might of the celestial body of the night. He then continued, "However, in the wilderness province, even an incomplete celestial body of the night suffices." Mu Qiushua's excitement surged, her face flushing with anticipation. "How can I activate the celestial body of the night?" she inquired eagerly. Even if it pales in comparison to the Eternal Night Emperors, she was still thrilled. A unique physique is the aspiration of every cultivator, greatly enhancing combat prowess and affirming her future path in cultivation, rendering her journey considerably easier. "It is quite simple. You merely need to activate it," Hua Yunfei replied. "And how do I activate it?" Mu Qiushua gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Her master often spoke of her master's nephew, Daoyuan Jinren, as the most enigmatic figure of the Kegong sect, possessing innumerable treasures, an unparalleled vision, extraordinary talent, and formidable prowess. Observing the situation now, it seemed her master may have understated his merits. With a mere glance, he discerned her special physique and articulated it accurately. Such insight is indeed rare in this world. With a light chuckle, Hua Yunfei instructed, "Stand still, it will be over swiftly." He gestured, a streak of luminescence striking Mu Qiushua's navel. "Ugh," she uttered softly, her brows furrowing in discomfort. Yet, she understood that Hua Yunfei was aiding her, and thus she could not resist. Shortly thereafter, Yi Bufan, who stood nearby, sensed that Mu Qiushua seemed to have acquired something new, something akin to what he possessed. It resided within her abdomen, enigmatic in nature, a form of Tao essence. His was the source of the holy body, while Mu Qiushua's was the source of the celestial body of the night, albeit in a severely diminished form, merely a fragment. As Mu Qiushua was enveloped in a unique aura, she appeared almost invisible when one glanced at her without focus. This was still during daylight. If it were night, she would likely merge completely with the shadows. A natural-born assassin, Hua Yunfei withdrew his hand, standing with his hands clasped behind him, effortlessly igniting the source of the celestial body of the night within Mu Qiushua. For him, it was a trivial endeavor, yet for the sect, having an additional disciple with a celestial body of the night bore immense significance. In the future, as Mu Qiushua flourished, the sect's ancestral lineage would gain another formidable foundation. The sect would grow stronger, and his own existence within the Kegong sect would become increasingly secure. This is the essence of the celestial body of the night. Mu Qiushua felt the source of the celestial body within her, utterly astonished. She felt her strength had doubled, far surpassing her previous capabilities. This was in spite of the extreme incompleteness of her celestial body's essence. Should there come a day when she could mend the missing source, she would be immensely grateful to the esteemed master. Mu Qiushua hurriedly bowed, her voice brimming with excitement. No need for such formality. Hua Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. To him, it was merely a trivial task. "Congratulations, Sister Mu, on awakening the night's celestial body. You are destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the wilderness state," Yi Bufan remarked. "Hee, you are no slouch either. With the primordial sacred body, you can contend with emperors." Mu Qiushua cheerfully patted Yi Bufan's shoulder, elated. She knew she had made the right choice in coming to Daoyuan Peak this time. "Hee, you flatter me, sister," Yi Bufan responded awkwardly, struggling to adapt to the conversation with Mu Qiushua. "Qiushua," Hua Yunfei interjected, "the dark talent of the night's celestial body is extraordinarily potent. Although your essence is incomplete, you possess top-tier dark aptitude. You must practice dark attribute techniques in the future." "Yes, Qiushua will remember this," she replied earnestly. "You possess the night celestial body. You are a supreme assassin. Always keep that in mind." "I am an assassin." Mu Qiushua firmly etched these words into her memory. At the entrance of the Kaoshan sect, a figure suddenly appeared, clad in black chainmail, tall and imposing, with a stern countenance and eyes that radiated authority without anger. It was Gui Mingzi, the lord of the ghostly underworld. Elder Shi, who had been punished by the celestial machine master, was still enduring his arduous watch. His loose lips had divulged the incident regarding the celestial machine master, causing a scandal that left the sect's reputation tarnished. Before departing, the celestial machine master had sentenced him to guard the sect for a year as a form of penance. However, merely keeping watch was not entirely unpleasant. Yet upon seeing Gui Mingzi, Elder Shi's expression changed abruptly. He quickly rose, anxiety etched on his face, and inquired, "To what do we owe the honor of your presence?" "Esteemed Gui Mingzi?" Gui Mingzi folded his arms behind his back and snorted coldly. "Is this how your Kaoshan sect receives guests? Is my status not sufficient for a cup of tea?" While it was indeed sufficient, Elder Shi understood the sect was currently in a vulnerable state and dared not be careless. Gui Mingzi was cunning and ruthless, not a paragon of righteousness. His sudden visit without cause was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. However, your unexpected visit surely merits an explanation. Considering the history between the Kaoshan sect and the ghostly underworld, Elder Shi said with a strained smile. He then instructed a nearby disciple. "Go summon Xianjinren and Daoyuanjinren. Inform them of Gui Mingzi's sudden arrival." Ignoring the disciple who hurried to relay the message, Gui Mingzi forced a grim smile, acknowledging the long-standing animosity between the ghostly underworld and the Kaoshan sect. "Thus, today shall bring a resolution." With a swift motion, he extended the hand previously concealed behind his back, grasping Elder Shi by the neck and lifting him effortlessly, sneering, "A mere initial stage divine infant dares to obstruct my path." Chapter 16. That performance was truly exhausting. Boom. A colossal force struck Elder Shi's abdomen. Uft. Blood erupted from Elder Shi as he was sent sprawling like a kite with its strings severed, crashing some distance away, unable to rise for a moment. Struggling to lift his head, his face contorted in pain, he bellowed, "Enemy attack." A thunderous sound suddenly reverberated through the halls of the Kaoshan sect. An enemy assault. All disciples, along with the elders, rushed frantically towards the sect's gates, weapons in hand, devoid of any fear. In times of peril, they vowed to defend their sect to the death. "Ha! Without the presence of Master Yuntian or Daoist Xuanhe, what do you possess to contend against me?" Daoist Xuanhe is the publicly acknowledged ancestor of the Kaoshan sect, the revered master of Yuntian and the former sect leader, a being of the realm of the path. Gui Mingzi swaggered into the Kaoshan sect, hovering in midair, inhaling spiritual energy with delight. "From this day forth, the Kaoshan sect shall be mine to command." What audacity! An elder of considerable age stepped forward, scoffing. "Do you truly believe that you, alone, can challenge the entirety of the Kaoshan sect? Indeed, even if you are the leader of a faction, such an act is beyond your reach. How laughable! You are utterly arrogant. Absurd." The assembled elders, furious and indignant, surrounded Gui Mingzi, their expressions fierce. Upon closer inspection, there were over 40 elders present, each at least at the initial stage of the divine infant realm. Gui Mingzi, intrigued, surveyed the scene. It must be said that the Kaoshan sect's strength had indeed grown significantly in recent years. Despite having taken many formidable individuals away, the sect still boasted such a multitude of divine infant experts. He secretly rejoiced, grateful that the Gui Ming mansion had acted prematurely. Otherwise, in a century's time, it would likely not stand a chance against the Kaoshan sect. How infuriating that this man appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly dismissive of the elder's presence. Numerous disciples, armed and vigilant, encircled him, their gazes fixed with palpable animosity. Witnessing his nonchalance, akin to strolling through one's own garden, they were instantly incensed. Some hot-headed disciples from Wujifeng could not restrain themselves, hurling curses at Gui Mingzi. If only the sect leader were still present, he would never dare to act so brazenly. How vexing! They lamented their own lack of strength, wishing they could join the elders in battle. "Gui Mingzi, you are far too audacious." Daoist Xiaxuan arrived, brandishing a fiery red divine whip, a formidable artifact of the realm of the path, passed down from her master, imbued with immense power. After many years, Daoist Xiaxuan's beauty surpasses even that of the past. Gui Mingzi's stiff visage cracked into a smile as he leered at her, his eyes filled with lascivious intent. He exclaimed, "Might I be granted the honor of a fleeting embrace to fulfill my desires?" Such blasphemous words ignited the fury of all present, who pointed angrily at him, cursing in outrage. "Die!" An elder wielding a divine sword of the divine infant realm unleashed a furious strike. Instantly, a blinding sword light cleaved through the air, stretching for miles, its essence roaring with the will of the sword path. Mere tricks. Gui Mingzi nonchalantly shattered the sword energy with a wave of his hand, flicking his fingers, sending the attacking elder flying a great distance, spewing blood, his vitality diminished. The disparity in realms was too immense. This was sheer bullying. Daoist Xiaxuan lashed out with her fiery whip towards Gui Mingzi. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he reached out to grasp the divine whip, rendering her efforts futile, unable to break free despite her might. "Now do you comprehend the disparity in strength?" Mingzi scoffed, tugging at the divine whip, drawing the body of the lower Xianjinren closer to him. "Do you truly believe you can disregard the entire Kaoshan sect alone?" Is there no one left in the Kaoshan sect? Numerous elders unleashed formidable spells, overwhelming him with their might. Even with Gemingzi's cultivation, it was impossible for him to fend off the combined assault of over 40 divine infant-level cultivators while also dealing with the lower Xian Junren. In a moment of urgency, he relinquished the divine whip, allowing the lower Xian Junren to escape. Subsequently, he thrust his hands forward with great force, emanating an intense aura that resonated with the heavens, summoning divine thunder that shattered the spells of the elders in an instant. Some of the slightly weaker elders were instantly injured by the backlash, spitting out blood. Yet, none retreated. They remained steadfast, their eyes locked on Gemingzi. They vowed to share their sect's fate. Do you know why you cannot break through to the celestial realm? Gemingzi surveyed the crowd. It is not due to talent, but rather your ignorance. You do not understand what it means to be a celestial. Now, I shall enlighten you on the essence of the celestial. He raised his hands high above his head, as dark clouds gathered above the Kaoshan sect, the very foundations of heaven and earth roaring in response to his call. In an instant, the winds howled and the clouds shifted. A celestial's every word and action can summon the forces of heaven and earth. Gemingzi, a being of the 9th layer of the celestial realm, wielded powers that were far beyond the capabilities of the lower Xian Junren, who was merely at the early stage of the 2nd layer. At this moment, Gemingzi appeared as a colossal giant, gazing down upon everyone with a detached expression. Now do you perceive the gap between us? He declared. With Yun Tian Junren and Xian He Daoren absent, no one stands as my equal. Under his celestial might, all were subdued. The terrifying aura of Gemingzi constrained their capabilities. Damn it! The elders and disciples gritted their teeth in frustration, yet they found themselves powerless. The lower Xian Junren gripped the fiery red divine whip tightly, her expression grave. Gemingzi's strength was overwhelming. Even if she unleashed her hidden potential, it would only allow her to stall for a moment, not defeat him. However, the lower Xian Junren turned her gaze toward the direction of Daoyuan Peak, where Hua Yunfei was rushing toward her, landing at her side with hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable. Gemingzi, have you ever heard of catching a turtle in a pot? Upon seeing Hua Yunfei arrive and stand beside the lower Xian Junren, several disciples immediately recognized him. It was the Dao Yuan Junren. Indeed, it was he, rarely seen but now appearing in the face of adversity. Handsome and elegant, a true prodigy. Many disciples gazed at Hua Yunfei with delight. Most had never seen him, and many had only caught fleeting glimpses. His arrival stirred excitement among them. According to the sect master, our Dao Yuan Junren is the most formidable. Who knows if that's truly the case? Oh, Gemingzi turned his attention to Hua Yunfei, appraising him. You are the elusive head of Daoyuan Peak. Even with his status, he had heard of the mysterious Dao Yuan Junren of the Kaoshan sect. Hua Yunfei chose to ignore him and address the elders, saying, Elders, please step back. You Wu and Ti want to be splattered with blood. Ha ha ha. Gui Mingzi laughed heartily, his expression mocking. What you just referred to as capturing a turtle in a jar, are you implying it pertains to me? Hua Yunfei revealed a faint smile, hoping that he would still be able to smile shortly. Before he could finish his words, he gestured with his fingers, causing the 7 main peaks of the Kaoshan sect to tremble violently, erupting with intense fluctuations. A surge of righteous energy materialized, forming a bowl-shaped protective shield in the sky. You must be well acquainted with the protective formation of the sect, esteemed elder. I assume the ghost underworld possesses something similar. At that moment, the previously solemn-faced Xia Xian Junren suddenly broke into a smile, having played his part with considerable effort. The elders also began to chuckle, sheathing their weapons and standing with their hands behind their backs, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Elder Shi, beside them, rubbed his belly and staggered to his feet, grinning at Gui Mingzi with a toothy grin. All in act. The disciples, however, remained oblivious, staring wide-eyed in confusion. Gui Mingzi's expression darkened, his demeanor as cold as water. Chapter 17. When I was acting, you were still in your diapers. Gazing up at the protective array, Gui Mingzi narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Hua Yunfei and Xia Xian Junren. Did you intentionally allow me to enter? He queried. Who do you think you are? Surely you cannot believe that with your celestial realm cultivation, you could easily infiltrate the Kaoshan sect? He scoffed incredulously. I never imagined that the esteemed master of the ghost underworld could be so naively innocent. Many elders chuckled, their tones lighthearted. Before leaving the sect, Master Yuntian had covertly issued a secret order regarding this matter, instructing them to prepare discreetly without revealing their intentions. To their surprise, they had indeed hooked a big fish. You. Gui Mingzi glared at the elders, then turned his attention to Xia Xian Junren and Hua Yunfei. How did you know I was coming? This information was known only to the ghost underworld, the Blood Demon clan, and the Sun Moon Divine sect. Yet, they were all tied to the ghost underworld, making it impossible for them to divulge any news. Hua Yunfei replied, It's not difficult to deduce. The celestial mechanism Jinren was injured within the ghost underworld's territory by the blood demon clan. This alone is insufficient to infer that the ghost underworld was scheming behind the scenes, is it? Gui Mingzi remained skeptical of Hua Yunfei's words. Insufficient? Hua Yunfei chuckled, a mocking smile gracing his lips. If it were anyone else, it might indeed be inadequate, but you specifically targeted the celestial mechanism Jinren, who cultivates the path of causality. Attacking him means tainting the celestial mechanism and entangling yourself in causality. This is a stain that cannot be washed away. A simple deduction would yield the desired result. Infuriating. Realization dawned on Gui Mingzi, his anger surging. After planning for so long, he had fallen into such a pitiful trap. He seethed with rage, blaming the foolish blood demon clan for choosing the celestial mechanism Jinren as their target. It was utterly preposterous. However, he soon regained his composure, readopting a smile. The protective array is merely to prevent my escape, but it seems you are not my match. In a confrontation, the odds are decidedly in my favor. Humph. Xia Xian Jinren sneered. I regret to inform you that the Kaoshan Sect's protective array has been enhanced by Daoyuan Jinren, now possessing the capability to attack from within. In truth, this enhancement was made possible by Hua Yunfei, who had utilized the Qian Kuan formation pin acquired through his sign-in to rewrite the formation patterns within the protective array. One segment of the defensive formation was transformed into an offensive one, endowing the protective array of the Mountain Reliance Sect with an aggressive capability, albeit at the cost of its defensive prowess. What? Gui Mingzi hastily lifted his gaze, only to discover that the protective array was severing his connection to the forces of heaven and earth. Moreover, a terrifying thunder was coalescing above his head, directly aimed at him. Hua Yunfei remarked, just a reminder, the protective array of the Mountain Reliance Sect is of the inferior grade of the holy tier. What? Is it not of the middle grade of the Dao tier? Gui Mingzi was astounded. The entire wasteland knew that the protective array of the Mountain Reliance Sect was the weakest among the 9 great sects of the eastern region, merely of the middle grade of the Dao tier. How had it suddenly transformed into an inferior grade of the holy tier? Even the protective array of the Gui Ming mansion was only of the supreme grade of the Dao tier. His expression shifted drastically. A holy tier inferior grade protective array with offensive capabilities could injure him with a single strike. An elder scoffed, everyone knows this. It must have been spread by our Mountain Reliance Sect, you fool. Who would reveal their secrets to you? Laughter erupted among the disciples, their hearts brimming with satisfaction. How infuriating. You wretched lot, everything you present is a facade, all lies. Gui Mingzi's face turned a ghastly shade of green. This is the path of survival. What do you know? Hua Yunfei and the real person of Lower Xian commanded the protective array, simultaneously directing their fingers. Instantly, the thunder above Gui Mingzi's head emitted a blinding radiance, and with a resounding crash, a massive bolt of lightning surged forth. The lightning, imbued with terrifying destructive power, appeared like a thunder dragon, instantly manifesting above Gui Mingzi's head and piercing through his crown. Ah! Gui Mingzi cried out in anguish. The black chainmail he wore began to smoke under the onslaught. Yet abruptly, amidst his cries of despair, he burst into laughter, revealing a precious lamp artifact in his hand. The moment the lightning made contact, it disintegrated into ashes. What kind of artifact is this? The attack of the holy tier inferior grade protective array was rendered ineffective. The elders were taken aback, their composure shattered. Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes. This was serious. The real person of Lower Xian cautiously unleashed a defensive spell, shielding the disciples beneath to safeguard against unforeseen events. Did you not expect this? Gui Mingzi, holding the precious lamp artifact, wore a mocking expression. His rigid face contorted with derision. You may perform, but I can do so even better. Mere theatrics. When I utilize it, you were still in your infancy. With that, he forcefully blew upon the flame of the lamp. Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted, comprised of 3 colors, white, yellow, and red, radiating an overwhelming heat. The flames surged towards the protective array, instantly dismantling the entire formation. The real person of Lower Xian stood in shock. The elders and disciples were all rendered speechless. What sort of artifact is this? It could instantaneously dismantle a holy tier inferior grade protective array. What significance does a holy tier inferior grade hold in the presence of my artifact? Gui Mingzi sneered, scanning the expressions of those around him with satisfaction. This borrowed treasure from the Sun and Moon Sect indeed proved to be highly effective. Originally intended to breach the protective array of the Mountain Reliance Sect, he seized the opportunity upon witnessing their unguarded vulnerability and boldly strode in. Initially thought to be unnecessary, it was surprising to discover that the protective formation of the Kaoshan Sect had assumed an offensive capability. Thus, it was deployed to shatter the protective formation of the Kaoshan Sect. Your magical artifact? Perhaps that is not entirely the case. Hua Yunfei remained composed, letting out a low chuckle. Surely, it must be borrowed from some sacred-level power, am I wrong? Gui Mingzi narrowed his eyes. Do you look down upon the Gui Ming mansion? Indeed, Hua Yunfei candidly nodded. Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain your bravado. Now that the protective formation has been breached and the Kaoshan Sect's strength has waned, there is no need for concealment. Everyone may reveal themselves. With a wave of his hand, Gui Mingzi produced a bag, opened its mouth, and instantly, nearly 100 figures appeared around them. This was a treasure capable of storing living beings. It contained the formidable experts of the Gui Ming mansion. No wonder he dared to swagger into my sect alone. The elders narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing the newly emerged individuals. Many of these faces were familiar to them. Having dealt with the Gui Ming mansion for many years, almost all elder-level figures were recognizable. Among them were two elderly men in gray robes, standing beside Gui Mingzi. Their expressions were calm, yet their aura was formidable, hardly weaker than Gui Mingzi himself. Additionally, there were dozens of towering figures cloaked in black, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, leaving one to wonder what monstrous beings lurked beneath their dark garb. Hee, the true master has finally arrived. Is this the Kaoshan Sect? From now on, this shall be the domain of the Blood Demon clan. Boomed the largest black-robed figure, a chilling laughter escaping his lips. The Blood Demon clan. Xia Xinzhenren was taken aback. The sect leaders had ventured to eradicate the Blood Demon clan. Yet they could still spare forces to confront the Kaoshan Sect. Haha, you have finally emerged. I have been waiting so long that my arm has grown weary. The elders of the Gui Ming mansion sneered, retrieving their magical artifacts and preparing to utterly consume the Kaoshan Sect. The two gray-robed elders beside Gui Mingzi displayed calm expressions as they slowly retreated behind the crowd, showing no intention of participating. Gui Mingzi said, "Gentlemen, it will soon conclude. And at that time, we shall share the spoils equally." The two gray-robed elders said nothing further and stood in the air, closing their eyes in meditation. Everything around them seemed to hold no relevance to the two. Hua Yunfei observed this scene entirely. Although the situation appeared grim, the corners of his mouth began to rise slowly. Not only him, but Xia Xinzhenren and all the elders also revealed smiles once more. Chapter 18, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The identities of the two gray-robed elders were transparent to Hua Yunfei. He saw through their information in an instant. Name, Li Qingchong. Age, 822. Realm, 9 layers of the celestial realm. Identity, Elder of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Mid-tier Heavenly Array Master. Cultivation aptitude, low-tier Heavenly Grade. They were indeed twins. Hua Yunfei chuckled coldly within. As expected, Gui Mingzi had substantial backing. The forces behind him belonged to the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, one of the two supreme sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, a top-tier power wielding an imperial weapon. Having ingratiated himself with them, Gui Mingzi's confidence soared as he allied with the Blood Demon clan, intending to swiftly annex the Mount Reliance Sect. Hua Yunfei cast a glance at all those present in the sky and turned to Gui Mingzi, inquiring, "Are all your people gathered?" Gui Mingzi forced a smile, proclaiming with arrogance, "They are indeed assembled. The demise of the Mount Reliance Sect is nigh. Since they are gathered, it will be easier to proceed." Hua Yunfei and the real person of Lower Xian exchanged knowing smiles, then simultaneously directed their gaze towards the depths of the Mount Reliance Sect. There lay the ancestral grounds of the sect, and even deeper, the ancestral tombs where all the revered ancestors of the Mount Reliance Sect were interred. A spectacle was about to unfold. Despite my age, I find myself once again invigorated by a surge of fervor, laughed an elder, his complexion flushed with excitement. As all the elders turned their attention towards the ancestral grounds behind the Mount Reliance Peak. What is happening? The strong practitioners from Gui Ming's realm exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the elders of the Mount Reliance Sect who seemed to be laughing in the face of death. Something was amiss. One elder followed Hua Yunfei's gaze and suddenly displayed a look of horror. From the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Mount Reliance Peak, a formidable force erupted, enveloping the area with an overwhelming pressure. Instantly, all practitioners below the celestial realm from both Gui Ming's faction and the Blood Demon clan were forced to kneel, unable to rise despite their struggles. Gui Mingzi's teeth chattered, and the remaining celestial realm practitioners felt a chilling dread. This oppressive force emanated from a being of the Tao realm. "Little ghost, do you still recognize me?" From the depths of the ancestral grounds, a figure soared into the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, his every action and word resonating with authority. With just a few simple phrases, he instantly repelled Gui Mingzi, who staggered back 9 steps before succumbing to the urge to spit blood, lifting his head to gaze in shock at the newcomer. Xiancheng Taoist. Did you not transcend 300 years ago? Dressed in a blue robe and wielding a 3-foot-long azure blade, Xiancheng Taoist landed in the center of the gathered crowd. His expression serene as he slowly spoke. Do you truly believe the tales meant for children? Gui Mingzi bowed, exclaiming, I have met Master Xiancheng. I have met Master Ancestor Xiancheng. All elders and disciples, including Hua Yunfei and the real person of Lower Xian, paid their respects with reverence. Rise. There is no need for such formalities. Xiancheng Taoist chuckled, embodying the warmth of a kind elder. Hua Yunfei cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Gui Mingzi. The Mount Reliance sect is far more profound than you can imagine. Even he is unaware of the extent of its hidden depths. In the rear, 2 gray-robed elders who had been meditating suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions grave as they regarded Xiancheng Taoist, hesitating to speak. Xiancheng Taoist addressed them. From the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, Li Qingchong and Li Qingping, I trust you are both well? The 3 were old acquaintances, figures from the same era. Li Qingchong's expression was peculiar. I never anticipated that my brothers, despite possessing the resources of a holy land, would still lag behind you so significantly in cultivation. Oh, merely a matter of talent. Xiancheng Taoist waved his hand dismissively. Will you depart of your own volition, or shall I have to escort you? The brothers exchanged glances. A hint of a smile gracing their faces as they replied, Xiancheng, though you have attained the Tao realm, today, it seems that even with your strength alone, you may still struggle to protect the Mount Reliance sect. As the words faded, Gui Mingzi, under the subtle gestures of the 2, once again retrieved a bag. Instantly, 3 figures surged forth from the depths of the bag. At once, the terrifying aura of the Tao realm intensified, pressing upon the atmosphere with an even greater ferocity. The elders of the Mountain Guard sect, along with their disciples, retreated to a safe distance. Even Hua Yunfei and the Xianxian real man found it necessary to withdraw from the formidable presence of the 4 Tao realm beings. For Tao realm experts, Li Qingping chuckled. Xiancheng, how do you find this grand gift? Are you satisfied? Xiancheng Taoist narrowed his eyes, recognizing 2 of the 3 figures before him. One was an elderly man clad in black robes, the venerable Gui Xian Taoist, the master of Gui Mingzi. The other was Li Chunxiao, the father of Li Qingchong, hailing from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. The last figure, although humanoid, was entirely blood-red, adorned with a pair of horns, and bore a fearsome visage with sword-like teeth, the blood demon race's Tao realm powerhouse. Xiancheng, I never expected you to still be alive. Gui Xian Taoist sneered. As long as you live, I too shall endure. Xiancheng Taoist retorted with a cold snort, his expression now grave. Facing 3 adversaries, he felt the weight of his precarious situation. The blood demon, dismissive, declared, a mere first tier of the Tao realm? I could easily obliterate you with a mere gesture. Indeed, although you surpass both of my sons in prowess, today shall be your last. Li Chunxiao brandished a formidable demon-slaying staff, a top-tier artifact of the Tao realm, notorious for its devastating power. He had previously wielded it to vanquish a being of the 4th tier of the Tao realm, while he himself was only at the 3rd tier. Among the trio, Li Chunxiao stood as the strongest, having attained the 5th tier of the Tao realm, whereas both Gui Xian Taoist and the blood demon were at the 4th tier. In stark contrast, Xiancheng Taoist languished at the 1st tier, utterly disadvantaged. Enough with the idle chatter. I shall strike first. The blood demon, unable to contain his murderous intent, aimed to slay Xiancheng Taoist and consume his blood. Having reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier of the Tao realm, he believed that by devouring Xiancheng Taoist's blood, he would surely ascend to the 5th tier. With that, the blood demon unsheathed a massive blood-red blade, dozens of meters long, and swung it down fiercely toward Xiancheng Taoist, the immense Tao principles tearing through the fabric of space in an instant. Yet, in the face of an adversary 3 tiers above him, Xiancheng Taoist remained remarkably composed. He slowly drew his sword, and in that fleeting moment, the principles of his swordsmanship tore the heavens asunder. The blade of light sliced through the air. With a resounding slice, the blood-red blade shattered, and the blood demon's body was cleaved in 2. The divine infants within his mind and the purple mansion were annihilated. The blood demon of the Tao realm had met his demise. Gui Xian Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The blood demon was of the same tier as I, a 4th tier Tao realm expert. How could he be slain by a mere 1st tier Xiancheng Taoist with a single strike? He concealed his true level. What a despicable wretch. Li Chunxiao discerned the truth with a glance, his expression darkening. Despite being several centuries younger than him, this Xiancheng Taoist had surpassed him in cultivation. The Xianxian real man gasped. How did Xiancheng Shishu achieve this? Hua Yunfei replied. Xiancheng Shizu is not at the 1st tier of the Tao realm. Rather, he is at the 7th tier. Chapter 19. The pursuit of longevity in the seventh layer of the realm of transcendence, the enigmatic Xian Qing Daoist concealed 6 entire realms. He was far from merely at the first layer of transcendence. With an impassive countenance, Xian Qing Daoist remarked, I previously offered you an opportunity. Yet you failed to cherish it. Thus, you have only yourselves to blame. With that, he unleashed a sword strike. The ghostly Xian Daoist cried out in alarm. Frantically attempting to flee, he conjured an array of phantoms, forming a dense wall of spirits in an effort to thwart Xian Qing Daoist's assault. However, the vast disparity in their powers rendered his defensive arts as fragile as paper, effortlessly torn apart, and the sword light descended upon the ghostly Xian Daoist. No, he shrieked, his voice barely escaping as he was obliterated by the sword's radiance, his divine essence within him extinguished without a chance of escape. In but 2 strikes, 2 formidable practitioners at the realm of transcendence were vanquished. The heartbroken Gui Mingzi lamented, Master. At once, he drew Xian Qing Daoist's attention, who casually swung his sword. In an instant, Gui Mingzi met a tragic end, his body reduced to dust. Master Uncle is truly formidable. Incredibly so. Is this the pinnacle of our sect's heritage? As a disciple of the Koyan sect, I feel an overwhelming pride. The disciples of the Koyan sect exclaimed in astonishment, their spirits lifted. The awe-inspiring strength of Xian Qing Daoist etched itself indelibly in their minds, profoundly shocking them. To him, even the powerful practitioners of the realm of transcendence were no more than an easy target for a sword strike. Suddenly, one disciple shouted, that old scoundrel is attempting to flee. They beheld Li Chunxiao soaring into the sky, accompanied by his brothers Li Qingchong, tearing through space and vanishing into the void. Master Uncle, pursue him quickly, a disciple cried out, eyes wide with urgency. The adversary was an elder of the Sun and Moon sect, and Li Chunxiao was a highly esteemed elder himself, making him untouchable. Xian Qing Daoist shook his head, refraining from the chase. As the ancestral figure of the sect, he needed to exercise restraint and maintain composure. Li Chunxiao and his sons were not to be harmed. Should he slay them, it would irrevocably sever ties with the Sun and Moon sect, igniting a bloodbath that could engulf the entire eastern region. The Koyan sect lacked supreme imperial weapons, rendering them severely disadvantaged against the Sun and Moon sect. Thus, even if the latter allied with the ghostly underworld to obliterate the Koyan sect, he had to endure and refrain from violence. Such was the rule of the cultivation world. You may slay them, but the consequences are yours to bear. Xian Qing Daoist would never gamble the entire Koyan sect on such a risk. Now is not the time to confront the sacred land of the extreme path. Moreover, openly opposing the sacred land contradicted the principles of their sect. Curse them, he thought. I remember the fall of a major sect 30 years ago, and it seemed they had a hand in it. Indeed, they had now extended their claws towards the Koyan sect. It was fortunate that Master Uncle intervened. Had Master he not been present, the sect would have been in grave peril. The disciples pounded their chests in frustration. Alas, the Sun and Moon sect was a colossal entity, wielding supreme imperial weapons, and openly challenging them was beyond the capabilities of the Koyan sect. Master Uncle, how shall we deal with these elders of the ghostly underworld? Asked the lower Xian real man. Upon hearing this, all present, including several elder beings of the ghostly underworld, trembled in fear, their legs quaking as they gazed at Xian Qing Daoist, apprehensive of his potential wrath. The numerous blood demons no longer displayed their previous bravado, resembling frostbitten eggplants. Please, esteemed elder, suddenly, with a swift stroke of his sword, many perished. The Daoist Xian Qing showed no mercy, decisively eliminating all the elders of the ghost underworld. Thus, the invaders from the ghost underworld were completely annihilated. Only dozens of blood demons remained, standing frozen in place, their hair standing on end. Among them, the leader was a blood demon of the 4th layer of the celestial realm, who gritted his teeth and spoke. Our blood demon clan has an ancestor at the 9th layer of the Tao realm. Should you slay us, we will. His head was severed, soaring into the air, his consciousness obliterated, meeting a tragic end before he could finish. The Sun and Moon Divine Sect can still hold a dialogue. What are you blood demons? How dare you flaunt your insignificant 9th layer Tao ancestor? Daoist Xian Qing snorted coldly, entirely dismissing the blood demon elder's significance. The remaining blood demons trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. This old fellow is exceptionally ruthless. Master Uncle, Hua Yunfei floated beside Daoist Xian Qing, clasping his fists in respect. These blood demons still hold some value. I implore you to show mercy. Oh, Daoist Xian Qing turned to Hua Yunfei, his eyes glimmering with interest. You, young man, are quite extraordinary. He found himself utterly unable to see through this youth's depths. Haha, it seems my Lean Mountain Sect has promising successors in the path of survival. Daoist Xian Qing had entered seclusion 300 years prior, and did not recognize the merely 100-year-old Hua Yunfei. Master Uncle, I am Hua Yunfei. The 100th generation chief of the Dao Source Peak, Hua Yunfei, introduced himself. The son of Tsang Qiong. Daoist Xian Cheng laughed heartily, patting Hua Yunfei on the shoulder in surprise. A tiger begets no dog. Before I entered seclusion, he insisted that he would never retire in this manner. What has become of him now? Recalling his father's carefree departure, Hua Yunfei chuckled awkwardly. My father has laid down his burdens and ventured into the realms beyond. Ha! Good lad, he truly did so. Daoist Xian Cheng took no offense and instead admired Hua Tsang Qiong's choice, recalling that he had once contemplated a similar decision. However, after receiving a sound thrashing from his own father, he obediently settled into seclusion. He genuinely envied the young Tsang Qiong. Daoist Xian Cheng remarked, Young Yunfei, what purpose do you see in retaining these blood demons? Hua Yunfei replied, Our sect seeks longevity through the path of survival, with our primary focus being on endurance. If word spreads that our Lean Mountain Sect can simultaneously attack the blood demons while annihilating an equally ranked force like the Ghost Underworld, we shall thrust our sect into the spotlight. Before long, the entire eastern region will know of our concealed strength, with multiple Dao realm ancestors safeguarding us. The astute among them may even speculate that what we have revealed is but a fraction of our true power. You have analyzed this correctly. I acted rashly, nearly committing a grave error for our sect. Daoist Xian Cheng's expression turned serious as he grasped Hua Yunfei's intent. Spare the lives of the Blood Demon clan and allow them to serve as scapegoats. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Sect is aware of the truth. However, in order to preserve their own face and dignity, and to prevent the dark secrets of the Sun and Moon Sect from being exposed by the Mount Sect, they would undoubtedly turn a blind eye. They would feign ignorance. With a scapegoat, the Mount Sect could not only annihilate the Ghost Underworld but also seize all its resources. More importantly, on the surface, this incident would be attributed to the Blood Demon clan, leaving the Mount Sect unscathed. Behind the scenes, the Mount Sect, enriched with abundant resources, could swiftly develop and grow stronger. Caution was paramount. All risks must be eliminated. Every potential danger must be eradicated. Hua Yunfei and Daoist Xian Cheng reached a consensus. After discussions, they decided to inscribe slave seals on the remaining blood demons, to be controlled by the true master of the Lower Xian. Chapter 20. The whole team of 6 after the slave seals were planted, the true master of the Lower Xian took control of them and headed towards the Ghost Underworld. The crisis of the sect had been averted. It was time for a bountiful harvest. Martial Uncle, I just heard that the Blood Demon mentioned that the Blood Demon ancestor is at the 9th level of the Dao realm. An elder from the Hua sect, who had lived for 800 years, spoke reverently, his heart filled with concern for the sect leader and the ancestors attacking the Blood Demon clan's secret realm. The 9th level of the Dao realm is merely a step away from its consummation. In this age of dwindling faith, it is almost at the pinnacle of the pyramid. If I recall correctly, the cultivation of Daoist Xuanhe is at the 4th level of the Dao realm. Confronting the Blood Demon ancestor would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Do not fret, Daoist Xiansheng replied with a relaxed demeanor, smiling. Martial brother is far stronger than I am. Much stronger than Uncle Xiansheng. The revelation of the cultivation levels of several elders within the Mount Sect was astonishing. Many elders gasped in shock, realizing that they had concealed far too little compared to their martial uncles. Even Uncle Xiansheng had managed to hide a 6th level of the Dao realm, surprising everyone greatly. Numerous elders silently noted their insights. Vowing to diligently study the treatise on survival left by the ancestral master of the Mount Sect after the matter was resolved. Each of them had concealed only 3 or 4 minor realms at most, which was indeed insufficient. In the future, they needed to conceal more. The Blood Demon clan's secret realm was located 30,000 miles north of the Ghost Underworld. Following the calculations of the true master of heavenly mechanisms, the location was quickly determined. Led by true master of Cloud Heaven, the powerful members of the Mount Sect swiftly breached the entrance to the secret realm and charged in. A fierce battle erupted. The Blood Demon clan had long received word of their approach and had made ample preparations for the confrontation, though not numerous. They numbered around 150. When including the blood demons below the divine infant realm, the count exceeded 600. Almost every elder of the Mount Sect faced off against 2, or even 3 or 4 blood demons of the same realm. The combat was exceedingly arduous. The true master of heavenly mechanisms and several of the foremost leaders faced dozens of blood demons of equal rank. The battle was brutal, and injuries were sustained almost instantly. It must be said that even in decline, the Blood Demon clan remained formidable. The number of celestial realm cultivators far surpassed what was apparent within the Mount Sect. Upon closer inspection, there were even dozens who approached the strength of an ordinary Holy Land level force. There were more than 6 at the Dao realm level. The battlefield above the Blood Demon clan's secret realm was rife with conflict. The Taoist Xuanhe engaged in a fierce battle with the 6 blood demons. Led by the Blood Demon ancestor, the clash of these 7 powerful beings tore the heavens asunder, causing the entire Blood Demon clan's secret realm to tremble violently and display myriad fissures. This was not the ancient stronghold of the Blood Demon clan, but a later construction. Unable to withstand the magnitude of a confrontation among beings of such transcendent power, disciples of the Mountain Sect, heed my command. Xuanhe ancestor, who faced the 6 blood demons with unsettling ease, bellowed, unbind the restrictions, unleash your full potential, and strike with all your might. In an instant, Xuanhe ancestor, who had already revealed the prowess of an 8th-layer Taoist, surged in strength once more, ascending to the pinnacle of the Taoist realm. A sacred aura enveloped him, as if he could transcend the threshold of sanctity at any moment and ascend to the status of a sage. Impossible. This cannot be. The Blood Demon ancestor was driven to madness. Initially, Xuanhe ancestor was merely at the 4th layer of the Taoist realm. Yet, as the battle unfolded, he had transformed into a being of the 6th layer and then the 8th layer. Now, he had cast aside all pretense and erupted with the full power of the Taoist realm. What shall we do, ancestor? The 5 blood demons trembled in fear, their legs quaking, casting anxious glances at their leader. With no retreat left, they resolved to fight alongside their master. They possessed a numerical advantage. Even if he were at the pinnacle of the Taoist realm, it would be challenging for him to contend with all of them. The 7 warriors became entwined once more, causing the secret realm of the blood demons to shake even more violently. Above, the skies roared with thunder, while below, the cries of battle echoed ominously. Did you hear the words of my master? Unbind the restrictions. Attack with all your might. The true man of heavenly mechanisms roared, and his aura, which had once been that of the 2nd layer of the celestial realm, surged to the 8th layer in an instant. I refused to believe it. The true man of heavenly mechanisms faced 10 blood demons, each at the 2nd to 3rd layers of the celestial realm. At this moment, his overwhelming might nearly left them paralyzed with fear. This old fool has concealed his power at the 6th layer. Die for me. With a flick of his wrist, his 40-meter-long whisk unleashed a formidable force that crushed the bodies of the 10 blood demons. The divine infants within their bodies attempted to escape. As long as the divine infants survived and found new vessels, they could continue to exist. But the true man of heavenly mechanisms would not grant them such mercy. With a wave of his hand, a fierce gale, sharp as the finest blade, obliterated their divine infants. This scene was mirrored on the battlefield of the true man of Go Yuan. Surrounded by 8 blood demons, he roared in fury. Only 8? You dare to underestimate me? Prepare to die. Despite being at only the 2nd layer of the celestial realm, he erupted with the power of the 9th layer, surpassing the true man of heavenly mechanisms. Before the 8 blood demons could utter a word, they were instantly reduced to fragments, meeting a gruesome end. You old fool, you conceal yourself even better than I. The true man of heavenly mechanisms, not far away, was incensed to discover he was outshone. Ha! Now you understand. The true man of Go Yuan, feeling elated, resolved to support his comrades. Yet, from a distance, the true man of Wuji, wielding a colossal 40-meter blade, pursued nearly 20 blood demons, delivering a relentless onslaught. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The aura emanating from the immortal of infinite extremes was undeniably that of a 9th-level celestial. Under the weight of his formidable 40-meter-long blade, 20 blood demons met their tragic demise in the mere span of a tea ceremony. This fellow, if memory serves, seemed to have previously been at the 1st level of celestial. What a deceiver. He incessantly boasts about his straightforward nature and his refusal to conceal anything. Indeed, he is but a trickster. The celestial mechanic, consumed by envy, felt his eyes redden. Was he truly the weakest among them? But wait, there was another. He quickly turned his gaze to the divine enemy. In an instant, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The divine enemy was charging towards the battlefield in the realm of the transcendent, radiating the unmistakable aura of a 1st-level transcendent. My goodness, this individual, who typically refrained from conversation, was evidently a brooding genius, having ascended to the transcendent realm. The celestial mechanic, feeling utterly disheartened, vowed to return and obliterate them all. The immortal of survival observed the divine enemy and remarked that it wouldn't be long before he would succumb to stillness. Perhaps it was time for him to take a seat. Where was the sect leader? The immortal of survival scanned the surroundings and soon realized that the celestial of cloud heaven had already concluded his battle. His opponent had been 3 9th-level celestial blood demons, all of whom lay slain. The aura emanating from the celestial of cloud heaven was unmistakably that of a 2nd-level transcendent. This old fellow likely hadn't even unleashed his true strength, murmured the immortal of survival. He then surveyed the entire battlefield. Unsurprisingly, despite the numerical superiority of the Blood Demon clan, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Mountain Support Sect had suffered no casualties whatsoever. The elders of the Divine Infant Realm were all exceptionally fierce. Once the mysterious River Taoist spoke and swiftly lifted the restrictions, the battle reached its conclusion in an instant. You wretched humans. Utterly repulsive. This lord never wishes to lay eyes upon you again. A blood demon of the celestial realm roared in fury. What manner of beings are you? Their realm seemed to only ascend as the battle rages on. Chapter 21. The Annihilation of the Underworld. Shocking the Eastern Domain powers the Celestial of Cloud Heaven and several esteemed elders had vanquished dozens of celestial blood demons. Yet, the Blood Demon clan still retained several celestial beings on other battlefields, seeking to prey upon the weaker elders. Rather than slaying these foes, the Celestial of Cloud Heaven and his companions chose to subdue them temporarily. Subsequently, they roamed the battlefield, suppressing all surviving blood demons. Upon completing their task, they gazed upwards at the sky, where it appeared the battle in the realm of the Transcendent had reached its conclusion. Boom! A figure plummeted from the sky, causing the earth to crack as if it were a spider's web, creating a massive pit several miles wide. The commotion had yet to cease when another figure fell, followed by 3 more simultaneously crashing down. The very ground was depressed over 1,000 miles. Ultimately, the most thunderous sound echoed forth. The ancestor of the blood demons had been defeated, lying on the ground with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his eyes vacant. He was utterly dazed. Merely one realm below, and he had been so thoroughly bested that he could not find his bearings. He was, after all, the ancestor of the blood demons. How could this be? His heart was filled with regret. He should never have boarded this treacherous vessel to the underworld. Little did he know that the Mountain Support Sect harbored such formidable power. The Blood Demon clan, though slightly weaker than the Sacred Land, lacks profound heritage. Yet boasts 7 formidable beings at the Transcendental Realm, with their leaders standing at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. However, today they were utterly defeated, and by none other than Hua Yunfei. The Blood Demon ancestor felt a disconcerting sense that Hua Yunfei had not exerted his full strength. Hua Yunfei concealed his aura. Descending from the heights, and gazing at the Blood Demon ancestor, he summoned a rune. The rune surged into the Blood Demon ancestor's consciousness, suppressing his divine infant and inscribing a mark of servitude. You shall not, roared the Blood Demon ancestor. A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. With a swift kick, Hua Yunfei rendered him unconscious, dismissively huffing, enough of this noise. Subsequently, he inscribed marks of servitude upon the other 5 blood demons, utterly subjugating them. Once Hua Yunfei completed this task, Yintian Jinren and others also inscribed marks upon the remaining members of the Blood Demon clan. The entire clan was thus under their control. Huh, you old rascal. Even at the celestial realm, you still pretend to be at the mid-divine infant stage. How shameless. Humph. You have the audacity to criticize me. Yet you are also at the celestial realm. Haha. Indeed, we are all in the same boat. The battle concluded harmoniously, as some elders playfully teased one another about concealing their true realms, fostering a jovial atmosphere. Yet, the most discontented among them was Tianji Jinren. For at the 8th layer of the celestial realm, he found himself the weakest. Each of them was extraordinarily formidable, particularly the enigmatic Shinshan, who rarely spoke but turned out to be the most formidable of all. How could this be? He exclaimed in frustration. Come now, it is not such a big deal. Comforted Guiyuan Jinren, patting his shoulder. Get lost. Tianji Jinren shouted back. All right then, Hua Yunfei interjected, hands clasped behind his back. The battle has ended. Let us clean up the battlefield and take all valuable possessions from the Blood Demon clan. Once we finish here, we shall proceed to the ghostly underworld. I trust our sect's mission has concluded as well. On this day, the myriad clans of the Eastern Domain were shaken. The ghostly underworld, ranked 7th among the 9 great sects of the Eastern Domain, was annihilated. This ancient sect, with a legacy spanning millennia, was breached by the Blood Demon clan, resulting in the deaths of both ghostly Xian Daoist and the sect leader, ghostly Mingzi. There were almost no survivors left in the ghostly underworld. Bodies piled high. The sect structures lay in ruins, the scene of a brutal battle. Powerful beings ventured forth to investigate, seeking to reconstruct the events that transpired. Yet, the heavenly secrets surrounding the ghostly underworld seemed to have been disturbed, severing the threads of causality, rendering any inquiry futile. A transcendental realm expert remarked. It must be the legendary blood demon ancestor manipulating the Tao to obscure the heavenly secrets and disrupt causality. Should anyone insist on probing further, he will undoubtedly notice and come seeking them out. All capable sects are aware that the blood demon ancestor is a top-tier expert at the 9th layer of the transcendental realm. If he were to fixate upon someone, their chances of survival would be slim to none. In such circumstances, only the sacred land might dare to pursue the matter with audacity. However, what connection does the annihilation of the ghostly underworld have with the sacred land? In the realm of cultivation, it is commonplace for sects to fall into oblivion over time, a natural occurrence throughout the annals of history. Survival of the fittest, the principle of natural selection, has always been one of the fundamental laws of the cultivation world. If the sacred land were to investigate every sect that met its demise, they would surely be overwhelmed. The Blood Demon clan, though despicable, exemplifies the inadequacy of the ghostly underworld, which has suffered a humiliating defeat. It is astonishing that an ancient sect with a lineage spanning millennia could be so easily annihilated, revealing a disheartening lack of depth. It appears that the esteemed title of the 9 great celestial sects is somewhat misleading. Some voices have arisen in mockery, suggesting that the ghostly underworld is unworthy of such a prestigious name, especially after being quietly extinguished, becoming the subject of ridicule among other clans. The audacity of the Blood Demon clan raises questions. Do they wish to reenact the epic battles of antiquity? An elder from a sect, gripped by fear, hesitated to speak, dreading that the Blood Demon clan might target them next. In ancient times, the Blood Demon clan, as a branch of the demon royal lineage, wielded immense power, subjugating countless races and creating a bloodbath. During the ancient era, formidable leaders led an assault on the ancestral grounds of the Blood Demon clan, igniting a cataclysmic war. The Blood Demon clan faced defeat, abandoning their ancestral home, with only a few young blood demons managing to escape. The present-day Blood Demon clan is but a shadow of its former self. Yet, there is a belief that the 2 great holy lands will never stand idly by while the Blood Demon clan runs rampant. An elder's words quelled the fears of many in the eastern region. Indeed, given the magnitude of these events, the Radiant Light Sacred Land and the Sun-Moon Divine Sect, as the 2 leading powers of the eastern region, would not remain passive. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ancestral hall of the Sun-Moon Divine Sect, a middle-aged man clad in black and white robes stood, enveloped in sacred energy, rendering his features indistinguishable. Kneeling before him were 3 individuals, the Lee family, composed of a father and his 2 sons. They knelt anxiously, trembling, their teeth clenched, their backs already soaked with perspiration. The man in the black and white robe is the revered leader of the Sun-Moon Divine Sect, a figure that instills terror across the eastern region. The Koshan sect is not limited to just one being at the transcendental realm. Xiancheng has indeed reached the 7th level of the transcendental realm. The leader of the Sun-Moon Divine Sect, after a moment of silence, cast a glance at the 3 and stated, "The ghostly underworld must have been eradicated by the Koshan sect, framed upon the Blood Demon clan. If my conjecture is correct, the Blood Demon clan is now but a mere shadow of its former self. The strength of the Koshan sect's master, Yuntian Jinren, and Xuanhe Daoist should not be underestimated against the ancient Blood Demon ancestors. Could it be that the Blood Demon ancestor repelled the powerful members of the Koshan sect, realizing that the grand scheme has faltered, and turned their focus towards the ghostly underworld, which has lost both the ghostly Yin and ghostly Shin Daoists? It is possible." The Li family trio nervously exchanged glances with the leader, whispering their explanations. "Humph." The leader of the Sun-Moon Divine Sect scoffed. Such foolish reasoning. If Xiancheng has concealed 6 minor realms, why could Xuanhe not do the same? It is highly probable that Xuanhe is also a formidable being at the 9th level of the transcendental realm. If we dare to speculate further, he might even be at the pinnacle of the transcendental realm. He must be the strongest within the Koshan sect. Hence his involvement in the campaign against the Blood Demon clan, rather than his junior, Xiancheng. Upon hearing the leader's analysis, the 3 dared not refute. However, they found it difficult to accept that a mere Koshan sect could possess 2 late-stage transcendental realm experts. Chapter 22. The ancestral grounds of the sect require fresh blood. You are alive today, because Xiancheng extended a favor to the Sun-Moon Divine Sect. The leader of the Sun-Moon Divine Sect regarded the 3, saying, "Had my sect not possessed the extreme Dao imperial weapon, I assure you, your survival would have been impossible. We are indeed the holy land of the extreme path, even in the absence of imperial weapons. The leader of the Sun-Moon sect can easily strike with but a finger." As the words left his mouth, Li Qingchong collapsed to the ground. A gaping wound in his brow, blood streaming forth, his consciousness severely shattered. "Sect leader, please show mercy." Li Chunxiao and Li Qingping hastily pleaded for clemency. Had the sect leader's attack been any more forceful, Li Qingchong would have perished. "Humph. Within the sect, I may show some leniency, but outside, what mercy can I afford?" The sect leader's voice thundered like the wrath of the heavens, causing the minds of the 3 to buzz, nearly leading them to the brink of unconsciousness. "One day, should you encounter someone unafraid of death, Even if you bind the extreme path's imperial weapons to your waist, you shall still meet your demise. The sect leader expressed his frustration, lamenting the dismal intelligence of this father and son trio, who, as they aged, seemed to only grow more foolish. The implications of reaching the 9th level of the Tao realm eluded their understanding, yet they were painfully apparent to me. This matter ends here. Let it be as if it never occurred. The sect leader decreed. Send someone to investigate the annihilation of the ghost underworld, merely to fulfill a formality. In the future, if questioned, say it was the Blood Demon clan that was responsible. Our sect holds leverage over the Mount Guardian sect, while we may choose to disregard it. We are not yet at the point of severing ties with the Radiant Light Holy Land. If retreat is possible, we shall take it, complying with their demands. Li Chunxiao and Li Qingping steadied Li Qingchang's spirit, promptly responding, yes, we shall remember our duties. Within the Sun Moon sect, hierarchy is strictly observed. Although the three were elders, with Li Chunxiao being the supreme elder, before the sect leader, they remained subordinates. Go and receive your punishment. Misdeeds warrant strict retribution. The sect leader pronounced coldly. If you fail to perform adequately next time, I shall show no mercy. Understood. We shall take our leave. The three felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, retreating immediately, their pace quickening until they vanished from sight. Such incompetence truly raises concerns for the future of our sect. The sect leader rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by a headache. For someone over 1,000 years old, it was troubling to witness such trivial matters causing disturbances. At the Mount Guardian sect, a faint smile graced the sect leader's lips. As celestial phenomena of the sun and moon emerged behind him, an eerie spectacle. Though he stood there, it felt as though he transcended this realm. 2 days later, amidst the jubilant cheers of the elders and disciples of the Mount Guardian sect, Master Yun Tian and his companions returned triumphantly. This battle had yielded vast resources for the sect, sufficient to cultivate numerous top-tier talents over the coming millennium. The ancestral grounds and tombs would surely welcome new members. The 5 chief elders and the sect leader gathered at the Mount Guardian sect, discussing important matters. Master, regarding this incident, I fear our exposed strength may attract spies from other sects, voiced Master Xiaxian. Master Yun Tian chuckled dismissively. Rest assured, our venerable ancestor has anticipated this. No spies shall infiltrate our ranks. Master Go Yuan inquired, how so? Since the inception of our sect, we have established a unique reconnaissance formation that envelopes the entire sect. Any ill-intentioned spies will be detected the moment they cross our threshold, without exception. This was all meticulously planned by our ancestor, who foresaw the need for such measures. We prefer to maintain a low profile. Hence, we must fortify our defenses and remain discreet unless absolutely necessary. The esteemed Yun Tianjinren radiated with joy. In this recent battle, the Kaoshan sect experienced an unprecedented windfall, a fortune that could only be described as overflowing. He was immensely pleased. With these newfound resources, the clandestine strength of the Kaoshan sect would undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle. Tianjinren let out a cold snort, remarking, these matters were so well concealed that even we were oblivious. How deeply hidden they are. His discontent was palpable, his eyes reflecting a simmering resentment, as if he wished to strike anyone who crossed his path. The others, sensing his mood, tactfully avoided engaging with him. However, Xiaxianjinren, who had not participated in the battle against the Blood Demon clan, inquired with genuine curiosity, Senior brother Tianji, what troubles you? Tianjinren fixed a fiery gaze upon her and demanded, be honest, how much have you been concealing? Xiaxianjinren was taken aback. Such matters were not to be disclosed lightly. She began to understand the source of Tianjinren's ire. The recent conflict with the Blood Demon clan had evidently resulted in a loss of face, likely due to a lack of engagement with several of their senior brothers, leaving him in a sour mood. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I haven't concealed much. I just recently broke through to the 6th layer. Her words were like honey to Tianjinren, who allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, muttering, I never intended to compete with you, junior sister. Go Yuanjinren struggled to suppress a laugh. This old fellow truly valued his pride. Wu Jijinren remained silent, while Dishinjinren closed his eyes in meditation, adopting an air of indifference. Enough, Yun Tianjinren declared. You need not concern yourselves with the trivialities of the sect. The sect leader will conduct a sect leader ceremony for review. This document chronicles the insights and considerations of each generation of sect leaders, from the venerable Kaoshan ancestor to my own, ensuring that safety is not a concern. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yun Tianjinren continued, our sect has acquired countless resources, including sacred weapons and artifacts. Shortly, I will devise a distribution strategy to allocate these resources to each peak. I hope that my junior brothers can achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation soon, as our ancestral grounds require fresh blood. Upon hearing this, Go Yuanjinren's expression turned peculiar. Sect leader, might this be premature? I am merely a few hundred years old. If I were to suddenly pass, others would not believe it. Yun Tianjinren replied, unexpected demise can occur. I have already considered that for you. The others exchanged glances. And he instructed, you may all leave. The resource distribution will soon be delivered to you. Di Shun, you remain. With curious looks, Go Yuanjinren and the others departed quietly, leaving Yun Tianjinren and Di Shinjinren to deliberate on important matters. At Daoyuan Peak, Yi Bufan was engaged in a spirited spar with Mu Qiuxue. One possessed the ancient sacred body, while the other bore the remnants of the shadow immortal body. It was a clash of extraordinary physiques, truly remarkable. Their exchange was vigorous, with both sides delivering and countering blows. However, it was evident that Yi Bufan held the upper hand. Although Mu Qiuxue was ostensibly at the second layer of the Yuandan realm, facing Yi Bufan, who was at the first layer, she could only rely on her superior cultivation level to withstand his attacks. Fortunately, Yi Bufan's relatively brief time in cultivation resulted in a lack of experience, allowing Mu Qiuxue to barely defend herself against his onslaught. Indeed, the ancient sacred body was formidable, rendering Mu Qiuxue a challenging opponent to surpass. Hua Yunfei sipped his tea, feeling satisfied with Yi Bufan's combat prowess. This was the essence of the ancient sacred body. However, he harbored an even bolder thought, having already decided to make Yi Bufan his successor, the next head of Daoyuan Peak. However, at present, his efforts are still insufficient. Hua Yunfei aspires for Yi Bufan to become the most formidable holy body since the dawn of time, surpassing even the one who composed the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. This is the modest goal he has set for Yi Bufan. Bufan, Hua Yunfei summoned him. You have demonstrated commendable performance since joining our sect. It is time to impart the true core techniques of our sect to you. Thank you, master. Yi Bufan expressed his astonishment. Hua Yunfei produced a small booklet and handed it to him, saying, this is the invisible breath technique, the core method of our sect. Devote yourself to its cultivation. The invisible breath technique? Yi Bufan inquired, his expression reflecting curiosity. It seemed to be a form of concealment technique, did it not? Chapter 23. The world is treacherous. One must always hold back. Hua Yunfei discerned his confusion and elucidated. This technique was passed down by the founding ancestor of our sect and is indeed extraordinary. It encompasses 36 elite concealment techniques and 72 secondary ones. Mastering these techniques and integrating them will lead to the mastery of the invisible breath technique. In the future, even if a saint stands before you, they shall be unable to perceive your true realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled, as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Master, are you teaching me to be a cunning one? He pondered, implying the need to conceal his true capabilities and reveal them only when necessary. Yi Bufan, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped Hua Yunfei's intent. However, a question lingered in his mind. Had all disciples of the Koyan sect mastered the invisible breath technique? This is for you to carry, Hua Yunfei added, producing a jade pendant and fastening it to Yi Bufan's waist. Master, what is this? Yi Bufan inquired. Hua Yunfei explained. This is the concealment jade pendant, created by our venerable ancestor. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary jade pendant, but its unique material can disrupt other scrutiny of you, greatly aiding in the concealment of your realm. It serves as a double assurance. Every disciple of the Koyan sect possesses one, ostensibly a symbol of our sect and its disciples. Yi Bufan turned the pendant over, and indeed, his name and identity information were inscribed on its reverse side. He could not help but feel immense admiration for the venerable ancestor he had never met, whose attention to detail was remarkable. In a treacherous world, it is crucial to hold back, Hua Yunfei imparted, successfully instilling the sect's survival philosophy in the naive Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, pondering how much to conceal in the future. Junior brother, this is a fundamental lesson for every disciple of the Koyan sect, Mu Qiuxue remarked, lifting her identity jade pendant. Yi Bufan suddenly regarded her with seriousness, asking, Sister, have you concealed your realm as well? During their earlier exchange, he had sensed her fluctuating power levels, realizing it was not merely his imagination. Not at all. You are overthinking it. Girls are innocent. How could they harbor such profound thoughts? Mu Qiuxue met his gaze directly, shaking her head with a smile, refusing to acknowledge it. This is also one of the sect's principles. As long as one is not caught in the act, one must staunchly deny it. You have no evidence, right? Yi Bufan chuckled softly, refraining from pressing further, satisfied with his understanding. You have yet to reach the Purple Mansion realm, and thus lack storage for certain items. Therefore, I shall gift you a storage ring for your temporary use. Hua Yunfei retrieved a golden ring, its center adorned with a jade stone inscribed with the character Fan. This was not merely a storage ring. It possessed a formidable concealment enchantment. Once donned, the ring would significantly aid Yi Bufan in remaining hidden. It served as the third layer of protection bestowed by the master upon his disciple. Hua Yunfei deemed the 2 layers of security from the sect insufficient, believing that a third layer would offer greater safety. Furthermore, the storage ring could shield against the probing of powerful individuals, enhancing its security. Additionally, in the event of a life-threatening situation for Yi Bufan, the ring would manifest a projection of itself to rescue him. Naturally, there was no need for Yi Bufan to be privy to this information. It was best kept concealed. Hua Yunfei's mind was consumed with thoughts of the rewards from a decade-long disciple-collecting endeavor, although he possessed treasures surpassing even those of the extreme Dao sacred land. One could never have too many valuable items. Thus, 3 days later, after meticulously briefing Yi Bufan on the precautions of living at Daoyuan Peak, Hua Yunfei quietly departed from the Kaoshan sect. It was uncertain how long he would be away. He regarded this as a journey of exploration. Having traversed a century without truly appreciating the world, he intended to indulge in its wonders, albeit discreetly. As an aspiring practitioner of the path of survival, the greatest taboo was to have one's whereabouts discovered. Who could say whether he might face a fate akin to that of the true man of heavenly secrets? Falling victim to treachery? Caution was paramount. Hua Yunfei extracted a flying vessel from the Zifu Cave Heaven, a sacred artifact of the sage level. Its most notable feature was its swiftness and ability to remain concealed, making it an ideal mode of transportation. During his last excursion, relying solely on flight had proven exhausting. This time, he had learned to savor the experience. The interior of the flying vessel was a realm unto itself, replete with a variety of delectable delicacies and even entertainment facilities for leisure. Such a sage-level flying vessel was likely exclusive to the extreme Dao sacred land. Even ordinary sects would find it challenging to sustain the spiritual stone consumption required for its operation. It consumed a mid-grade spiritual stone every minute. Hua Yunfei proceeded to the power chamber, where he amassed 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. By stockpiling a considerable amount, he could avoid constant concern over power supply issues, especially since he was not short on spiritual stones. For this outing to gather disciples, Hua Yunfei had devised a plan to first explore some remote villages in search of hidden talents. Too many exceptional individuals remained obscured by their humble origins, never realizing their potential until the end of their lives. Therefore, Hua Yunfei intended to offer these individuals a chance, as well as an opportunity for himself. However, after half a month, Hua Yunfei departed the 30th village in disappointment. Indeed, true talent was not easily found. After visiting numerous villages, he encountered very few with Xian-level aptitude. Most possessed only Huang-level qualities, with many being of common roots. The disparity from his requirements was vast. Such qualifications would struggle to gain entry into the Kaoshan sect, with Xian-level aptitude offering only a slim chance. After another 5 days of searching without success, Hua Yunfei felt a sense of resignation. It appeared he had boarded the proverbial pirate ship of the system. Finding a low-grade sage in today's era was exceedingly challenging. System check-in. With the arrival of a new month, Hua Yunfei reluctantly summoned the system for his check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Cumulative sign-in time, 100 years and 2 months. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the great sage weapon, the Taoist sword. The Taoist sword? Taoist. Why does it sound so familiar? Another great sage weapon. I can hardly carry more. Hua Yunfei disdainfully tossed the Taoist sword into the purple mansion cave, as he possessed various weapons of all ranks and had never regarded such sign-in rewards with any seriousness. At that moment, Hua Yunfei's flying vessel arrived at a place called Qingyang Town. The situation here caught his attention, and his brow furrowed slowly. This town was being ravaged by bandits. Everyone was subjected to slaughter. Almost the entire Qingyang town had perished. Blood flowed like rivers, and bodies piled high, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Moreover, the heads of children were gruesomely strung together by the merciless bandits, who waved them in their hands with sinister grins. The rampaging bandits laughed maniacally, wantonly killing, as more and more lives fell beneath their blades. They were all cultivators, and their leader was a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. The most formidable cultivator in Qingyang town was the elder of the Lin family, yet he only possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm. As soon as the bandits stormed into Qingyang town, the elder was summoned to suppress them. However, he was ambushed and brutally slain upon his arrival, his body devoured clean by the mount of the bandit leader. These bandits had clearly come prepared, having thoroughly assessed the strength of Qingyang town beforehand. After the elder's demise, his family became the primary target, facing ruthless extermination, with barely 1 in 10 still alive. Suddenly, a bloodied young man in white staggered forward, brandishing a sword amidst the chaos. He was the last of the Lin family and the greatest genius of all Qingyang Town. Just yesterday, during the grand competition of Qingyang Town, several young talents from various families had engaged in fierce battles, and he had emerged victorious. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, disaster struck, and the entire town was plunged into calamity. His grandfather was murdered, his parents brutally slain, and his sister was missing. The weight of it all nearly drove him to madness. Desperately, he charged into the ranks of the bandits, furiously wielding his sword, striving to take as many lives as possible in revenge for his family. But he was too weak. Before long, he was grievously wounded and collapsed, unable to rise again. Lin Yang, a young woman, rushed towards him. She was his childhood sweetheart, the daughter of the head of another prominent family in Qingyang Town, the Mu family. Seeing Lin Yang in peril, she threw herself into danger without hesitation. However, in a cruel twist, a bandit severed her arm and then grabbed her hair, forcing her down to the ground. A swarm of bandits quickly surrounded her. Right before Lin Yang's eyes, her clothes were torn away piece by piece. Ching. Chapter 24. The Mountain Sect needs such talent. Lin Yang cried out in anguish, his eyes bloodshot. They had been childhood friends, their bond deep. Yet he was forced to witness her humiliation. No. Lin Yang struggled fiercely, an unknown strength surging within him, enabling him to rise to his feet. Stumbling, he grasped his already broken sword and charged toward them, unafraid of death. Mu Qingqing struggled, desperately turning her head to him. Lin Yang, flee. She could not bear to see him sacrifice himself. Even if she faced humiliation, as long as Lin Yang could survive, that would be enough. The Mu family has perished, leaving her all alone, devoid of meaning. It would be better to sacrifice herself to save the one she secretly loves, thus leaving no regrets. Tears streamed down Mu Qingqing's cheeks as she witnessed Lin Yang once more being trampled underfoot by the bandits. Lin Yang lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Staring at the bullied Mu Qingqing, memories of his parents' final moments flooding his mind. The fury within him surged to an unprecedented peak. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from his core, a fierce current of energy coursing through his entire being, and the bandit treading on him was violently hurled away. In midair, Lin Yang seized one of the bandit's legs and slammed him down with such force that the ground fractured and collapsed beneath them. Spare me. The bandit coughed blood, pleading for mercy, his dazed eyes reflecting Lin Yang's visage. At that moment, Lin Yang was enveloped in crackling electricity, hundreds of lightning serpents dancing around him. His hair stood on end, his eyes radiating a blue luminescence, and a lightning rune appeared upon his forehead. With a decisive stomp, Lin Yang crushed the bandit beneath his foot, then transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, racing toward Mu Qingqing. The three bandits who had tormented Mu Qingqing noticed the commotion and rushed to confront Lin Yang. Alas, it was too late. By the time he arrived, the town was left with only Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing. All others had fallen to the blade. Had he arrived a moment sooner, perhaps he could have saved them. His attention was drawn to Lin Yang. Name: Lin Yang. Age: 18. Realm: 7th layer of the Pulse realm. Possessed the Thunder War body. This young man could be recruited into the sect and would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of its strength. Hua Yunfei mused silently. Lin Yang's potential was formidable. Possessing the highest grade of Dao level talent, if he survived, he could easily ascend to the ranks of formidable beings in the realm of the Wei. The Mountain of Reliance required such talent. Moreover, his Thunder War body, a unique constitution, endowed him with combat prowess far superior to that of his peers. It was a pity, however, that Lin Yang's Thunder War body, like Mu Qiushua's Shadow Fairy body, was incomplete. The condition was somewhat better, with the deficiencies not being severe. There remained hope for restoration of its essence. Thus, the source of his war body had awakened within him, unleashing unfathomable power. However, this strength was fleeting and would soon dissipate. It was unfortunate. If only it were a bit stronger, it would meet the requirements. Hua Yunfei shook his head in regret. The difference between the highest grade of Dao level talent and the lowest grade of Saint level talent was minuscule, yet the actual disparity was vast. Without ascension to the Saint level, one ultimately remains mortal. As Lin Yang unleashed the power of his Thunder War body, commanding the lightning, he exuded a primal force. The three bandits, having just charged forward, were met with Lin Yang's fist piercing through a chest, meeting a swift demise. Monster! The three, in their final moments, were gripped by terror. Having never witnessed such a scene, Qingqing, Lin Yang helped Mu Qingqing to her feet, staunching the wound on her severed arm to prevent excessive blood loss. Lin Yang, you must flee. Qingyang Town is doomed. Mu Qingqing urged, pushing against his chest in hopes of prompting his escape. Lin Yang gazed at her resolutely. We shall depart together. I want you to live. Mu Qingqing was deeply touched. Lin Yang, a man of simple mind, seemed to have uttered the most heartfelt words he could muster. If we leave together, I would only become a burden to you. With your talents, once you escape, you shall surely join a grand sect to cultivate. And in no time, you will possess formidable power. At that moment, you will avenge me and our family, and I shall be content. Despite her yearning to accompany Lin Yang, Mu Qingqing rationally declined. It was far easier for one to escape than for two. And with her severe injuries and a broken arm, her strength was but a fraction of its former self. Traveling together would only weigh him down. Let us go, Lin Yang declared resolutely, lifting Mu Qingqing onto his back as he prepared to depart. Yet, at that moment, more bandits took notice of their plight, swiftly encircling them. Even the bandit leader turning his gaze in their direction. Lin Yang gripped his broken sword, his expression unwavering as he defiantly surveyed his surroundings. The power bestowed by the thunder battle body still surged within him, enabling him to unleash strength far beyond his realm. Kill him, commanded the bandit leader. Perched atop a six-winged demon tiger, his voice cold and commanding. Instantly, a dozen bandits revealed cruel smiles, casting lewd glances at Mu Qingqing. Wait, a blood-robed youth, seated amidst the mountain of corpses in Xingyang town, noticed the scene and approached. Young master. Everyone, including the bandit leader, bowed respectfully. The blood-robed youth halted a short distance from Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing, his face reflecting astonishment. The thunder battle body, impressive. You are worthy of becoming my servant. Submit to me, and you may live. In your dreams. Lin Yang retorted without a second thought. This individual was the true leader of the bandits. The one responsible for his kin's demise. He could never submit, no matter the circumstances. You dare refuse me? The blood-robed youth's eyes narrowed. A glint of cold light flashing within them. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to decline his invitation. With his unparalleled talent, he sought to recruit Lin Yang. Yet this fool failed to recognize the opportunity. Seeking death, the young master offers you servitude as a favor, and you dare to insult him. The bandits erupted in fury, raising their weapons, eager to tear Lin Yang apart. The blood-robed youth sneered. Do you even know who I am? What my status is? How dare you reject me? A low-grade Saint-tier talent. Found it. Hua Yunfei gazed at the blood-robed youth in astonishment. This person, who had initially gone unnoticed, turned out to be a genius with low-grade Saint-tier talent. Hua Yunfei quickly examined his information. Name, Oh Haochen. Age, 25. Realm, 7th layer of Yuan Dan. Identity, young master of Blood Spirit Sect, disciple of the remnant soul of the Blood Spirit Saint. Cultivation talent, low-grade Saint-tier talent. Other talents, low-grade Saint-tier Blood Path talent, low-grade Saint-tier Fist Path talent. Constitution, none. Techniques, Blood Spirit Art, mid-grade Heavenly. Blood Drinking Curse, mid-grade Saint. Mixed Yuan Fist Technique, top-tier Dao. Divine Abilities, none. Artifacts, Blood Drinking Sword. Fortune Blue. The young master of the Blood Spirit Sect? The Blood Spirit Sect? He had no recollection of it. It must be a rural sect. Hua Yunfei shook his head, his attention fixated on Oh Haochen's second identity, the disciple of the remnants of the Blood Spirit Saint. A remnant soul of an elder? How outrageous. To have a mere blue fortune aided by a saint-level elder's remnant soul is indeed to have stumbled upon great luck. In Chapter 25, am I not strong enough to be so boastful? Not only does Oh Haochen possess a saint's remnant soul as his master, but his innate talent is also unparalleled. With low-grade saint-level aptitude, he stands as a pinnacle figure throughout the Eastern Domain. If he progresses normally, his future achievements are boundless. He could rival the sons of the sacred lands. Such saintly aptitude was not uncommon 30,000 years ago, during the era of the Xianyuan Emperor. In fact, most of the top geniuses of the Supreme Path were endowed with saintly gifts. However, in today's age of diminishing laws, such aptitude is exceedingly rare. One might find only a single individual among 100,000. Due to the constraints imposed by the laws of heaven and earth, those born 30,000 years ago, who might have had the potential to become great saints or quasi-emperors, are now suppressed to low-grade saint levels in this era. Being born in the wrong era profoundly impacts one's life. To alter this fate, one must wait for the end of the age of diminishing laws, which alone may elevate one's talent. The system's objectives are exceedingly lofty. In Hua Yunfei's perspective, barring the inheritors of the Dao Source Peak, it suffices for other disciples to remain at the Dao stage. Such high demands are excessively challenging to fulfill. Yet, he has finally encountered one. Oh Haochen. Hua Yunfei gazed at him, but his brow gradually furrowed. He realized that despite this individual's extraordinary talent, his character was deeply flawed. He was a despicable person. Lin Yang, upon hearing Oh Haochen's words, scoffed coldly. What does your identity have to do with me? Oh Haochen snorted disdainfully and suddenly replied with a smile. Actually, they are not mere bandits, but disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect. Righteous disciples. He emphasized the term righteous disciples deliberately, as a veiled reminder to Lin Yang. It was I who commanded them to annihilate everyone in Qingyang town. Lin Yang's fury ignited as he glared at Houchen with bloodshot eyes. Why would you do this? What benefit do you gain from such actions? Why? Houchen chuckled with amusement. Ants have no right to question why. If I wish for your death, you shall die. If I desire your life, you cannot die even if you wish to. This was the reality brought forth by strength. You mere frogs at the bottom of the well would never comprehend. Ha! Houchen's words pierced Lin Yang's heart like needles, painfully revealing the harsh truth. The annihilation of Qingyang town and the demise of the Lin family were all due to their weakness. When the powerful wield the knife of slaughter, the powerless can only succumb. You seem yet to have experienced the ultimate despair. Bring the woman from his side to me. I shall humiliate her before his eyes until he kneels and begs for mercy. Houchen said with a cold smile. A group of Blood Spirit Sect disciples disguised as bandits approached Lin Yang with lewd grins. At that moment, Hua Yunfei appeared in the center of the scene. His formidable aura instantly sending the surrounding disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect flying. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the disguised disciples, including the leader of the Purple Mansion Realm bandits, were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Who are you? Houchen vigilantly fixed his gaze upon Hua Yunfei, unable to discern how this individual had materialized. Moreover, the strength exhibited by this person seemed formidable. Young master, this individual is perilous. Two elders clad in crimson suddenly appeared, shielding Houchen from harm. They were elders of the Blood Spirit Sect, entrusted with the clandestine protection of the young master's safety. A being of low-grade saint-level aptitude was worth any sacrifice to the Blood Spirit Sect, provided he flourished. Not only achieving the saint realm, but potentially reaching the path of transcendence, the benefits to the Blood Spirit Sect would be inconceivable. Hua Yunfei regarded Houchen with profound disappointment and regret. It was a rare occasion to encounter someone of suitable aptitude. Yet he turned out to be a person of flawed character, morally deficient. Such an individual lacked the merit to become his disciple, let alone a disciple of the Kaishan sect, regardless of whether he possessed exceptional saint-level qualifications. Come here, the two of you. Hua Yunfei beckoned Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing. Senior. Lin Yang hesitantly stepped forward, sensing no malice from Hua Yunfei, thus feeling he could trust him. Stand behind me, and you shall be safeguarded, Hua Yunfei assured. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing nearly wept with joy, hastily expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your rescue. In the future, Hua Yunfei waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, it was but a trivial act. Had it not been for Lin Yang's decent aptitude and Mu Qingqing's fair qualifications, I might not have intervened at all. Senior, Lin Yang interjected, the individual before us is the young master of the Blood Spirit Sect. And these two may be elders of the sect. The Blood Spirit Sect? A mere insignificant force, Hua Yunfei replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Such a trivial sect could be dealt with effortlessly. A mere breath could obliterate a vast number of them, rendering any concern unnecessary. What audacity! Houchen, bypassing the two elders, glared coldly at Hua Yunfei. I observe you are not much older than I, yet your arrogance surpasses mine. Is it not befitting for one as powerful as I to exhibit a degree of pride? Hua Yunfei responded with a hint of a smile. You. Houchen found himself at a loss for words, stammering in frustration. How infuriating. I have never encountered such shamelessness, so brazenly boasting about oneself. Young man, it would serve you well to adopt a more modest demeanor, one of the elders cautioned, his eyes glinting with coldness. I am an elder of the Blood Spirit Sect. Should you depart now, I can treat this matter as if it never occurred. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Hua Yunfei cast a chilling glance at him. With a mere glance, the speaking elder exploded like a watermelon, his remains splattering all over Houchen and the other elder, leaving them in shock. Is he dead? The remaining elder's expression shifted dramatically, hastily exclaiming, Senior, we meant no offense. Please forgive us. We shall take our leave immediately. He grabbed Houchen, attempting to flee. Let go. Houchen, bolstered by the remnant soul of a saint within him, felt emboldened and unafraid of Hua Yunfei. He could not believe that this person could surpass the power of a saint's remnant soul. Young master, do not be foolish. The elder was nearly in tears, fully aware that if they did not escape now, they would be trapped forever. Yet, he could not abandon Houchen, for the Blood Spirit Sect would not spare him. Hua Yunfei discerned his reliance and smirked disdainfully, saying, a mere remnant of a sage dares to speak of courage? Houchen was taken aback. How do you know? The anxious elder was momentarily stunned. The remnant of a sage? The entire Blood Spirit Sect was oblivious to such a significant secret that Houchen harbored. Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement. Their young master, possessing inferior sage-tier aptitude, could, with the assistance of the sage's remnant, potentially lead the Blood Spirit Sect to the pinnacle of the eastern region in the future. Hua Yunfei wasted no time, snapping his fingers to unleash a beam of light that struck Houchen. Instantly, a scream of agony escaped his lips, his face contorted in pain. "Do not harm the young master," the elder shouted frantically, releasing his full aura at the perfected purple mansion stage, gritting his teeth as he lunged at Hua Yunfei. With a soft thud, before he could even close the distance, he was obliterated by Hua Yunfei's aura, reduced to a mere pile of flesh, silenced in an instant. This elder truly was terrifying. Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing stood stunned, their mouths agape. One elder at the perfected purple mansion stage was killed with a glare, while the other was crushed by the aura. What level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such feats? Lin Yang's breath quickened as he fixated on Hua Yunfei's retreating figure. He had always yearned for such a powerful mentor to guide him. Now he had found one. "Young man, how do you know of my existence?" A blazing red phantom appeared above Houchen's head, hovering there. It was an elderly figure with graying hair, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Hua Yunfei, yet unable to penetrate his essence. Even at the initial stage of the Lingdao realm, it was difficult to evade his perception. Why could this youth discern nothing? Instantly, he became alert. Though appearing youthful, this individual could very well be a millennia-old monster with profound cultivation, perhaps at the late stage of the Lingdao realm. If so, this was perilous. He was not a match for a late-stage Lingdao realm cultivator in the current state. He bellowed at Houchen, "Disciple, flee quickly. I cannot contend with him." Chapter 26. The young hero has words to share as a former sage-level powerhouse. The fiery red phantom was certainly not foolish. He was exceedingly astute, neither stubborn nor obstinate. When faced with an adversary beyond his capacity, even if it were merely intuition, he would not hesitate to escape. This had been true in the past, and it remained so. "Disciple, retreat swiftly," the red sage's remnant urged anxiously. He had fused his soul with Houchen and could not separate unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing his words, Houchen remained unmoved, puzzled. "Master, you are a sage. How could a mere youth possibly challenge you? Stop the pretense and take action. I can hardly wait to use the blood-drinking spell to absorb his blood." Houchen's face gleamed with excitement. In his eyes, a sage was invincible, though his master was merely a remnant and could not be truly invincible. That applied only in the presence of a sage's domain master or an ancient ancestor of a sect. Hua Yunfei appeared unremarkable, at most a century old. How strong could one be at such an age? "I am not acting, you fool." The sage's remnant nearly cursed in exasperation, frantic as a fly on a hot pan. Turning back, he saw Hua Yunfei quietly gazing at him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The more he looked, the more fear crept into his heart. He trusted his instincts. They were undoubtedly correct. This individual is beyond our capabilities to confront. Houchen, his true age must exceed 1,500 years. Appearing youthful only due to the consumption of special elixirs. We must not be deceived by this facade. "Retreat swiftly, heed my words," the remnant soul of the sage urged. But alas, his essence could only persist through the spirit of Houchen. If they were to part, his existence would swiftly dissipate. Otherwise, at the moment Houchen spoke, he would have hastily fled in anger. "What? He is not merely slightly older than me?" Houchen, not lacking in wit, promptly realized his error, vexed at having been beguiled by Hua Yunfei's appearance. With that, he turned and fled, the remnant soul of the sage floating behind him, incessantly urging, "Hurry, hurry. Employ your agility." With that, he summoned a stream of light that entered Houchen's being. Instantly, Houchen's speed surged, a series of afterimages trailing behind him. Subsequently, the remnant soul of the sage turned and unleashed a confounding technique, seeking to obscure their whereabouts and enhance their chances of escape. For he understood that, relying solely on Houchen, the prospect of escape was nil. A blood-red mist suddenly enveloped Qingyang town, obscuring divine perception, the visibility not exceeding a mere 10 feet. Having accomplished this, the remnant soul of the sage still felt insecure, extending his hand and gesturing, casting multiple streams of light into the lifeless corpses scattered throughout Qingyang town. Instantly, those corpses stirred, rising with menacing roars, their eyes glazed white, charging toward Hua Yunfei. "You have greatly disappointed me. It is my folly to have harbored any hope for you. Disperse." The utterance of a singular truth shattered the surrounding mist and confinement, the rampaging zombies collapsing in exhaustion. In his eyes, the sage's methods were insignificant. Hua Yunfei raised a hand in a feigned grasp, and in an instant, Houchen and the remnant soul of the sage, having fled over 100 miles, were yanked back to the ground, immobilized before him. "Young hero, let us speak amicably." The remnant soul of the sage rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile adorning his visage. He showed no concern for his esteemed status. Preserving one's life takes precedence. What value does pride hold? Esteemed one, I possess inferior sage-tier aptitude. Spare me, and I shall become your disciple. Surely, you desire a sage-tier individual as your protege. Do you not? How impressive that would be. Oh, Hua Yin implored. He could not fathom Hua Yunfei's indifference towards sage-tier potential. Who could resist a disciple of such caliber? You are the most foolish person I have ever encountered, without exception. Even the fish I keep are more astute than you. Hua Yunfei, though pained, made a decisive choice to eliminate Hua Yin. With a flick of his finger, a gaping wound appeared at Hua Yin's brow, his eyes void of life as he collapsed. I refuse to accept this. Why? The remnant soul of the sage has awakened, yet has done nothing. It is unjust. Upon Hua Yin's demise, his spirit extinguished. The remnant soul, which resided within him, was also destined for obliteration. Unless a new vessel could be found immediately, his fate was sealed. Observing the wailing figure before him, Hua Yunfei remained unfazed. Reflecting on the sage's previous demeanor, a sudden epiphany struck him. This individual, as a remnant soul of a sage, held himself in high regard, yet abandoned his pride to flee when faced with adversity. His character must be exceedingly servile. To become a saint, one must undoubtedly endure hardships. Such individuals are likely well suited to the Mountain Guardian sect. The residual soul of the saint may, in the future, have the opportunity to be reborn through a vessel, transforming into a true saint. Contemplating this, Hua Yunfei made a decision, gesturing to stabilize the disintegrating trend of the saint's residual soul. Predecessor. The saint's residual soul trembled in fear, having heard itself addressed. Do not refer to me as old. Hua Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, stating, I shall grant you a chance at life. It remains to be seen how you will cherish it. Indeed, I shall treasure this opportunity immensely, regardless of your conditions. As long as I live, I shall agree to them. The residual soul of the saint exemplified the resilience and adaptability of a true man, prioritizing survival above all else. Hua Yunfei nodded and turned to Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing, asking, You two find yourselves without a home. Would you be willing to return to my sect? What is your sect, esteemed predecessor? Mu Qingqing began to inquire, but Lin Yang suddenly grasped her hand, signaling her to allow him to speak. Predecessor. Both Qingqing and I are willing, he declared decisively. Many predecessors possess peculiar tempers, having rescued you once. They may take offense if you now focus on the specifics of their sect. Excellent. Hua Yunfei regarded Lin Yang with appreciation. In that case, you both shall be disciples of the Mountain Guardian sect. Given your talents, especially yours, Lin Yang, becoming a true disciple will pose no challenge. Lin Yang, possessing exceptional aptitude at the Dao stage and the Thunder Battle body, was assuredly destined for greatness. As for Mu Qingqing, Hua Yunfei had reviewed her information. Her aptitude was second only to Lin Yang in Qingyang Town, belonging to the mid-tier of the heaven stage. Should fortune favor her, she too could ascend to the realm of celestial beings. Bringing these two back would surely delight Master Yuntian, especially with the added gift of the saint's residual soul. The Mountain Guardian sect, one of the 9 great sects of the eastern region, Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing were taken aback, realizing the formidable strength of the predecessor before them. Hua Yunfei nodded, now addressing the saint's residual soul. Esteemed predecessor. The residual soul rubbed its hands together, striving to display a friendly smile. Your situation is unique, and I have pressing matters to attend to, thus I cannot return to the sect just yet. He then looked at Lin Yang, saying, Lin Yang, this saint's residual soul shall accompany you from now on. Lin Yang was struck dumb. The residual soul of a saint was being entrusted to him. Chapter 27. I believe this matter requires further deliberation. Though the saint's residual soul is not a true saint, its cultivation techniques, insights, divine abilities, and secret methods are invaluable treasures, especially in this era where saints are scarce. To have a saint as a mentor is a privilege that countless prodigies dare not even dream of. Predecessor, this is the residual soul of a saint. Keeping it would undoubtedly benefit you greatly in your cultivation. It may even provide guidance when you ascend to sainthood, Lin Yang asserted, while he genuinely desired this opportunity. Rationality tempered his eagerness. What if this was a test of his character set by the predecessor? Assist me? Hua Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head. Did he truly need a saint's residual soul to aid him? Would he be retreating instead? Well, there is no need for such formalities. Observing your exceptional talents and the imminent prospect of you becoming the true heir of my sect, I bestow this upon you. Do not decline. With these words, before Lin Yang could respond, Hua Yunfei gestured with his fingers, drawing the remnant soul of the sage closer to Lin Yang. Relax your mind and do not resist. Lin Yang promptly complied, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and striving to attain a state of relaxation. With his other hand, Hua Yunfei placed it on Lin Yang's crown, applying a gentle pressure before swiftly pulling back. A faint white shadow was extracted from Lin Yang's body, his very soul. Quick, quick! This sage is about to revive. The remnant soul of the sage, devoid of any psychological burden, was filled with joy. Soon, his remnant soul collided with Lin Yang's soul. A hissing sound echoed as white smoke instantly rose between the two souls. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Lin Yang's soul was too feeble to merge, leading to considerable evaporation. Lin Yang furrowed his brow in pain, yet he dared not forget Hua Yunfei's words, steadfastly maintaining his core, relaxing his entire being, and allowing his soul to be guided. Lin Yang, hold on. Mu Qingqing watched with concern, her anxiety palpable. What are you laughing about? Quickly suppress your soul's intensity. It seems you do not wish to live. Observing this, Hua Yunfei cast a sidelong glance at the grinning remnant soul of the sage and admonished sharply. I wish to live, I wish to live. The remnant soul of the sage hurriedly attempted to suppress its soul's intensity, but it merely slowed the evaporation of Lin Yang's soul slightly. As a being at the meridian opening stage, Lin Yang's soul was woefully weak. Not having reached the essence core stage and lacking an awakened consciousness, he struggled to withstand such a soul merging. However, this was not a challenge for Hua Yunfei. He exhaled a breath of celestial energy, surrounding Lin Yang's soul with it. The vaporization of the soul ceased, and it began to merge perfectly with the remnant soul of the sage. My soul's intensity has instantly reached the purple mansion level. The breath of celestial energy, a fragment of his soul's power, was seamlessly integrated into Lin Yang's essence. This immediate fusion elevated Lin Yang's soul strength, surpassing the essence core level. Achieving the might of the purple mansion, Lin Yang felt a surge of exhilaration within. This was a tremendous opportunity. Once the remnant soul of the sage successfully merged with Lin Yang, Hua Yunfei retracted the celestial energy and returned Lin Yang's soul to his body. Thank you, esteemed senior. Lin Yang opened his eyes and quickly knelt in gratitude. These two opportunities were akin to a rebirth, destined to influence his entire life. We are now comrades. There is no need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then strive to serve the sect diligently in the future. Hua Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. For him, it was merely a trifling effort. The remnant soul of the sage held no significance for him, and there was no need to pass it on to Yi Bufan. He could offer something far better, rendering the sage's remnant soul unnecessary for guiding disciples. Moreover, the sage's remnant soul was in a precarious state. Without a new host, it would soon dissipate. With his magical prowess, he could only sustain it for a brief period. His journey to accept disciples would last several months, far longer than the remnant soul could endure. It needed a host to survive. Coincidentally, Lin Yang was eager to join the Kaoshan sect, and his talents were commendable. Thus, bestowing it upon him did not tarnish the sage's legacy. Conversely, for Lin Yang, whose qualifications have reached the pinnacle of the Tao stage, the assistance of the remnants of a sage's soul may well allow him to achieve greatness that rivals that of the originally sage-tier qualified Ohauchen. Moreover, Lin Yang possesses a unique physique, suggesting that his future potential is boundless. It is not inconceivable that the ancestral tomb of the Mountain Support Sect may one day host a figure of extraordinary lineage. As he departed from Qingyang Town, Hua Yunfei dismantled the surrounding heavenly mechanisms, preventing others from deducing the events that transpired there. Having learned from his previous experience with the Tao Immortal Sect, he exercised even greater caution this time around, eliminating all risks of exposure. Even the slightest possibility must be eradicated in its infancy. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei arrived at the Blood Spirit Sect, swiftly extinguishing it and similarly dispersing the surrounding heavenly mechanisms. The Blood Spirit Sect, notorious for its heinous deeds while masquerading as righteous, had so thoroughly lost its moral compass that even Hua Yunfei, who possessed little benevolence, was horrified by the atrocities witnessed in Qingyang Town. Such a malevolent faction ought not to exist. Their eradication would suffice to save countless lives. Once all was settled, the four boarded a luxurious flying vessel, resuming their journey to recruit disciples. This opulent craft is a treasure not typically within the reach of ordinary individuals. The remnants of the sage's soul gazed wide-eyed, smacking its lips at the thousands of spirit stones within the power chamber, nearly drooling. In its former life, though it was a sage, it lived in poverty and had resorted to petty thievery for meager resources, often finding itself perilously close to death due to resource conflicts. A single top-grade spirit stone equates to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones or 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. The sheer abundance of these stones, casually piled for the ship's use, speaks volumes of their wealth. Lin Yang licked his lips, his eyes equally transfixed. Although he was once the heir of the Lin family, he had never encountered top-grade spirit stones, let alone such a vast quantity. How long would it take to cultivate with these? Lin Yang. You are on the verge of drooling, Mu Qingqing teased, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Apologies, I lost my composure, Lin Yang replied awkwardly. Though it was uncharacteristic for him, the loss of his family had heightened his yearning for strength, causing him to momentarily lose his composure in the presence of the multitude of top-grade spirit stones. Young man, the remnants of the sage's soul whispered into Lin Yang's ear. Your qualifications are commendable, and with the Tao stage pinnacle paired with the thunder battle body, there are few in this present age of diminishing magic who can compare to you. Lin Yang regarded him inquisitively. What do you mean? The remnants of the sage's soul chuckled, casting a glance at Hua Yunfei, who sat at the forefront of the vessel. This individual possesses unfathomable strength and immense wealth. Why not consider him as your mentor? Become his disciple? Lin Yang turned his gaze toward Hua Yunfei, who had also crossed his mind as a potential master. He had sensed Hua Yunfei's extraordinary capabilities long ago and was aware of his own talents. However, given that Hua Yunfei had saved him and was willing to guide him back to his sect, asking for too much might provoke resentment. Thus, he resolved to wait until he had trained for a while at the Mountain Support Sect before contemplating such a decision. Why hesitate? If you are reluctant, I shall speak on your behalf, urged the remnants of the sage's soul. Surprisingly, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, the remnant soul of the sage found Lin Yang's straightforwardness somewhat awkward, stating, this matter requires careful deliberation. Clearly, he was also hesitant. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang rolled his eyes. If one is afraid, there is no need for such excuses. He discerned that although this sage's remnant soul held a title, his nature was timid and cautious, always seeking to evade danger at all costs. What kind of look is that? The sage's remnant soul exclaimed, hands on hips, feeling indignant that a mere child dared to disregard him. Do not intimidate Lin Yang. Otherwise, I shall inform my senior that you are bullying us. Mu Qingqing raised her small fist in a playful gesture, aligning herself firmly with Lin Yang, even willing to sacrifice herself for him. Dressed in a flowing green gown, she exuded grace. Her fair skin and delicate features, while not breathtakingly beautiful, were undeniably captivating. Qingqing, Lin Yang chuckled softly, taking her hand and signaling her to show a modicum of respect to the sage's remnant soul. Upon feeling Lin Yang grasp her hand, Mu Qingqing froze, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She sensed a shift in Lin Yang's demeanor towards her, markedly different from before. Well. The sage's remnant soul whistled and smacked his lips, instantly shattering the pleasant atmosphere between the two. Lin Yang, slightly irritated, remarked, in truth, there is no need to overly flatter him, for he himself lacks any sense of dignity. Uffed. Mu Qingqing stifled a laugh, her heart racing as she gazed at Lin Yang's profile. This fellow had indeed transformed. Seated at the bow of the flying vessel, Hua Yunfei lounged in a reclined chair, leisurely sipping tea. Though the trio's conversation was deliberately subdued, how could it escape his notice? If this young lad were to truly speak up, would I be compelled to accept him? Hua Yunfei found himself wavering. Lin Yang exhibited excellent character, commendable talent, and possessed a unique physique, making him a worthy candidate for apprenticeship. Yet, he continued to deliberate. For once he nodded in agreement. He would bear the responsibility for Lin Yang's future. Their fates would become intertwined, and for someone who adhered to the principles of caution, such entanglements could prove troublesome. Over the next 2 months, the flying vessel traversed the desolate regions, ultimately entering the domain of Qingzhou, the sphere of influence of the sacred land of Yangguang. The eastern domain was divided into the desolate state, Qingzhou, and Sangzhou. Meanwhile, the opposing sacred land, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, resided in Sangzhou. Hard to find indeed. Hua Yunfei mused, standing at the forefront of the vessel, gazing at the sea of clouds before him with a hint of exasperation. 2 months had passed without encountering a single individual of low-grade sage qualifications. It was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Perhaps I should abduct a genius from the extreme sacred land instead. They must be hiding a few with low-grade sage potential. Yet, this thought merely flitted through his mind before being dismissed by Hua Yunfei. What a joke. As a youth committed to caution, how could he ever stoop to such actions? Should they become enraged and summon their ancestors to unearth his identity, it would surely spell trouble for his sect. Despite these 2 months yielding no significant results, he did not leave entirely empty-handed. The flying vessel now accommodated 2 additional passengers, both possessing path-level qualifications, and, strikingly, they were twins. Preparing to bring back to the sect for cultivation, such talent, with proper training, should be sufficient to enter the ancestral tomb in the future. Name, Tang Yi. Age, 20. Realm, None. Status, mortal. Cultivation aptitude, mid-grade Dao rank. The 2 individuals, aside from their distinct special physiques, are nearly identical in every other aspect. It is worth mentioning that the Black Sha'in body and Black Shaiyang body when considered individually, do not seem particularly formidable, although their physiques are flawless. They pale in comparison to Lin Yang's incomplete thunder battle body. However, this comparison only holds when considered in isolation. When the Black Sha-Yin body and Black Sha-Yang body manifest together, and the two join forces, even against an ancient sacred body of the same realm, they can hold their ground. These two physiques possess the ability to merge, allowing them to evolve yin and yang and enact unique Taoist techniques, rendering them exceptionally powerful. Tang Yi and Tang Air, being twins, share an innate connection, and their collaboration is undoubtedly seamless. As they grow stronger in the future, as long as they remain united, even those several realms above them will find it challenging to subdue them. Legend has it that a certain great emperor, before attaining enlightenment, challenged all perfected quasi-emperors throughout the starry skies. He aimed to elevate himself through battle, to transcend the tribulation of emperorship, integrate the heavenly heart seal, and ascend to the pinnacle of the imperial realm. The most arduous battle he faced before his enlightenment was against the twin brothers possessing the Black Sha-Yin body and Black Sha-Yang body. That battle raged for decades, marked by fierce conflict, and the soon-to-be enlightened emperor nearly met his demise. Consequently, upon witnessing Tang Yi and Tang Air, Hua Yunfei resolved to bring them back to the sect as foundational talents for the future. The ancestral tomb demands such prodigies. Upon entering Qingzhou, the abundance of geniuses became evident, and Hua Yunfei was discerning in his selections, unwilling to accept just anyone into the sect for cultivation. The foundation of the Reliance sect is profound, and his standards are exceptionally high. Hence, after Tang Yi and Tang Air, he did not allow anyone else aboard. A month later, as the flying vessel prepared to depart Qingzhou and entered Sangzhou, the territory of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, it coincided with the day of the disciple recruitment ceremony held by the Qiankuan Cave Heaven, one of the 9 great celestial sects. Millions gathered at the plaza outside the Qiankuan Cave Heaven's gate, creating a dense throng. Talents of all kinds converged, the atmosphere electric with fervent discussions. Among them stood a young man clad in yellow robes, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, seemingly indifferent to it all. Yet, he sparked exclamations of surprise from those around him. Isn't that Huangxian? This fellow has left the Yaoguang sacred land and come to Qiankuan Cave Heaven to participate in the disciple examination. How could the Yaoguang sacred land not be furious? Indeed, he is one of the candidates for the saint son of the current generation, yet after being eliminated, he chose to depart from the sacred land. Perhaps he felt he had lost his value, as the saint's son has been decided, and all resources of the Yaoguang sacred land will undoubtedly be directed towards him. True, although Huangxian possesses low-grade saint rank aptitude, the rumored saint son is said to be even more powerful. Hua Yunfei fixed his gaze below, specifically on Huangxian, his expression shifting from calm to perplexed, and finally to astonishment. This fellow. Simultaneously, he absorbed the discussions around him, pondering the implications of Huangxian's elimination from the position of saint son, and who the actual saint son of the Yaoguang sacred land must be. However, Hua Yunfei was utterly indifferent to the so-called saint son of Yaoguang. His primary concern lay with the individual known as Huangxian. Chapter 29. Huangxian, Xian Huang name, Huangxian, age, 23, the Xian Huang Emperor. Hua Yunfei was genuinely astonished. This Huangxian was a drop of the imperial blood of the Xian Huang Emperor, housing a fragment of his soul in a reincarnated form. The Xian Huang undying body, the Xian Huang infinite Tao, and other such remarkable traits were the hallmarks of the Xian Huang Emperor's legendary prowess. As the final emperor of humanity in history, the memories of him remain crystal clear to the world. Legends say that after venturing to an unknown realm, the Xian Huang Emperor ascended shortly thereafter, marking him as the emperor with the briefest earthly existence. It now appeared that before his ascension, the Xian Huang Emperor had left behind a contingency, reincarnating into this life. Presently, this Huangxian was the rebirth of the Xian Huang Emperor. However, it seemed that due to the nature of his bloodline reincarnation, Huangxian's Xian Huang undying body, the Xian Huang Emperor Sutra, and the Xian Huang infinite Tao were all incomplete. Even his aptitude was merely that of a top-tier saint rank. The gap between him and his former imperial qualifications was indeed vast. When Huangxian participated in the assessment for the saint son of the Yaoguang sacred land, he must have retained much of his potential. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he could have easily ascended to the position of saint son. Yet, he relinquished that opportunity and chose instead to enter the Qiankuan Cave Heaven for the disciple assessment, which raised suspicions. A strategy must be devised to prevent him from entering the Qiankuan Cave Heaven. With such talent, he ought to align himself with the Reliant Mountain Sect. Hua Yunfei's thoughts raced, but as he was about to take action, an unexpected occurrence transpired in the plaza. Huang Xian remained oblivious to the discussions around him, unwilling to engage with them. His identity was unique, and he could not afford to expose it. The Yaoguang sacred land possessed imperial weapons, which bore spirits. The longer one lingered there, the greater the likelihood of their identity being discovered. Additionally, a fearsome ancestor of the Yaoguang sacred land had recently awakened, his consciousness vast enough to envelop the entire sacred domain. For safety's sake, Huang Xian decided to leave the Yaoguang sacred land. He needed to be cautious, for any misstep could lead to irretrievable doom. Despite his past as the Xian Huang Emperor, revered by countless beings, if his identity were uncovered by that ancestor, the latter would not care who he was. They would devour him without hesitation, furthering their own path to supremacy. He understood this all too well. Although he was a reincarnation containing a fragment of imperial blood and a soul, his memories were incomplete. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of how alluring he was to those ancient beings nearing the end of their imperial journey. Thus, departing from the extreme Dao sacred land early was a measure of self-preservation. The reason he ventured to the Qiankuan cave heaven was that Huang Xian aspired to cultivate rapidly, necessitating a foundation of abundant resources. Achieving this solely by his own means would prove exceedingly challenging. The Qiankuan cave heaven, ranked fourth among the 9 grand sects of the Eastern Domain, was a paragon of resources, unparalleled throughout the region. Although he had only revealed low-tier saint qualifications, in this era, joining the Qiankuan cave heaven should be a straightforward endeavor. Once he acquired ample resources and devoted himself to a century of cultivation, he would then be strong enough to seek out the tomb of the Xian Huang Emperor. His memories are fragmented, his foundation incomplete, everything about him is flawed, necessitating the Emperor's heart of the imperial corpse to mend these deficiencies. In his previous life, although he ascended, he deliberately left behind the Emperor's heart, buried in a certain location for this very day. Yet, his memories elude him, and he cannot recall. So he must grow stronger and excavate every corner of the Eastern Domain, hoping to uncover the Xian Huang imperial tomb. At this moment, the vast mountain gate of the Qiankuan cave heaven opened, and a celestial crane descended, landing above the crowd. Upon the crane stood an elder, his long beard flowing in the wind, gazing downwards with a hint of regret in his eyes. Huang Xian looked up, realizing the elder was observing him. The onlookers sensed this too, casting envious glances at Huang Xian. Truly, with such inferior holy grade talent, the elder of Qiankuan cave heaven personally came to meet him. Indeed, as long as one's aptitude is sufficiently strong, one is sought after wherever they go. Even after leaving the Yaoguang sacred land, he could easily attract the attention of the other 9 great sects. The elder on the celestial crane looked at Huang Xian, shook his head with a sigh, and said, "You should leave. Qiankuan cave heaven cannot accommodate you." Huang Xian blinked in confusion. "Senior, why?" The elder replied, "You should already be well aware. So there is no need for this inquiry." Hearing this, Huang Xian helplessly shook his head and turned to depart. He wove through the crowd and vanished from the square. What is going on? How can Qiankuan cave heaven refuse someone with Huang Xian's qualifications? Such foolishness, there must be something amiss. With holy grade inferior talent, how could Qiankuan cave heaven possibly overlook him? Indeed, if my conjecture is correct, it must be due to the Yaoguang sacred land. Are you suggesting that the Yaoguang sacred land blacklisted Huang Xian? Almost certainly. It seems that the Yaoguang sacred land harbors a deep resentment towards disciples who depart. Whenever such incidents occur, the departing disciples are nearly always unable to join other major sections. What a pity, although he may still join smaller sects. It is a great injustice to Huang Xian. Even if he were to join a minor sect, the lack of resources would severely limit his future accomplishments. The discussions among the crowd only deepened the elder's look of regret. Such holy grade inferior talent, and yet they have let him slip away. Cursed Yaoguang sacred land. The elder felt powerless, as Qiankuan cave heaven and Yaoguang sacred land were both situated on the same continent, and he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable influence. They could not afford to provoke them. If they made a decree, Qiankuan cave heaven had no choice but to comply. How tyrannical is the Yaoguang sacred land? Hua Yunfei sneered. Huang Xian's exceptional talents would make him a top presence even within the extreme Dao sacred land. Although he was not selected as a holy son, with proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Yet, he abruptly chose to withdraw from the sacred land without clear reason. This was unacceptable to the sacred land. The Yaoguang sacred land would not resort to killing Huang Xian, but they would certainly make his life difficult, blacklisting his name among the 9 great sects of the Eastern Domain, preventing several top powers from accepting him as a disciple. Qiankuan cave heaven dares not act. I dare. Hua Yunfei grunted lowly, already formulating a plan. As long as he operates discreetly, erasing all traces, even the Yaoguang sacred land would be unable to trace him. Of course, It is not that he fears the Yaoguang sacred land. He simply does not wish to cause trouble for the Kuaishan sect. As Hua Yunfei steered the flying vessel closer to the departing Huang Xian, he simultaneously wielded his formidable power to erase all traces, allowing the entire vessel to merge into the void and traverse onward. Chapter 30. The Qian Kuan Cave Heaven, a master of deception. Among these sects, none dared to offend the sacred land of Yaoguang. Alas, it seems I must rely on myself. Huang Xian, filled with melancholy, departed from the Qian Kuan Cave Heaven. He soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and journeyed into the distance. One must recognize that with the tyranny of the sacred land of Yaoguang, they should have been annihilated in a previous life. Huang Xian thought fiercely. The emperor is invincible in this world, capable of extinguishing any force with a mere flick of his hand. Even the most formidable of the extreme path sects would be but a trifling matter. Yet, in the present, words hold no weight. Returning to the sacred land of Yaoguang is utterly out of the question. No extreme path force should be approached. Having lived for so long under the shadow of imperial weapons poses too great a risk. Moreover, it is unlikely that any of the 9 great immortal sects of the eastern region would offer me refuge. It appears I can only join one of the smaller sects for now, and later devise a way to acquire more resources for cultivation. I recall that the nearest sect to this location should be the Huangfeng Valley. I shall make my way there. With his destination determined, Huang Xian quickened his pace, intending to reach the nearest city and utilize the spatial domain gate. The eastern region is vast and boundless. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take centuries to traverse its entirety by flight. For long-distance travel, aside from top-tier powerhouses crossing the void, the quickest and most common method is to take the spatial domain gate. If I can be transported to the nearest spatial domain gate of Huangfeng Valley, it will save me considerable time. Young friend, please pause. An elderly figure in gray robes appeared in Huang Xian's path, standing there with a smile. And you are? Huang Xian regarded the stranger warily. Being high in the air and alone could make him vulnerable if the other's intentions were nefarious. Upon discerning the Bagua emblem on the elder's chest, he realized, you are from the Qian Kuan Cave Heaven. Indeed, the gray-robed elder chuckled, surveying Huang Xian with satisfaction. Would you care to join our Qian Kuan Cave Heaven? Huang Xian was somewhat taken aback. Did you not reject me earlier? What is this charade? He soon came to a realization and added, you were merely putting on an act for the sacred land of Yaoguang, weren't you? Indeed, young friend. Your insight is remarkable. The elder nodded with a smile, increasingly pleased with Huang Xian, noting not only his exceptional talent, but also his sharp intellect. Such talents are exceedingly rare in today's world. Thus, the Qian Kuan Cave Heaven is willing to take this considerable risk to recruit Huang Xian. Well then, would you consider my offer? The gray-robed elder inquired, confident that Huang Xian would not refuse. As anticipated, under the elder's expectant gaze, Huang Xian nodded, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens. Hua Yunfei was genuinely impressed. The Qian Kuan Cave Heaven truly excelled in the art of performance. Initially, Huang Xian had nowhere to turn, and Hua Yunfei could easily have lured him into the Kuaishan sect. Yet, unexpectedly, a formidable figure had emerged halfway. Who might you be? The gray-robed elder scrutinized Hua Yunfei warily. This individual had descended from the sky without him detecting it until he materialized within his line of sight. Hua Yunfei did not linger on pleasantries, pointing at Huang Xian and declaring, he is the one I want. You may go back. Huang Xian gazed at Hua Yunfei with a perplexed expression, seemingly unfamiliar with him. Senior, he tentatively spoke. However, before he could finish, the elder in the gray robe let out a low grunt and remarked, Huang Xian has already nodded in agreement to join my Qian Kuan cave. It would be inappropriate for you to intervene, wouldn't it? Were it not for my inability to ascertain your true strength, I would not have bothered to engage in further discourse. Indeed, it is inappropriate, Hua Yunfei acknowledged, but what of it? You. The elder's expression darkened, feeling that this individual was rather ungrateful. Let us make this fair. We shall allow Huang Xian to make his own choice. Should he opt for Qian Kuan cave, I will take my leave immediately, without any regrets. Hua Yunfei was not overly forceful in his response. Very well. The elder's countenance softened. Since the other party was willing to reason, matters became more manageable. He turned to Huang Xian and said, young friend, you have already nodded in agreement. Thus it is presumed you are willing to accompany me back to Qian Kuan cave. Here, I can assure you that if you consent, the resources will be directed towards you, and you will receive vigorous training. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian felt a stir of interest. What he lacked most at present were cultivation resources. With them, he could rise rapidly and gain the strength to seek the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. At that moment, Hua Yunfei conveyed a message to Huang Xian, whispering just 4 words. Instantly, Huang Xian's eyes widened, and he turned sharply to look at Hua Yunfei. After a brief silence, Huang Xian addressed the elder in the gray robe, saying, "I apologize, senior, but I wish to accompany this esteemed individual. I am deeply grateful for the sincerity of Qianquan Cave." "Why?" The elder was incredulous and sought to inquire further. But Hua Yunfei interrupted him, stating, "Now that Huang Xian has made his decision, there is no need for further discussion. You should return to report to your sect promptly." "You." The elder's chest heaved in anger, nearly provoking him to take action. How infuriating it was to lose a prize so easily. Who was this sudden interloper? And by what means had Huang Xian so decisively chosen him? Fuming, the elder flicked his sleeves and stormed away, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might lose control. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Hua Yunfei's lips as he gazed intently at the retreating figure of the elder, his pupils transforming into a golden hue, shimmering with a deep violet radiance. "Ah!" The elder suddenly clutched his head, screaming in agony. His expression twisted with pain as he felt a powerful force of soul energy invade his consciousness. This force was forcibly altering his memories. The elder attempted to resist, but to his astonishment, he found that with his celestial realm cultivation, he was utterly helpless against the sudden onslaught of this soul energy. In less than the span of a tea time, the elder stood there, his face a mask of confusion, muttering, "Huang Xian has vanished without a trace. This lad is astonishingly swift. He truly is a top-tier prodigy with considerable prowess." As he faded from view, he mused, "Returning without finding him should not reflect poorly on me." And with that, his figure dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei and Huang Xian had already ascended into the higher clouds, entering a concealed flying vessel. The surroundings were rather agreeable. Huang Xian is indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of an emperor, having witnessed the grandeur of the world. The luxurious flying vessel, which left even the remnants of the sage's soul envious, merely elicited a commendation from him. Upon the return of the two, Lin Yang and his companions promptly approached. None among the five had ever seen Huang Xian, their expressions filled with curiosity, pondering the significance of this individual whom Hua Yunfei himself had come to greet. Yet, Huang Xian was in no mood to entertain them. The 4 words that Hua Yunfei had transmitted to him still caused his heart to race with unease. "Xian Huang Da Di." This was how Hua Yunfei addressed him, his tone infused with certainty, as if he recognized Huang Xian as the very Xian Huang Emperor himself. Huang Xian found himself bewildered. How could Hua Yunfei, whom he had never met, possibly know his identity? Could it be that this individual not only wielded an imperial weapon of extreme path, but was also a powerful sage? To discern his true identity, one would need to possess at least the cultivation of a great sage, or be a sage-level individual wielding an imperial weapon of extreme path. Others would have to employ their divine sense at close range to thoroughly examine his being to uncover the truth. However, observing Hua Yunfei, he did not appear to hold an imperial weapon, nor did his cultivation seem to align with that of a great sage. Where lay the inconsistency? Even though Huang Xian had been a human emperor in his previous life, with a discerning eye, he could not have anticipated that a certain system, a fortuitous entity, had unveiled his true nature. Naturally, Hua Yunfei would not admit this. Noticing Huang Xian's unwavering gaze upon him, he chuckled softly and turned to Lin Yang and the others, saying, "You may resume your cultivation. Feel free to utilize the resources aboard the vessel. I have matters to discuss with him." Lin Yang and the others nodded in understanding and discreetly departed. Once at a distance, the sage's remnant soul tugged at Lin Yang, stealthily extending his head and pricking up his ears, eager to eavesdrop. Lin Yang, exasperated, remarked, "Have you grown so bold after a few months of acquaintance with the elder?" Finding him quite amiable, it had been over 3 months since they departed from Qingyang town. Throughout this time, Lin Yang and his companions had come to comprehend Hua Yunfei's temperament. They discovered that not only was he congenial, but he was also remarkably approachable, lacking the arrogance typical of a powerful figure, always favoring virtue and reason. Consequently, the fear they initially harbored towards Hua Yunfei's formidable strength gradually dissipated, particularly for the sage's remnant soul, whose audacity grew by the day. "Well, there's nothing wrong with listening in." The sage's remnant soul chuckled mischievously. "If you dare to eavesdrop again, a single slap from me could spell your demise." How could the two escape Hua Yunfei's perception? He turned to them, speaking in a calm tone, "Indeed, Lin Yang, how could you behave in such a manner?" The sage's remnant soul's expression turned stern as he pointed at Lin Yang, reproaching him. "I am quite ashamed by your despicable act of eavesdropping, especially dragging me into it. It is utterly contemptible." With that, the sage's remnant soul floated away, leaving Lin Yang in a state of confusion. With his temperament, I nearly lost my composure, Lin Yang thought. "Elder, what did you mean by your earlier words?" Huang Xian remained composed. Although his memories were incomplete, He had once been the human emperor, possessing a cultivated demeanor. He was uncertain whether Hua Yunfei had indeed uncovered his identity and contemplated testing the waters. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei smiled slightly and said, "What you ponder within your heart is precisely what I contemplate. Thus, do you comprehend?" A tumult surged within Huang Xian's heart. Had he truly been seen through? Yet why? He remained unwilling to believe, suspecting that Hua Yunfei was merely deceiving him. Perceiving Huang Xian's thoughts, Hua Yunfei reassured him, "There is no need for doubt, nor for reliance on chance. I possess my own methods, but rest assured, I shall not bring you harm." Huang Xian, half convinced, inquired, "Then what is your intention in bringing me aboard this flying vessel?" He could not fathom that Hua Yunfei, facing a mere trace of imperial blood and a fragment of an emperor's soul, could remain indifferent. Imperial blood and soul were coveted treasures, sought after by countless individuals. Even a mere trace would incite a rush across the cosmos, should any quasi-emperor catch wind of it. This was precisely why he had decisively departed from the profound and ancient sacred land of Yaoguang. According to the fragmented memories of his past life, the depths of such sacred lands were immensely formidable, far more complex than they appeared. Hua Yunfei, without mincing words, declared, "Upon witnessing your extraordinary lineage, I have felt the desire to take you as my disciple. Are you suggesting that you wish to make me your apprentice?" Huang Xian chuckled. In this era, true powerhouses were scarce. There were hardly any sages who could impart knowledge to him. Although his memories were incomplete, he retained recollections of the supreme techniques and cultivation insights that the Xian Huang Emperor had perused in his previous life. With such knowledge, a master was unnecessary. His choices to join the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Qinquan Cave Heaven were solely for resources. What he lacked most was merely resources. Hua Yunfei discerned Huang Xian's skepticism. Indeed, how could an emperor's perspective regard a contemporary powerhouse? Even a quasi-emperor, despite Huang Xian's flaws, would not be deemed worthy. However, Hua Yunfei believed himself qualified, and he promptly demonstrated this through action. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, an abundance of high-grade spirit stones and various low-tier sacred medicinal herbs materialized around them, numbering in the hundreds. Instantly, the already spirit-rich flying vessel became enveloped in a cloud of holy energy, lingering persistently. The fragrant aroma of the medicinal herbs drew Lin Yang and the others closer. Wow! 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 The remnant soul of the sage shook Lin Yang's shoulder fervently, pointing at the treasures surrounding Hua Yunfei, saliva nearly pooling. "If I could just have one of those, I could ascend right here. Can you calm down for a moment?" Lin Yang rolled his eyes. The quasi-emperor level medicinal herbs, the true dragon medicinal herb, the other sacred and even saintly grade medicinal herbs did not significantly stir Huang Xian's emotions. However, upon seeing a golden herb resembling a dragon, his expression turned to one of astonishment. "Don't look at me. I am a legend you will never attain." The quasi-emperor level true dragon medicinal herb had already gained sentience. It unfurled its eyes upon the stem and leaves, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Xian. Where did this bumpkin come from? Has he never seen such a handsome visage? That it could speak did not surprise Huang Xian. Many sacred-grade medicinal herbs possessed intelligence and could flee on their own to evade harvesters. Thus, it was entirely natural for a quasi-emperor level medicinal herb to possess the ability to converse. As he gazed upon Hua Yunfei, the man appeared increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, he produced over 100 sacred medicinal herbs, the lowest of which were at the saint level, including the remarkable true dragon elixir, capable of evolving into an emperor-level potion after 500,000 years of cultivation. Who was this individual? Perhaps an ancestor from a supreme sacred land? The thought seemed increasingly plausible to Huang Xian, and indeed, it was the only explanation that made sense. Why else would he wield such extravagant resources? Huang Xian even speculated that even the ancestors of the supreme sacred lands would not possess such wealth. Typically, such potent medicines were cultivated in the sacred gardens of holy lands. How could they be so casually nurtured in the Purple Mansion's cave heaven? With another flourish of his sleeve, Hua Yunfei collected the spirit stones and medicinal herbs into the Purple Mansion's cave heaven, revealing several volumes of emperor scriptures. Over the years, although he had only acquired a single imperial weapon, the abundance of imperial texts was such that he could not grasp them with both hands. The cultivation methods he practiced were all drawn from these texts. The multitude of emperor scriptures was, in itself, a source of vexation. Was there anyone who understood his sentiment? "Master, may I pay my respects?" Huang Xian exclaimed, and with a resolute motion, he knelt to the ground in a gesture of reverence. His expression was solemn, and he did not even glance at those emperor scriptures. The scriptures and resources were of little importance. His primary desire was to pay homage to his master. My obedient disciple, please rise." Hua Yunfei beamed with joy as he stored away his treasures. Huang Xian was of exceptional talent, having been a great emperor of the human race in his previous life. With a bit of nurturing, he would undoubtedly become an invaluable asset to the Reliance sect, destined to rest deep within the ancestral tombs. Hua Yunfei then produced the Taiji sword technique and handed it to Huang Xian, saying, "My offerings are humble. This ordinary technique serves as a token of my acceptance of you as my disciple. Do not disdain it." Receiving the Taiji sword technique, Huang Xian's countenance grew earnest. "Master, it is the thought that counts, and I am well aware of this. Thank you for bestowing me with the sword technique." Good, 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 Hua Yunfei exclaimed thrice, visibly pleased with Huang Xian. Initially, he had presumed that Huang Xian, having been an emperor in his past life, might possess a certain rigidity. After all, he had once looked down upon the masses and might struggle to engage with others on equal footing. However, it seemed he had overthought it. Huang Xian was remarkably astute, devoid of any stiffness or pretension. He did not inhabit the role of an emperor, but understood the distinction between past and present. He was no longer the great emperor of the human race. Ding. Second disciple, Huang Xian, successfully accepted. Reward calculation commencing. Chapter 32. Unbelievably extravagant ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Xian Huang ancient scripture. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pool of celestial river water. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 ton of eternal celestial gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special constitution, the innate Tao embryo. What? Hua Yunfei was utterly astonished. What kind of divine rewards were these? They were unfathomably extravagant, compared to the rewards he received when accepting Yi Bufan. The rewards for Huang Xian were simply unparalleled. He was unaware of what the celestial river water was. But the eternal celestial gold was a coveted material that even emperors yearned for in their crafting endeavors. As the great emperor forged imperial weapons, the mere addition of a trace of eternal celestial gold or other celestial metals of comparable grade could significantly enhance the weapon's potency. In essence, there existed a disparity between an imperial weapon infused with special celestial metals and one that was not. The latter would undoubtedly suffer in a duel. To his astonishment, he was rewarded with an entire ton of this precious material for accepting disciples. Just imagine how many top-tier artifacts he could forge with such a bounty, especially his own life artifact. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, cultivators unlock the Purple Mansion's celestial domain, cultivating the Sea of Purple Qi, which not only allows them to store anything, but also to begin nurturing their own life artifacts within this sea. Each cultivator possesses their own life artifact, and Hua Yunfei is no exception, possessing a 9-story pagoda. However, due to his lofty aspirations, the pagoda is merely in its nascent form, lacking even a name. He has been waiting for powerful refining materials to enhance his life artifact's shape, striving for its innate strength to reach extraordinary heights. The emergence of eternal celestial gold seems to fulfill this need. Moreover, Huang Xian's indestructible primordial body appears capable of nurturing the primordial maternal qi, a treasure of the same caliber as the purple qi of the East, born from the initial chaos of the universe. If incorporated, his life artifact would undoubtedly grow even more formidable, potentially rivaling an imperial weapon once he ascends to the status of a great emperor. Of course, that is a matter for the future. The innate Tao embryo. Hua Yunfei recalled that this was a rare innate physique conducive to comprehending the Tao, one whose thoughts resonate with the great principles, facilitating rapid enlightenment and cultivation. He remembered that the ancient saint body and the innate Tao embryo could potentially give rise to an innate saint body, which is considered the ultimate physique, destined to become a saint from birth and almost guaranteed to ascend as a great emperor. Hua Yunfei pondered the prospect of finding a wife for Yi Bufan, ideally one possessing the innate Tao embryo, to ensure the birth of a genius of imperial caliber, thereby strengthening the foundation of the Reliance sect. He wondered, system, what is the celestial river water? Could it be the legendary water from the celestial river in the immortal realm? Indeed, the celestial river was once but a small stream in the immortal realm billions of years ago, mere mundane water. After eons of transformation, it gained sentience and became the celestial river, the system informed him. If you wish to know its effects, a single soak will reveal all. A soak? Hua Yunfei mused, realizing the implications. Once I return to the Tao Source Peak, I shall give it a try. I hope this celestial river water does not disappoint me. Shortly thereafter, as the innate Tao embryo merged with his physique, a small figure appeared, seated cross-legged within his purple mansion. Upon closer inspection, this figure was a miniature version of Hua Yunfei himself. This was the Tao embryo, a natural embodiment of the Tao, perpetually engaged in comprehension and cultivation, providing insights to Hua Yunfei. System, from now on, directly transmit celestial metals and such into the Purple Mansion's celestial domain without drawing attention. I've told you countless times. But you still fail to grasp the essence of subtlety. You seem to revel in ostentation. Indeed, it seems I have developed a slight addiction, the system admitted. Were the system to possess a physical form, Hua Yunfei would undoubtedly have delivered a resounding slap. He held a profound disdain for the system, having long discerned its trivial intentions. Whenever something remarkable occurs, it must be accompanied by a grand spectacle. At Daoyuan Peak, the 99 layers of protective formations fail to diminish his aura, which is truly dazzling. Lin Yang and his companions, witnessing that Hua Yunfei and Huang Xian have concluded their discussion, approached them. From a distance, they were already in awe of Hua Yunfei's wealth and influence. Not only did he impress Huang Xian, but he also captivated them. Lin Yang gazes enviously at Huang Xian, pondering how this individual could be chosen as a senior disciple. Could his talent surpass his own? A sense of despondency washes over him. If he were to make a request, would the senior truly acquiesce? Mu Qingqing grasps his hand, offering a faint smile as she says, the most essential quality in a person is confidence. Regardless of whether you can become a disciple of the senior, I believe that at Kaoshan Sect, you will shine with your own brilliance. Thank you. Lin Yang regains his confidence. Indeed, he must have faith. Even if Hua Yunfei is unwilling to accept him as a disciple, he cannot succumb to despair. After all, he too will become a true disciple of Kaoshan Sect, and the difference will not be significant. Hua Yunfei glances around at the group and remarks, having been out for a few months, it's time to return to the sect. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across their faces. Finally, they are to return. In the sacred land of Yaoguang, the night is deep and tranquil, the bright moon hanging overhead. Two elderly men, one clad in golden robes and the other in silver, stand atop a building with hands clasped behind their backs, gazing at the moon. The man in gold remarks, change is brewing in the eastern region. The downfall of the ghostly underworld is merely the beginning. The man in silver nods in agreement. Indeed, it appears the ancient races are stirring. Recently, a disciple discovered their traces. At this juncture, it is time to compel those hidden families and sects to reveal themselves. The 9 great immortal sects have become mere shadows of their former glory. Their strength no longer matches the renown of the 9 great immortal sects. For a grand era is gradually approaching. Indeed, it has been 30,000 years since the ascension of the Xianhuang Emperor. The cosmos has languished in silence for 30 millennia. Without the strength of a sage, traversing the stars is perilous. The golden-robed elder laments how swiftly time passes. This has resulted in the recent 1,000 years witnessing a loss of close connections between the Big Dipper and other major stars. Contact the Sun and Moon Divine Sect to initiate the immortal ranking plan, to instill fear in the soon-to-awaken ancient powers. I am confident that the other 4 regions will also take action regarding the awakening ancient races. Tomorrow, I shall pay them a personal visit to ascertain whether they still possess any semblance of dignity. As a sacred land of extremity, what means do we lack to uncover even the faintest trace? The demise of the ghostly underworld bears the shadow of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. They have discovered that prior to the ghostly underworld's downfall, there was a close association with the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, with a powerful member of the ghostly underworld leading a strong figure from the sect into their domain. On the same day, the ghostly underworld fell. To claim they had no hand in it would be unbelievable. By the way, the golden-robed elder suddenly interjects. The disciple with the detached sage-level potential who attended the recruitment ceremony at Qiankuan Cave has been rejected. The silver-robed elder snorts, stating, though he left the sacred land without permission, the sacred land will not obstruct him, but he will undoubtedly pay a price. What power within the eastern region, or even the entire Big Dipper, dares to disregard the prestige of Yaoguang? The golden-robed elder shakes his head with a smile. His life is effectively ruined. Joining a minor sect will only lead to his complete obscurity. Even with sage-level potential, he will find it impossible to cultivate to profound heights. Regarding Huang Xian's departure from the sect, both individuals felt a profound sense of regret, yet their emotions were predominantly overshadowed by anger. The sacred land of Yaoguang had invested considerable resources in his cultivation, only for him to abandon it simply because he did not ascend to the position of Saint Sun. Such behavior is utterly devoid of decorum. Huang Xian's failure to become the Saint Sun stemmed from his insufficient abilities. For the current Saint Sun possesses extraordinary talents that far surpass his own. Chapter 33. Is the Celestial Mechanism Master determined to eliminate his disciples? Recently, the Celestial Mechanism Master has undergone a drastic transformation, secluding himself within his chamber, rarely stepping beyond its threshold. Even when he does emerge, his demeanor is stern, as though everyone around him owes him a debt. It has been 2 months since his last outing. At Tianji Peak, where the principles of celestial mechanics are studied and karmic cycles are traversed, all disciples are well versed in the art of celestial mechanics. Each one carries a whisk and dons a Taoist robe, walking with an air of self-importance, resembling terrestrial immortals. Oh, the esteemed lord. Master, what has befallen him? A young man gazed at the tightly closed door of the chamber, furrowing his brow in confusion. Since returning from the Blood Demon clan's secret realm over 3 months ago, the master has transformed entirely. Once a mischievous old Taoist, frequently teasing his junior disciples, he now remains withdrawn, even frowning when he occasionally ventures out. The beautiful female disciples, who once enjoyed conversing with him, are now met with indifference. Has he fallen ill? The young man is Li Duxiu, the celestial mechanism master's foremost disciple. He currently appears to have achieved the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, standing as the elder brother among all disciples of Tianji Peak. With the master in seclusion, the senior uncles and aunts of Tianji Peak have dedicated themselves solely to their cultivation, leaving all sect affairs to him, which has become quite overwhelming. Li Duxiu longs to cultivate himself, fearing that his junior disciples may surpass him, which would be quite embarrassing. At the very least, he ought to feign a breakthrough for appearances' sake. Yet, he finds himself bereft of time. Senior brother, a young woman clad in a Taoist robe approached, her petite figure and delicate features radiating charm. Holding a prayer bead, she smiled gently. Is the master still unwilling to come out? She is Ouyang Luoqing, the master's second disciple. Li Duxiu shook his head with a sigh. Suddenly, he turned to Ouyang Luoqing and inquired, have you achieved the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm? I just broke through yesterday. After solidifying my progress, I thought I would come to see the master today. Ouyang Luoqing replied with a light laugh, her features exquisitely refined, her smile soothing. It seems you've caught up to me, junior sister. I must strive harder, Li Duxiu lamented with a rueful smile, aware that Ouyang Luoqing, younger by several years, had already matched his level of cultivation. Not to worry, it's merely superficial, isn't it? You have your secrets, senior brother. Ouyang Luoqing remarked sincerely, her delicate appearance making it easy for others to believe her words. However, as the astute elder brother of Tianji Peak, Li Duxiu, having been thoroughly schooled in the ways of the celestial mechanism master, would not fall prey to her charm. He let her words pass through one ear and out the other. In the entire sect, anyone claiming not to harbor secrets is merely fabricating tales, lying through their teeth. Nevertheless, even amidst such realizations, no one seemed to care. Regardless of acknowledgement, you are powerless against me. I observe my esteemed master in a state of melancholic discontent, burdened by unspoken worries. If this persists, it may give rise to inner demons, leading to great turmoil. Li Duxiu expressed his concerns. Ouyang Luoqing remarked, I have inquired at other peaks. My master's condition may be related to several other esteemed elders, particularly the elder of the enemy god. What do you mean by that? Li Duxiu, lacking the time to investigate himself, found all trivial matters of Tianji Peak resting upon his shoulders, leaving him no opportunity for such inquiries. The master, along with the sect leader and several esteemed uncles, had set forth to combat the Blood Demon clan. Each displayed remarkable prowess, subtly revealing their concealed strengths. It appeared that the master did not measure up to the other esteemed uncles, leading Li Duxiu to realize, is he feeling disheartened? Ouyang Luoqing nodded and said, we can only wait for our master to reach the same level as the uncles, otherwise, it is unlikely we will see him emerge from his retreat anytime soon. Li Duxiu turned his gaze toward the other main peaks, lamenting, it seems that while our master appears to possess the deepest cunning, he is, in truth, the most innocent. Indeed, Ouyang Luoqing sighed in agreement, noting how the esteemed uncles were excessively competitive, leaving the master feeling diminished, particularly the elder of the enemy god, who, it was said, had been scolded by the master for quite some time, being labeled a brooding man. Suddenly, the entrance of the retreat swung open, and Tianji Zhenren emerged with a stern countenance, addressing the two. Do you think your master is such a petty individual? Do not heed the fabrications of others. The notion that he is in a bad mood due to not competing with the other esteemed uncles is entirely unfounded. Do not mention this again. Li Duxiu and Ouyang Luoqing, their expressions solemn, nodded in understanding. Understood, master. Others are merely speaking out of turn. Our master is simply in a poor mood, seeking tranquility in seclusion. Precisely. Tianji Zhenren nodded, his expression impassive, though inwardly he seethed with indignation. By the heavens, you lot shall await my return. If I do not exhaust you thoroughly, I shall not be called Hong Chi Tian. Remember my words, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, and focus on your cultivation. It is imperative that you diligently hone your skills, lest you fall behind the true disciples of other peaks. I shall make a brief visit to Daoyuan Peak and return shortly. With a flourish of his sleeve, Tianji Zhenren summoned a cloud beneath his feet, ascending into the sky toward Daoyuan Peak. Our master is as concerned with reputation as ever. Ouyang Luoqing chuckled lightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Duxiu. both shaking their heads in resignation. Their master, in all his being, had the toughest exterior. Li Duxiu gazed toward the direction of Daoyuan Peak, stating, "I fear our master shall once again return disappointed from seeking the esteemed elder of Daoyuan. In recent months, Tianji Jinren has seldom ventured out, yet whenever he does, it is almost always to Daoyuan Peak. However, Daoyuan Jinren has been absent for over 3 months and has yet to return to the sect. Daoyuan Peak boasts profound heritage. With many treasures left behind, I suspect our master seeks to acquire some of these." Ouyang Luoqing commented, "Daoyuan Peak is the foremost peak of the mountain range, with each ancestral figure of the Hua family being a top-tier genius. However, they are quite eccentric, never accepting disciples. Moreover, it seems they are afflicted by some ailment, with most living only a few hundred years, in the prime of life, yet perishing prematurely, evoking much lamentation from the disciples of various sections. If the ancestors of the Hua family had lived long lives through the generations, the strength of the current Kaoshan sect would likely rival that of an ordinary sacred land. The master of heavenly mechanics, my esteemed uncle, has truly not returned, and your coercion is futile." Beneath the peak of Daoyuan, the master of heavenly mechanics stood before Yi Bufan, who, on the verge of tears, attempted to explain. This uncle had visited several times, each time in search of the master. Yet, the master had been away for over 3 months and had yet to return, resulting in repeated failures. Today, no matter how Yi Bufan tried to explain, the master of heavenly mechanics remained unconvinced and insisted on entering Daoyuan Peak to ascertain the truth. "I will not make things difficult for you. Whether your master is here or not, I shall know upon entering," the master of heavenly mechanics said, impatience evident in his tone. Who knows if those old fellows have progressed in these 3 months? Certainly, he had not. This was why he was so eager to meet Hua Yunfei, hoping to obtain some valuable insights from this nephew to enhance his own cultivation. Yi Bufan, feeling helpless, replied, "My master has stated that without his permission, others are not allowed to enter the mountain. Uncle, if you insist on entering, it is likely you will not reach the summit." Chapter 34 unfolded with such depth, truly befitting a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanics Peak. The master of Heavenly Mechanics glanced at Daoyuan Peak, aware that it concealed numerous special formations. He regarded these formations, left by the ancestors of the Hua family, with great wariness. Ordinary individuals could only ascend to the mid-slope of Daoyuan Peak. Without Hua Yunfei's consent, they could not access its higher realms. Furthermore, Hua Yunfei had explicitly instructed the higher-ups not to intrude recklessly, for the consequences could be dire in his absence. The master of heavenly mechanics sniffed, detecting the spiritual energy surrounding Daoyuan Peak, which was several times denser than that of other peaks, stirring a desire within him. He devised a plan and said, "Bufan, your uncle seeks your master for an urgent matter. Although he has been away for many days, he has now been gone for over 3 months. I estimate he will return shortly. Your uncle shall find a place to stay at Daoyuan Peak and wait patiently for him, as the matter at hand is of utmost importance and requires immediate discussion." Yi Bufan was taken aback. What difference did it make waiting at Daoyuan Peak rather than returning to Heavenly Mechanics Peak? Before he could voice his thoughts, the master of Heavenly Mechanics, with a warm smile, placed an arm around Yi Bufan's shoulders and guided him toward the summit of Daoyuan Peak. "Uncle, this." Yi Bufan, not one for eloquence, found himself unable to resist the master of Heavenly Mechanics' insistence. Thus, he was led upward toward the peak. The methods to control the formations of Daoyuan Peak had been completely entrusted to him before Hua Yunfei's departure. Now, with the golden ring bestowed upon him by Hua Yunfei, Yi Bufan could manipulate various grand formations of Daoyuan Peak. Here, even the esteemed Master Yuntian would not necessarily be a match for him. As they ascended, they often spotted disciples from other 6 peaks, hidden in secluded corners, diligently cultivating. These individuals were naturally not disciples of Daoyuan Peak, but rather practitioners from other peaks. The abundant spiritual energy of Daoyuan Peak imbued the air with a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. Here, breakthroughs were far more attainable. The fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, and even a single breath felt invigorating, as if one's lifespan had been subtly extended. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, yet many disciples were reluctant to miss out on such a treasure trove. Among them, a disciple of the Scroll King had established a cultivation cave halfway down Daoyuan Peak, residing there for prolonged periods of practice. Undoubtedly, those who took such measures had secretly surpassed their peers in cultivation. Notably, Ouyang Luoqing, the second disciple of the Celestial Mechanism Master, had also constructed a cultivation cave in this very place, a fact unknown to both the Celestial Mechanism Master and the senior disciple, Li Duxiu. Truly, Daoyuan Peak exuded an enchanting aroma. The Celestial Mechanism Master smiled, feeling a delightful warmth in his heart. If he were to cultivate here for a decade or so, Even the brooding disciple of the God Master would find it impossible to surpass him. Once his nephew Yunfei returns, they must discuss this matter thoroughly. Suddenly, the celestial mechanism master noticed a disciple from Tianji Peak diligently carving out a cave. The disciple worked vigorously with a magical shovel, his movements swift and his expression gleeful, punctuating his labor with hearty laughter. From this day forth, this shall be my home, Wang Shower. Who would ever return to Tianji Peak from here? The celestial mechanism master cast a glance at him, remaining silent, yet his smile deepened. Indeed, this disciple had truly grasped the essence of his teachings. Such profound dedication was characteristic of Tianji Peak disciples. The celestial mechanism master resolved to guide the other disciples of Tianji Peak in establishing their own cultivation caves at Daoyuan Peak for long-term practice. Within a decade, the disciples from the other 5 peaks would surely only be able to gaze upon their backs in envy. What a splendid approach. The celestial mechanism master couldn't help but laugh heartily, startling Yi Bufan in the process. Was this venerable uncle perhaps a bit unhinged? Would it be wise to bring him back to Daoyuan Peak? Yi Bufan harbored grave doubts about inviting a wolf into the fold. 2 months later, at the entrance of Kaoshan Sect, Elder Shi was on duty as usual, though today he felt a tinge of annoyance. Just 3 days prior, another elder, 20 years his junior, had informed him of successfully breaking through to the 4th layer of the divine infant realm, achieving the mid-stage of that realm. This left Elder Shi, who, as an elder, still only possessed the early stage of the divine infant realm, feeling quite embarrassed. Yet, he could do nothing about it. After all, it was his own fault for carelessly broadcasting the celestial mechanism master's mishaps, resulting in a year-long penalty of gatekeeping, and only half that time had passed. During these 6 months, he had had no time for cultivation. Not only had his outward realm not progressed, but even his hidden realm had advanced sluggishly. Alas, patience is a virtue. Soon it would be over. As Elder Shi sat there, he looked up. The head of Daoyuan has returned. In the distance, the sky split open, revealing Hua Yunfei, leading 5 others. They quickly approached the entrance of the sect. It has been a long time, head of Daoyuan. Elder Shi greeted with a cheerful smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Hua Yunfei nodded slightly, engaging in a brief exchange with Elder Shi before leading the group through the gate. Is this truly the realm of the Immortal Sect? Tang Yi and Tang Er, having just begun their cultivation journey, were left in awe by the ethereal splendor of Kaoshan Sect. In the distance, a flock of celestial cranes soared gracefully, eliciting exclamations from the 2 observers. Even Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing, heirs of prominent families, had never witnessed such a spectacle. For a moment, they were completely enraptured by this ethereal realm. Only Huang Xian remained composed. The grandeur of the Kaoshan Sect failed to capture his attention. After all, he had seen far more in his past life, having even faced supreme beings. Lin Yang, Mu Qingqing, Tang Yi, Tang Er. Allow me to escort you to meet the sect master, Hua Yunfei announced. With a flourish of his sleeve, a sword materialized from thin air, swiftly enlarging and hovering before them. Step aboard. The Kaoshan Sect is vast, and it will take some time to traverse on foot. We shall fly on this sword. Lin Yang and the others displayed eager expressions. This mode of travel was far more impressive than mere aerial flight. They had often fantasized about using a sword as their means of transport upon breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm, for it was undeniably more stylish. With the 5 of them aboard, Hua Yunfei positioned himself at the forefront of the colossal sword and gestured. The immense blade ascended into the sky, tracing a beautiful arc as it surged toward Kaoshan Peak, the highest and grandest among the 7 peaks. The ancestral grounds of the sect lay deep behind Kaoshan Peak, with the ancestral tomb concealed further within, protected by a formidable concealment formation. It was said that even those standing at the entrance of the ancestral tomb could not perceive its existence, a closely guarded secret of the Kaoshan Sect, accessible only to successive sect masters. At that moment, Master Yun Tian had just concluded his sect affairs and was leisurely savoring tea in the grand hall of Kaoshan Peak. Master, it has been half a year since our last meeting, and your prowess has only deepened, Hua Yunfei remarked as he led the 5 into the hall. The information about Yun Tian was vivid in his mind. Name, Yun Tian Shu. Yun Tian Zhenrun. Age, 509 years. Realm, 4th layer of Ling Dao. Identity, Sect Master of Kaoshan, low-grade Talisman Master. Top-grade Poison Master. Cultivation Aptitude, low-grade. Other talents, low-grade Dao Mastery, low-grade Talisman Mastery, low-grade Poison Mastery. Physique, none. Techniques, Life-Forgetting Technique, no rank. Incomprehensible Breath Control, no rank. Divine Abilities, Mastery of Qianquan, Great Wilderness Monument Hand. Magical Artifacts, Kaoshan Seal, Prison Sky Dust, Fortune, purple. This old fellow has made another breakthrough, Hua Yunfei marveled. On the surface, Master Yun Tian appeared to be at the 9th layer of the celestial realm. But before Hua Yunfei's departure, his true realm was the 3rd layer of Ling Dao. Now he had advanced to the mid-stage of Ling Dao. It seemed that a change in leadership for the sect would be imminent. Master, it is time for you to take your seat in the ancestral grounds, Hua Yunfei suggested. Chapter 35. Is this a recruitment mission or a supply run? Who could it be? Have you been out collecting disciples for nearly half a year? Master Yun Tian inquired, lifting his teacup and savoring the aroma, casting a casual glance at Hua Yunfei with a relaxed smile. Hua Yunfei took a seat below Master Yun Tian and replied, Master, what do you think of these individuals? He gestured towards Lin Yang and the others. Oh, Master Yun Tian observed Lin Yang and the group with curiosity. His keen gaze quickly discerned that they possessed extraordinary potential. However, the specific qualifications must be personally assessed. He inquired, are these 5 individuals your new disciples? Hua Yunfei chuckled and replied, Master Uncle, you are aware that I prefer to remain indoors, and I have no desire to become entangled in too many karmic affairs. It is unlikely that I would take on so many. He gestured towards Huang Xian, adding, this is my 2nd disciple, Huang Xian. Huang Xian immediately bowed and said, I pay my respects to Master Uncle. Indeed, Yun Tianjinren nodded with a smile, asking, might I inquire as to the rank of your qualifications? Huang Xian, maintaining a respectful demeanor, responded, I am but a humble disciple, barely reaching the lower tier of the saint rank. Indeed, quite humble, Yun Tianjinren remarked. What was that you just said your qualifications were? I possess the lower tier of the saint rank, Huang Xian reiterated. Yun Tianjinren's eyes widened in astonishment as he approached Huang Xian, patting him on the shoulder and exclaiming with laughter, excellent, excellent. The future of our Kuaishan sect looks bright. First, there was an extraordinary talent. And now you, our sect already boasts 2 disciples of the saint rank. He turned to Hua Yunfei, saying, you rascal, how is it that you are so fortunate to have taken in 2 disciples, both of whom are of the saint rank? Merely luck, Hua Yunfei smiled modestly. Yun Tianjinren shook his head in amusement, then looked at Lin Yang and the other 3, inquiring, and who might they be? Hua Yunfei replied, these 4 are disciples I have selected for the sect, and I believe Master Uncle will find them to your liking. How thoughtful of you. Your fellow masters are so absorbed in their cultivation that even after years away, they return without so much as an egg. Yun Tianjinren chided playfully before asking, what are their qualifications? Knowing your discerning eye, they must at least possess the heavenly rank, right? Hua Yunfei's lips curled into a smile, aside from the young lady, who possesses the middle tier of the heavenly rank. The other 3 all have the qualifications of the Dao rank. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianjinren gazed at Hua Yunfei, realizing he was not jesting. He then turned his attention to Lin Yang and the other 3. Are you on a winning streak? He circled the 5, including Huang Xian, 3 times, examining them as one would a rare treasure. Even Huang Xian began to feel uneasy. Why did it seem that this master was far more formidable than he appeared? May I have a closer look? Yun Tianjinren requested of Lin Yang, Mu Qingqing, and Tang Yi and Tang Er. He harbored some skepticism. While a disciple with middle-tier heavenly rank was understandable, Dao rank qualifications were quite rare. How could Hua Yunfei have gathered 3 at once? With his own disciples being of the saint rank? Was he recruiting disciples, or merely stocking up? All 4 nodded in agreement. Master Uncle, please. Yun Tianjinren extended his hand, enveloping the 4 in his formidable divine sense. Incredible! Lin Yang and the others gasped in astonishment. Under the scrutiny of Yun Tianjinren's divine sense, they felt as though they were a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean, ready to capsize at any moment. Soon, Yun Tianjinren retracted his hand, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Mu Qingqing's middle-tier heavenly rank qualifications had already reached the level of a true disciple. While the other 3 were even more formidable, Lin Yang, with exceptional Dao rank cultivation qualifications, Tang Yi, with middle-tier Dao rank cultivation qualifications, and Tang Er, with middle-tier Dao rank cultivation qualifications. Moreover, his consciousness had already perceived a profound and unique fluctuation of the Dao emanating from the dantians of the 3 individuals. This indicated the presence of their innate physical essence. It suggested that these 3 were not only exceptionally gifted, but also possessed extraordinary constitutions. Could it be that this lad truly ventured out to procure such talents? Is it truly so facile to discover geniuses? Hua Yunfei chuckled and remarked, now you believe me, don't you? You are well aware that I never boast. The esteemed Master Yuntian wore a beaming smile as he replied, indeed, indeed. The future of our Kaoshan sect is promising. The Master and Uncle Xuanqing would undoubtedly be thrilled to learn of this. It is even conceivable that they might make an exception and accept these 3 as disciples. Master Yuntian lifted his teacup once more, gazing at Hua Yunfei, and stated, you have indeed put forth great effort this time. With these four, alongside your two disciples, the Kaoshan sect is destined to grow even more formidable. Hua Yunfei nodded. I understand. This is merely the surface. Haha, you truly comprehend me. As long as our Kaoshan sect holds a modicum of influence in the eastern region, there is no need to be excessively competitive. Master Yuntian laughed heartily, clearly elated. How could one not be joyful at the prospect of acquiring four prodigiously talented disciples at once? Furthermore, Master Yuntian took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting to Lin Yang, and with a subtle smile, inquired, What is your name? Lin Yang promptly answered, Disciple Lin Yang, Lin as in forest, Yang as in morning sun. A fine name indeed, Master Yuntian remarked. Your aptitude is already sufficient to qualify for the position of Saint Son of the Kaoshan sect. However, with the impending changes in the eastern region, my expectations have also escalated. To become the Saint Son, your aptitude must reach the lower grade Saint tier. You still fall a bit short. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression dimmed. Although he felt disheartened, he recognized that this was a matter of inherent nature, beyond his control. Nevertheless, Master Yuntian continued, If you perform well in the future, I possess means to help you complete your essence, and it will at least surpass your current state. At that time, your aptitude may very well advance to the Saint tier. Lin Yang immediately bowed, filled with excitement, and proclaimed, I shall devote myself entirely to the service of the sect. Master Yuntian nodded, saying, I share all this with you to provide some motivation. Joining the Kaoshan sect will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Hua Yunfei was taken aback by Master Yuntian's words, remarking, It seems that even if I become the leader of a peak, my understanding of the Kaoshan sect remains insufficient. He was unaware that the sect had methods to restore one's physical essence. This was something he found challenging to comprehend. The deficiency of one's essence is innate. When the Tao is incomplete, the hidden potential of one's constitution cannot be unlocked, and the true power of that constitution cannot be manifested. Each unique constitution possesses its own exclusive hidden treasures, and once unlocked, one gains access to powerful Tao techniques specific to that constitution. Thus, if Lin Yang could restore his essence, his future achievements would be exceedingly high, potentially allowing him to delve deep into the ancestral tombs. Master Yuntian smiled mysteriously. If you wish to become the sect leader, all the secrets of the Kaoshan sect will be revealed to you. Hua Yunfei, with outstanding aptitude, had broken through to the celestial realm at a mere 100 years of age and possessed a sharp intellect. If he were to assume the role of sect leader, Master Yuntian would feel greatly reassured. In this matter, the esteemed Master Yuntian had previously discussed with Hua Yunfei's father, the former head of Daoyuan Peak, Hua Kankiang. At that time, Hua Yunfei was merely 20 years of age, and Master Yuntian intended to cultivate him as a potential future leader. However, Hua Kankiang unequivocally declined the offer, stating, Can't you find another family to exploit? Is it so entertaining to keep your eyes on the Huasher clan? Are the ancestors of the Hua family resting in their tombs not enough? Or what? Enough talk. If you keep pushing, I'll have to take action. You know you can't defeat me. Hua Yunfei shook his head, chuckling softly. I have no intention of taking on that role. Whether or not I know the secrets of the sect is irrelevant. As long as I am aware in my heart, that is sufficient. Chapter 36. The Master of Tianshu has lingered here for 2 months. After conversing with Master Yuntian for a while, Hua Yunfei took his leave, accompanied by Huang Xian. Returning to Daoyuan Peak, the 4 individuals, Lin Yang and his companions, were entrusted to Master Yuntian's arrangements. Given their qualifications, their standing in the Kaoshan sect would undoubtedly be significant, with becoming direct disciples being the least of their achievements. Lin Yang, perhaps, could ascend even further. As Hua Yunfei and Huang Xian soared into the skies on their grand sword, they pierced through the clouds, heading towards Daoyuan Peak. Upon nearing the peak, Hua Yunfei glanced around, his brow furrowing, and his expression turned peculiar. Daoyuan Peak has indeed flourished. With these inner disciples, my heart is greatly comforted, though Daoyuan Peak never actively recruits disciples. The number of practitioners cultivating there is by no means inferior to that of the other 6 peaks. It seems that the stronger the disciples, the more they are drawn to Daoyuan Peak to bask in the abundant spiritual energy, even though the spiritual essence in the entire Kaoshan sect has vastly improved, particularly due to the precious herbs cultivated by Hua Yunfei, especially the transformation of the ginseng fruit trees. The richness of spiritual energy at Daoyuan Peak remains unparalleled, almost as if it could condense into spiritual water. A day spent cultivating here equates to 5 days elsewhere, if not more. In such an extraordinary environment, Hua Yunfei never chased away disciples, leading to an increasing number of disciples from the 6 peaks setting up camp and establishing their own cultivation caves. Even several true disciples of the peak masters have their exclusive cultivation caves here. As night deepens, they quietly arrive to practice. The reason for their nocturnal visits is not for mere leisure, but to gather strength from their fellow sect members, especially other true disciples. Who knows when a boastful exchange might escalate into a confrontation, and having that assurance can be quite comforting, can it not? Lo Qing, this girl, has arrived so early today? Hua Yunfei observed from above, noticing Ouyang Lo Qing tiptoeing through the shadows, cautiously approaching her cultivation cave at Daoyuan Peak. She was exceedingly careful, fearful of being spotted by other true disciples. The second disciple of Master Tianshu, she appeared adorable, with a petite and charming figure, exquisite features, clad in a Taoist robe, resembling a porcelain doll. However, anyone deceived by her exterior would find themselves at a great disadvantage. The master of Tianshu Peak, she undoubtedly held that title. Her hidden prowess seemed to surpass that of her senior brother, Li Duxiu. Hua Yunfei watched as Ouyang Lo Qing navigated through the crowd, stealthily entering a secluded cave, and subsequently closed the stone door. With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, Hua Yunfei ceased his attention on this matter and led Huang Xian to the summit of Daoyuan Peak. Is that the aura of Master Tianji? He is here? Upon traversing the array and landing atop Daoyuan Peak, Hua Yunfei was immediately enveloped by a foreign presence that did not belong to the peak. Upon closer inspection, it unmistakably belonged to the venerable Tianji. What could this old fellow be doing here? Hua Yunfei turned his gaze towards a newly constructed cave dwelling in the distance. Has he already settled in? Hua Yunfei entered Daoyuan Peak quietly, without disturbing anyone. At that moment, Yi Bufan was immersed in his cultivation, practicing his fist techniques by the spirit lake. With the ancient holy body, his physique was unrivaled, and his most formidable weapon was his fists. Thus, after bestowing the Tai sword art upon him, Hua Yunfei had intentionally left behind the Sun Fist Cannon before departing the sect. This was also an imperial-level fist technique, created by an ancient emperor. It was said that from the very inception of his cultivation, his fists had been his divine weapon. Legend has it that after this ancient emperor attained enlightenment, a supreme holy land offended him and dared to provoke him, even bringing forth an imperial weapon to confront the emperor. Subsequently, the emperor, with few words, raised his fist and shattered the supreme imperial weapon, obliterating the entire holy land with that one strike. At that time, the technique he employed was none other than the Sun Fist Cannon. Yi Bufan's body was enveloped in a golden aura, his movements fluid as he wielded his fists, and behind him, a magnificent solar phenomenon arose. This was the manifestation summoned forth by the Sun Fist Cannon. As the great sun appeared, Yi Bufan's strength became all the more formidable, exuding an overwhelming presence that made the very space tremble. In the ebb and flow of his movements, a golden dragon of blood energy soared into the heavens and then leapt back down, dancing around the great sun that hovered behind him. Yi Bufan had indeed grasped the essence of the Sun Fist Cannon, demonstrating the prowess befitting an ancient holy body. Hua Yunfei stood behind Yi Bufan, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, with such exceptional aptitude, it was no wonder he could swiftly comprehend an imperial-level fist technique and achieve mastery. Now, Yi Bufan wielded the three imperial arts, the Heavenly Emperor Cannon, the Tai Sword Art, and the Sun Fist Cannon, making him nearly unmatched among his peers. Even Hua Yunfei, should he engage in battle with Yi Bufan, would find his chances of victory barely exceeding 90%. Name: Yi Bufan. Age: 20, in just half a year. He had broken through 2 realms. Such talent could only be described as monstrous. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction, realizing that in a few short years, he could relinquish his position as the foremost seat to Yi Bufan. Furthermore, he noticed that Yi Bufan was quite astute. After failing to perceive his concealment technique, he had suppressed his apparent cultivation level to the first layer of the Yuan Dan realm, creating the illusion of having made no breakthroughs for half a year. In reality, he had already attained the 3rd layer of the Yuan Dan realm. A worthy disciple indeed. At that moment, Yi Bufan retracted his fists and turned around, momentarily stunned. Master? Immediately, he joyfully dashed over to Hua Yunfei, exclaiming, Master, when did you return? I arrived at the sect just an hour ago, Hua Yunfei replied with a smile. I just witnessed the fruits of your cultivation over the past 6 months. You have done exceedingly well. Thank you, Master. Yi Bufan was elated to receive Hua Yunfei's praise. He was not eloquent, yet he held a profound admiration for Hua Yunfei in his heart. Upon arriving at Daoyuan Peak and experiencing this celestial realm, he realized that his master was no ordinary person. A deep sense of reverence surged within him. Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the cave dwelling of the celestial mechanism real person and inquired, how did I sense the presence of Master Celestial Mechanism? Yi Bufan's expression instantly turned peculiar as he stole a glance at the cave, lowering his voice to say, Master Celestial Mechanism has been residing here for 2 months now, and I dare not speak of driving him away. However, judging by his demeanor, he seems unwilling to depart for a lifetime. Is that so? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was a case of taking advantage. He surveyed the surroundings and immediately noticed that several precious herbs, typically cultivated, were missing. Moreover, they were of a saintly grade. These were for his leisurely enjoyment, not for cultivation. After all, having consumed such high-grade items excessively in his earlier, lower realms, he had grown weary of them. Yet, upon his departure, someone had indulged in them. What would he have left to admire in the future? Chapter 37. His master possesses such great power? Master, who is he? Yi Bufan glanced at Huang Xian, who stood behind Hua Yunfei, and asked curiously. Huang Xian was also observing Yi Bufan and discerned that he was an ancient sacred body. He cast a sidelong glance at Hua Yunfei, contemplating the true nature of his seemingly humble master. Was he merely the head of a single peak in the Lean Mountain Sect? Could it be that simple? He thought not. However, Huang Xian dismissed further speculation, having chosen to follow Hua Yunfei as his master and finding no malice in him, as well as access to cultivation resources unavailable elsewhere. He decided to entertain no other thoughts. Noticing Yi Bufan's curiosity, Hua Yunfei smiled gently, stepping aside to introduce. This is Huang Xian, whose talent rivals yours. He is my second disciple and your junior brother. Huang Xian, meet your senior brother, Yi Bufan. The two exchanged smiles and nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, junior brother Huang. You're too kind, senior brother. Hua Yunfei interjected. Very well, you two converse. I shall seek out Master Celestial Mechanism to discuss life's intricacies. With that, Hua Yunfei made his way towards the cave of the Celestial Mechanism real person. Senior brother. In this modern era, can the ancient sacred body still cultivate? Huang Xian recalled from his past life that during the age of Emperor Xinhuang, the ancient sacred body could indeed cultivate, although the difficulty had significantly increased. After Emperor Xuanhuang's ascension, the heavenly Tao entered an era of decline, with laws restricting all things. Talents that should possess quasi-emperor levels were suppressed to saintly qualifications in today's world. Furthermore, the once invincible ancient sacred body found it utterly impossible to cultivate. From the nearly 30,000 years of recorded history in the Yaoguang sacred land, it was noted that any ancient sacred body attempting to defy the heavens would attract the attention of mysterious laws, resulting in calamity. Over 3 millennia, 3 ancient sacred bodies had been born, and without exception, all perished when their respective masters attempted to forcibly reconnect their severed paths, triggering the mysterious laws. The 3 met their demise under divine punishment. Yet, Yi Bufan appeared to be the 4th in line, managing to cultivate peacefully and even achieving the Yuan Dan realm. It was truly astonishing. The only explanation Huang Xian could conceive was that Yi Bufan had encountered a benefactor. A top-tier powerhouse had reconnected his severed path, shouldering the weight of the mysterious law's causality and severing the impending calamity. This was what reinstated Yi Bufan's sacred body. Upon hearing Huang Xian's inquiry, Yi Bufan's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at the silhouette of Hua Yunfei, stating, "It is my master who, with his formidable magical prowess, assisted me in forging meridians as resilient as divine iron, condensing the primordial elixir, and reconnecting the severed path of the ancient sacred body that had remained broken for millennia." Yi Bufan's words trailed off. More significantly, it was the heavenly emperor scripture bestowed upon him by Hua Yunfei that constituted the primary reason for the reconnection of the ancient sacred body. Could it be that his master possesses such extraordinary might? Huang Xian also stared at Hua Yunfei's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss to ascertain the depths of his mastery. Huang Xian only knew that he was certainly not at the celestial realm. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of one at that level. The path-approaching realm seemed inadequate as well. One would need to be at least at the perfection level. Moreover, such power could merely serve to barely open pathways. In Yi Bufan's future cultivation, he would undoubtedly encounter countless obstacles. If Hua Yunfei truly possessed the strength of the path-approaching realm, he would be unable to assist Yi Bufan further. Junior brother Huang, as you are newly arrived at Daoyuan Peak and still unfamiliar with it, allow me to show you around. Our Daoyuan Peak is certainly not inferior to the sacred land of extreme Dao, Yi Bufan cheerfully remarked. Huang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. And even before entering Daoyuan Peak, he was astonished to find several spatial attribute formations outside, with the concentration of spiritual energy in the air nearly surpassing that of the Yaoguang sacred land. However, upon entering Daoyuan Peak, his heart remained restless. He questioned whether this truly was the peak of the Kaoshan sect. Arriving at the cave abode established by the celestial mechanic, Hua Yunfei raised his hand and knocked. Knock. Knock, knock. I have already stated that I seek your master on urgent matters. When your master returns, I shall naturally depart. Came the voice of the celestial mechanic from within the cave. The door did not open. Uncle Master, I have returned, Hua Yunfei softly announced. Silence enveloped the air, and there was no response from the cave. Uncle Master? Hua Yunfei inquired, yet still, there was no reply. This old fellow. Hua Yunfei's expression darkened, in a flash. He appeared inside the cave, and was met with the sight of the celestial mechanic plugging his ears with wooden stoppers. However, he was surely still able to hear. Especially upon sensing Hua Yunfei's entrance, his body shuddered, and with his back turned to Hua Yunfei, he feigned calmness and continued his meditation. Hua Yunfei slowly approached the celestial mechanic, remaining silent and simply observing him. After a considerable time, beads of sweat began to form on the celestial mechanic's forehead. Finally unable to endure any longer, he slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Hua Yunfei, his expression morphed into one of unexpected delight. Nephew Yunfei, when did you return? Why did you not awaken your uncle master? You see, I enter a state of oblivion while meditating, completely unaware of the outside world. I sincerely apologize. The celestial mechanic, his face betraying no flush and his heart steady, rose cheerfully and spoke. Truly remarkable. Is this the acting prowess of the first seat? Truly worthy of a prominent figure of the Kaoshan sect. One must not only survive but also know how to perform. Hua Yunfei nearly applauded in awe, his eyes shining brightly as he regarded the celestial mechanic. This old fellow has indeed reaped the benefits of the sacred elixir, achieving the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Name, Han Qitian, Master of Heavenly Mechanisms. Age, 482. Realm, Celestial Realm. Second layer, Superficial. Pinnacle of Celestial Realm. In merely half a year, he has ascended 2 levels. The sacred elixir has not been consumed in vain. It is a pity, however, that he consumed it, and I must now cultivate more for my own enjoyment. Hua Yunfei shook his head in resignation, pondering why he would display displeasure towards Master of Heavenly Mechanisms over a few worthless sacred herbs. After all, they bear little value. His primary curiosity lay in discovering this fellow's ulterior motives. Why had he moved here in his absence? Moreover, the old man's fortune level was surprisingly orange. No wonder he had become a black-bearded elder, frequently accompanied by a throng of young female disciples. It appeared that his fortune was being squandered on romantic pursuits. With a smile, Hua Yunfei addressed the Master of Heavenly Mechanisms, saying, Uncle Master, may I inquire what brings you to seek me? What compels you to personally wait at Daoyuan Peak for 2 months? The Master of Heavenly Mechanisms chuckled heartily, maintaining a composed demeanor without a hint of embarrassment, and replied, Actually, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to ask about your father's travels in the Northern Dipper. Where is he now? Hua Yunfei recognized this as a premeditated excuse. Did he genuinely care about his father? When Hua Zhangqiong was present, the Master of Heavenly Mechanisms had often been on the receiving end of his wrath. Their exchanges were filled with sharp words and tempers, leading to frequent brawls that ensnared other prominent figures, including the sect leader. Amusingly, despite the chaos, it often culminated in a 1v6 scenario. Hua Zhangqiong, being the strongest, would strike with an indiscriminate force, inciting irritation among the others, prompting a united effort from the sect leader and his companions to subdue him. Yet, they ultimately failed. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Master Xuanha, the 6 would have languished in bed for half a month. Chapter 38. The Imperial Tomb of Xianhuang emerges. 33 layers of heavenly cosmos. My father is currently preparing for his ascension to the emperor level, and he has already become a terrifying figure of supreme power. Hua Yunfei replied with a grin. The Master of Heavenly Mechanisms, having concocted a casual pretext, naturally indulged in some embellishment. The Master of Heavenly Mechanisms rolled his eyes, feeling a sense of embarrassment as he settled next to Hua Yunfei and whispered, Nephew Yunfei, how does your uncle master treat you generally? Hua Yunfei glanced at him and decisively responded, Not particularly well. Throughout my life, you have deceived me the most. My father has certainly not spared you from punishment. The Master of Heavenly Mechanisms grimaced. Can we engage in a proper conversation? My heart is heavy. Ever since I ceased to entangle with your uncle Gui Yuan and the others, whenever I encounter them, their gazes toward me have changed significantly, especially that aloof Uncle Shun, who now pretends to walk with an air of disdain whenever he sees me. It is infuriating. Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow and remarked, Isn't that a good thing? The Master of Heavenly Mechanisms lamented. He is on the verge of losing his composure, pounding his chest in frustration. Can we not have a civil conversation? Hua Yunfei shook his head with a smile, choosing not to tease him further. What is it you wish to say? Assist your uncle master, he implored, his eyes earnest. Hua Yunfei felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze and replied, The few sacred herbs left by the Hua ancestors have all been taken by you. What assistance could you possibly seek? He remarked, Disciple, I am merely at the initial stage of the celestial human realm, truly having the desire but lacking the strength. The Master of Heavenly Mechanisms replied, Master, you are not one to seize the resources of others. Simply residing at the peak of the source for a while will suffice. Of course, you shall not stay there for free. I possess a top-tier technique of the temporal path, which I shall bestow upon you for practice. As he spoke, he produced an ancient tome and presented it to Hua Yunfei, his countenance radiating pride. Time passed swiftly, and a month later, Huang Xian had fully settled into the peak of the source, thoroughly content with his surroundings. He was particularly pleased with the Tai-E sword technique that Hua Yunfei had bestowed upon him, which had significantly enhanced his strength compared to his peers in the same realm. Although he still fell short of his past life's prowess, he felt considerable satisfaction. Once he located the imperial tomb of Xian Huang and obtained the emperor's heart, he was certain he would transcend and grow even stronger, thereby rectifying the shortcomings of his residual soul. Junior brother Huang, the master has summoned us to his cave abode. Yi Bufan approached and said, "Very well, let us go." Huang Xian nodded and accompanied Yi Bufan to the cave where Hua Yunfei resided. Inside the cave, two large vats stood, filled with a milky white liquid. At first glance, the liquid seemed unremarkable, merely emitting a faint glow, yet within that luminescence, a miniature world seemed to emerge. Huang Xian recognized the extraordinary nature of the liquid and turned to Hua Yunfei, inquiring, "Master, what is this?" Hua Yunfei responded, "Remove your garments and immerse yourself. You will soon discover." With that, Yi Bufan swiftly stripped off his clothes and plunged into one of the vats with a splash. "So soon?" Huang Xian murmured, without hesitation. He tore off his attire and leaped into the other vat. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei gestured and activated the concealment array of the cave, shrouding their presence. Inside the vats, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian closed their eyes, their consciousness sinking into profound meditation. "I hope this immortal pool water does not disappoint me," Hua Yunfei whispered. The milky liquid within the vat was a reward from earlier disciples, sourced from the river of immortality. The system had assured him that one immersion would reveal its wonders. So he had allowed Yi Bufan and Huang Xian to experience it first to uncover its miraculous effects. After all, being the water of the river of immortality, it should yield unexpected benefits. At that moment, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian felt as though they had been transported to the realm of immortals. Before them stood celestial towers, radiant beams of the great Tao descending, surrounded by divine rainbows. Beyond the celestial expanse loomed a portal higher than the heavens, with a river flowing across its threshold. Its destination unknown. The river surged with vigor. Even a single drop seemed to harbor supreme principles, containing miniature worlds that, upon leaving the river, would fall into ruin and destruction. "This is astounding." Hua Yunfei gazed at Huang Xian with amazement. Huang Xian emanated a golden radiance, a mysterious aura enveloping him, and a celestial expanse materialized above his head. The celestial towers connected in a magnificent array, golden Tao light cascading down. He glanced at Yi Bufan. Although the ancient holy body had been activated with considerable commotion, it was not as extraordinary as Huang Xian's transformation. It appeared that the Xian Huang indestructible body had been restored, giving rise to a manifestation of extraordinary constitution. The manifestation of the Xian Huang indestructible body was the celestial expanse hovering above his head. Name, Huang Xian. Age, 23 indeed. The water of the celestial river possesses the remarkable ability to restore one's essence and rectify deficiencies. This alone renders it a treasure of immeasurable worth. Hua Yunfei marveled at this revelation, noticing that Yi Bufan and Huang Xian were solidifying their foundations, their bodies becoming crystalline and resplendent, with their internal organs and meridians transformed by the ethereal essence of the celestial river. Such providence is a rare fortune even for an emperor. In a certain region of the eastern domains Zhangzhou, as Huang Xian's indomitable body of Xian Huang was being restored, a cataclysmic earthquake erupted simultaneously. The earth trembled, mountains shook, and the resonance spread over vast distances, initially 100 miles, then 1,000, eventually reaching millions, ultimately enveloping the entire eastern domain. At this moment, the immense expanse of the eastern domain quaked violently, the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as a cascade of 9-colored radiance descended, illuminating the realm with golden light. Above, a colossal celestial realm manifested, obscuring the sun and sky, seemingly inhabited by divine beings. This celestial realm consisted of not one, but 33 layers. Within the depths of the Shaking Light's sacred land, the Shaking Light sovereign, adorned in golden robes, ascended into the skies, fixated on the distant celestial realm, his countenance reflecting astonishment. Even he had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. The 33 layers of the celestial realm, was it not the manifestation of the Xian Huang Emperor's physical anomaly from 30,000 years ago? Why has it reappeared in the eastern domain today, inciting such monumental upheaval? An ancient relic from the Shaking Light sacred land awakened and appeared beside the Shaking Light sovereign, his expression grave and perplexed. The Shaking Light sovereign stated, It must pertain to a world-shattering artifact related to the Xian Huang Emperor. The ancient relic replied, "Immediately dispatch someone to investigate the epicenter, maintaining contact through the communication stones without delay." Understood. This venerable being before me possesses strength nearing that of a saint, serving as the Shaking Light Sovereign's granduncle, and has remained in seclusion for centuries. Concurrently, the spectacle unfolding in the Shaking Light sacred land was mirrored across all sects within the Eastern Domain. Chapter 39. Therefore, have they been living atop their graves all these years? The 9 great sects of the Eastern Domain are Shaking Light Sacred Land, Sun and Moon Divine Cult, Yin Yang Sacred Cult, Qian Kuan Cave Heaven, Dao Immortal Sect, Reliance Sect, Ghostly Underworld, Holy Xian Gate, and Immortal Mansion. These 9 sects are distributed across the 3 great continents of the Eastern Domain, wielding considerable influence. Among them, the Immortal Mansion in Zhangzhou occupies a unique geographical position, nestled at the confluence of the 3 continents. Today, the Immortal Mansion also celebrated a momentous occasion for the entire sect. 30,000 years ago, on this very day, the Immortal Mansion was founded. The founding ancestor established the sect at the edge of Zhangzhou, conveniently situated near a mountain range bordering the other 2 continents. As a commemoration of this auspicious day, the Immortal Mansion erupted with festivity at dawn, hosting grand banquets for a collective celebration. They did not restrain their cultivation levels, allowing the intoxicating spirits to numb their senses, experiencing an unprecedented relaxation of body and mind. Ordinarily, in order to uphold the esteemed reputation of the 9 great sects, they practiced diligently, never daring to procrastinate. However, today, the sect master granted special permission for indulgence, covering all expenses. As the revelry deepened, female disciples sang and danced, with their male counterparts providing accompaniment, fostering a harmonious atmosphere of joy. Even the sect master personally took the stage to demonstrate the celestial techniques of a transcendent being, igniting within all disciples a fervent yearning for the prowess of celestial beings. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy, the statue of the ancestral master at the immortal's abode suddenly cracked. With a sharp sound, the fissures spread from the base to the head, causing the entire statue to split apart. A drunken disciple was the first to notice, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the heck? The master has cracked." At that moment, he received a punch from a tall, imposing male disciple, who scolded him for his disrespect. Even inebriation could not excuse such irreverence towards the master. The towering disciple then gazed at the statue, his mouth agape. "Wow, it really has cracked." More and more individuals began to notice the anomaly, their expressions filled with astonishment and their mouths slightly agape. The statue, which symbolized the dignity of the immortal's abode, had indeed fractured. What could this foretell? The lord of the abode narrowed his eyes. Performing a calculation with his fingers, he gasped, an ominous sign. Thunder rumbled. Before the Lord's words could fade, a deafening roar erupted from beneath the earth. The sound emanated from the depths below, profound and powerful, akin to the resounding clang of a grand bell. Can the Lord discern the cause of this disturbance? A robust elder inquired with a serious countenance. The cracking of the statue and the rumbling from deep within the earth clearly indicated that something significant was about to transpire. The Lord attempted multiple calculations, yet to no avail. Subsequently, he summoned all his magical prowess to forcefully divine the matter. The fracture of the statue heralded impending events that could jeopardize the entire immortal's abode. Thus, he was compelled to proceed with caution. Alas, the Lord's intense calculations yielded no insights into the nature of the impending calamity, and instead, he was met with a backlash from a mysterious force that wounded his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his vitality instantly waning. The knowledge he sought transcended his current realm, breaching forbidden thresholds. Had he not halted in time, he might have perished on the spot. "Lord," an elder hastily supported him, concern etched on his face. "Do not overexert yourself." The Lord shook his head, blood staining his lips, and he strained to gaze skyward, where he beheld 9-colored rays of light cascading down. "Quickly, summon the ancestor." Boom. Before his words could conclude, the earth quaked violently, trembling as if the very mountains would collapse. The entire range housing the immortal's abode began to split, the fissures widening to a breadth of 100 miles. Blinding golden light burst forth from the depths of the chasm. Accompanying the golden radiance was an almost imperceptible aura of oppressive power, boundlessly terrifying. It was a force that seemed capable of subduing the cosmos. The ultimate manifestation of the Tao. All disciples of the immortal's abode, retreat from the mountain gates, flee this place at once. In the depths of the immortal's abode, 3 figures soared into the sky, unleashing a terrifying aura of transcendent mastery. The elder with waist-length, long brows bellowed, instantly rousing all the inebriated individuals from their stupor. Disciples capable of flight above the Yuan Dan realm led those at the Tongmai realm to retreat swiftly. The Lord ascended skyward, manifesting the cosmic Dharma form, standing resolutely against the tumult, ignoring his internal injuries from the backlash. He summoned the full might of the heavens and earth to stabilize the trembling ground beneath the immortal's abode. Soon, the three ancestral elders and all the elders joined forces, striving to secure the terrain and buy time for the disciples to evacuate. Within the immortal's abode, chaos ensued. The disciples at the Tongmai realm were unable to fly, compelled to seek out those above the Yuan Dan realm nearby. However, the disciples of the Meridian realm are typically the most numerous among all sects, making a complete evacuation a formidable challenge. With a flourish, an elder from the Transcendence realm forsook the stabilization of the terrain and plunged into the immortal's abode, employing his mystical arts to continually draw in the remaining disciples of the Meridian realm into his sleeves. Once he confirmed that everyone had retreated, he bellowed, "Leave the epicenter at once, retreat swiftly." Instantly, under the guidance of the elder with long, waist-length brows, all individuals surged towards the distance, transforming into countless rainbows, rapidly distancing themselves from the mountains. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy expanded once more, causing the earth to tremble violently. The once majestic immortal's abode saw extensive structures collapse into the crevices. The mountains split apart, with golden light filling the sky. A spectrum of 9-colored radiance cascaded from the heavens, revealing layers upon layers of celestial realms above, no fewer than 33 in total. Towers of jade and crystal seemed to house celestial beings, with auspicious divine beasts soaring amidst them, instilling awe in the hearts of those gazing upward. The crowd that had escaped to a distance from the immortal's abode wore expressions of terror, their eyes fixed upon the sky, rendered speechless by the spectacle. The elder with long, waist-length brows wore a grim expression, his gaze transfixed on the awe-inspiring celestial realms above, his pupils trembling. The oppressive force of the 33 heavenly layers was overwhelming. It obscured the sun and cast down radiant beams of light, accompanied by the thunderous resonance of celestial sounds that captivated the soul. As the mountains where the immortal's abode stood trembled, they collapsed entirely, revealing a colossal structure within. Was this a tomb? The members of the immortal's abode were taken aback, realizing that this enormous edifice resembled a burial mound. Had their sect been established atop a grand tomb all these years? Were they unknowingly dwelling upon a grave? With the emergence of the tomb, a faint yellow gas began to waft from the depths of the earth, permeating the atmosphere. The sect leader drew in a wisp for closer inspection, then exclaimed, "Primordial yellow chi." What? The crowd gasped, hastily collecting a wisp for examination, discovering it to indeed be primordial yellow chi. According to legend, primordial yellow chi originated during the creation of the heavens and the earth. At the dawn of existence, two energies manifested. The heavens bore the violet chi of chaos, while the earth exuded primordial yellow chi. The elder with long, waist-length brows scrutinized the tomb, and a speculative thought, almost too staggering to fathom, began to surface in his mind. Such scale, such majesty, the 33 layers of heavenly realms, the presence of primordial yellow chi, and the almost imperceptible imperial might in the air. This was an imperial tomb. He struggled to articulate. This may very well be the tomb of the primordial yellow emperor. Upon hearing this conjecture, the crowd gasped in disbelief. The immortal's abode was indeed founded upon the grave of an emperor? How utterly unfathomable. The eastern domain was on the brink of turmoil. With the recent resurgence of ancient races and now the emergence of an imperial tomb, it threatened to unleash unimaginable bloodshed. An elder from the Transcendence realm furrowed his brow, remarking, "The appearance of the imperial tomb will undoubtedly incite a bloodbath among the powerful. Any relic of the emperor would be a monumental fortune. If the tomb holds the legacy of the primordial yellow emperor, a cataclysmic conflict is inevitable." The three elders, along with the immortal's abode, were compelled to relocate, distancing themselves from this site, for soon, a battle of blood would likely unfold here. As the immense tremors swept across the eastern domain, countless mortals perished beneath the colossal earthquakes, while more cultivators marveled at the sudden turn of events. Chapter 40. A resplendent new era approaches. The tremors in the eastern domain persisted for a full 3 days. Yet, the 33 heavens above remained undiminished, towering majestically like a celestial realm. Each time someone gazed upward, a profound sense of awe gripped their heart. Even the mightiest beings, those at the pinnacle of the Tao realm, felt insignificantly small beneath that heavenly expanse. It seemed that a single streak of light descending from the heavens could obliterate them. An elder from a sect emerged from his ancestral grounds, his expression one of astonishment. The 33 heavens. This must be the handiwork of the ancient Xianhuang emperor. Only a being of such caliber could manifest such a terrifying phenomenon. Even a quasi-emperor, if ensnared within the 33 heavens, would be instantaneously subdued and ultimately perish. As more venerable figures emerged from their ancestral abodes, they gazed skyward, their minds rife with speculation. The name that resonated in the hearts of these ancients was none other than the Xianhuang Emperor, a name that inspired reverence as they looked up, uncertain of the unfolding events. Finally, after 3 days, the tremors ceased, and tranquility returned to the eastern domain. All sects dispatched their strongest members to uncover the truth behind these occurrences. With the heavens suppressing the earth, could it be that the Xianhuang Emperor had awakened? Soon, word spread across the eastern domain. It was the Emperor's tomb. The tomb of the Xianhuang Emperor had emerged. Heavens! According to reliable information I've received, the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb is located beneath the Immortal Mansion Sect. The Immortal Mansion had evidently been built atop the imperial grave, and they had already begun relocating. It was said that the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb spanned a radius of 10,000 miles, its imperial aura overwhelming, rendering even Dao realm experts unable to approach. Moreover, the Xianhuang energy permeating the air was beyond their capacity to absorb. Countless rumors circulated, igniting fervor among myriad factions, prompting numerous clans to hasten towards the Zhangzhou region. Even more alarming was the emergence of a dreadful aura that swept across the eastern domain, heralding the arrival of mysterious tribes converging upon the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb. On this day, in an ordinary city, the ancestral temple of the Huangfu clan radiated an overwhelming majesty, its formidable presence tearing through the heavens as several powerful beings ascended. Departing from the mundane city. Good heavens, is that the Huangfu clan? They have concealed such formidable strength all along. Have they remained hidden merely to await this day? The revelation of the Huangfu clan's reemergence spread throughout the eastern domain. Simultaneously, more hidden families and prominent sects began to surface. Even those sects once thought to have perished in the annals of history reappeared, no longer shrouded in secrecy. The landscape of the eastern domain was thrown into utter chaos. The 9 foremost sects of the eastern domain found their influence all but extinguished, their once great renown diminished. Ancient races, primordial clans, and clandestine sects emerged in succession, disrupting the existing order of the eastern domain. In Zhangzhou, at the site of the former Immortal Mansion, the immense imperial tomb revealed only its upper half. Yet it loomed vast and majestic, exuding an overwhelming presence. With Xianhuang energy enveloping the air, its imperial might unparalleled. Above, the 33 heavens suppressed the stars, and all could feel their own insignificance. Within a 10,000-mile radius of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb, no one could draw near. Not long ago, a celestial cultivator attempted a reckless intrusion and was instantly reduced to ashes by the might of the Emperor. Subsequently, another formidable being at the threshold of the Dao ventured to test the waters, only to escape grievously wounded. The Xuanhuang imperial tomb remains inaccessible for the time being. An ancient sage has concluded that since the imperial tomb has manifested, there shall come a day when entry is possible. This day may arrive in a matter of months or extend to several years. The overwhelming imperial might surrounding the tomb is destined to dissipate to a negligible level, posing no further threat to the most powerful beings. Several strong individuals have ventured their speculations, garnering broad consensus. Consequently, a multitude of people have settled around the imperial tomb, eagerly awaiting the day the imperial aura wanes. Before long, some began to comprehend the principles of the imperial way contained within the imperial might, feeling the ultimate power of humanity in order to elevate their cultivation further. Such endeavors were not singular. Indeed, many celestial cultivators and those on the brink of the Tao sat in meditation, earnestly attuning themselves to the principles of the imperial way. Boom. One individual astonishingly broke through the barriers of the celestial realm, successfully stepping into the threshold of the Tao. In the Sun and Moon Sect. The Sun and Moon Temple serves as the venue for the sect leader to manage significant affairs and engage in daily cultivation. Above the temple, 2 divine stones emanating red and blue radiance were visible. The crimson brilliance emanated from a stone resembling the sun, while the azure glow radiated from a crescent-shaped stone. The sect leader sat suspended in the air, an aura both palpable and ethereal enveloping him, exuding an aura of terror as he harnessed the power of the sun and moon from the stones for his cultivation. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black robes emerged at the center of the temple. The sect leader instantly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the figure descending from the air, and inquired, "What is the situation?" Reporting to the sect leader, the black-robed figure knelt on one knee and replied, "It has been confirmed that the tomb of the Xuanhuang Emperor has indeed manifested. Countless powerful beings have already surged into Zhangzhou to uncover the truth of the imperial tomb. However, the tomb spans a radius of 10,000 miles, shrouded in imperial might. Even those at the threshold of the Tao would be severely injured should they recklessly enter, and if one were to force their way in, they would be directly obliterated. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's eyes narrowed. This imperial might will not persist indefinitely. There will surely come a day when it fades. At that time, it will be an opportunity for all, and a bloodbath is inevitable. Anything associated with the emperor, including the tomb housing the emperor's remains, cannot be mere triviality. You may go. Report back with any news at once. With a wave of his hand, the black-robed figure vanished from sight. Why has the Xuanhuang imperial tomb suddenly appeared? This may not be mere coincidence, the sect leader pondered. In recent years, the ancient races have frequently emerged, while hidden families and sects have successively revealed themselves. Now, with the sudden emergence of the Xuanhuang imperial tomb, it heralds the dawn of a magnificent new era. The Eastern Domain is on the brink of transformation. In light of this, the Sun and Moon Sect must emerge as the greatest beneficiary of the Xuanhuang imperial tomb. For the next several millennia, even amidst great upheaval, our Sun and Moon Sect shall remain eternally unchanging. With these words, the sect leader's figure dissipated. He ventured deep into the heart of the Sun and Moon Sect, to the ancestral grounds where the titans of the sect's history lie in slumber, forming the very foundation of the Sun and Moon Sect. Before he could speak, an old man in a blue robe, marked by a crescent moon on his forehead, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the ancestral land. The old man's visage was withered and remarkably aged, his figure emaciated to the point of resembling mere skin and bones. His years were indeed advanced. He gazed at the Lord of the Sun and Moon and said, "I am already aware of what has transpired. Leave this matter to me." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Sun and Moon nodded and inquired, "Is it necessary to bring the seal of Sun and Moon stars?" The seal of Sun and Moon stars was the treasured weapon of the Sun and Moon Sect, once wielded by the Saint Emperor of Sun and Moon, who was, of course, the founding master of the sect. The old man replied without hesitation, "No need. In this current age, with no saints emerging, I have no rivals." With that, he flicked his sleeve and produced an ancient golden war chariot. He entered the chariot and immediately propelled it into the void, departing at a rapid pace. Sigh. The Lord of the Sun and Moon gazed into the distance, pondering whether it would be safer to take the imperial weapon. Who could tell if the sacred land of shaking light would transport the imperial weapon away? Those fellows, though outwardly respectable, were filled with treachery, far worse than the overt malice of the Sun and Moon Sect. Chapter 41. Signing in at the temporal and spatial divine realm. How many years equal 10,000 days? System, initiate the sign-in. Yi Bufan and Huang Xian were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, while the unconcerned Hua Yunfei sat down at the table, lifted a teacup, brewed a cup of tea, took a sip, and softly spoke. Ding. Sign-in successful. Total sign-in duration, 100 years and 7 months. Sign-in reward, 1 temporal and spatial divine realm. The temporal and spatial divine realm? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, pondering what this entailed. Do I need to explain this to you? Ding. The temporal and spatial divine realm is a unique secret realm where the flow of time is 30 times faster than in the outside world. In other words, while one day passes outside, a month has already elapsed within the temporal and spatial divine realm. What the heck? Hua Yunfei stood up abruptly, his expression one of astonishment. The temporal and spatial divine realm was indeed a terrifying treasure. 30 days of cultivation would equate to just 1 day in the outside world. Should such a treasure be discovered by the outside world, it would inevitably incite a bloody scramble for possession. Time is the most elusive of all laws. Even an emperor can only traverse the river of time for a fleeting moment, unable to alter any events within its current. Moreover, time-related treasures are exceedingly rare throughout the North Dipper, with most only offering a mere difference of a few hours. Such artifacts are already deemed exceptionally precious. Yet, this temporal and spatial divine realm achieved an astonishing 30-fold acceleration. In the future, it would provide a refuge during idle moments, a place for both survival and cultivation. Longevity. Was it not beckoning to me? Hua Yunfei was overwhelmed with delight. Ding. A reminder to the host. Due to the significant disparity in the flow of time, one's lifespan will also diminish more rapidly within the temporal and spatial divine realm. Those with limited lifespan who enter will experience a 30-fold increase in mortality rate. Furthermore, prolonged stays within the temporal realm may lead to a loss of self, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The formidable laws of time may erase portions of one's memory. Upon hearing the system's words, Hua Yunfei suddenly smiled slyly. He conceived a method to deal with those ancient relics who might trouble him in the future. These venerable individuals are generally of advanced age. Should anyone provoke me, I would consign them to the temporal divine realm, allowing them to perish under the relentless passage of time. Thus, I would be spared the need to act personally. At that moment, an ancient token appeared in Hua Yunfei's hand, its surface a somber hue of black and gray, adorned with azure stripes, while the reverse bore the inscription of time and space. The temporal divine realm resides within this token. With but a thought, the host may enter. I wish to inquire whether the temporal divine realm possesses offensive capabilities. None. Then what may I control? The host may govern the temporal laws within the temporal divine realm, concentrating all temporal laws upon a single individual, thereby instantaneously accelerating that person's time flow to 110,000 times normal. How many years does 10,000 days equate to? As Hua Yunfei pondered, the entire Daoyuan peak began to tremble violently. Formation, activate. Hua Yunfei furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure, and with a flick of his finger, he engaged all formations of Daoyuan peak to stabilize the mountain. Instantly, the tremors diminished, reduced to mere whispers of vibration. What is happening? Emerging from his abode, Hua Yunfei encountered the astonished expression of the celestial mechanism True Man, who also stepped out. The celestial mechanism True Man pointed to the center of his brow, and astonishingly, a vertical eye opened above it, radiating golden light that captivated the heart and soul. This was the celestial mechanism True Man's divine ability, the heavenly eye. Upon activating the heavenly eye, he scanned the surrounding tens of thousands of miles around the mountain of support, discovering that the very earth quaked under the influence of a mysterious force. He gazed into the distance, shocked to observe that the entire eastern domain seemed to tremble. The celestial mechanism True Man retracted his heavenly eye and exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Yunfei. Both understood that a significant event was imminent. Shortly thereafter, the Xuanhe Daoists of the Mountain of Support emerged from their ancestral grounds to assess the situation, followed by the Xuanqing Daoist. After prolonged deliberation, they failed to deduce the cause of the disturbance. However, the more they attempted to unravel it, the more their hearts raced, until they ultimately abandoned their efforts. Subsequently, the Xuanhe Daoist refrained from dispatching any disciples of the Mountain of Support to investigate. Instead, he summoned the Blood Demon clan, capable of controlling life and death, to venture out from their secret realm for reconnaissance. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. Safety must take precedence. The Mountain of Support has maintained its legacy through caution and prudence. Sensing danger, they naturally would not rush to the forefront. When news of the emergence of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb reached them from the Blood Demon ancestor, both Xuanhe and Xuanqing, having surpassed nearly a millennium in age, revealed their astonishment, their usual calm shattered. Upon receiving this news, Hua Yunfei promptly returned to his abode, employing his Taoist techniques to reinforce the concealment formations here. Observing Huang Xian, he felt a profound certainty that the appearance of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb was undoubtedly due to Huang Xian's restoration of the essence of the Xianhuang undying body. Perhaps this was a stratagem left behind by the Xianhuang Emperor in days of yore. Both the techniques and divine abilities of the Xianhuang are inherently flawed. The Xianhuang Emperor likely anticipated this and deliberately left a contingency plan. That contingency may very well be the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb. Within it, there might reside what Huang Xian requires to address his deficiencies. If so, it is entirely possible that with such resources, even a supreme talent at the saint level could ascend to the emperor level. Currently, Huang Xian remains submerged in the waters of the immortal pool, engrossed in his cultivation. Yet still in slumber, all matters must await his awakening. 3 months have passed, and the imperial might emanating from the emperor's tomb continues unabated. Nevertheless, an increasing number of cultivators are flocking to Tsangzhou, eager to catch a glimpse of the grandeur of the emperor's tomb. The significant disturbances in the eastern region have naturally drawn the attention of the neighboring central, northern, and southern regions. Powerful factions from all 3 areas have discreetly arrived, remaining concealed from the public eye of the eastern region. After all, the eastern region is the domain of the sacred land of radiant light and the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. With the re-emergence of the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb, and the imperial might still palpable, it is unwise for them to reveal themselves, lest they invoke the enmity of the 2 great sacred lands. However, once the imperial might dissipates, their appearance may very well be a different matter. It is noteworthy that, although the imperial pressure has yet to fade and the ethereal essence of Xianyuan is elusive, an increasing number of cultivators are meditating around the emperor's tomb, gradually comprehending the principles of the emperor's Tao. Some have even begun to absorb the essence into their bodies. Although it may overflow, they can still gradually grasp the profundities of the Xianyuan essence. Some have thus broken through to the divine infant realm, while others have ascended to the celestial being realm. The number of breakthroughs within smaller tiers of each realm is truly countless. Even those who have reached the threshold of the path of arrival have already numbered in the dozens. The most formidable among them is a mysterious elder, rumored to be half a step away from the sacred realm. A month ago, he seemed to have advanced further in his cultivation by harnessing the imperial might and is on the brink of entering the ranks of the saints. With the emergence of this news, even more ancient beings have made their way here, most of whom are nearing the end of their lifespans. Though they are formidable figures at the path of arrival level, their days are numbered, and if they do not achieve a breakthrough soon, they shall soon depart this world. They come in hopes of fortune. True to their expectations, some of the ancient ones have indeed broken through their realms, extending their lifespans and alleviating their imminent demise. It is said that the sacred land of Yaoqi and the sacred land of Tianshu from the central region have already arrived, lurking in the shadows. It appears that Wanku Mountain from the southern region has also made its presence known, with some sensing a chilling toxic aura. From the northern region, it seems that the most enigmatic Kunlun Divine Palace has come, their ancestors rumored to hail from other star domains. Strong figures whisper that, after 3 months of transformations around the Emperor's tomb, undercurrents are already surging. Although the imperial might has not vanished, certain extreme factions have long been prepared. Chapter 42, The Ideals of the Sect. Simply a matter of survival while everyone in the eastern region is engrossed in the astonishing news of the emergence of the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. An equally explosive piece of information has emerged from the 2 great extreme sacred lands of the eastern region, the immortal rankings. The contest for the immortal positions shall commence once more. Currently, the titles of the 9 great immortal sects of the eastern region will be reclaimed. A new selection of the 9 great immortal sects will take place, and this time, the sacred land of radiant light and the sun and moon divine sect have extended invitations to those ancient families and hidden sects that have recently emerged to partake in this momentous event. The contest for the immortal rankings represents the voice of authority over the land of the eastern region. Since these ancient clans and hidden sects have chosen to come forth, they will not miss this grand opportunity, and they will strive to secure one of the 9 great immortal sects. Of course, the current titles of the 9 great immortal sects cannot simply be revoked by the 2 sacred lands at will. In the sacred realm of Yaoguang and the Sun Moon Sect, prominent figures were dispatched to the various esteemed sects to convey the current realities. The eastern domain is fraught with unrest as ancient races, venerable clans, and hidden sects have emerged, wielding formidable strength and resources. Some even possess the potential to claim the title of a sacred land, perhaps lacking only an imperial weapon. Thus, the distinguished representatives from the sacred land conveyed a stark reality to the high-ranking officials of the 9 great sects. Their foundational strength and sectal prowess are no longer sufficient to maintain their positions. Indeed, some may no longer be worthy of inclusion among the 9. Should they forcibly seize this status, they would inevitably become targets for ancient clans and hidden sects, who would not hesitate to take action against them. A mismatch of strength and identity suggests that it is wise to remain in the shadows, otherwise, they would be the first to fall. The 9 great sects, however, are reluctant to relinquish what their ancestors fought so hard to achieve millennia ago when the previous celestial rankings were established. It is indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Yet reason dictates that the 2 sacred lands urging them to surrender their titles do so with their best interests at heart. Otherwise, they may face existential threats in the future. Naturally, the current 9 great sects believe they possess enough strength to contend for the celestial rankings. If they are indeed strong enough, they can still aspire to be counted among the 9. However, apart from the Yaoguang sacred land and the Sun Moon Sect, who would dare to challenge those ancient clans and hidden sects with lineages spanning millions of years? The news of the celestial rankings being unveiled soon reached the Kaoshan sect. The Taoist Xuanhe personally emerged from the ancestral grounds to summon all elders and the head of the 7 peaks for a council. In the Grand Hall of Kaoshan Peak, every seat was filled. Nearly all the elders currently affiliated with the sect were present, with the few absentees engaged in pressing matters elsewhere. Looking around, one could see over 130 elders from the 7 peaks, each at least at the initial stage of the divine infant realm. This number exceeds the count from months prior when the ghostly underworld attacked the Kaoshan sect. The sect leader, Yuntian Jinren, and Taoist Xuanhe occupied the foremost seats, with the heads of the 6 peaks flanking them, while the other elders took their places behind. They observed in silence as Yuntian Jinren addressed them. The stripping of the title of the 9 great sects represents a significant loss, erasing the efforts of our ancestors from millennia past. How do you all perceive this? At this, several elders expressed their outrage, discontent with the actions of the 2 sacred lands. In just a few words, the fruits of their ancestors' labor had been stripped away. Their forebears shed much blood to secure a place among the 9 great sections. The sect leader, Hua Yunfei, remained unperturbed, shaking his head with a subtle smile as he interjected, "I believe that the dissolution of the 9 great sects is, in fact, a blessing." "Oh," Yuntian Jinren replied with a smile, turning to Hua Yunfei. "What do you mean by that?" Hua Yunfei responded. Though our Kaoshan sect possesses profound depth and is unfazed by challenges. However, with the venerable ancestor overseeing us, our guiding principle is one of survival. Although we harbor no fear, we must exercise caution. If we insist on preserving the esteemed title of the 9 great immortal sects, this upcoming immortal ranking shall undoubtedly position our sect as a thorn in the side of those ancient clans and prominent sects that have emerged. In such a case, to ensure our own survival, we would inevitably have to reveal our strength, showcase our heritage, and instill fear in them. Would this not contradict our sect's philosophy? By laying our foundation bare for the world to see, how could we continue to thrive in obscurity, even if we do not need to exert our full power? Realizing the gravity of the discussion, Master Xia Xian nodded in agreement and stated, "Indeed, Brother Gui Yuan's words ring true. The reputation of the 9 great immortal sects is undeniably significant. Over the past few millennia, our sect has navigated matters with relative ease due to this reputation. Many sects, upon hearing that we are backed by the 9 great immortal sects, readily cooperate and comply. However, if we continue to expose our true capabilities and engage in a relentless struggle with those ancient families and reclusive sects merely to uphold the title of the 9 great immortal sects, I believe such an endeavor is unworthy. The venerable ancestor would surely deem this action inappropriate and contrary to our sect's principles." Real Master Yun Tian smiled and nodded, fully agreeing with the sentiments expressed by Gui Yuan and Xia Xian. Indeed, the reputation of the 9 great immortal sects holds great importance. Yet the principles of our sect are even more vital. Although it may appear that for the past several millennia, our sect has only reached the 6th position among the 9 great immortal sects, this is merely superficial. The eastern region is on the brink of transformation, with numerous ancient families and reclusive sects emerging. If they desire the title of the 9 great immortal sects, let them have it. There is no need to expose our strength and engage in futile conflicts. In the future, although we may no longer be counted among the 9 great immortal sects, our strength and heritage shall remain intact. Whoever assumes the mantle of the new 9 great immortal sects, should they dare to wield that title to bully our sect, they will find themselves gravely mistaken. An elder from the Wuji Peak rose, his expression filled with discontent and anger, and spoke. "Master, Uncle Xuanhe, esteemed leaders, our grievance lies not merely in this. Rather, it is the disdain shown by the 2 great holy lands towards us." The elder from the Yaoguang Holy Land who came to persuade us bore an attitude of superiority, looking down upon us as if we were beneath notice. Master Wuji cast a sidelong glance at the elder from his peak, reprimanding him for such childish thoughts. "Why? Have you already forgotten the principles of our sect articulated by Masters Gui Yuan and Xia Xian? Despite my temper, I remain unperturbed. And yet you take the lead in protest. Is it not fortuitous that our enemies underestimate us? The more they disdain us, the greater the chance for retaliation. We, at the Kaoshan sect, hope that those emerging powerful clans and sects look down upon us. Let them come forth if they dare, and we shall turn the tables on them." Hearing this last statement, Elder Waya broke into a smile, admitting, "I have indeed been foolish. It is true that to be angered by this matter reflects a lack of confidence in our sect and a failure to hold ourselves in esteem." Real Master Yun Tian smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, everyone has heard the discussions among our esteemed leaders and elders. Indeed, as they have articulated, while reputation is important, the principles of our sect are paramount. Others may look down upon us, yet we must hold ourselves in high regard. The Kaoshan sect does not seek trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. The incident involving the Sun and Moon Divine sect's offense against our sect was not an issue of inaction, but rather a matter of timing." The words of Master Yun Tian ignited a fervor within these centuries-old elders, restoring their faith in the sect. His remarks subtly hinted at the profound heritage of the sect. Fearless, they embraced their legacy. Chapter 43. That old fellow could hardly resist such temptation. It is precisely due to our adherence to the principles of our founding ancestor that our sect has thrived for millennia within this eastern domain. As the saying goes, when the tree stands tall, the wind will surely strike it. Lacking imperial weapons, our sect must avoid drawing too much attention. After all, no leader relishes having subordinates outshine them. The usually silent Taoist Xuanhe finally spoke, a smile gracing his features. He felt gratified that everyone grasped the sect's philosophy, refraining from foolish actions. Thanks to our reserved strength, the sect has largely avoided calamity. Those openly stronger than us disdain us, while those seemingly on par with us find themselves unable to contend with our might. Thus, it is indeed wise to bide our time. Preserving strength is a virtue, and our ancestor does not deceive us. Upon hearing Taoist Xuanhe's explanation, laughter erupted among the gathered. The principle of self-preservation has long been a tradition of the Kaoshan sect. The 130 elders present, at minimum, were in the early stages of the divine embryo realm, yet who among them could genuinely claim such a status? In the Kaoshan sect, one must conceal their true level to speak with confidence. Few would dare to openly declare themselves as disciples of prominent figures. Master Yuntian declared, "Since we are all of one mind, let us allow the current celestial rankings to unfold without our participation." Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. Daoist Xuanhe added, "Let us focus on our cultivation, preserving our strength for future endeavors in the world." Indeed, the elders responded with mirth. Subsequently, under Master Yuntian's guidance, the elders rose to disperse, gradually exiting the grand hall of Kaoshan. At that moment, only Daoist Xuanhe, Master Yuntian, and 8 others, including the heads of the 6 peaks, remained. Master Tianshu glanced at Master Yuntian and Daoist Xuanhe, inquiring, "Brother, what further matters require our discussion?" Master Yuntian replied, "It concerns the recent developments involving the Sun and Moon Divine Sect." At this, the temperamental Master Wuji raised an eyebrow, excitement bubbling within him. "Brother, are you planning to confront the Holy Land?" Master Xiaoshuan frowned, admonishing, "Wuji, mind your manners. You are centuries old yet still so uncouth." Embarrassed, Master Wujin scratched his head and rephrased, "Brother, do you have a strategy in mind to deal with the Sun and Moon Divine Sect?" With a faint smile, Master Yuntian responded, "I do not possess a specific strategy as of yet. However, a significant figure is poised to return to our sect." After informing him of the situation, he has already proceeded to the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Already gone. Even the usually reticent Master Dishin turned in surprise. What kind of person, with such a formidable temperament, would directly confront the Sun and Moon Divine Sect? That is an extreme holy land. Master Yuntian then turned his gaze towards the aloof Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei momentarily froze, a thought forming in his mind. Tentatively, he ventured, "It wouldn't be my father, would it?" His father, Hua Tsangtian, had been absent from the sect for 30 years, with only sporadic communication through a sound stone, leaving little information to be gleaned. Even his whereabouts were unknown to Hua Yunfei. What he could ascertain was that he was certainly not in the eastern region. In the entire Mount Qianshan sect, who could possess a temperament more formidable than that of your father? In terms of temperament, even your master, Wuji, would have to address him as elder brother. The esteemed Yuntian Jinren chuckled softly. Even he had not anticipated that Hua Tsangxiong would know that the sect had nearly fallen into the clutches of the sinister empress, prompting him to turn on his heels in anger and head towards the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. The taciturn Go Yuan Jinren remarked, 30 years have passed, yet he remains unchanged. In terms of cultivation, he is the most unyielding. In temperament, he is the most tempestuous, and in strength, he is the most formidable. Tianji Jinren smirked. Had I been an elder at Daoyuan Peak since my youth, I too could achieve greatness. But do not feign modesty. With your celestial grade aptitude, you ought not to provoke. Go Yuan Jinren chuckled softly, casting a glance at Tianji Jinren, unreservedly retorting. Tianji Jinren seethed with irritation, wishing to silence this fellow. Wuji Jinren also shot him a glance, advising Tianji to maintain a lower profile. After all, his aptitude was evident, was it not, everyone? The insinuation regarding the Blood Demon clan's secret realm lingered in the air. Yet, Tianji Jinren fell silent, a cold smile gracing his heart. Having now attained the perfection of the celestial realm, he was but a step away from the Dao realm. You old fellows may boast, but once I extract some benefits from Daoyuan Peak, I shall ensure your downfall. When the time comes, with sufficient cultivation, I shall seek a reason to engage in battle with you. Then you shall understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. After realizing it was indeed his father, Hua Yunfei felt somewhat speechless. This old man, who often claimed that the sect's affairs were none of his concern and urged others not to exploit him, turned impulsive the moment the sect encountered trouble. That was an extreme Dao Holy Land. At his age, shouldn't he consider his mother as well? Oh right. His mother also possessed a fiery temper. Do not worry. Sangxiong is merely biding his time at the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. He will refrain from action unless provoked. For that is indeed a holy land of extreme Dao. Even a headstrong individual like him knows that rashness leads to demise, Yun Tianjinren stated, retaining confidence in Hua Sangxiong's abilities. 30 years ago, he had already displayed mid-stage Dao attainment. Now, 3 decades later, his true strength should not be inferior to that of Master Xuanhe. Hua Yunfei remarked, I hope he can truly restrain himself. What if a high-ranking figure from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect ventures out alone? Upon hearing this, Yun Tianjinren and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, that old fellow would undoubtedly find it difficult to resist such temptation. How could a fierce wolf withstand the passage of a sheep before its eyes? Very well. As for Sangxiong, let him deliberate. I trust he will not act excessively, since our sect has no intention of participating in the Immortal Rankings contest. We must prepare to face the challenges posed by the newly appointed 9 great immortal sects, Yun Tianjinren asserted. These ancient clans and reclusive sects have long shunned the world, possessing little to sustain them. To accelerate their development and enhance their renown, they may target the former 9 great immortal sects. By stepping over the fallen 9 great immortal sects, they can elevate their own prestige, subsequently seizing all resources from the defeated sections. Such an occurrence is undoubtedly imminent. Thus, the paramount concern of the sect is to fortify the Grand Formation and to relocate several ancestral arrays as a precautionary measure. The ancient clans possess numerous stratagems. Previously, the ghostly underworld easily breached our sect's low-grade saint-level formation using the array-destroying artifact borrowed from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. This time, we must be adequately prepared. Hua Yunfei remarked. The Dao Source Peak has a barrier formation, the fragmented void array, which can serve as the focal point of our sect's grand formation, rendering it immune to the majority of array-destroying artifacts' magical onslaughts. The Celestial Mechanism Master chuckled. Excellent. The sect has its own countermeasures. However, a dual approach will ensure greater security. Junior brother Go Yuan, this matter shall be entrusted to you, he continued. Go Yuan, the master, immediately replied. Leave this to Go Yuan Peak. I shall handle it alongside nephew Yunfei. Go Yuan Peak is responsible for the sect's formations, and its disciples predominantly possess talents in array techniques. Very well. In that case, let the storm gather as it will, and we shall await the results of this celestial ranking. Chapter 44. In the future, you shall certainly become the new Xian Huang Emperor. Exiting the Reliant Mountain Hall, Hua Yunfei intended to depart on his sword. The Celestial Mechanism Master hastily followed, earnestly stating, Nephew Yunfei, allow your uncle to accompany you. Before he could finish, he produced a long sword, gesturing to magnify it, which then landed at their feet. Hua Yunfei gazed at him and inquired, Uncle, do you plan to reside at Dao Source Peak for a while? The Celestial Mechanism Master glanced at the departing Go Yuan and the others, saying, I shall stay for a short while longer. Perhaps I will soon break through. Oh. Hua Yunfei scrutinized him. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, a practitioner's cultivation speed significantly diminishes, which explains why many take centuries to cross the threshold into the celestial being realm. Those of insufficient aptitude may even stagnate between the perfected Purple Mansion realm and the perfected Divine Infant realm, despite centuries of effort. While the Dao Source Peak is indeed blessed with exceptional conditions, it seems improbable that the Celestial Mechanism Master should progress so swiftly. He had only recently achieved the 8th layer of the celestial being realm and has now returned after 6 months as a perfected celestial being. Is he truly on the verge of another breakthrough? In this current era of dwindling spiritual energy, how could one easily transcend into the threshold realm? Hua Yunfei concluded that this old fellow was merely boasting. My father is soon returning. Are you not concerned? Hua Yunfei kindly reminded him, recalling how severely the Celestial Mechanism Master had suffered at his father's hands in the past. The Celestial Mechanism Master instinctively took a step back, then quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and saying haughtily, What is there to fear? Your father is neither a wolf nor a tiger. Surely, he would not act irrationally? He added, Once I break into the threshold realm, I shall depart. Your father is preoccupied blocking the Sun and Moon Divine Sect's gate. It should take him some time before he returns, allowing me to evade him. His tone grew increasingly uncertain. I hope you indeed manage to avoid him, Hua Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head. If the two were to meet, the Celestial Mechanism Master would undoubtedly turn tail. Upon their return to Dao Source Peak, the Celestial Mechanism Master surveyed the distant ginseng fruit tree. He was unaware of the nature of this tree, but he sensed that the abundant spiritual energy of Dao Source Peak was primarily due to this particular fruit tree. The fruits upon the trees ought to be of exceptional quality. After watching the esteemed Master Tianji enter the cave, Hua Yunfei proceeded to dismantle the cave's restrictions. Upon entering, he discovered that Yi Bufan and Huang Xian had just awakened, their expressions somewhat dazed after 3 months of profound cultivation, which was still a bit overwhelming for them at their current levels. Moreover, the celestial realm they glimpsed deep within their consciousness. Where could it possibly be? The boundless expanse of the Big Dipper seemed devoid of such a paradise. It resembled nothing less than the Heavenly Palace, a sanctuary seemingly reserved for immortals. Upon noticing Hua Yunfei's entrance, the two promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, Master. Hua Yunfei smiled and nodded, scrutinizing them, his eyes illuminating slightly. Name, Yi Bufan. Age, 20, remarkably. His realm has ascended by 6 minor levels, while Huang Xian, due to his Purple Mansion realm, has only advanced 3 levels, yet that is still a commendable feat. Hua Yunfei was exceedingly pleased with the miraculous effects of the immortal river water. The breakthroughs achieved by the two were not merely superficial. It could be said they had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Their bodies, having been immersed in the immortal river water for 3 months, had been thoroughly cleansed, transforming from within and emerging far stronger than before. Undoubtedly, at their current level, they would have easily overpowered their former selves from 3 months prior. Hua Yunfei inquired, "Do you sense any differences?" Yi Bufan clenched his fists, his heart still reeling in astonishment. He had astonishingly reached the 9th layer of the Yuan Dan realm. His admiration for Hua Yunfei deepened, and he felt profoundly touched that his master had bestowed upon them such a precious resource. Master. Huang Xian had never uttered these words with such willing sincerity before. Gazing at Hua Yunfei, he declared, "My Xian Huang indestructible body is now flawless." With that, he activated his Xian Huang indestructible body, and a small celestial dome manifested above him, a manifestation of his extraordinary physique. In that moment, Huang Xian resembled a formidable war god. Surrounded by swirling Xian Huang energy, and beneath the celestial dome, one could almost discern the shadow of the ancient Xian Huang emperor. Huang Xian's heart surged with excitement. He had not anticipated that Hua Yunfei would so effortlessly restore the essence of his physique, possessing memories from his past life. He understood that restoring such essence was an arduous task. Unless one were an emperor of the human race, it would require the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. Clearly, the liquid in which Hua Yunfei had immersed him was an exceptionally rare, celestial treasure. Very good, Hua Yunfei acknowledged, nodding in delight. In time, you shall undoubtedly become the new Xian Huang emperor. Huang Xian nodded vigorously, as the reincarnation of the remnants of the Xian Huang emperor's bloodline. He was determined to tread the path of emperors once more and vie for the imperial throne. Yi Bufan remarked, "Master, I can sense that the essence of the ancient sacred body seems to have gained something, though I cannot articulate it." Huang Xian added, "The essence of my Xian Huang indestructible body has also acquired an indescribable quality. Essence celestial energy. This phenomenon was profound and elusive, seemingly absent from the mortal realm. It felt vaguely familiar, as if glimpsed in the hazy recesses of past memories, yet he could not recall it clearly." Hua Yunfei shook his head, uncertain of what the essence celestial energy truly was. As one's realm ascends, the true essence of the primordial celestial energy will undoubtedly manifest, revealing its significance in due time. It is certain that the physiques of both individuals have far surpassed that of the original ancestral sacred body and the eternal Huang body, transcending their forebears. Hua Yunfei produced a leaf of golden paper and extended it towards Huang Xian. Upon receiving it, Huang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hua Yunfei. The golden paper bore ancient, arcane cultivation methods alongside insights from a formidable practitioner. This is the Huangjing. Why would the master possess the Huangjing? Hua Yunfei discerned Huang Xian's unvoiced inquiry. Yet, he could not divulge the true reason. Just as he prepared to speak, Huang Xian suppressed his curiosity and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master." He refrained from probing further, for he did not require additional explanation. After several months of companionship, despite Hua Yunfei's enduring enigma, he treated them with genuine kindness. The Daoyuan Peak resembled a celestial paradise, abundant with sacred herbs. Hua Yunfei placed no restrictions on their use of resources, provided they did not indulge excessively. Even the legendary ginseng fruit tree, which he had only encountered in ancient texts, bore fruit that Hua Yunfei generously allowed them to pick and consume, claiming it would promote longevity. Such a benevolent master, regardless of the origins of the Huangjing. Even if it were unearthed from an ancestral grave, Huang Xian placed his trust in Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction, a warm smile gracing his lips. With such a disciple, he need not worry about his future care. They were tasked with becoming stronger. He would ensure their survival. 3 months ago, the Huangdi Mausoleum emerged in the eastern domain of Cangzhou, Hua Yunfei announced. Huang Xian jolted, turning to Hua Yunfei, fully aware that the completion of his primordial Huang body's essence had triggered the ancient laws left behind in the mausoleum, thereby bringing it to light. There was no longer a need for him to seek it out. Initially, Huang Xian had resigned himself to the hopelessness of completing his primordial essence and planned to search for the mausoleum only after enhancing his cultivation. Now, it seemed that such measures were unnecessary. "Master, I wish to excavate the grave," Huang Xian stated plainly. Hua Yunfei nodded in response, saying, "I shall take you there. But not at this moment. Currently, the imperial aura of the mausoleum pervades the surroundings. While I should be able to enter, it would be difficult to avoid detection by the formidable forces lurking within the extreme sanctuaries. If discovered, the situation could become quite troublesome. Therefore, we shall wait until the imperial aura diminishes slightly before we proceed to excavate your ancestral grave." Although Hua Yunfei had not personally investigated the Huangdi Mausoleum, he could surmise that it was rife with hidden currents, teeming with the powerful forces of the extreme sanctuaries. These sanctuaries possessed unfathomable depth and myriad stratagems. In the absence of certainty, Hua Yunfei deemed it prudent to exercise patience. Should they be exposed upon entering the mausoleum, their overwhelming strength could inadvertently draw unwanted attention. Such an outcome was far from his desires, as he wished to avoid entangling the Kaishenzong in the fray. In any case, waiting posed no detriment. He would undoubtedly procure what Huangxian sought, as the extreme sanctuaries could not impede him. "Thank you, master," Huangxian affirmed with a resolute nod. Brimming with confidence in Hua Yunfei, master and junior brother Huang Yi Bufan gazed at the two, seemingly grasping the essence of their conversation, yet remaining somewhat perplexed. Noticing Yi Bufan's confusion, Huangxian turned to him with a gentle smile, revealing, "Senior brother, I am but a fragment of an imperial soul reincarnated." His confession of such a profound secret brought him immense relief, for he now had two trustworthy companions in Hua Yunfei and Yi Bufan. For the past 23 years since his reincarnation, he had lived in solitude, constantly fearing the exposure of his secret, treading through life as if on thin ice. Now, he finally had two individuals he could wholly trust, and he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Upon hearing Huangxian's revelation, Yi Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. An imperial soul? The remnant of an emperor? Huangxian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Xianhuang Great Emperor was my past incarnation, yet I am no longer him. In this life, I am a new self, but one thing remains unchanged. I shall ascend to the imperial throne once more and tread the path of supremacy. His tone brimmed with confidence, for an emperor must possess the ambition of invincibility. Every emperor in history has never faced defeat. This is one of the fundamental prerequisites for ascending the path of an emperor. An indomitable spirit, an invincible path. Only then can one become an unparalleled human emperor. Yi Bufan chuckled, his expression equally confident as he looked at Huangxian and declared, "Junior brother Huang, should you ascend to the imperial throne one day, and I achieve the completion of my sacred body, we shall surely engage in a contest of prowess." The opportunities to spar between a perfected sacred body and an emperor are rare, and he wished to validate whether a perfected sacred body could truly contend with an emperor. Huangxian, brimming with self-assurance, replied, "Then let us make an agreement in the presence of our master. One day, I shall be the emperor, and you, the perfected sacred body. We shall undoubtedly engage in a decisive battle." Yi Bufan nodded emphatically, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Agreed. Hua Yunfei, observing their camaraderie, felt a surge of admiration for their spirited personalities. In the future, they would certainly surprise him and the Koyan sect. Perhaps, thousands of years hence. Both would become the ultimate foundation of the Koyan sect, safeguarding the ancestral tombs. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei urged Yi Bufan and Huangxian to consolidate their realms. The disparity in their cultivation levels was substantial. They must solidify their foundations to truly achieve invincibility within the same realm. However, the waters of the Immortal River are not ordinary. Their foundations were already remarkably solid, and despite the considerable gap in their levels, it posed no significant issue. Hua Yunfei held high expectations, hoping they would progress further. They must not tread the path of their predecessors. They must surpass them within the same realm. An overwhelming superiority was essential. Even the slightest possibility of defeat was unacceptable. After the two departed, Hua Yunfei filled an entire vat with Immortal River water, activated the protective barriers of his cave abode to prevent any intrusions, and then shed his garments to immerse himself in the water. Having indulged his disciples, it was now his turn as the master. What he sought was immortality, the ability to live eternally, and ascension to the realm of immortals was the only path. The waters of the Immortal River, imbued with celestial essence, held benefits even for his cultivation, far surpassing the effects on the lower level Yi Bufan and Huangxian. After merely a brief period of cultivation, influenced by the ethereal energy contained within the celestial river, Hua Yunfei sensed a loosening of the bottleneck within his internal realm. He was on the verge of ascending to an entirely new dimension. 3 days later, high above the Sun and Moon Sect, a figure plummeted like a shooting star, shattering the void with a resplendent aura of golden light. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not stabilize his form. How infuriating! Who could it possibly be? The figure's master was a gaunt old man, marked by a crescent symbol on his forehead. At that moment, nearly all his bones were broken, blood gushing from his mouth, and his complexion was ghastly pale. He was a revered ancestor of the Sun and Moon Sect from thousands of years ago. Due to the emergence of the Xianyuan Emperor's mausoleum, he had departed from the sect 3 months prior under the command of the sect leader, intending to explore the mausoleum. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. He concealed himself in the shadows, wary of other supreme holy lands while utilizing the imperial laws and the Xianyuan energy of the mausoleum for cultivation. His cultivation, which had remained stagnant for a millennium, began to show signs of movement. as if the threshold to the sage level was beckoning him. However, at the most critical juncture of his training, a mysterious masked man suddenly appeared and struck him down with a single slap. The hard-earned insight into the sage level was abruptly lost. Furious, he intended to retaliate, but was horrified to discover that the adversary did not fear him at all, easily inflicting grave injuries upon him with 2 swift slaps, reducing him to a state akin to a beaten dog, dragged back to the Sun and Moon Sect. The old man seethed with rage. Who was this audacious scoundrel? He deeply regretted not heeding the sect leader's advice to bring the Sun and Moon Star Seal along. Chapter 46. Pay for the ransom. The Sun and Moon Sect, a supreme holy land, was fortified with imperial artifacts that suppressed fortune, even in ordinary times. A unique defensive array enveloped the entire sacred ground, permitting exit but forbidding entry. Boom. Bang. The old man, akin to a meteor, collided with the protective barrier, instantly rebounding like a ball. Uffed. The immense impact caused him to spit blood, his face a mottled gray-red, teeth gritted in pain. Who could it be? The old man had 1 foot firmly planted in the sage level. Even if dismembered, he would not easily perish. Though gravely injured now, his greater emotion was one of indignation. How could a dignified ancestor of a supreme holy land, having lived for millennia, be felled by merely 3 slaps? What was more critical was that he did not even know who his assailant was. Most importantly, he had been dragged back to the Sun and Moon Sect, publicly humiliated before all. This was the most devastating blow of all. The thunderous sound of the impact echoed throughout the sacred land. Many disciples emerged from their cultivation chambers, gazing skyward with puzzled expressions. Who could this be? In broad daylight, daring to assault the defensive array of a supreme holy land was certainly audacious. This individual could not have attacked our sect without reason. Could it be an assault? Impossible. Our Sun and Moon Sect possesses imperial artifacts. Who would have the audacity? Suddenly, a disciple with keen eyesight noticed the crescent pattern on the old man's forehead, his pupils widening in shock. He exclaimed loudly, "Look! This man's forehead bears the same mark as that of the right envoy of the Moon Shadow." Could he be the right envoy of the Moon Shadow? Under the leadership of the Sun and Moon Sect, apart from the chief elder, the highest-ranking figures are the left envoy of the Sun and the right envoy of the Moon. These 2 envoys, akin to the position of the sect leader, are passed down through generations, with each sect leader having their own Sun and Moon envoys. Another disciple noticed this characteristic and remarked, "No, the right envoy of the Moon is a woman, while this old man is clearly male. He must be a former right envoy of the Moon from our sect's history." Upon uttering these words, he was astonished by his own speculation and exchanged a glance with another person. If this indeed was the previous right envoy of the Moon, then the elders' assault on the sect's defensive formation could not be without reason. Subsequently, they also observed the elders' gruesome injuries, finally realizing that the situation was far from simple. Who dares to harm our sect's forebears? A thunderous roar, akin to the wrath of the heavens, erupted, followed by a figure bursting forth from the Sun and Moon Sect, charging towards the elder in midair. He raised his hand, attempting to rescue the elder. "It's the chief elder," exclaimed a disciple, his face alight with excitement. The chief elder was a formidable figure, a late-stage practitioner of the Tao, with unfathomable strength. Rumor had it that the chief elder was on the verge of stepping into the realm of the ultimate practitioner of the Tao. The chief elder, a middle-aged man clad in a silver robe, exuded an imposing aura, tall and statuesque, his countenance radiating authority without anger, commanding the very essence of the heavens and earth. His hand expanded in the air, reaching out for the right envoy of the Moon. Suddenly, just as the chief elder was about to grasp the right envoy, a man in a black robe appeared out of nowhere, effortlessly repelling the chief elder with a wave of his hand. The chief elder staggered back 7 steps in midair, his previously calm demeanor now disrupted. He suppressed the surge of blood rising in his chest, fixing his gaze on the man in the black robe. The latter was tall, broad-shouldered, with disheveled hair, emanating an air of nonchalance that seemed to make the very world revolve around him. Standing there, he exuded an almost imperceptible pressure that made the chief elder feel as if he were facing a formidable opponent. A master indeed. The man in the black robe donned a bronze mask, obscuring his features with a peculiar magical concealment, making it difficult to see through. He grasped one of the right envoy's legs, dragging her as one would a lifeless dog, his voice raspy as he proclaimed, "If you want her, bring money. Pay for her release." Upon hearing this, the chief elder narrowed his eyes, his aura surging forth like a mighty river, and he took decisive action. As the chief elder of the sacred land, a being above countless others, he could not allow himself to be so easily manipulated, especially not on his own turf. However, the chief elder, acting swiftly, was no fool. Recognizing that the assailant had grievously wounded the right envoy, he understood that the man's strength was likely terrifying, and he might not be a match for him. Yet, here, above the Sun and Moon Sect, the entire sacred land was his backing. He was aware that all the high-ranking members of the Sun and Moon Sect were already prepared, poised to strike the man in the black robe at any moment. Thus, he acted with utmost resolve. After all, with his cultivation level, he could not be defenseless. However, in an instant, thud, the man in the black robe raised his hand and made a feigned grab at the chief elder. In that moment, the chief elder let out a heart-wrenching scream. His magical techniques dissipating, blood seeping from every pore. Under the relentless grip of the cloaked figure, the bones of the Grand Elder continued to shatter and fracture. The harsh sound of breaking bones sent shivers down the spines of the disciples of the Sun and Moon Sect below, eliciting cold sweat. "Ack!" the Grand Elder screamed, struggling to gaze at the cloaked man, his heart filled with disbelief as he found himself toyed with as if he were a mere child. He was a formidable figure at the 9th level of the path of transcendence. "I cannot accept this," the Grand Elder bellowed, his eyes wide with rage. And with a pointed finger, a treasure pagoda soared from his celestial abode. The pagoda, ancient and adorned with 9 levels of a golden-gray hue, expanded in the air. At its base, a portal opened, and a tremendous spatial force exerted an overwhelming pull on the cloaked figure. Yet, even under the formidable pressure of the magical artifact, the cloaked man remained as steadfast as a mountain. One hand grasped the right envoy of the moon, while the other reached out towards the Grand Elder. His body upright and utterly unaffected. "Impossible," the Grand Elder exclaimed, his handsome visage almost contorted with disbelief. This pagoda was a sacred artifact of the highest order. Yet it could not shake the cloaked figure. What level of cultivation does he possess? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. "How dare you?" Just as the Grand Elder exerted all his strength to no avail against the cloaked man, the void surrounding the trio suddenly became sealed. A massive purple-gold bell shattered the space, emerging from the void. Clang, clang, clang. The sound waves of the bell resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the heavens and earth, transforming into tangible notes that formed a binding array, ensnaring the cloaked figure within. Shortly after, dozens of formidable disciples from the Sun and Moon Sect surged from the void, with the sect leader clad in black and white among them. The purple-gold bell was indeed his magical artifact. "Who are you? How dare you act recklessly at the entrance of my sect?" The sect leader, his demeanor cold and indifferent, exerted all his effort to control the bell and maintain the binding array, preventing the cloaked figure from escaping. Hee. The cloaked man suddenly laughed. The sound, combined with his bronze mask, was somewhat eerie. He turned to the sect leader and said, "You are the leader of the Sun and Moon Sect? I grew up hearing tales of your legend, but now that I see you, it seems I was misled. At such an age, with such cultivation, and as the sovereign of a sacred land, yet you are merely a semi-saint who has entered the heart of the saint stage. After reaching the pinnacle of the path of transcendence, one cannot directly ascend to sainthood. Between the two, there exist 3 transformations: the heart of the saint, the body of the saint, and the law of the saint, commonly referred to as the 3 transformations of the saint. Those who achieve these transformations at the path of transcendence are also known as semi-saints." Chapter 47. If a man cannot succeed, do not blame the road for being uneven. Upon hearing the scornful words of the cloaked man, the Sun and Moon Sect, which had existed for centuries, remained unfazed, the sect leader's expression remaining indifferent as he remarked, "In this age of decline, who can achieve sainthood before a millennium? Even reaching 2,000 years is arduous. Cultivation cannot merely be accumulated through time, without the requisite talent. Living for 10,000 years is futile. If a man cannot succeed, then do not blame the road for being uneven." The cloaked man scoffed, his head held high, looking down upon the sect leader and others. The sect leader narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. This man, with his sharp tongue, had thoroughly provoked him. "You are already trapped by my artifact, and yet you remain so audacious? Have you considered the consequences?" The Lord of the Sun and Moon gestured with a flick of his fingers, and the resplendent purple-golden bell hovering above the head of the man in black suddenly reverberated with waves of sound. The bell's resonance surged like tumultuous waves, creating golden ripples that filled the sky with an overwhelming and terrifying force, pressing down upon the man in black. The purple-golden bell was also a sacred artifact, once the fateful weapon of a venerable ancestor of the Sun and Moon Sect, under the control of the Lord of the Sun and Moon, whose cultivation level was that of a half-saint. The might unleashed by the bell far surpassed that of the saint-level pagoda manipulated by the Grand Elder. How laughable! Such a crude confinement, and such a paltry artifact dare to ensnare me? Dream on. The man in black laughed maniacally, standing firm as the purple-golden bell descended upon him. The bell, with its terrifying sonic attack, pressed toward the man's head, but mere inches above, it was halted by a formidable force, unable to descend any further. This individual must be clad in a high-grade artifact. A powerful member of the Sun and Moon Sect discerned the truth, his expression darkening. Altogether now, he bellowed, leading the charge as he manifested a pair of dual illusions that stretched 1,000 meters long, crashing toward the man in black. Simultaneously, dozens of other formidable members of the Sun and Moon Sect produced their artifacts, unleashing a torrent of attacks. The dazzling and resplendent Taoist attacks filled the heavens, as striking as the 33 layers of the celestial dome above. With the imperial-grade armor gifted by my son, do you think you pitiful fools can harm me? The man in black sneered inwardly. His realm vastly exceeded that of these opponents, and his weapon was far superior. Thus, he remained composed throughout. He was serious about this confrontation. Boom. Dozens of brilliant and terrifying Taoist attacks shattered space, twisting the void with astonishing destructive power. Yet, no matter how great the commotion, one fact remained unchanged. The man in black remained utterly unscathed. He stood resolutely, all attacks halted 3 inches away, completely isolated. Stand aside. Suddenly, the usually silent Lord of the Sun and Moon roared, raising his hands high above his head, powerful spiritual energy coalescing into a vortex, rushing toward a specific point high in the skies of the Sun and Moon Sect. With a thunderous crack, the clouds dispersed at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, the space fracturing, as a jade-green seal, resembling the imperial seal of a founding emperor, flew forth. In an instant, the heavens shattered, the ethereal image of the 33 layers of the celestial dome above fluctuating as if disturbed by the emergence of the Great Seal. The scene unstable. Golden rays of Taoist light cascaded from the ninth heaven, dazzling beyond compare, while vibrant multicolored light filled the skies, and 5 sacred beasts roared continuously, dancing around the Great Seal. This Great Seal was the seal of sun, moon, and stars, an imperial weapon, once wielded by the founding sovereign of the Sun and Moon Sect, the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor. The anxious Lord of the Sun and Moon sought to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, especially given the evident might and superior equipment of the man in black. Thus he summoned the imperial weapon forth. He aimed to ensure the immediate suppression of the man in black. The vigilant Lord of the Sun and Moon exerting every effort to activate the seal of sun, moon, and stars, leaving no opportunity for the man in black to escape. In the lofty skies, the sun, moon, and stars emitted a mesmerizing emerald glow, plunging the heavens into darkness. The resplendent celestial tapestry unfolded before the eyes of mortals, as if the starry expanse had been drawn down, magnifying the view countless times, leaving one utterly awestruck. The night sky sparkled with brilliance, the constellations shimmering in a magnificent display. At that moment, the myriad cultivators of the Sun-Moon Sect, spanning thousands of miles, were seized with astonishment, lifting their gazes in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, they could sense an overwhelming imperial might. The sacred land of Yaoguang and several ancient clans, alongside reclusive sects, turned their attention towards the Sun-Moon Sect. The invocation of the celestial seal by the Sun-Moon Sect raised questions. What formidable foe had they encountered? The terrifying imperial might of the celestial seal reverberated, its laws of the Tao swirling and brimming with lethal intent, clearly indicating that its wielders sought to kill. In the eastern domain, apart from the sacred land of Yaoguang, who possessed the power to compel the Sun-Moon Sect to resort to such an extreme weapon. Indeed, the Sun-Moon Sect was deeply rooted and typically did not require the celestial seal. However, the sect leader preferred a cautious approach, wishing to avoid further complications. Utilizing an imperial weapon was the most direct and expedient method available. I hold hostages. 2 of them. The man in the black robe remained unfazed. Despite his body trembling involuntarily under the oppressive imperial might of the celestial seal, he spoke with an air of calm. He raised the elder and the nearly lifeless Moonshadow envoy. You underestimate the imperial weapon. It possesses a spirit. It will not harm those of my sect. Only you shall perish. Those who offend my sect shall be met with death. The sect leader of the Sun-Moon Sect coldly retorted, hands clasped together, hair rising defiantly, transforming him into a formidable deity of war, exuding an aura of divine authority. The celestial seal had been specially refined by the Sun-Moon Holy Emperor, using his imperial blood and a fragment of imperial soul, ensuring it would not mistakenly slay the sect's disciples. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man hesitated. It would not kill its own? Only him. What the hell? With a sudden, fierce motion, he crushed the necks of the 2 hostages, his formidable consciousness surging into their bodies, obliterating their divine infants, shattering their celestial souls, and annihilating their Tao platforms, ensuring their complete demise. Following this, he laughed heartily, declaring, "Young one, this is the supreme divine ability of unity into three clarity. Though I may be a reckless man, I am a cautious one as well. How could I venture forth unprepared?" Upon hearing this, the powerful figures of the Sun Moon Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Unity into three clarity. The legendary divine ability of an ancient celestial sovereign, allowing one to become three, with each manifestation being the true self. It has been said that even among emperors, that sovereign could reign supreme. With just this one supreme ability, one could stand tall throughout history. However, since the mysterious demise of that sovereign, this ability had vanished without a successor. To think that this man had inherited such an unparalleled power, words alone cannot convince us. Indeed, that sovereign left no successor. The supreme ability of unity into three clarity has long since faded into the annals of history. You have harmed our esteemed elders. Today, you shall find no place for burial. The powerful members of the Sun Moon Sect shouted in fury, unmoved by the black-robed man's threats. Believing him to be struggling in his final moments, they would not grant him the opportunity to escape. Having slain their ancestors and the elder, he could not be allowed to live. The Lord of the Sun and Moon bellowed furiously as the celestial seal descended from the heavens, imbued with the power of the stars, crushing all in its path with imperial might. The man cloaked in black stood defiantly, offering no resistance, and was instantly reduced to dust, dissipating into the cosmos. Ha! The wretched minions of the Sun and Moon Sect, let us continue our game. I have all the time in the world. Before the Lord of the Sun and Moon could revel in triumph, a distant cackle echoed through the air. The source of the voice was none other than the black-cloaked figure who had just perished beneath the celestial seal. How infuriating! The Lord of the Sun and Moon shouted, trembling with rage. Chapter 48. Who is this person? Such valor. Soon, the events surrounding the Sun and Moon Sect spread like wildfire across the eastern domain, as someone deliberately leaked the information, eager to witness the sect's humiliation. Various factions cast their incredulous gazes, unable to believe the audacity of the situation. An elder of the sect and a semi-holy ancestor had been slain before the eyes of all. Furthermore, that individual had managed to escape unscathed even after the Sun and Moon Sect had wielded imperial weapons against him. Incredible! What a formidable person! This incident had brought great shame upon the Sun and Moon Sect, a prestigious sacred ground of the utmost caliber, rendered a fool. Indeed, even with the use of imperial weapons, they failed to vanquish this individual. It was enough to drive one to despair. Yet, who was this person, so astonishingly brave? It appeared that the Sun and Moon Sect was equally eager to uncover the identity of this valiant figure, having publicly declared a reward for anyone who could provide information, offering a divine weapon as incentive. That was a divine weapon, an artifact coveted by numerous powerful factions, and here they were, offering it as a bounty. Truly, the sacred ground of the utmost caliber is affluent. Affluent, more like they are desperate. Indeed, rumors reverberated throughout the eastern domain. And while countless awaited the emergence of the Xianyuan imperial tomb and the opening of the immortal rankings, the misfortune of the Sun and Moon Sect became fodder for much laughter. Whispers praised the audacity of that formidable individual, who had brazenly slain two of the Sun and Moon Sect's elites in front of their assembled might. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of even the sacred land of radiance. How impressive! One could only wish to meet such a person and share a drink. Many were enticed by the conditions offered by the Sun and Moon Sect, yet others scoffed in disdain. After all, the nefarious deeds of the sect were well known. And who would dare wade into such murky waters? There was a possibility of reporting, but a certainty of danger. The underworld was rife with treachery. When the time came to cry injustice, none would heed your pleas. Infuriating, the Lord of the Sun and Moon raged within the Sun and Moon Hall. To have employed the celestial seal only to allow the adversary to escape was utterly insufferable. The assembly of ancient elders stood in silence, their expressions grave, stifling their indignation. For millions of years, the Sun and Moon Sect had never endured such humiliation. How were they now perceived in the eastern domain? The whispers suggested that their esteemed sacred ground was but a hollow facade, lacking true strength and merely relying on imperial weapons for intimidation. The reputation of the Sun and Moon Sect had been tarnished, and the prestige of the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor had been diminished. This was their most intolerable plight. This was their very faith. To the ancestral grounds, summoned ancestor Luo Ning from seclusion. The Lord of the Sun and Moon inhaled deeply, his voice trembling with determination. At these words, the elders were taken aback, their heads snapping up in astonishment. Lao Zhu of Lanan, the sole awakened sage-level elder of the sect, had long been in a state of feigned slumber to prolong his dwindling lifespan, having been on the brink of death for a millennium. Yet, The notion of disturbing his venerable presence due to this matter seemed premature. They believed it prudent to wait a while longer. The master of the sun and moon cast a stern gaze upon them, his countenance radiating disappointment akin to iron that could not be forged into steel. For they remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Their adversary had mastered the art of transforming into the three pure ones, likely reaching the pinnacle of semi-saintly prowess. Such a formidable opponent targeting the sun and moon sect posed a dire threat. Previously, he had employed imperial artifacts to trace the movements of the enigmatic figure in the black robe, who was still lurking near the sun and moon sect, displaying erratic behavior that signified an unwavering resolve to confront them. At present, no one within the sect could rival the black-robed figure. Although he could utilize the imperial artifact to surpass them in strength, their elusive nature rendered them impossible to pin down. Was he to pursue them with the imperial weapon in hand? Such a notion was utterly impractical. Should the adversary discern his intent, they would undoubtedly evade him. Thus, it was imperative for the Sun and Moon sect to dispatch a top-tier expert to swiftly eliminate this threat. Lao Tzu of Lannan was the most fitting candidate. A sage-level being, invincible in this era, would surely ensure that no matter how numerous the adversary's tactics, escape would be impossible and death inevitable. Although Lao Tzu's lifespan was limited, he was not on the verge of death. Observing their ineptitude, the master of the Sun and Moon sect ordered them to hasten in their appeal for assistance. With a flourish of his sleeve, he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. As an overwhelming semi-saintly pressure filled the entire temple, the elders, intimidated by his might, retreated in haste, unwilling to engage further in futile discourse. Truly, what foolishness it was to remain so blind to the circumstances at hand. The master of the Sun and Moon sect's chest heaved with rage, his eyes aflame, as he lamented the incompetence of these imbeciles, who never allowed him respite from the sect's pressing matters. It was essential to cultivate astute individuals. These antiquated figures should be relegated to the background, their influence over the sect's affairs curtailed. Otherwise, the dignity of the Sun and Moon sect would inevitably be compromised. A collection of elders, each over 1,000 years old, had become as ineffectual as aged dogs. In his brooding, the master of the Sun and Moon sect recalled the black-robed figure's words, "If one cannot manage, do not blame the path for its unevenness." His fury intensified. Meanwhile, real man Yuntian, holding a cup of tea, stood on the precipice of a mountain, his countenance flushed and his spirits elevated as he gazed upon the mist-laden vistas. He had just received news of the mysterious black-robed figure wreaking havoc within the Sun and Moon sect, simultaneously slaying a senior elder and a semi-saintly elder. Furthermore, upon the sect's attempt to vanquish the adversary using imperial weapons, it was revealed that the figure was merely a manifestation of conjured powers. The adversary had issued a bold challenge, vowing to persist in their confrontation, inciting the Sun and Moon sect to the brink of fury. How delightful! Exquisite indeed. The actions of Tsang Qingtian aligned perfectly with his own desires, allowing for unbridled retribution against the Sun and Moon sect without exposure. This method was most commendable. Real man Yuntian laughed heartily, fully aware of the identity of the black-robed figure. It was undoubtedly Tsang Qingtian, the very one blocking their path. He held unwavering confidence in Tsang Qingtian's strength. The 99th generation leader of Daoyuan Peak possesses strength ample enough to rest within the ancestral tomb. Presently, he has set his sights on the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, which will undoubtedly cause them considerable distress for a time. Furthermore, he is confident that with Hua Sanqiong's prowess, he can extricate himself from any situation at will. Upon hearing the report from his disciple, Go Yuanfeng, also known as Go Yuanjinren, wore an unusual expression. Has this fellow truly reached the point of manipulating semi-saints at his whim? He mused that he must remain discreet upon his return. Should he continue to be obstinate, a single slap could indeed be fatal. He silently reminded himself, and then retreated to his cave dwelling to engage in diligent cultivation. The stronger one's realm, the greater one's capacity to withstand blows. In the upper echelons of the mountain of reliance, such wisdom is essential. When conflict arises, others may strike with lethal intent, regardless of your status as leader, delivering a resounding slap to your face. At Wujifeng, Wujizhenren paced back and forth, his countenance troubled, muttering to himself about why he had to be so resolute 3 decades ago. Indeed, 30 years prior, when Hua Sanqiong departed from the sect, he had proclaimed his intention to sever ties and never return. In a fit of anger, Wujizhenren had blurted out, "You better not come back, otherwise I shall strike you every time I see you." Now, with Hua Sanqiong's imminent return, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 49. Humans and dogs should not share the same roof. The elder Luo Ning emerged from his secluded meditation, instilling a profound sense of tranquility in everyone present. Yet, When he personally employed the Emperor's weapon to deduce the origins of the man in the black robe, he was met with a veil of chaos, revealing only a vague shadow. How could this be? With my cultivation, I should be able to ascertain this individual's origins. Luo Ning, whose ethereal presence and long beard reached his knees, appeared vibrant and robust, his eyes shining like twin stars. It was hard to believe he was an elderly man with little time remaining. He was perplexed, with his saint-level cultivation complemented by the Emperor's weapon. How could there still be someone capable of eluding his deductions in this world? The leader of the Sun and Moon Sect stood behind Luo Ning. Observing the swirling celestial seals overhead, his expression somber. Elder, if we cannot deduce his origins, can we predict the places he might venture in the future? This way, we could intercept him in advance, he suggested. In response, Luo Ning shook his head, stating, while tracking his movements is feasible, it is evident that he possesses treasures that can obstruct our deductions. Any deeper analysis is challenging unless the leader of the Sun and Moon Sect, quick-witted, interjected. Unless we have something closely associated with him, preferably a drop of blood or even a single hair would suffice. Luo Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, should such an item fall into another's hands, and if that individual possesses formidable artifacts, even the most precious treasures would not allow him to escape our deductions. The leader of the Sun and Moon Sect pondered for a moment, then proposed, perhaps I should feign weakness, deceive him into trusting me, and lure him with promises of resources. That is a difficult endeavor. Someone so audacious is unlikely to be a fool, and he will not easily take the bait, replied Luo Ning, shaking his head. If all else fails, I shall personally intervene. After all, in a few years, I shall descend into a slumber within the Emperor's source. Before that, I must expend some of my lifespan to eliminate this individual. Although the venerable ancestor of Luoning presents a facade of vitality, he is, in truth, a fragile shell, his lifespan dwindling. He cannot recklessly wield the powers of a sage, for excessive exertion would hasten his demise. Therefore, prior to taking action, it is imperative to ascertain the origins of the man in the black robe to address the root of the problem effectively. However, the adversary is well prepared, at most. One can deduce a general course of action, while his identity remains elusive. But how can one know without attempting? If he remains unperturbed, it signifies insufficient leverage. Sacred weapons. Sacred king weapons. Great sacred weapons. My sect possesses them all. We need not fear his indifference. The leader of the Sun and Moon Sect proclaimed boldly. Although the opponent is shrouded in mystery, he could very well be a formidable figure from a sect we have previously vanquished, returning to exact revenge. Such a person, seemingly devoid of everything, appears intent on mutual destruction, yet, in truth, they are often easier to conquer. Since he possesses nothing, let us grant him everything. Our sect can offer him resources and even a sanctuary. The venerable ancestor of Luoning turned to the leader of the Sun and Moon Sect. Somewhat taken aback, he had not anticipated that this leader possessed such keen intellect. Should the opponent align with the conjecture, he may indeed be swayed. A being of at least the second transformation certainly qualifies for our sect's entreaty. As for the deceased elder and the Moon Shadow Envoy, in his eyes, they have ceased to be of any utility. The living man in the black robe holds far greater value for our alliance. If we can recruit him, the rumors circulating in the Eastern Domain will swiftly transform from mockery to admiration. The Sun and Moon Sect will be praised for its prowess and magnanimity, capable not only of swaying the man in the black robe, but also of embracing him without regard for past grievances. The venerable ancestor of Luoning deemed this plan feasible, genuinely wishing to avoid confrontation. Should he be compelled to act, he must then enter a deep slumber in the imperial source, thereby solidifying his foundational strength. Yet, at present, the Sun and Moon Sect necessitates a sage-level ancestor to remain vigilant and maintain a presence that instills awe across the world. The venerable ancestor of Luoning stated, "You shall undertake this task. If you fail, I shall intervene in due time. As long as he reveals himself, even if he refuses, we must seize the opportunity to capture a drop of his blood. In the event he cannot be slain, that blood will allow us to deduce his whereabouts and origins. If he neither consents nor appears, I shall have no choice but to take matters into my own hands, employing sage-level power to swiftly eliminate him and mitigate the loss of my lifespan. Leave it to me." The leader of the Sun and Moon Sect nodded, saying, "Ancestor, you should rest. I will seek a location that the opponent perceives as safe for negotiation, striving to minimize his defenses. Around us, I shall employ imperial weapons to obscure our traces, setting a comprehensive trap. Should he refuse, we shall strike first." The venerable ancestor of Luoning nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. Proceed. I have been in slumber for too long. I must reacquaint myself with my senses. The manifestation of sage-level power in this era will inevitably cause significant upheaval. and I wish to avoid drawing the attention of the radiant sanctum. The leader of the Sun and Moon Sect nodded, and upon turning, his figure vanished within the Sun and Moon Temple. After his departure, the countenance of the venerable Luo Ning fluctuated between light and darkness, as if a great star had fallen within his bright, star-like pupils. On this day, the Sun and Moon Sect covertly disseminated news to the man in the black robe, indicating their desire for parley, offering vague terms in hopes that he would ascend to the peak of Qingming Mountain for a discussion. This matter was conducted in secrecy, known to but a few, yet the Sun and Moon Sect was confident that the black-robed man would receive the word. Rarely does one refuse the olive branch extended by a supreme holy land, and even fewer dare to decline. However, my mother taught me from an early age that one should not share a roof with dogs, especially those rabid ones who bite incessantly. The words of the black-robed man reached the Sun and Moon Sect with unexpected familiarity. Instantly, the higher-ups of the sect erupted in outrage. Some elders leaped in fury, their faces flushed, eyes bloodshot with indignation. How dare he insult the Sun and Moon Sect in such a manner? As a supreme holy land, they had never before been treated with such disdain. Unlike their ire, the leader of the Sun and Moon Sect maintained his composure, having anticipated the black-robed man's reaction. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Since a reconciliation was sought, a fundamental attitude must be established. The man had the right to refuse, but he too must convey his willingness to negotiate repeatedly. Though unaware of the gentleman's identity, it was clear that past grievances had led to this moment. Regardless, 3 days hence, at the peak of Qingming Mountain, the Sun and Moon Sect would await his esteemed presence. After delivering this message, the Sun and Moon Sect remained silent, indifferent to the black-robed man's provocations, seemingly biding their time for the impending negotiation atop Qingming Mountain. Atop a mountain peak, the black-robed man stood, his garments flapping in the wind, hair tousled, his body adorned with yellow talismans. These talismans were designed to obstruct divination. A single one could deter the scrutiny of formidable figures. Feeling uneasy, he produced a stack and applied them liberally across his form. Furthermore, underneath his black robe, he wore soft armor, a quasi-emperor level treasure, which also served to thwart divination attempts. Recently, he had sensed an enigmatic force seemingly searching for him, tracing his whereabouts. Thus, he had enveloped himself in talismans, combined with the protective armor, to evade detection. He was acutely aware that the Sun and Moon Sect was employing imperial weaponry to divine his location. Moreover, he had distanced himself far beyond 100,000 miles from the sect, ensuring his safety. Being too close would make evasion difficult against the might of imperial weaponry. Clever as he was, he had indeed prepared an arsenal of protective treasures before his departure. After 30 years of indulgence, these artifacts had saved him from peril time and again. Beneath his mask, the black-robed man smiled with satisfaction, feeling utterly secure. Chapter 50. This is quite cunning. The black-robed man understood that behind the Sun and Moon Sect's overture lay a grand conspiracy. Such a supreme holy land only cared about its own reputation. Should they manage to salvage it, it would be ideal. However, if he failed to recognize their benevolence, they would undoubtedly devise means to eliminate him, restoring their prestige and proclaiming to the world that the Sun and Moon Sect was not to be trifled with. But would he be afraid? The man clad in black robes flicked his sleeves, unleashing a formidable power that cloaked the surrounding realm, causing the mountaintop upon which he stood to vanish from sight. After executing this, the black-robed figure retrieved a communication stone, carefully removing its seal and enveloping his message in a shroud of concealment to prevent interception by others. Son, I am your father. Son, it's your old man. Please respond. Strangely, the usually responsive communication stone remained silent this time. There was no reply from Hua Yunfei, or rather, his message could not penetrate the veil. The black-robed man furrowed his brow, perplexed. Such a situation had never occurred before. The communication stone in Hua Yunfei's possession was unique. Any consciousness paired with it could transmit messages across vast distances as long as it remained within the Northern Dipper star system. One must recognize the sheer magnitude of the Northern Dipper. Even an ordinary cultivator would not reach its limits in a lifetime of flight. Could it be that this lad has taken an unprecedented turn in his cultivation? The black-robed man shook his head. No. It must be that he has ventured into a realm akin to a secret dimension, rendering my communication stone's consciousness unable to reach him. Consequently, he abandoned the effort to contact Hua Yunfei and turned away from the scene. In the temporal divine realm, after immersing himself in the great cauldron for an entire day and discovering the miraculous properties of the celestial river water, Hua Yunfei, for the first time, opened the portal to the temporal divine realm with the cauldron in tow. Cultivating within could save a significant amount of time. In the outside world, a single day equated to 30 days inside. Within the cave residence, only a single token floated, However, should anyone enter the cave and fail to investigate thoroughly, they would not perceive the token at all. This was because the token appeared to be present, yet it existed within the folds of time and space. This was a self-protective mechanism of the token once the host entered the temporal divine realm. The interior of the temporal divine realm was devoid of any extraordinary features, merely a kaleidoscopic world stretching infinitely into the distance. No wonder the system warned that prolonged cultivation here could lead to disorientation and memory loss. In such a place, the vibrant colors could overwhelm the eyes. Even without direct observation, extended exposure would exhaust the spirit, with consciousness susceptible to the encroachment of time's laws, ultimately leading to the severance of memory. As a dedicated cultivator, Hua Yunfei paid little heed to these warnings. After over 3 months of cultivation within the temporal divine realm, he abruptly opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state, and gazed at his unblemished physique, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, the essence of the celestial river had bestowed immense benefits upon him. Not only had his already perfect constitution been further enhanced, but he had also comprehended 3 strands of celestial energy principles from the celestial river water. These principles were remarkably potent, unlike anything found in the mortal realm, once harnessed. They could provide both formidable defense and offense, ensuring both survival and powerful attacks. Hua Yunfei was particularly fond of these, especially their defensive capabilities, which resonated deeply with him. Suddenly, he sensed the constraints within his body loosening, an uncontrollable urge to break through rising within him. Yet, a significant breakthrough in realms necessitated the crossing of tribulations. It appeared he would need to venture outside. The sect's tribulation was too perilous. As Hua Yunfei activated the seal to exit the temporal divine realm, his communication stone began to flicker incessantly, signaling an incoming message. Upon retrieving the stone, he heard the familiar voice, "Son? Son, I am your father." "Father?" Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, pondering the reason behind his father's summons. Soon, he penetrated into the realm of communication, attempting to reach Hua Sanqiong. In no time, Hua Sanqiong connected, albeit with a tone of urgency. "Son, come quickly to save your father. Lives are at stake." Hua Yunfei furrowed his brow, as the transmission stone crackled with thunderous sounds, piercingly acute, suggesting a fierce battle among formidable beings. During his recent days of cultivation, he had remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Sun and Moon Sect and was unaware of the audacity of Hua Sanqiong's actions. What on earth is happening? Why such a commotion? Hua Yunfei inquired. With a frantic tone, Hua Sanqiong replied, "I am being hunted down. Do you understand what that means? It's a saint-level powerhouse pursuing me." Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei remained calm, well aware of his father's capabilities. "Stop feigning. Are you hiding somewhere? And your pursuers are at their wits' end, bombarding you indiscriminately? Ah, you figured it out?" Hua Sanqiong's tone lightened immediately, and he recounted the events of the past few days to Hua Yunfei. "A few days ago, atop Qingming Mountain, they waited for me for quite a while, only to learn that I had infiltrated the Sun and Moon Sect. They were nearly driven to madness, although they were on guard. Summoning a few semi-saint ancestors to hold the fort, I, being powerful, kept them confined, unable to emerge from their defensive formations. By the time the sect leader returned with the imperial weapon, I had already slipped away. In their fury, they called upon a saint-level ancestor, an esteemed figure known as Luo Ning, who is now the one hunting me down. Fortunately, I concealed myself well, equipped with many treasures of concealment, allowing me to evade his calculations time and again. Currently, he is in a furious frenzy." Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but smile wryly. His father was always unpredictable, possessing great power yet relishing in trickery, presenting himself as a reckless brute, in truth, a cunning schemer. "Why don't you simply eliminate that Luo Ning ancestor, considering your formidable strength?" Hua Yunfei jested. Of course, he was merely joking, for Luo Ning was a saint-level individual, nearly impossible to kill, and he suspected that Hua Sanqiong had yet to reach such heights. However, after 30 years away from the sect, Hua Yunfei remained uncertain of Hua Sanqiong's true strength. Hua Sanqiong scoffed dismissively, stating, "Killing a saint carries monumental repercussions. If the Sun and Moon Sect uses the imperial weapon to calculate my fate afterward, I would find it exceedingly difficult to evade detection and would certainly reveal my identity. The wrath of a saint could leave a trail of corpses spanning millions of miles. In this current era of diminishing laws, a saint reigns supreme over heaven and earth, their every word and action shaping the cosmos. Even conversing with a saint-level being invites immense karmic consequences. If Hua Sanqiong recklessly killed Luo Ning, and the Sun and Moon Sect subsequently summoned another saint-level ancestor to track him with the imperial weapon, escape would be nearly impossible. In this world, the cycle of cause and effect is relentless. Once entangled in significant karmic ties, it becomes exceedingly difficult to evade the pursuit of heavenly principles. Hua Yunfei smiled gently, contemplating his imminent departure, saying, "If you truly possess the capability, eliminate him. I am about to leave the sect, and I shall handle the matters of karma." Upon hearing this, Hua Zhangqiong suddenly fell silent. Hua Yunfei, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" "It is of no concern. Merely polish the weapon to a brighter sheen for a more efficient strike." "Huh." As Hua Zhangqiong ended the call, Hua Yunfei could still hear a phrase echoing from the other end. "Luo Ning, your grandfather is coming." Hua Yunfei murmured to himself. Could it be that this fellow has truly attained sainthood? How old is he? Previously, Hua Yunfei had jested with Hua Zhangqiong, never anticipating he would take it seriously. Moreover, it seems he genuinely possesses such strength. This is exceedingly peculiar. If Uncle Yuntian and the others were to learn of this, they would surely feel utterly ashamed. On the surface, his father merely appeared to be in the celestial realm. Chapter 51. Remove the sense of foreboding stepping out of the cave. Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the abode of the celestial mechanism, perceiving through the stone walls that the master of heavenly mechanisms sat there, diligently cultivating. The air around him was thick with profound laws, his aura formidable, as he cultivated a tremendous energy within, striving to solidify the Tao platform and break into the ascendant realm. Astonishing. This old man is truly on the brink of success. Yet, Hua Yunfei discerned the master's predicament. Despite having consumed several sacred herbs, his foundational strength had indeed improved significantly. However, to break through 2 realms in a matter of months and reach the pinnacle of the celestial realm, followed by forcefully condensing the Tao platform to challenge the ascendant realm, had left his internal energy lacking. In other words, the master of heavenly mechanisms was still somewhat short of the necessary conditions to breach the ascendant realm. In this era, the ascendant realm is considered a superficial pinnacle, not easily transcended. There are stringent requirements not only for foundational realms, but also for comprehension of the laws and the application of divine consciousness. The Tao platform serves as the foundation for practitioners to touch upon the great Tao. Without sufficient understanding, condensation is a formidable challenge. Seeing his tireless efforts, "I shall lend you a hand this once, dear nephew." A smile graced Hua Yunfei's lips as he flicked his finger, sending a stream of light that eluded the master's perception, entering his cave and merging into his body. Instantly, the master of heavenly mechanisms, who had been at the end of his strength, felt a sudden tremor within, as a powerful seed of law burgeoned inside him, assisting in the condensation of the Tao platform. With the aid of this seed of law, the master of heavenly mechanisms found the condensation of the Tao platform remarkably effortless, as he continuously projected his understanding of the laws, gradually shaping a radiant high platform. This was the embryonic form of the Tao platform. Reaching this stage meant he had 1 foot firmly planted in the ascendant realm. As long as he maintained his composure, he was destined to achieve it. Suppressing his surging joy, the master hurriedly stabilized the embryonic Tao platform and continued his cultivation. Hua Yunfei withdrew his gaze, knowing he had done all he could. The ascendant realm is a crucial stage, and relying solely on external aid would only bring detriment to the master of heavenly mechanisms. At this moment, by the Spirit Lake, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian were engaged in a sparring match, neither utilizing their realms, purely clashing with their physical prowess, both displaying remarkable talent. Whether as the ancient sacred body or the eternal Xianhuang body, determining a victor was no simple feat. Catching sight of Hua Yunfei in their peripheral vision, the two swiftly ceased their duel and approached, exclaiming, "Master." As they regarded Hua Yunfei, they felt as though, in just a few days apart, he had transformed. He appeared more ethereal than before, standing there as if he were both present and not. Huang Xian was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated the profundity of this level. Hua Yunfei, after a century of cultivation, had remarkably advanced beyond all others in this age of decline. Viewed through the lens of the previous great emperor, this was indeed quite formidable. If in his past life he had shared an existence with his master, would he have attained enlightenment? Hua Yunfei discerned the strong bond between the two and noted the stability of their realms. Nodding with a smile, he said, "I have matters to attend to outside. If anyone arrives, allow them to wait a few days." Casting a glance at the abode of the celestial mechanic, he addressed Yi Bufan, "In my absence, as the eldest disciple, you are the master of Daoyuan Peak. You may decide who may enter without difficulty. There is no need for discomfort. Should any issues arise, I shall provide you support." Yi Bufan promptly replied, "Understood, master." Hua Yunfei then presented him with a communication stone, one that was already attuned to his own. "This stone enables you to communicate with me at any time. For urgent matters, feel free to reach out. For minor issues, handle them as you see fit." Yi Bufan, possessing a calm demeanor and an unhurried approach to tasks, instilled confidence in Hua Yunfei. As he considered Yi Bufan as the future leader of the 101st generation of Daoyuan Peak, it was only natural to grant him some authority, gradually introducing him to the higher echelons of the sect. Hua Yunfei then turned to Huang Xian, sensing his thoughts. Do not concern yourself with the imperial tomb. Focus on your cultivation. I shall oversee everything. With a sense of tranquility settling in his heart, Huang Xian nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Hua Yunfei acknowledged him with a nod, refraining from further words. As he turned, the space before him parted, revealing a black void of considerable height, into which he stepped, his figure vanishing from Daoyuan Peak. At that moment, he had exited the Koyan sect, erasing all traces of his presence, leaving no one able to trace him. Observing the closed void, Yi Bufan instinctively remarked, while our talents are already at the pinnacle, I can't shake the feeling that Master's aptitude is even more terrifying. This was his intuition. The ancient sacred body was never inferior to others. Although Yi Bufan was naturally steady and unpretentious, deep down, he harbored a profound pride and would not easily concede defeat. Yet, in the presence of Hua Yunfei, he often felt his own talents were insignificant. Huang Xian cast a glance at him and said, remove that constant feeling of inadequacy. Yi Bufan turned to Huang Xian, who, having witnessed the vast world, understood the most significant taboo for cultivators, especially for those like them preparing to embark on the imperial path. He looked at Yi Bufan and declared, Senior brother, regardless of Master's talents, or if we encounter others whose gifts rival or surpass ours, we must maintain absolute confidence in ourselves. This is an essential condition for traversing the imperial path. The Emperor reigns supreme over the cosmic expanse. Before achieving enlightenment, it is this indomitable heart that propels us forward, step by step, towards our ultimate attainment. Yi Bufan came to a realization and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, junior brother. Huang Xian, as the reincarnation of the Xian Huang Emperor, possessed greater understanding. In just a few words, he had provided invaluable assistance. Huang Xian continued, Master has stated that you must break free from your constraints and attain enlightenment with your ancient sacred body, surpassing the predecessors of generations. Therefore, regarding your resolve, it must be more stringent than anyone else's. Once the heart of the Tao fractures, the path of invincibility reaches its end, especially for you. Yi Bufan nodded solemnly. Huang Xian's words had imparted invaluable wisdom to him. Mere half a day after Hua Yunfei departed from the sect, a dreadful piece of news reverberated through the eastern region. Before the veracity of the report could be established, a terrifying storm erupted across the land of Tsangzhou, as formidable Taoist powers coalesced into resplendent divine rainbows, shattering the very fabric of tens of thousands of miles. Countless beams of holy light cascaded from the heavens, veiling the 33 layers of the celestial firmament, while two immense forces of sanctity surged through the realm, clashing incessantly, annihilating the surrounding earth in an instant. Under the weight of such overwhelming sanctity, no object could endure even a fleeting moment, regardless of whether they were ferocious beasts or cultivators, no matter their level of mastery. All felt diminutive in the face of this divine might. In a secluded mountainous area of Tsangzhou, an elder emerged, gazing towards the distant eruption of holy might, murmuring, Two saints are engaged in battle, and it appears that both harbor murderous intent. Suddenly, he perceived an anomaly, exclaiming in astonishment. One of the parties seems not to have yet reached the saint level. They are currently trapped between the third transformation and the saint realm, on the cusp of a breakthrough. At this precarious juncture, how audacious of this individual to confront a true saint. Could it be that he intended to leverage this confrontation to transcend the threshold into the saint level? Realizing the individual's intentions, the elder's expression shifted rapidly, lamenting the ambitions of a formidable figure. Such audacity. Chapter 52 Marvelous. Exquisite. The news of the saint-level duel spread like wildfire across the eastern region from the land of Tsangzhou. Numerous powerful factions turned their attention towards Tsangzhou. What had transpired in this region in recent days? First, the appearance of the Xian Huang Emperor's mausoleum. Then, a mysterious figure provoked the hegemonic sun and moon sacred cult. And now, an unprecedented duel among saints. While ordinary duels attracted many eager spectators rushing to the scene for a glimpse, saint-level confrontations compelled those present to flee with their families in tow, far from the battlefield. The residual power of a saint alone could obliterate a major sect, should one be struck directly by the force of a saint. Even the once mighty 9 great immortal sects would face annihilation. In the current era of declining laws, where space is fragile and existence withers, it is not an exaggeration to declare saints as the supreme beings of this world. Above a primeval forest in Tsangzhou, the vast expanse of ancient woodland exuded an ancient and weighty aura, with trees soaring to heights of 200 meters, home to fearsome primordial beasts of unimaginable terror. their overwhelming presence enough to instill dread in all cultivators. Yet today, even these fearsome creatures were hastily retreating. Each raced faster than the last, wishing they had been born with an extra pair of legs, their speed reaching astonishing extremes. Some fled the forest, while others plunged deeper, seeking refuge with greater ferocity. Boom! A beam of radiant energy, 1,000 meters wide, descended from the heavens into the primeval forest, instantly generating a golden wave of light that surged thousands of miles. As the radiance dissipated, life was extinguished across the expanse, utterly obliterated by the terrifying Taoist powers, leaving a gaping void of darkness. A fierce void wind howled forth, sweeping up torrents of debris. Above, in the firmament, Hua Yunfei and the ancestral elder Luo Ning were locked in relentless combat, their exchanges yielding devastating Taoist techniques capable of effortlessly crushing those at the threshold of the Tao realm. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the two figures ascended to the celestial expanse, standing amidst the 33 heavens, gazing at one another from afar. The masked Hua Yunfei wore an expression of exhilaration. Despite being at a disadvantage, his opponent appeared to be holding back, reluctant to unleash their full strength, prolonging the struggle. This circumstance instilled within him a flicker of hope for a breakthrough into the realm of the saints. He had reached the third transformation, the pinnacle of sacred law, every movement embodying the essence of a saint. Though he fell short of a true saint, his innate talent ensured he was not far behind. Today, bolstered by Hua Yunfei's support, he resolved to strike decisively and achieve a breakthrough into the saintly tier. Even if the endeavor proved arduous, he felt it necessary to attempt it. Should he succeed at such a young age, he would likely rank among the youngest saints since the dawn of the current era. Junior, I have long restrained my strength in this battle. Do you know why? Spoke the venerable Luo Ning, his eyes sparkling like stars, revealing the catastrophic demise of celestial bodies, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. After engaging in combat with Hua Yunfei for an extended period, his demeanor remained calm and unperturbed. Yet internally, he was astonished. A mere semi-saint in the third transformation had managed to endure for such a duration against him. Although he had not exerted his full power, the youth's talent was indeed exceptional, rivaling even his own. However, his reluctance to fully unleash his saintly powers was not merely due to Hua Yunfei's formidable talents. It stemmed from his advanced age, as employing his full strength would hasten his decline and deplete his lifespan. Even if he were to vanquish the youth, the cost would outweigh the benefit. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, he aimed to defeat Hua Yunfei with minimal expenditure of power and return him to the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Yet, the outcome was less than satisfactory. Hua Yunfei's prowess exceeded his expectations, proving difficult to suppress with mere ordinary saintly strength. It would require considerable time and effort. Furthermore, the abundance of treasures possessed by Hua Yunfei was astonishing, their quality so high that even Luo Ning felt a chill run down his spine. This accumulation of treasures allowed their strengths to draw closer even without Luo Ning fully deploying his saintly powers. Upon hearing Luo Ning's words, Hua Yunfei scoffed, declaring, "I need not concern myself with your reasoning. I am only aware that the saintly realm lies before me." In response, Luo Ning let out a cold huff, musing that it would be prudent to summon the imperial weapon, which should easily subdue this individual. Before departing the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, the sect leader had advised him to take the Sun and Moon Star Seal. However, he believed that with a saint being invincible in this world, utilizing an imperial weapon against someone of lower standing was entirely superfluous. Now, he found himself regretting that decision. Though I cannot deduce your origins, it is evident you hail from a major sect that my own has expelled. I advise you to reconsider your path. Opposing the extreme Tao Holy Land will be the gravest mistake of your life. The foundation of the Holy Land is beyond your imagination. At these words, Hua Yunfei burst into laughter, exuding confidence as he replied, "You know nothing of what constitutes a foundation. Longevity does not equate to strength. In my view, your Sun and Moon Divine Sect possesses little more than the advantage of an imperial weapon." He refrained from elaborating further, recognizing that additional words would be futile and not wishing to reveal any secrets about his sect. The wisdom of saints is unfathomable. To speak too much would surely lead to speculation. Lao Tzu of Luoning seemed to grasp his intentions, and his expression turned utterly frigid. Such a trivial sect as the Sun and Moon Divine Church appeared to have been overly sheltered by him, leaving them oblivious to the essence of what it means to be at the saint level. At last, Lao Tzu of Luoning released the constraints upon himself, and suddenly, he erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, an awe-inspiring saint-level aura that surged like a celestial beam, piercing through the heavens and into the cosmos. While those at the heavenly man stage can traverse the universe, they risk falling into the unknown void of the starry expanse. the Dao realm offers slightly more safety, allowing practitioners to sense dangers in advance through their mastery of the Dao. However, it is only upon reaching the true saint level that one can traverse the cosmos with ease, without reliance on any means of transport, effortlessly crossing star domains to reach other realms. This is something unattainable for both the Dao and Heavenly Man stages, as Lao Tzu of Luoning unleashed his true saint-level might. A terrifying pressure manifested as if it were a tangible force, saturating the very fabric of this realm. The entire celestial dome trembled, and Hua Yunfei found himself being forced downward, unable to maintain parity with Lao Tzu of Luoning. This was the pride of a saint. Without achieving sainthood, one remains mortal. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Hua Yunfei was overwhelmed with excitement, seemingly impervious to the surrounding pressure. His countenance radiating joy as he inhaled the sacred energy. This was the sensation he had sought after 3 decades away from his sect, traversing the northern dipper and stepping into the starry sky. Today, he was determined to fulfill his long-held desire. The terrifying battle at the saint level suddenly escalated, as one side unleashed a fierce surge of holy power, which seemed to encompass half of the vast land of Zhangzhou. Countless cultivators were engulfed in panic, the overwhelming sanctity evoking visions of an apocalyptic end. This holy might forcefully suppressed the opposing force, rendering their realms unequal. Yet, the weaker faction, radiant in their brilliance, unleashed all their strength in a frenzied clash against the colossal wave of holy power. The battle raged for days, shifting from the heavens to the earth, and then into the void, ultimately bursting forth into the starry abyss. Observers witnessed one side grasping a massive star, wielding it like a mere plaything to hurl at their adversary. Thousands of miles of celestial bodies became as light as a ball in their hands. Boom! Shattered fragments of stars plummeted from the heavens to the northern dipper, creating vast craters spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. As everyone fixated on the celestial conflict, none noticed a figure ascending into the heavens, stepping into the starry expanse, and waving a hand to obscure the battlefield. Chapter 53. You must ask those irritable old fellows if they agree. Hua Yunfei had arrived in the cosmos, standing atop the radiant northern dipper stars, facing the resplendent, yet desolate and profound universe. The cosmic void is fraught with unknown dangers. At times, the remains of prehistoric terrors drift past, capable of instant annihilation for even those at the Dao stage upon contact. Furthermore, there are terrifying cosmic currents that can swiftly eradicate ordinary Dao practitioners. In the cosmic expanse, while there are many vibrant celestial bodies, far more are the lifeless stars, pockmarked and devoid of luster. Perhaps, on some distant day in the past, these stars too once basked in brilliance. Yet they all succumbed to the passage of time, becoming mere remnants of an era propelled forward. Hua Yunfei radiated a faint, ethereal glow, rendering him invisible not only to the formidable figures of the northern dipper, who either gazed upward or employed magical artifacts to peer in his direction, but also to the fierce combatants, Hua Yunfei and the esteemed ancestor Luoning, engaged in battle not far away. At that moment, he stood as if an apparition, a specter among the living. Departing from the Kaoshan sect, Hua Yunfei journeyed to Zhangzhou, tracing the whereabouts of Hua Yunfei and sensing the fluctuations emanating from his fierce clash with Luoning. Utilizing the chaos bell, he meticulously erased all traces, dissipating every remnant of the space and causality where Hua Yunfei and Luoning had once lingered. No one, regardless of their prowess, including the saintly Luoning, would ever be able to reconstruct the events that transpired at that location. All was obliterated by Hua Yunfei, vanishing completely. Having accomplished this, he ascended into the starry expanse, arriving at the periphery of their battlefield. Observing Hua Yunfei's struggle, Hua Yunfei deemed it prudent to allow him to experience the essence of a saint. Although Hua Yunfei was battered and on the brink of death, his injuries grievous, Hua Yunfei remained unperturbed. Revealing such power might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, risking exposure for his father and the Kaoshan sect. Even in the vastness of space, stability was paramount, yet under the overwhelming might of both combatants, the cosmos began to fracture, unveiling a terrifying void from which monstrous storms surged forth, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Since Hua Yunfei had promised his father to resolve the matter of causality, he was resolute in his commitment. After all, this was a significant affair for the Kaoshan sect, demanding utmost clarity. In their cautious doctrine, exposure was the gravest of taboos. Buzz. Hua Yunfei extended his palm, and the ancient chaos bell, enveloped in chaotic energy, hovered serenely. The essence of the bell coalesced into an imperceptible form, perfectly controlled by Hua Yunfei. At this moment, he intended to employ the chaos bell to invoke a special method. cloaking the starry sky and obscuring the view of the Northern Dipper's powerful observers. With a flick of his fingers, the diminutive chaos bell soared forth, hovering above the Northern Dipper. After gently shaking it thrice, an imperceptible veil enveloped the star. This was an illusion array. Directly severing the view of the Northern Dipper would only pique the curiosity of formidable forces who would seek to investigate. It was better to create an illusion, allowing them to amuse themselves for a while before concluding the battle. One layer was insufficient. Additional layers were essential. The Northern Dipper was rife with peril, inhabited by countless individuals, and one could not guarantee against unforeseen events. Cautious as ever, Hua Yunfei snapped his fingers, then formed hand seals, casting 99 illusion arrays that cumulatively fortified the illusion projected by the chaos bell. Instantly, multiple luminous layers coalesced into a thick shroud, resembling a cloud, ultimately fading until it vanished from sight. To the naked eye, it appeared as though nothing was amiss. Completing this task, Hua Yunfei extracted another talisman, affixing it to the starry expanse above the Northern Dipper, suppressing the celestial mechanics of causality here. That should suffice. Only then could he feel at ease. When venturing into the unknown, one must always exercise caution. The mighty beings residing within the embrace of the North Star remained oblivious to any anomalies, blissfully engrossed in the celestial tapestry above. The sage executed each movement with grace, his techniques embodying a unique philosophy, where every utterance manifested as law. Should one glean wisdom from his performance, it would be of immeasurable benefit. Numerous ancient beings, ageless yet weary, emerged from their secluded meditation, eagerly observing the clash. Their inner Tao platforms revolving, divine infants blossoming, and celestial souls erupting, striving to decipher the techniques wielded by the two formidable entities in the heavens. Truly formidable. Is this the essence of a sage? It is said that sages are nearly impossible to vanquish, and witnessing this firsthand, the ancients' words ring true. One side's divine might had diminished to its nadir, yet the other, after expending so much time, still failed to obliterate him. Indeed, though he had been struck down once, he swiftly reformed his sacred body, re-engaging in battle. Within a city, at the heart of a vast square, stood a colossal mirror measuring 1,000 meters. This mirror, a unique magical artifact, allowed glimpses into the cosmic panorama. At this moment, thousands of spectators surrounded the square. Some stood firm, while others hovered in the air, their eyes fixated on the mirror's reflection, occasionally exclaiming in awe. When might they attain such power? Hua Yunfei cast his gaze towards Hua Zhangqiong and the venerable Lao Zhu of Luoning. Although Lao Zhu of Luoning had unraveled the sage's restrictions and unleashed his might, he was originally only at the second tier of sage cultivation. Now, with his lifespan dwindling and his vitality waning, his strength had significantly diminished. Thus, even with the assistance of a quasi-emperor weapon, Hua Zhangqiong could only barely contend. Yet it was no easy feat at that moment. Hua Zhangqiong's black robe lay tattered, revealing a resplendent golden silk armor beneath. This was a quasi-emperor grade armor acquired from Hua Yunfei, capable of not only thwarting deductions, but also possessing formidable defensive capabilities. The bronze mask he wore had a shattered right eye socket, exposing his right eye and forehead. In his grasp was a quasi-emperor grade chopping axe, rustic yet remarkably sharp, with a blade that bore imperfections. Even Lao Zhu of Luoning lacked such equipment. Had it not been for his two quasi-emperor grade artifacts, he would have long since dispatched Hua Zhangqiong. He was incensed. How could this individual be so extravagantly equipped? Every inch of him was adorned with top-tier artifacts. Armed to the teeth, like an indomitable turtle, he had expended tremendous effort to shatter Hua Zhangqiong once, only for him to swiftly escape and reconstitute his sacred form. Huh? Hua Zhangqiong gasped, his face flushed with exertion. Continue. Luoning, do not falter. Should you fail to slay me today, your demise is inevitable. He had discerned Lao Zhu of Luoning's waning strength, a sign of inner depletion, undoubtedly due to his advanced age. Lao Zhu of Luoning, exasperated, retorted, impudent youth. Do not be so arrogant. After battling with me for so long, you have left behind ample celestial secrets and karmic threads. In due course, both you and your sect shall pay the price. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhangqiong laughed heartily. Undeterred, you think your threats can compel my sect to bear the cost? You should inquire whether those irascible old fellows would concur. In the distance, Hua Yunfei also smiled faintly, though unaware of the precise foundation of the Reliant sect. He nonetheless understood that a mere sage could not demand such a toll from it. The entrance may be vertical, yet the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect must emerge with their box in hand. Chapter 54. I do not believe. Hua Zhangqiong's dismissive remarks regarding the Sun and Moon sect thoroughly infuriated the ancestor Luoning. The Sun Emperor is their faith. and the Sun and Moon Sect is their bond. Others must not insult them, nor take them lightly. You, young brat, shall surely perish today. The ancestor Luo Ning, filled with wrath, let out a thunderous roar, his long beard billowing to his knees as he clasped his hands together. His 4 eyes radiated a dazzling brilliance of red and blue. The radiant light erupted from the depths of his gaze, illuminating the starry expanse. As 2 beams emanated from his eyes, growing thicker until they dwarfed even the distant stars. Boom! With a low growl. The culmination of the red and blue light revealed a sun and a moon, shining resplendently, their descending radiance shattering numerous dead stars into dust. A terrifying force shattered the starry sky. In this moment, ancestor Luo Ning appeared ageless, his blood surging with vitality. The formidable aura of a saint potent enough to crush Hua Yunfei. At this moment, he embodied the essence of a true saint. He had returned to his youthful prime, to the peak of his power. Is this what it means to be a saint? I find myself increasingly eager to witness it. Hua Yunfei's teeth chattered uncontrollably in the face of the saintly aura, which, even in a mere wisp, was sufficient to rend him asunder. He finally grasped the true essence of a saint. What, indeed, gives rise to the title of saint? This is a power beyond the grasp of mortals, once attained. It elevates one from the mundane to the sacred. The energy transforms into the 3 pure ones. The great Luo heavenly blade technique. Hua Yunfei did not shy away from battle. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. He exhaled a breath, manifesting 2 additional selves, and retrieved 2 sacred weapons from the Purple Mansion's celestial realm to arm them. Subsequently, the 3 combined their efforts to wield the great Luo heavenly blade technique. This formidable technique, inherited from Hua Yunfei, was exceptionally powerful. Once unleashed, it could cleave through the very fabric of the starry heavens, effortlessly shattering celestial bodies. The radiant blade light coalesced, forming a 7-colored blade beam above the trio, stretching vast miles and continuously expanding. As any dead star in proximity was torn to shreds upon contact with the blade light. I have traversed the northern dipper for millennia, and you are the first to compel me so. Today, I shall remember your demise. The dazzling brilliance emanating from ancestor Luo Ning's eyes was striking. As the sun and moon in the distance fused into a red-blue sphere of light, hovering amidst the collapsing starry expanse for hundreds of thousands of miles. As the void storm began to stir, it was obliterated by the power of the light sphere. Though ancestor Luo Ning recognized the might of Hua Yunfei's technique, he remained indifferent. Compared to the sacred laws passed down from the Sun and Moon Sect, it was insignificant. Luo Ning's child, the outcome is yet undecided. Do not let the winds carry away your tongue. Hua Yunfei scoffed, his spirit unyielded as he unleashed his full power. You know nothing of the might of a saint. Ancestor Luo Ning snorted softly, then urged the red-blue sphere closer to Hua Yunfei. In the distance, Hua Yunfei observed the battle with a calm demeanor. Although the spectacle of destruction was immense, it posed no threat to him, and after casting a glance at the illusionary array above the northern dipper, he confirmed that he was unaffected. Hua Yunfei cast his gaze upon Hua Yunfei. The supreme Dao blade technique, which he had acquired through sign-in, was a unique cultivation method without a defined rank, its level uncertain yet undeniably formidable. However, in the face of the full force of a sage-level opponent, even the combined efforts of Hua Yunfei and 2 others wielding the supreme Dao blade technique would not suffice against the venerable Luo Ning, whose methods appeared to be a sacred art left behind by the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, exceptionally powerful. Coupled with his cultivation of the 2nd layer of Sage Realm, Luo Ning unleashed an unimaginable and terrifying force. Should Hua Yunfei engage him directly, he might inflict some injury upon Luo Ning. Yet he himself would be instantaneously reduced to ashes by the radiant spheres of red and blue light. Father, you still lack the strength. Hua Yunfei's lips curled into a smile. Back when his father was at Daoyuan Peak, he not only frequently bested him, but also often pilfered his belongings. 30 years ago, as he departed, he had even gathered several ginseng fruits from the ginseng fruit tree area, justifying it with the claim, "Your mother loves these." If Hua Yunfei attempted to object, his father would retort, "Do you not know your mother's disposition? If she desires it and you deny her, do you wish to be punished?" Now, witnessing his father in distress, he found amusement in the spectacle for quite some time. Nonetheless, he understood the gravity of the situation. If he did not intervene soon, he feared he might lose his father altogether. Hua Yunfei could discern that Hua Yunfei sought to leverage the situation to break through to the Sage Realm. Thus, assisting him required a thoughtful approach. With a flick of his finger, he sent forth a streak of luminous energy that evaded the awareness of both adversaries and penetrated Luo Ning's body. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Luo Ning's expression shifted dramatically. Upon introspection, he discovered that his Dao platform had fissured. The Dao platform, a manifestation of his comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth, towering 10 layers high, encapsulated his understanding of the grand Tao and the sacred Tao accumulated over millennia. Was astonishingly stable, yet now, it had unexpectedly fractured. The rupture of his Tao platform signified a flaw in his grand Tao, resulting in an internal injury that caused a surge of reverse blood to rise in his throat. Luo Ning suppressed the flowing blood, his heart filled with dread. Could it be that he had grown too old? To exert his full strength resulted in such dire consequences. The fissuring of his Tao platform and the emergence of a Tao injury were grievous and difficult to mend. He feared he would struggle to advance further, forever stagnating in the second layer of Sage Realm. Curse it! Luo Ning seethed, glaring at Hua Yunfei. All of this is your doing, causing my Tao platform to shatter. You shall pay dearly. Yet, even in his fury, reason prevailed. The fracturing of his Tao platform signaled that he had overexerted himself, compelling him to withdraw. Thus, he hastily diminished his power, causing the red and blue spheres to shrink considerably, their terrifying aura receding significantly. However, they remained formidable. Observing this, Hua Yunfei flicked his finger once more, sending another stream of luminous energy into Hua Yunfei's body, entering his Tao platform. This stream of light contained a unique Tao method, imbued with insights into the Sage Realm, quietly infiltrating the Tao platform. By the time Hua Yunfei grasped what had transpired, he would only perceive it as a sudden moment of enlightenment. This approach was far more beneficial than if Hua Yunfei had overtly assisted him. After all, the Sage Realm was of utmost significance. If Hua Yunfei were to learn that his insights had originated from another, it might fracture his Tao heart, severely limiting his future potential. Boom. As anticipated, upon comprehending that layer of sage-level insight, Hua Yunfei's power surged dramatically. Moreover, possessing an innate talent of formidable prowess, he discerned further insights built upon the foundational comprehension imparted by Hua Yunfei. His second foot had already approached the threshold of the Saint Realm, with his big toe having crossed the boundary. His grand Luo Tian blade technique pierced into the depths of the cosmic expanse, as if a single strike could rend the universe asunder. Witnessing this scene, Hua Yunfei turned and departed, no longer lingering. The outcome was starkly evident. The ancestor Luo Ning was destined for defeat, nay, for certain demise. To ensure safety, Hua Yunfei unleashed a Tao technique, concealing it within the starry void. Should any unforeseen event arise, this technique would aid Hua Yunfei in vanquishing the ancestor Luo Ning. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei withdrew the chaotic bell suspended above the Big Dipper and summoned another bronze bell. This artifact, inscribed with illusions and sealing principles, was a great saint weapon, sufficient to replace the chaotic bell and temporarily control the intricate array of over 100 illusions. However, ever cautious, Hua Yunfei invoked another Tao technique, activating nearly 500 layers of the illusionary array to prevent any prying eyes from discerning the true celestial secrets herein. After all, the Big Dipper harbored countless hidden dragons and formidable ancient beings. Prudence was paramount. Having completed these preparations, Hua Yunfei departed from the vicinity of the Big Dipper. His sojourn was merely a side endeavor to assist Hua Yunfei in resolving karmic matters. His primary objective remained his own transcendence into a higher realm, necessitating the undertaking of a heavenly tribulation. I do not believe it. Suddenly, from a distance, Hua Yunfei heard a reluctant roar emanating from the direction of the Big Dipper. Chapter 55. You truly are infuriating. Hua Yunfei distanced himself from the Big Dipper, arriving at a secluded region within a somber star field, surrounded by lifeless celestial bodies. Here, enduring the tribulation would be considerably safer, as few ventured into such desolate territories. Naturally, as a youth with aspirations of survival, he took the necessary precautions. Hua Yunfei was always adept at concealing the depths of his own strength, never revealing it to others. This was a tradition of the Mount Guardian sect. The culture of survival is profound and intricate, and the ancestral figure of Mount Guardian truly exemplified divine wisdom. Hua Yunfei held a deep reverence for this elder, whom he had never met, but whose ideals resonated with his own. With a flick of his hand, Hua Yunfei planted 8 flags of varying colors upon 8 distinct dead stars. These flags interconnected, their tips emanating 8-colored divine radiance, forming a special concealment array that veiled the starry expanse. Beneath this hidden array, Hua Yunfei's figure gradually vanished from the cosmos. Even should a powerful being pass by, they would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive his presence. Creak. Hua Yunfei gazed upwards into the starry sky, no longer suppressing the realm within him. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated from his form, shattering hundreds of stars into dust, unable to withstand this overwhelming force. Thunderclouds rolled ominously, shrouding the sky, their brilliance stark against the quiet void. with blue-violet arcs of electricity spanning 100 meters, interwoven with the laws of destruction. The heavenly tribulation. Since the end of the Age of Decline, a breakthrough to a higher realm prior to attaining the Saint realm no longer necessitated undergoing tribulation, as the heavenly Tao would not impose tests. However, reaching the Saint realm still required one to face the heavenly tribulation. Saints are distinct. The heavenly Tao would descend to deliver tribulation trials, and those who prevail shall be recognized as saints amidst heaven and earth. Suddenly, amidst the flashes of lightning, dozens of figures coalesced within the storm clouds, each seemingly having once been the protagonist of the heavens and earth, exuding a terrifying aura that commanded submission with every movement. The preliminary trial of the thunder tribulation has been bypassed. They directly manifested the imprints of the laws. Previously, when Hua Yunfei faced his tribulation, he underwent the innate thunder tribulation to cleanse his body as a precursor test. Only after successfully traversing it would the thunder tribulation descend special law imprints based on one's potential. However, this time, there was no precursor. Nearly 60 law imprints fell from the outset, each belonging to a figure who appeared to have once been a central character of the cosmos, their presence fearsome. Moreover, even more law imprints emerged from the thunderclouds, each akin to living entities, striding with the grace of dragons and tigers, compelling thousands to bow in reverence. This was indeed a magnitude greater than before. As expected, in this era of diminished laws, the tribulations have become even more formidable. With each step forward, the cultivator is engaged in a life and death struggle against the heavens. Hua Yunfei's expression remained unchanged as he ascended towards the formidable figures. Boom! With a single punch, a golden-robed youth materialized from the tribulation, only to be obliterated. Upon reforming his body, he gazed at Hua Yunfei in disbelief, uttering inhuman speech. Is it possible for the younger generation to be this terrifying? With his strength, he had nearly been vanquished in a single blow. Once, he was an invincible figure of his era, a former protagonist of the heavens. Truly, the younger waves pushed the older ones aside. A middle-aged man in a green robe approached, his appearance unremarkable and his figure slender, yet with each step he took, the resonance of the great Tao emanated. And beneath his feet, a resplendent golden path materialized. Behind him bloomed a lotus, pure and radiant, embodying an unadorned sanctity. Hua Yunfei regarded him. This individual was among the elite of the law imprints, an absolute apex within the same realm, akin to a pyramid's pinnacle. You cried to me, declaring that the tales of fairy tales are mere deceptions. Just as Hua Yunfei confronted his tribulation, within a desolate star of the cosmos. In the midst of an ancient mountain, a plump young man emerged from the earth. The youth had a round visage, a corpulent physique, prominent earlobes, and donned a tattered Taoist robe, riddled with patches, while clutching an ancient bronze compass. Upon breaking free from the soil, he dusted off the compass in his hands, a grin spreading across his face. What a marvelous treasure! After 300 years of my existence, I've unearthed such riches, all thanks to you. He planted a fervent kiss upon the bronze compass, his rotund face momentarily revealing a lewd expression, as if this were his true nature. The facade of being harmless and endearing was merely an illusion. His creed was a show on the surface and a different game behind the scenes. This was the reason he could traverse nearly 1,000 life-bearing planets within the star domain, living so carefree. However, for this plump youth, there was one matter of utmost solemnity and sanctity that must not be underestimated: tomb raiding. Though it was indeed grave robbing, he would still grant the tomb owner their final dignity. Prior to entering, he would kneel thrice and bow 9 times, burning incense. Upon exiting, he would also retrieve coins and sprinkle them with white liquor, finally bowing in gratitude for the treasures bestowed by the tomb owner. O exalted saint of no mysteries, I, the humble Taoist of rich treasures, offer my heartfelt thanks. Before him stood a corpulent young man, shaking his head and tossing copper coins, which surprisingly arranged themselves into the intricate pattern of a yin-yang fish. He then poured a spirituous liquor over the black fish design and knelt before the white fish, bowing earnestly in gratitude. This gesture was a token of appreciation for the inheritance left by the deceased master of the tomb, which had facilitated his current fortune. Suddenly, after Giadobo completed his bow, the copper coins on the ground began to radiate a divine light, swirling mysteriously, as if an ethereal voice was addressing him. The voice, fragmented and indistinct, conveyed an overwhelming resentment, seemingly cursing him for stealing the burial items while still expecting gratitude. Giadobo, seemingly oblivious to the ominous tone, rose with a feigned solemnity and bowed once more, stating, I shall remember your words. There is no need for thanks. I will ensure your treasures thrive in my hands. In the future, the sage Wu Xuan shall be among my destined benefactors. With that, Giadobo gestured elegantly, directing a stream of light from his fingertip onto the yin-yang fish pattern. Instantly, the design began to swirl, and a massive yin-yang fish, spanning 100 miles, emerged amidst the starry sky before dispersing, transforming all the copper coins into radiant halos that vanished into the cosmos. The twinkling starlight extinguished the lingering soul of the sage Wuxuan. Having completed his task, Jiadobo wore his signature smile, ready to stow away the ancient bronze compass in his possession. However, the compass's needle quivered violently, emanating an aura of mysterious laws, pointing resolutely in a specific direction, with its tip glowing in golden light. Startled, Jiadobo followed the needle's direction, which pointed towards the domain of the Big Dipper. This ancient bronze compass, a serendipitous acquisition, possessed the ability to locate treasures, and curiously, it always indicated the location of an ancient tomb. Jiadobo speculated that the compass's previous owner must have shared his peculiar interests. Upon further contemplation, a frown creased his brow, an ominous sign? Although the Big Dipper domain was renowned as one of the largest in the cosmic expanse, in this era, with numerous treasures at his disposal, who could possibly threaten him? Surely, avoiding the extreme Tao sacred land would suffice. Exercising caution, Jiadobo calculated multiple times, confirming that the ominous sign did not herald mortal peril, but rather a potential streak of misfortune. Considering the compass's intense reaction, it could very well lead to a significant tomb. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate. Chapter 56. The bold shall flourish, the timid shall perish suddenly. From the direction of the Big Dipper domain, a tremor reverberated through the starry expanse. A surge of imperial might emanating from the Big Dipper, sweeping across the cosmos. Although the desolate starfield where Jiadobo resided lay far from the Big Dipper domain, his keen sight allowed him to glimpse a golden pillar of light connecting the celestial realms on the distant horizon. The overwhelming imperial aura felt almost tangible. Even at such a distance, Jiadobo could sense his flesh quivering uncontrollably, a natural response of lower-tier cultivators in the presence of higher-tier ones. The term domineering is far more terrifying and direct than both tsunamis and celestial collapses. To speak bluntly, even the slightest sound from a master could obliterate a multitude. This, too, embodies a form of dominance. Following the emergence of the imperial radiance, the ancient bronze compass in Jiadobo's hands began to emit distinct waves of law, its needle trembling vigorously as it pointed resolutely towards the direction of the Big Dipper star region. At that moment, Jiadobo comprehended the truth. The grand tomb, locked onto by the compass, was neither the tomb of a great sage nor that of a quasi-emperor, but rather the imperial mausoleum. As the saying goes, a dead friend does not hinder a poor Taoist. Another adage aptly states that fortune favors the bold. Overwhelmed by greed, Jiadobo could no longer restrain his desires. His eyes, as round as soybeans, gleamed with excitement, and saliva nearly dripped from the corners of his mouth. Having been a tomb raider for over 3 centuries, he had encountered tombs of all levels, yet he had never come across an emperor's tomb. What exquisite aroma might emanate from such an imperial mausoleum? Surely, it must be delightful. Jiadobo's nostrils twitched, his face transformed into an expression of rapture. Oh, revered one, I smell the treasures. They beckon to me. Yet soon, he realized the predicament. The emergence of the imperial mausoleum and the ensuing fluctuations would undoubtedly attract the attention of all major forces in the Big Dipper. At this very moment, they might already be en route, converging upon the imperial tomb. Numerous extreme sanctuaries would also be present, for the unveiling of such a high-caliber mausoleum would tempt even them. The treasures of an emperor are abundant. Any items touched by imperial energy become invaluable. Thus, the imperial mausoleum would incite a frenzy among all. Some weaker factions might outwardly appear to yield to the extreme sanctuaries, but in secret, they would certainly devise ways to acquire something of the emperor. Cultivators engage in a constant struggle against others and fate itself. With such a magnificent opportunity before them, countless individuals would be willing to seize the moment at any cost. This would inevitably lead to chaos. Chaos, however, signifies danger. Yet, a cunning glint appeared on Jiadobo's pudgy face. Chaos also presents opportunities, especially for me. This compass will surely guide me past other scrutiny, allowing me to delve deeper into the imperial mausoleum ahead of them. With this thought, Jiadobo's excitement caused his flesh to quiver, and he could no longer suppress his desires. He swiftly retrieved a bronze flying vessel from the Purple Mansion's celestial realm. This vessel had been acquired from an ancient tomb, belonging to a sovereign-level powerhouse of the primordial era. The bronze flying vessel was a treasure crafted by a supermaster at the request of that sovereign-level being. Over the years, Jiadobo had managed to traverse the starry skies for over 300 years, largely owing to the prowess of this bronze vessel, despite his apparent cultivation level being that of a celestial being. Without hesitation, he declared, Fortune favors the bold, perish the timid. I shall embark. With determination. Jiadobo opened a passage through the starry expanse, a relic of ancient cultivators, an ancient celestial road. For cultivators below the sage level, this celestial road represented the safest passage, where life-threatening incidents were rare. Now completely entranced by the notion of the imperial mausoleum, Jiadobo piloted the bronze vessel into the ancient celestial road, disappearing from view. In a seemingly careless manner, he has now cast aside the dangers that once loomed large. Were Hua Yunfei to learn of this, he would undoubtedly shake his head and mutter, "A child beyond teaching." To disregard matters of life and death in such a manner is hardly commendable. His understanding remains insufficiently profound. Simultaneously, Hua Yunfei, who is presently undergoing tribulation, perceives the sudden emergence of formidable imperial might from the northern Dipper star domain. Though beset by numerous terrifying figures and surrounded by terrifying laws, he nevertheless turns his gaze toward the northern Dipper. Narrowing his eyes, he calculates with a deft motion of his fingers and murmurs, "Is it truly time for emergence? Now." The realm of the Tao has barely allowed entry into the imperial tomb's 1,000-mile radius. If his conjectures hold true, it is likely that an ancestor-level figure from a supreme holy land is preparing to enter the imperial tomb. Realizing this, Hua Yunfei understands that he cannot afford to linger any longer. According to his plan, he has awaited this very moment. Once the imperial might wanes even slightly, he is confident in his ability to evade those from the supreme holy lands who have brought imperial artifacts, and to lead Huang Xian into the imperial tomb first, securing the items he requires. This method would allow him to circumvent others, thus ensuring his safety. However, the sudden changes surrounding the imperial tomb have occurred earlier than Hua Yunfei anticipated. It seems that those supreme holy lands have employed some means to bring about this outcome. They can no longer wait. He must hasten. There is no time for further contemplation of the emperor's principles. Initially, Hua Yunfei had traversed amidst the imprints of these emperor-level laws, engaging with them repeatedly to absorb the essence of their once ascended principles. Each emperor has pursued a unique path, yet all have ultimately arrived at the pinnacle of the great Tao, commanding the reverence of myriad paths. Although Hua Yunfei possesses numerous scriptures of the emperors, opportunities to directly comprehend their principles are scarce. He had intended to seize this tribulation as a chance for profound understanding. However, time is now of the essence. Suddenly, a golden-haired youth clad in a red and blue robe descends with terrifying energy, exuding a pressure that resonates throughout the cosmos. His fists are imbued with the power of the sun and moon, capable of effortlessly shattering stars. Interrupted in his thoughts, Hua Yunfei casts a glance at him and scoffs. The sun and moon saint emperor. Every time you undergo tribulation, you seem to revel in it, seeking the spotlight. Junior, do not be so arrogant. The sun and moon saint emperor, with his flowing golden locks, possesses an undeniable charm, embodying the essence of a once reigning supreme figure of an era. His every movement radiates nobility, a testament to the majesty of an emperor. It is your juniors who are excessively brash. Should they continue in their audacity, they may squander your family's fortune. Provoking what should not be provoked, the supreme holy lands could very well bring ruin upon you. As Hua Yunfei observes the sun and moon saint emperor charging forth, his expression remains calm, yet, just as he contemplates his next move, nearly 20 figures embodying emperor-level laws surge toward him from all directions. Each exudes a terrifying aura that makes the stars lament, harmonizing with myriad paths. Among them, the most formidable is an unassuming middle-aged man clad in green. Behind him, a white lotus blossoms, with millions of flowers unfurling atop the myriad paths, radiating brilliant, sacred light and cascading divine radiance like a waterfall. The Qing Xian Emperor. It is said that he once pried open a corner of the immortal gate, nearly shattering its confinement. Yet in the end, he succumbed, his blood staining the path to immortality, lying lifeless before the celestial gates. Chapter 57. Why does this person grow stronger with each confrontation? The Azure Xian Emperor stands as a paragon among emperors, his essence being a celestial lotus. Born at the dawn of creation, he awakened intelligence after countless eons and embarked upon the path of immortality. Since his ascension, the Azure Xian Emperor has surged forth unchallenged, swiftly subduing the formidable powers of the star domains and attaining the Emperor's Tao. It is said that he may have become an emperor in the shortest span of time since embarking on his journey. Moreover, he is revered among his peers, celebrated by future emperors. The Azure Xian Emperor allied with the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor and over 20 other emperors, unleashing their formidable laws. Hua Yunfei radiated an overwhelming holy might. Though he appeared humble, it did not signify a lack of pride. He found little reason to compare himself with those beneath his prowess, often allowing himself to concede during duels. This was the pride of the strong. However, facing these once mighty beings, Hua Yunfei's competitive spirit ignited. His fists erupted with brilliance akin to the sun, and a great sun gradually ascended behind him, shimmering with an oppressive aura. The solar fist technique. This was the imperial fist technique Hua Yunfei had bestowed upon Yi Bufan for cultivation, which he too had practiced. Advancing considerably, the sun behind him radiated palpable heat, melting the starry expanse as he transformed into a blinding solar blaze, charging towards the Azure Xian Emperor and his allies. Boom! He clashed fists with the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor, who wielded the celestial Sun and Moon fist technique. The space between their fists compressed and shattered, creating a black hole that summoned a terrifying tempest. With a splatter, the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor's arm was obliterated, swiftly followed by Hua Yunfei tearing it off and kicking him away. The disparity was evident. Even within the same realm, the former human race emperor, the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor, could not match Hua Yunfei's might. However, these former protagonists of the emperor's era were not to be underestimated. Although the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor was sent flying, he managed to unleash a powerful law before his departure, striking Hua Yunfei. Instantly, Hua Yunfei felt as if he were enduring the torment of both ice and fire. Two forces of sun and moon surged into his body, racing towards his Dao platform. Just as Hua Yunfei intended to expel this power, the Azure Xian Emperor charged forth, accompanied by a middle-aged man bearing a great sun behind him, akin to Hua Yunfei. With a single punch, he destabilized Hua Yunfei, nearly causing him to stumble. After receiving the Azure Xian Emperor's strike and repelling him, Hua Yunfei turned his gaze to the man who had attacked, narrowing his eyes. The Solar Holy Emperor. The middle-aged man possessed a resolute visage, his features sharply defined, and his expression composed, his fists ablaze like a burning sun, his sunlit manifestation rivaling Hua Yunfei's. Since you have cultivated my fist technique, you must confront me and defeat me, declared the Solar Holy Emperor, as his body ignited, invoking the sun scripture, transcending the mere description of a blazing sun at this moment. Hua Yunfei furrowed his brow, channeling the sun scripture to fuel the solar fist technique. The confluence of their shared origins unleashing a power surpassing even the Azure Xian Emperor, who had remained enigmatic until now. Indeed, the formidable emperor-level warriors, the favored children of an era, are not to be underestimated. Thus, I shall no longer conceal my prowess. Hua Yunfei, pressed for time, unleashed nearly 70% of his strength, commencing a fierce onslaught amongst the throngs of human emperors. As time progressed, the terror of his displayed power escalated. Even the usually unperturbed Qing Xian Emperor was stirred. Why does this individual grow stronger with each confrontation? Is there no limit to his power? How much has he concealed? The Qing Xian Emperor found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the depths of Hua Yunfei's hidden potential. The Tai sword technique. Hua Yunfei drew forth a blade, executing the Emperor's sword art. As the sword cleaved through the air, the cosmos itself was illuminated. The Tai sword technique. Suddenly, a remarkable phenomenon manifested in the heavens and earth, the growth journey of a single blade of grass. A mere blade of grass, having mastered the sword path, became invincible for an entire era. Using its very essence as a sword, it severed the myriad paths of heaven and earth. Tai Ancient Emperor. Hua Yunfei was astonished to discover that among the crowd, the Tai Ancient Emperor was concealed within. Upon witnessing Hua Yunfei wield the Tai sword technique, the Ancient Emperor no longer masked his presence. The sword path of the Tai Ancient Emperor was unparalleled, achieving the status of an emperor through the humble essence of grass, rendering him invincible in the cosmic expanse, a legend of immortality. Hua Yunfei wielded his sword, while the Tai Ancient Emperor embodied his sword. As their blades clashed, a cataclysmic storm erupted across the starry sky. The immense power of their laws forced the surrounding emperor-level entities to retreat in awe. The sword energy was overwhelmingly sharp, capable of cleaving through opponents of equal standing. Snap! The sacred sword in Hua Yunfei's grasp shattered, for the sword path of the Tai Ancient Emperor was truly formidable. He sensed that at his peak, the Ancient Emperor could slash through the universe. He was forced to retreat. In this encounter, his sword path fell slightly short. However, in terms of overall strength, the Tai Ancient Emperor was far inferior to him. Though Hua Yunfei was repelled by the sword embodying Tai Ancient Emperor, he himself was thrust backward by a terrifying holy force, propelled nearly 10,000 miles. He instinctively shed his grass form, transforming into an ordinary youth clad in simple garments, an unremarkable boy still of tender years, akin to a child foraging for bird eggs in the countryside. The Tai Ancient Emperor regarded Hua Yunfei with a nod, seemingly acknowledging his strength. Should the opportunity arise in the future, they would duel again. Until we meet again. With those words, the Tai ancient emperor turned and dissipated into mist. He recognized Hua Yunfei's prowess. From their recent clash, he discerned the sheer terror of Hua Yunfei's talent, far surpassing that of any emperor-level lawyer. Without any discernible weaknesses, while Hua Yunfei may not be as proficient in the sword path as he, the gap was not insurmountable. After all, the ancient emperor practiced a singular sword path, while Hua Yunfei embraced a more comprehensive approach. Had Hua Yunfei dedicated himself solely to the sword path, it was likely that the two would be nearly indistinguishable in prowess. Suddenly, a serene melody resonated through the starry expanse. A man in white robes approached, exuding an ethereal aura, holding a verdant green bamboo flute, and began to play a tune, the crossing immortal tribulation melody. The appearance of numerous extraordinary emperors made Hua Yunfei acutely aware of the daunting difficulty of this heavenly tribulation. It appeared that this ordeal would not conclude swiftly. Hua Yunfei evaded the fray, initiating a strategic retreat. Of course, it was not a true escape, but rather a bid for time. He retrieved a special communication stone, pointed a finger to it, and imbued it with a unique spell, instantly connecting him to Yi Bufan, who was far away in the Beidou Star domain at the Kaoshan Sect. Bufan, there has been a change at the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. Bring Huang Xian to seek out Master Yintian. Let him guide you to Cangzhou to meet with your master. Time is of the essence. Hasten. Yi Bufan, situated in the distant Beidou, promptly responded, Understood, master. I shall head to Kaoshan Peak at once. Hua Yunfei offered no further reply, having stored away the communication stone. He surged into the crowd to confront the 80 emperor-level beings. At Daoyuan Peak, upon receiving the news, Yi Bufan wasted no time and hurried to Huang Xian's dwelling. Just as he was about to knock, Huang Xian dashed out, momentarily stunned upon seeing Yi Bufan, before joyously exclaiming, Senior brother, quickly contact master. The Xianyuan Emperor's tomb is about to open, and the Emperor's might has descended to a freezing point. Those ancestral-level figures from the extreme Dao Holy Lands are likely preparing to infiltrate. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan understood that Huang Xian, being a reincarnated entity, must have sensed the changes at the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. He recounted Hua Yunfei's earlier message, which filled Huang Xian with elation. Then we must hasten to find Uncle Master Yintian. Yi Bufan nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to make their move, Daoyuan Peak trembled slightly. A wave of pressure surged forth from the cave of the celestial mechanism, forcing both of them to bend under its weight. Yi Bufan furrowed his brow and said, The limiting Dao realm. Has Uncle Master Tianji broken through to the limiting Dao realm? Wasn't he merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm? In Kaoshan Sect, it's common knowledge that the peak masters possess celestial realm cultivation, while it's understood that individuals may conceal some of their power. To disguise one's limiting Dao realm as merely the initial stage of the celestial realm seems rather absurd. Huang Xian gritted his teeth and gradually straightened his posture, gazing toward the cave of the celestial mechanism. Yi senior brother, you are still too naive. Although I arrived later, I might have a deeper understanding of Kaoshan Sect than you do. This is unequivocally a cunning old sect. Every disciple and elder you see may adhere to the tradition of concealing a portion of their cultivation level. But take note, it's not just a small amount. It's significant. Not a trivial bit. Yi Bufan replied, I see. Huang Xian added, moreover, the older the elder, the deeper the concealment. You can hardly discern their true cultivation level. It's entirely possible that their apparent elder strength surpasses even that of the peak master. Yi Bufan chuckled wryly. It seems that to truly integrate into Kaoshan Sect, I must master this art of concealment. I have been rather naive, hiding only a mere fraction. At that moment, above the cave of the celestial mechanism, a phantom began to materialize, colossal in size, seated as if a deity. The phantom's dantian radiated a luminous platform, imbued with magnificent ethereality that ebbed and flowed, embodying the essence of Dao laws. This platform encapsulated the celestial mechanism's comprehension and insights into the Dao, forging his very essence into the foundation of the Dao. A hearty laugh resonated through the air as the phantom vanished, revealing the celestial mechanism, his complexion flushed and radiating a sense of triumph. He appeared to have regained the vitality of youth, seeming to have shed 100 years in mere moments. After 5 centuries of diligent cultivation, I have forged a Dao platform and ascended to the realm of a formidable practitioner, a rarity indeed throughout the Northern Dipper. Truly, I am remarkable. Yi Bufan stepped forward, offering his congratulations to his esteemed senior. Huang Xian echoed the sentiment. Congratulations, revered senior. Indeed, responded the celestial mechanism, smiling as he retrieved 2 scrolls and handed them to the 2 men, saying, Here are 2 celestial-level techniques. Take them and practice, as a reward from your esteemed senior. Exchanging peculiar glances, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian quickly expressed their gratitude, Thank you for your generous gifts, revered senior. Elated, the celestial mechanism felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the frustrations he had endured in the blood demon's secret realm. Instead, a profound sense of pride took its place. How had he not realized his own excellence before? The threshold of the Tao realm had been shattered with such ease. It seemed almost too simple. Previously, he had only heard from Xuanhe and his peers about the arduousness of forging a Tao platform. But now it appeared to be a matter of individual capability. Huang Xian, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected, revered senior. Yi Shixiang and I intend to visit the Mount Koshan, as the Tao Source Peak is set to close. What do you think? In high spirits, the celestial mechanism paid little heed to Huang Xian's implications. He had already reaped sufficient benefits from the Tao Source Peak and felt no need to linger further. He replied, I understand. Come, I shall personally escort you to Mount Koshan. Suddenly recalling something, the celestial mechanism hastily suppressed his realm back to the second tier of the celestial realm and turned to Yi Bufan and Huang Xian, instructing, You two must not divulge the news of my breakthrough. It is a grave taboo within the Koshan sect. Do you comprehend? Both Yi Bufan and Huang Xian nodded earnestly. Indeed, such revelations would compromise their own pretenses. Very well, let us depart. With a wave of his hand, the celestial mechanism summoned a cloud that settled beneath their feet. Chanting the incantation, Yi Bufan sealed the Tao Source Peak and, alongside Huang Xian, departed with the celestial mechanism to Mount Koshan. At this moment, within the grand hall of Mount Koshan, not only was Yuntian present, but also the venerable Xuanhe Daoist and Xianqing Daoist, who presided over the ancestral grounds. Greetings, esteemed uncles and revered senior. The three men paid their respects. Yuntian regarded them, inquiring, Celestial mechanism, what brings you three here? Huang Xian replied, Master instructed us to seek you out. Oh, Yuntian responded, somewhat taken aback, where is your master? Having departed in haste. Yuntian had not recently sought him out and was unaware of his absence from the sect. Huang Xian explained, Master has been away on business for several days. Understanding Huang Xian's anxiety, Yi Bufan took over, stating, Revered Master and esteemed uncle. Our master has sent us to request your presence to guide us to the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb. At this, both Xuanhe and Xiancheng turned their attention towards them. Their presence in the Grand Hall was to discuss matters concerning the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb, as they had received news from the Blood Demon clan regarding its imminent opening. The imperial might had descended to a chilling point, and numerous powerful factions were stirring restlessly. The significance of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb was paramount, and they were deliberating whether to wade into this murky water, fully aware of the perilous consequences that participation would entail. In the present tumultuous times in the Eastern Domain, rumors abound not only of formidable forces from the other four domains covertly approaching, but also of the awakening of ancient races that have arrived at the Xuanhuang Imperial Mausoleum, seeking to seize opportunities. The three elders, who have devoted their lives to stability, find themselves at an impasse. A misjudgment could plunge the Koshan sect into an irretrievable abyss. They must tread carefully. At this moment, however, Hua Yunfei requests that Yuntian Jinren take his disciples to such a perilous location. The two individuals at the Yuandan realm could easily meet a tragic fate amidst the aftermath of others' confrontations. Yuntian Jinren does not outright refuse. Clearly, Hua Yunfei has a compelling reason for his request. He inquires, Did your master provide any rationale? Yi Bufan shakes his head, knowing full well he cannot divulge the true reason. Responding, Master merely instructed you to take us there, to await him. Yuntian Jinren, with hands clasped behind his back, falls into contemplation, pondering Hua Yunfei's true intentions. Xuanhe Daoren suggests, Yuntian, you may escort them first. I shall attend to matters here at the sect. Upon hearing this, Yuntian Jinren nods in acquiescence. Since Hua Yunfei has entrusted him with this task, it would be improper to decline. After all, it is merely a matter of escorting two individuals. Subsequently, Yuntian Jinren leads Yi Bufan and Huang Xian to the teleportation portal of the Koshan sect, transporting them to a city closest to Cangzhou. Meanwhile, within the Koshan Grand Hall, Xuanhe Daoren and Xiancheng Daoren exchange glances. The latter furrows his brow in thought before finally nodding. Very well. However, in such circumstances, our current abilities may prove insufficient. We must summon those old-timers. Let us venture to the Ancestral Mausoleum for assistance. Chapter 59. Is this truly the Ancestral Mausoleum? On the surface, the Koshan sect boasts two significant foundations, the Ancestral Land and the Ancestral Mausoleum. As these are considered foundational elements, ordinary disciples are not privy to such secrets. Even the average elder is only aware of the Ancestral Land's existence, unaware of how many elders reside there. Only those elders who have served for several hundred years possess a slightly broader understanding, albeit still limited. Even the head of a peak knows little. This is not a matter of sect secrecy, but rather a traditional practice that mandates a degree of concealment. The true knowledge is reserved for successive sect leaders and those elders who have entered the ancestral land. These individuals genuinely engage with the core of the sect. When Tianji Jinren hears that Xuanhe Daoren and his companion intend to visit the ancestral mausoleum, intrigue ignites within him. Just as he is about to speak, Xuanhe Daoren casts a glance in his direction and states calmly, "The requirements for entering the ancestral mausoleum are stringent. Your status is insufficient." Fearing to hurt Tianji Jinren's pride, Xiancheng Daoren adds, "This is a tradition of the sect. I was once in the same position." Once, Xiancheng Daoren was a highly esteemed elder of the Kaoshan sect, but inadvertently exposed his prowess in the Lin Dao realm. He was compelled by the then Xuanhe Daoren to enter the ancestral land, disappearing from the world as if he had ascended to immortality. In his earlier days, prior to entering the ancestral land, he had only heard whispers of the ancestral mausoleum and had lacked the qualifications to enter. Tianji Jinren yearns to visit the ancestral mausoleum, for it harbors the true heritage of the sect, where many of the illustrious ancestors lie in eternal slumber. He remained silent, quietly nodding his head. Just as he turned around, an inadvertent release of the aura of the realm of approaching Tao escaped from him. Instantly, the two Xuanhe Daoists were taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. "You have broken through to the realm of approaching Tao? But the true man of heavenly mechanisms is barely 500 years old." Achieving the realm of approaching Tao requires the establishment of a Taoist platform, which is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. In our time, we spent countless years merely to attain that breakthrough. Moreover, the expression on Xuanhe Daoist's face became peculiar a few months prior. During the battle in the Blood Demon clan's secret realm, he was well aware that the true man of heavenly mechanisms was only at the 8th layer of the celestial realm. At that time, due to a disagreement with several individuals, including Goiwan, there had been some unpleasantness. Who would have thought that this was all an act? In truth, he had already reached the realm of approaching Tao. Contemplating this, Xuanhe Daoist smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, as the head of a peak, he had concealed his true capabilities quite effectively. Despite enduring significant grievances, he had managed to keep it hidden. One could only wonder what expressions Goiwan and the others would wear upon discovering this. "Oh dear, my apologies, I couldn't contain myself." The true man of heavenly mechanisms chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "You," Xiancheng Daoist shook his head in amusement. "How old are you? Yet still behave like a child. Showcasing your clumsy performance." He glanced at Xuanhe Daoist and remarked, "Senior brother, let him accompany us. It would be beneficial for him to experience the world." Since Tianji has already reached the realm of approaching Tao, entering the ancestral land is merely a matter of time. Xuanhe Daoist ceased to resist, nodding in agreement. "Then let us go together and broaden your horizons." "Thank you, esteemed uncles." The true man of heavenly mechanisms beamed with joy, suppressing his aura, and continued, "Esteemed uncles, Before he could finish, Xiancheng interrupted, "We understand the sect's regulations. There is no need for further elaboration." The true man of heavenly mechanisms chuckled reassuringly, his heart brimming with anticipation. After nearly 5 centuries of life, he would finally behold the splendor of the ancestral tomb. He too was eager to discern the level of cultivation required to rest within the ancestral tomb. Xuanhe Daoist was a consummate expert at the peak of the realm of approaching Tao, yet he merely presided over the ancestral land. It was likely that there remained a considerable distance to the ancestral tomb itself. The ancestral land of the Kaoshan sect lay deep behind the Kaoshan peak. Nestled within an ancient mountain, this secluded and tranquil place was rich in spiritual energy, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Upon reaching the old mountain, Xuanhe Daoist began to perform a series of hand seals and recite incantations. In the astonished gaze of the true man of heavenly mechanisms, he consecutively opened 9 concealed formations, revealing the true visage of the ancestral land. A dense aura of spiritual energy surged forth, presenting the true man of heavenly mechanisms with a breathtaking sight, a realm nestled by mountains and waters, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Akin to a transcendent utopia, this is the ancestral land. The one I entered a century ago was merely an illusion. The true man of heavenly mechanisms found himself somewhat speechless. The concealment was indeed remarkable. Even one's own kin could not distinguish between the true and the false. Xuanhe Daoist smiled gently and said, "Let us proceed. It is a rare opportunity to enter the ancestral tomb, so we must invite others to join us for a grand assembly. Moreover, without sufficient numbers, entry into the ancestral tomb is impossible." The 3 of them searched amidst the mountains and waters for a while and discovered several cultivation caves. Each cave housed a revered ancestor of the sect. Most of these individuals were known to the true man of heavenly mechanisms, having once held positions of great honor as heads of halls or elders of peaks. The Taoist Xuanhe counted the individuals present, and with the addition of their trio, there were precisely 10. He remarked, 10 people, just perfect. Since we have sufficient numbers, we shall not disturb the other elders in their cultivation. The true man of heavenly mechanisms inquired, where's my master? His master, the former grandmaster of heavenly mechanisms Peak, had entered the ancestral land a century ago, and since then, the master and disciple had not met again. Xiancheng responded, your master remains deep within the ancestral land, as do the other previous grandmasters. They have all reached a critical juncture in their cultivation, and it would be unwise to interrupt them. Xuanhe added, indeed, at present, your master's power is such that even I would not dare to claim victory over him. He truly is a late bloomer. In his youth, I could easily surpass him. However, since entering the ancestral land, he seems to be blessed with extraordinary fortune. The true man of heavenly mechanisms felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing to pay a visit to his esteemed elder. All right, old fellows, let us prepare to open the ancestral tomb, Xuanhe declared, and with a wave of his hand, he released a drop of his own blood. Soon after, Xiancheng and the other 8 ancestors mimicked his action, each casting forth a drop of their own blood. 9 drops of blood floated in the air, the essence of their Taoist cultivation surging forth like a tsunami. Xuanhe turned to the true man of heavenly mechanisms and explained, the entrance to the ancestral tomb is unpredictable and lacks a fixed point. The most straightforward method is to use the blood of 10 disciples at the Taoist realm to guide us in opening the entrance. There was an unspoken implication in Xuanhe's words. Among the 10, there must be at least one disciple who has attained full mastery in the Taoist realm. Upon hearing this, the true man of heavenly mechanisms ceased his hesitation, releasing a drop of his own blood to merge with the other 9 droplets in the air. The blood, imbued with divine essence, fused magnificently, radiating a brilliant aura, a formidable might potent enough to slay a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm in an instant. As the 10 droplets intertwined, Xuanhe channeled his Taoist techniques, forming seals with his hands, and bellowed, open the ancestral tomb. With his words, a mysterious aura erupted in the heavens and earth, pulling the merged blood into the void. Instantly, a dark, circular opening appeared in the void, large enough for a single person to pass through. A remarkably dense aura surged forth from the entrance of the ancestral tomb, causing the true man of heavenly mechanisms to gasp in astonishment. This rich spiritual energy, while not quite matching that of the Tao Source Peak, was remarkably close. What kind of place had been established by the ancestor of the mountain? Theoretically, the ancestral tomb is a burial ground. Well, theoretically. Upon entering the ancestral tomb and witnessing the scene before him, the true man of heavenly mechanisms exclaimed, don't tell me this is the ancestral tomb? His voice reached an octave higher. None of Xuanhe's companions mocked him. They too had reacted even more dramatically when they first arrived. Indeed, the ancestral tomb of the mountain-leaning sect was strikingly different from those of other factions. Chapter 60. My rear end still aches since emerging from the ancestral tomb. The true man of heavenly mechanisms harbored a singular desire, to one day lie within the ancestral tomb. Having lived nearly 5 centuries, he realized that he had previously possessed far too narrow a vision, foolishly spending precious time on the machinations of a few old geezers. Truly, it was a folly. Stabilizing one's cultivation with the ancestral land as the goal and the ancestral tomb as the ultimate destination is indeed a significant matter in life. Simultaneously, he recalled how Hua Yunfei had vehemently rejected the sect years ago, arranging for his demise while presiding over the ancestral land. Yunfei, how foolish you are. If only you had seen the ancestral tomb, you would regret not entering it for the rest of your life. That is where the true foundation of the sect lies. We are merely living on the surface. Casting a glance at the distracted true man of destiny, Xiancheng sighed with resignation, exchanging a knowing look with Xianhe, both recognizing each other's thoughts. Xianhe spoke with profound significance. Qi Tian, achieving the Tao realm at such a young age, your future is limitless. Strive to enter the ancestral tomb before you reach 1200 years. Upon hearing this, the true man of destiny exclaimed that such a timeline was far too slow. Spending so much time cultivating in the outside world felt like a waste. If one could simply lie within and cultivate, wouldn't that be far more efficient? He vowed to enter the ancestral tomb before reaching 1,000 years, aspiring to become one of the sect's strongest foundations. However, he replied, Master Uncle, that may be quite difficult. The 3 transformations of the sage have stymied many talents. Xianhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, while he appeared to be at the pinnacle of the Tao realm, he had long been a semi-saint level powerhouse. He was currently striving to break through his shackles and enter the ancestral tomb as soon as possible, for that place was truly a coveted realm. The ancestor of the foundation was indeed a remarkable being, concealing its depths so well. Who could have imagined that the tomb of the deceased would be such a place? It held more than just a mere fraction of wonders. Xiansheng remarked, "Brother, you may be close. But I wonder when this old man will have the chance to enter." He shook his head with a wry smile, entirely lacking confidence. The requirements for the ancestral tomb were exceedingly high. Even entering casually was a challenge, necessitating the assembly of 10 individuals led by someone at the pinnacle of the Dao realm. Moreover, without a valid reason, entering recklessly could lead to severe repercussions. The other ancestral elders, despite having reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this era of diminished laws, harbored little confidence in entering the ancestral tomb. However, they would not give up. One must have aspirations, for how would they know their limits without effort? The ancestor of the foundation created such a place to provide them with hope, the hope of the entire sect. While the 10 spoke, one individual remained silent, the ancestor summoned from the ancestral tomb by Xian He and the others. This person did not resemble the elders. Rather, he appeared as a youth. Clad in blue garments, he was handsome and elegant, casually walking ahead with his hands clasped behind him. Listening to the conversation, he remained silent, gazing towards the long unseen foundation sect, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who could this be? The true man of destiny inquired with curiosity. Xian He replied calmly. The 46th generation ancestor of Tianji Peak, Dao Shiwu. Our ancestor from Tianji Peak? The true man of destiny's eyes brightened. What a familiar presence. No wonder he felt a profound aura of causality enveloping the world since this person's arrival, concealing the mysteries of destiny and the paths of the Dao. Xuanhe Dao. Indeed, the matter concerning the Xianyuan Huang Emperor's tomb is of paramount significance, with far-reaching implications. Considering the potential dangers involved, it would be most prudent to summon the esteemed ancestor of Tianji Peak, who is well-versed in the arts of cultivation and causality. Prior to each undertaking, the ancestor can forecast the karmic consequences, veil the heavenly secrets, and employ the safest methods to secure the greatest benefits for our sect. At this moment, Dao Shiwu, the 46th leader of Tianji Peak, spoke calmly. You have considered this thoroughly. It appears that, over the years, the sect has not forgotten the teachings of our venerable patriarch. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor Shiwu. Xuanhe and the others humbly expressed their gratitude. Indeed, Dao Shiwu nodded and remarked, Xuanhe, your master has awaited your return for quite some time. You must exert yourself. A sage's insight can change in an instant. One must not act recklessly, nor stray from the righteous path. Xiansheng, your father visited me 3 days prior for a game of chess, and after losing 100 matches, he became so enraged that he overturned my table, the exquisite golden eagle dragon with table. As his son, you are obliged to compensate me. Upon hearing this, Xuanhe lowered his head in shame and replied, Thank you, Uncle Master, for your teachings. I shall strive to meet the expectations of both my master and Uncle Master, and soon break through to the next realm, proceeding to the ancestral tomb. Dao Shiwu, being the uncle of Xuanhe's master, naturally warranted such a title. Were it not for his own critical cultivation phase, he would not have summoned Dao Shiwu. This talent once rivaled that of the previous leader of Daoyuan Peak. Xiansheng, overhearing this, felt a cold sweat break out, utterly speechless. His father, who had previously compelled him to enter the ancestral grounds alongside Xuanhe, now resorted to playing chess with the elders, only to lose his temper and overturn the table. Did he not fear retribution? Xiansheng promptly declared, Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally craft a splendid set of golden eagle dragon with tables and chairs. Dao Shiwu nodded, saying, That is thoughtful. Remember to make them sturdy, for your father's temper is quite fierce. Subsequently, Dao Shiwu cast a glance at the Tianji Zhenren, instantly recognizing him as the current leader of Tianji Peak. His cultivation path mirrored that of Dao Shiwu, and with his outward appearance indicating a celestial realm cultivation, there could be no mistake. However, the fact that he could accompany Xuanhe and the others into the ancestral tomb suggested he had already entered the realm of the Dao. What is your name? Tianji Zhenren promptly replied, My name is Hong Qitian. Dao Shiwu nodded, A fine name indeed, Qitian. You must strive onward. For our lineage at Tianji Peak is comparatively weak within the ancestral tomb. In confrontations, we often find ourselves at a disadvantage. Do not be deceived by my seemingly normal demeanor. Just the other day, a member of the Hua family struck quite heavily. Even now, my backside still aches. Tianji Zhenren was momentarily taken aback, feeling quite embarrassed. It seemed their tradition of brawling at the slightest provocation had persisted even into the ancestral tomb. Xuanhe and the others exchanged peculiar glances, clearing their throats, and pitted the ancestors from their lineage who had already entered the tomb. What might their condition be? Had they faced any altercations? Very well. Dao Shiwu interrupted the idle chatter, stating, Let us return to the matter at hand. What are the specific circumstances surrounding the Xianyuan Huang Emperor's tomb that you mentioned? Previously, when Xuanhe and the others sought his counsel, they only provided a general overview, leaving him unaware of the details. Xuanhe responded. Currently, the imperial might of the Xianyuan Huang Emperor's tomb has diminished to a freezing point, allowing cultivators at the Dao realm to venture within a 1,000-mile radius. The realm of the Lim Dao, somewhat elevated, lies several hundred miles from the imperial mausoleum. It is certain that those formidable forces of the extreme Dao Holy Land have summoned their semi-saint or even saint-level ancestors, who are likely already preparing to infiltrate the imperial mausoleum ahead of time. Dao Shiwu, fully aware of the perilous nature of this venture through Xuanhe's words, remarked, although the extreme Dao Holy Land possesses imperial weapons, one must forge their own strength. As long as their numbers are not excessive, I shall handle it personally. In the face of the extreme Dao Holy Land, Dao Shiwu exuded confidence, his expression calm as if uttering a commonplace statement. He pondered briefly before continuing. If their numbers are too great, resulting in significant consequences, it would be prudent for our sect to avoid involvement to prevent any leakage of celestial secrets. You must remember to remain vigilant against the extreme Dao Holy Land, for they have once housed an emperor-level force, far more complex than it appears. The assemblage nodded thoughtfully, each pondering the implications. A few among them sensed something peculiar. They seemed to regard the extreme Dao Holy Land with more seriousness than their demeanor suggested. Dao Shiwu cast a glance at the group, and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, Xiansheng and the rest of you, your realms are too low. Go fetch others in your stead. At the very least, they should be of consummate level to be of use. When the time comes for confrontation, our sect should not find itself at a disadvantage. Xiansheng felt somewhat embarrassed. Was his realm truly insufficient? He inquired, Ancestor, how many of the consummate level should I bring? Dao Shiwu replied, the more, the merrier. Remember to have them depart promptly without revealing their whereabouts. They must remain concealed. When their intervention is necessary, I shall signal. Xiansheng nodded and departed with 7 other ancestors, leaving behind only the true man of celestial mechanisms. The latter, sensing the situation, remarked, Ancestor, my realm is too low to partake in this. I shall return to the sect and diligently cultivate, striving to enter the imperial mausoleum and offer my assistance in due course. Dao Shiwu nodded in satisfaction, advising, focus on refining your footwork and fist techniques. When the time for combat arrives, every strike must be impactful. Go. The true man of celestial mechanisms appeared enlightened, departing with a contemplative demeanor. Xianhe then addressed Dao Shiwu. Shu Ancestor, shall we proceed? Dao Shiwu affirmed, let us head to the teleportation domain. Time is of the essence. Your disciple Yuntian is there, and his realm is too low. We must ensure he is not bullied. Xianhe smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Shu Ancestor. Though my wayward disciple's techniques may not be formidable, he possesses some understanding of survival. He advanced first, confident in his ability to conceal their movements. In such circumstances, his superficial celestial being cultivation would not attract undue attention. Dao Shiwu nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived above the Mount of Reliance Sect, gazing at the 7 majestic peaks and the sect's landscape, which they had not seen for some time, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Dao Shiwu. He glanced at the peak of celestial mechanisms, before being captivated by the peak of Dao Source. He sighed. Since the sect's inception, the first-generation patriarch of the Hua family at Dao Source Peak has been legendary, and even now, that reputation endures. The richness of spiritual energy here is remarkable, surely. The current patriarch of Dao Source Peak possesses significant cultivation, he mused. Xianhe recalled the visage of Hua Yunfei, remarking, he is still but a child of around 100 years. I am uncertain of his precise realm, but it should not be too high. However, his innate talent is indeed exceptional. A century-old celestial being, in this age of decline, undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talent. Few can surpass such a prowess. After all, once one attains the Purple Mansion realm, the speed of cultivation significantly diminishes, often taking years or even decades to break through a single realm. 100 years? Dao Shiwu furrowed his brow, discerning the crux of the matter, and remarked, how could the 99th generation's leader be of such limited stature? His father must have entered the ancestral tomb nearly 2 centuries ago, no? Xuanhe recognized Dao Shiwu's misunderstanding and clarified. The Dao Yuan Peak has now undergone a lineage of 100 generations. As for the 99th generation, he fled 30 years ago. He refused to enter the ancestral grounds, let alone the ancestral tomb. Oh, Dao Shiwu narrowed his eyes, pondering. I wonder how his father would react upon learning of this. In any case, should I encounter him, I will certainly give him a lesson. Not even visiting the ancestral tomb? How careless is that? Let us proceed while we converse. Dao Shiwu remained deeply concerned about the sect's current affairs. Perhaps he had been away for too long, feeling nostalgic and eager to hear tales of yore, as well as updates on recent disciples. As the two traversed the Koyan sect, Even those who passed by them seemed oblivious to their presence. They appeared to walk within a void, shrouded from the heavens, devoid of causality, and soon arrived at a low mountain nestled among the 7 peaks. The site of the Hua Sect's spatial domain gate. 2 formidable elders in the divine infant realm stood guard here. Upon Xuanhe revealing his form, the 2 elders were immediately taken aback, hastily bowing. "We greet the ancestor." Xuanhe nodded and commanded, "Open the domain gate and transport us to Aolai City on the edge of the desolate state." Aolai City is a major metropolis within the desolate state, populated by billions, teeming with innumerable cultivation factions, most sects establishing their enterprises there. Naturally, the Hua Sect is no exception. Upon their arrival in Aolai City, Dao Shiwu and Xuanhe utilized the city's teleportation domain to reach a city in the Zhangzhou region. However, as they emerged from the domain gate, they were immediately enveloped by a potent imperial aura. Dao Shiwu's once tranquil heart fluttered momentarily. Is this the might of the emperor? Even he felt a shiver at that instant, an overwhelming sense of dread rising uncontrollably within him. It was the innate reverence a cultivator holds for a superior being. Leaving the teleportation domain that seemingly bore no affiliation with the Hua Sect, they journeyed westward towards the site of the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. In the sky, numerous divine rainbows pierced through the clouds, each exuding immense power and moving at extraordinary speeds, each rainbow housing a formidable cultivator. They all hastened towards the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. Casting a glance at the increasingly faint 33 layers of the celestial realm, Dao Shiwu mused, "I long to witness the spectacle of the Xianyuan Emperor truly manifesting his extraordinary physique. It must be a breathtaking sight." As the imperial might gradually waned, the grandeur of the 33 layers of heaven also faded, the ethereal palaces becoming nearly invisible. Yet, Dao Shiwu could discern that when the true 33 layers of heaven ultimately appeared, it would be nothing short of magnificent. Xuanhe remarked, "Alas, even an emperor can only live for a mere 100,000 years and cannot remain sealed. Perhaps this is the fairness of the heavenly decree?" 2 individuals conversed as they surged through the void, hastening their journey until, after half a day, they neared the expansive vicinity of the Emperor Xuanhuang's tomb. Upon exiting the spatial realm, they beheld a multitude of figures scattered across the ground, perched upon branches and soaring through the skies. Among them were fierce beasts transformed into human forms, while others, disdaining such appearances, manifested in their true monstrous states, exuding a terrifying aura that deterred any nearby from approaching. Many. Dao Shiwu furrowed his brow, stating, "I sense the presence of sagely energy, not just from one individual, but concerning the imperial weapons. It remains impossible to ascertain whether they have been brought here. They must have concealed them through their own means." Xuanhe remarked, "It is merely the tomb of a great emperor. Why resort to imperial weapons? Does the sacred land of extremes lack treasures?" He pondered this question, concluding that the sacred land should not be so desperate as to employ imperial weapons for plunder. Dao Shiwu replied, "The great emperor, the supreme of humanity. At the pinnacle of the great Dao, every thought, every action, everything he has touched, sat upon, or utilized, all imbued with imperial essence, becomes an imperial treasure, far surpassing the so-called holy weapons. Furthermore, if within the Emperor Xuanhuang's tomb lies a fragment of the great emperor's body or a strand of hair, even a quasi-emperor would be unable to withstand the murderous intent of a single drop of the emperor's blood. They would be slain in an instant. Do you now understand why they might have brought imperial weapons?" Xuanhe nodded, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. A teachable child, Dao Shiwu smiled and nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward a certain direction, declaring, "I sense the aura of the living self-forgetfulness technique." On a mountain peak, the celestial master Yuntian stood with a smile, gazing at the magnificent imperial tomb in the distance, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. Truly, even the mere emergence of an emperor-level tomb could cause a tumultuous stir. Countless cultivators flocked eagerly, some aware of their own limitations, merely wishing to glimpse the true visage of the imperial tomb. The majority of factions brought their families, all seeking to acquire something associated with the emperor. Objects once used by the emperor would be imbued with imperial essence, lingering long after, transforming their very nature into invaluable treasures. Securing even one would suffice as a sect's prized artifact. As the imperial might steadily waned, the positioning of individuals in the sky varied with their respective strengths. At the forefront stood the powerful beings of the Dao realm, the least in number, yet exuding the strongest pressure. These individuals had ventured within 1,000 miles, seated in meditation, striving to comprehend the emperor's laws, yearning for enlightenment. Meanwhile, cultivators of the celestial being realm and below, though not having traveled as far as the Dao realm, engaged in similar pursuits, all hoping to glean something from the emperor's principles. Enlightenment is not bound by realm. Throughout ancient history, There are countless tales of sudden awakening leading to ascension. In a void, several formidable members of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect stood upon an ancient war chariot, their expressions filled with confusion as they deliberated. It had been 2 days since the battle concluded, yet their ancestor had yet to return to the sect. Indeed, while the ancestor had ultimately vanquished the rebellious foe, he had not returned since the battle's end. I suspect our ancestor may be injured, healing amidst the stars. He shall return shortly, one elder conjectured. At this, the others could only nod in agreement. Recently, a monumental clash between 2 formidable saint-level beings stirred an uproar, capturing the attention of many powerful figures within the imperial tomb. Witnessing the venerable ancestor of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect finally vanquish his adversary after an arduous battle lasting several days was a sight to behold. One cannot deny the tenacity of the defeated. Despite his inferior cultivation, he fought fiercely, several times nearly bringing the ancestor of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect to the brink of death. Ultimately, however, he succumbed amidst the vastness of the starry sky, obliterated by the ancestor's might. In the aftermath, discussions continued to flourish, with individuals animatedly recounting the events, their expressions alight with excitement. The scale of saint-level confrontations is truly awe-inspiring, as celestial phenomena tower thousands of feet high, filling the heavens. Even from the distant North Dipper, one could sense the overwhelming presence of saintly power. Turning to glance at Yi Bufan, Master Yin Tian inquired, "What news from your master?" Yi Bufan replied, "I just contacted him. He mentioned needing a few more days due to some complications." Complications? Master Yin Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued that anything could trouble his disciple so. Ask if he requires assistance from the sect. He speculated that perhaps Hua Yunfei had encountered a formidable opponent and was now seeking a way to extricate himself from the situation. Yi Bufan shook his head. "My master assured me it is a minor issue, merely a bit troublesome and requiring some time. He instructed me and senior brother Huang to remain patient. He will arrive shortly." Curiosity piqued, Master Yin Tian pondered why Hua Yunfei would bring 2 golden core disciples into such a precarious situation. It was undeniably dangerous. However, he knew he could not leave until ensuring the safety of the 2 disciples. Despite the absence of communication from his master, he surmised that he would not forego this opportunity, especially considering the significance of the imperial treasures within the tomb. He suspected that a venerable ancestor had likely been summoned from the ancestral tomb, as they would need all the power they could muster to contend with the various sacred grounds and potentially face imperial artifacts. Although his master possessed remarkable strength, it might not suffice in such circumstances. Meanwhile, Huang Xian, who had remained silent, gazed at the Xian Huang imperial tomb, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled that during the pinnacle of his previous life, after venturing to a certain place, he returned only to succumb. Yet, he struggled to accept the notion that he could fall due to unforeseen circumstances. It seemed implausible that anything could pose a direct threat to an emperor's life. After all, emperors stand at the zenith of power, unrivaled throughout the cosmos, even in the most forbidden realms of the starry expanse. It should not be possible for an emperor to perish directly. Moreover, in his hazy memories, he recalled returning unscathed before his sudden demise. Once his memories fully returned, he vowed to uncover the truth and once again ascend to the extreme path. Huang Xian felt no fear. He was an emperor reborn, with an innate understanding of invincibility. Suddenly, "Wait, are we being targeted? We must flee," Master Yun Tian murmured, his brow furrowing as he sensed an unfamiliar, potent force locking onto him, advancing rapidly. Instinctively, he intended to whisk Yi Bufan and Huang Xian away. However, he soon discerned the familiar aura emanating from the approaching presence. As expected, though the figure remained unseen, a voice resonated from the void beside him. "Yun Tian, conceal this area and enter to converse. Being exposed here is perilous." It was his master, Yin Tian. The revered elder smiled faintly, clearly unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. At that moment, the transmission stone in Yi Bufan's hand also illuminated, broadcasting the words of Hua Yunfei. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian felt a sense of relief. Hua Yunfei had resolved his troubles and was on his way. In the shadowy expanse of the starry sky, the thunderclouds stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, filled with a breath of annihilation potent enough to shatter a star with but a whisper. This was no ordinary tribulation. Its might was utterly terrifying. At this moment, Hua Yunfei stood beneath the thunderclouds, his aura surging, a dreadful holy might swiftly coalescing before eventually vanishing into the ether. Suppressed to the level of a celestial being, he had already endured his tribulation, having vanquished all imperial avatars. It must be said, even he felt the pressure when confronted with as many as 81 imperial avatars. Though many trump cards remained unutilized, it had indeed required considerable effort. Whether it was the Tao techniques of the Azure Xian Emperor or the Solar Fist of the Solar Saint Emperor, both were formidable. Aside from these two, there was also the Day and Night Saint Emperor, a seasoned figure of imperial caliber, who, aware of his inadequacies, resorted to ambush tactics. Hua Yunfei even suspected that this was not merely an avatar, but the true essence of the individual. Infuriated, Hua Yunfei spent an entire hour pursuing and striking him down. This tribulation represented a metamorphosis, an elevation of strength, allowing him to perceive something he had sensed before, while the end of the Dharma era suppressed others. It did not impose the same constraints upon him, for even as he approached a new pinnacle, on the verge of touching the threshold of the imperial realm, he felt no bottleneck in his cultivation, nor any repression from the heavens regarding his mastery. Everything unfolded naturally. When his cultivation reached a certain point, he would break through effortlessly. This was the reason for his accelerated progress over the past century. Hua Yunfei could only surmise that this phenomenon might be attributed to the system that relishes in ostentation. He wondered, on the day he transcended to the rank of emperor, would he be able to challenge the great powers of the cosmos without needing to establish a heart of enlightenment? Impossible. Utterly impossible. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing the system's words, Hua Yunfei shook his head with a smile and said, I do not possess the heart of an invincible being. My heart is merely one of survival. Perhaps a new path to enlightenment shall reveal itself. Challenging the cosmos is beyond my capabilities. Subsequently, as the thunderclouds dissipated, Hua Yunfei retracted the banners of the hidden array in the starry sky and departed from the area. Before he could approach the northern Dipper Star domain, he sensed the presence of tribulation nearby. The one undergoing the heavenly tribulation was someone he recognized. Chapter 63. Filial piety above a dim star. The clouds of tribulation roiled, extending nearly 10,000 miles. This was the sacred tribulation. Someone had broken free from the constraints of the sage level, invoking a resonance with the heavens that summoned forth the tribulation. A man clad in black stood there, his posture impeccably straight, his eyes beneath the bronze mask radiating confidence and exhilaration. The sacred tribulation. This was indeed the sacred tribulation. Ha! I am finally on the verge of becoming a sage. Yun Tian and his companions would undoubtedly be envious. The man in black laughed heartily, reveling in the joy of achieving sage status at such a young age, likely inciting the ire of Yun Tian and Go Yuan. Moreover, there is that father of his, who has been entombed in the ancestral mausoleum for nearly 2 centuries. In my childhood, he would incessantly boast before me about his extraordinary talents. Although I yearned to flaunt my own achievements before him, the fear of receiving a beating dissuaded me from visiting. Besides, should I enter, there is a risk I may never emerge. This time, I returned with significant matters at hand. I cannot afford to linger in the ancestral tomb like a mere specter. Thunder rumbled. Beneath the tempestuous clouds, the oppressive aura intensified, causing the countenance of the man in black robes to grow grave. Since the era of diminishing spiritual energies, the emergence of saints has become exceedingly rare for 2 reasons. Firstly, in this age, it is incredibly challenging to attain the saintly realm. Secondly, those who do reach the saintly level find it arduous to withstand the trials of the heavenly tribulations. Consequently, it is predominantly the ancient clans with long-standing legacies and the formidable sacred lands that manage to cultivate individuals of saintly caliber. Other factions, at most, reach the semi-saint level before encountering their limits. The supremacy of the sacred land over the entire star domain is not without justification. The man in black exercised great caution, having preemptively concealed this section of the starry sky with a supreme imperial artifact in the tribulation zone. Only those significantly stronger than him would detect any anomalies in this vicinity. Hua Yunfei gazed into the distant cosmos, where it appeared devoid of anything. Yet he could sense the potent aura of the sacred laws. Someone was undergoing the saintly tribulation. Moreover, it was someone he recognized. A faint smile graced Hua Yunfei's lips as his eyes sparkled with divine insight, enabling him to pierce through the concealment array. Upon witnessing Hua Sanxiong struggling valiantly against the heavenly tribulation, he furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Why is the commotion so subdued? Is this truly a saintly tribulation?" The tribulation serves as a baptism. Enduring it is immensely beneficial to one's self, as many rely on it to achieve a metamorphosis in their realms. Thus, upon observing the feebleness of Hua Sanxiong's tribulation, Hua Yunfei resolved to lend his assistance. However, one cannot interfere when another undergoes their tribulation, lest the heavenly calamity intensifies. Son, I do this for your own good. The more formidable the tribulation, the more profound the transformation, is it not, father? Fear not. It is well within your capacity to endure. With that, he snapped his fingers, casting a spell to subtly enter the realm of the tribulation. Boom. Crack. Instantly. The thunderclouds towering above Hua Sangqiong swelled nearly twice their size, continuing to expand. Bolts of lightning, previously a few meters thick, now surged to several dozen meters. What on earth is happening? Hua Sangqiong exclaimed in confusion, cursing, what the hell? Why is it getting stronger? Such records do not exist in ancient texts. No, something is amiss. As Hua Sangqiong sensed the anomaly, Hua Yunfei had already distanced himself. Before departing, he fortuitously reinforced the concealment array set by Hua Sangqiong. It was far too rudimentary and lacked security. As he moved away, Hua Yunfei seemed to hear the echoes of anguished cries, piercing and unsettling, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Above the Big Dipper, in the starry expanse, the battlefield of Hua Sangqiong and the venerable Luo Ning had been meticulously cleansed. Traces were eradicated, celestial mechanisms disrupted, and causal links severed. However, given Hua Yunfei's current realm, he was able to quietly extend his consciousness and discern clues. He could still deduce the events that had transpired in this very place. It was not his father's fault that his cultivation fell short. As the words fell, Hua Yunfei gestured with his fingers, shattering the starry sky, causing the storm of the void to sweep through the celestial mechanisms here, thoroughly disrupting them. Others could no longer deduce anything. To be cautious, Hua Yunfei extended his hand, severing the celestial mechanisms within the vast expanse of the starry sky once more. With the emergence of new celestial lines, they would no longer bear the essence of Hua Sangqiong and the venerable Luo Ning. After completing this, Hua Yunfei retracted the concealment array that enveloped the Big Dipper and the grand sacred weapon hidden within the void. Subsequently, he concealed himself within the void and entered the Big Dipper. In the eastern region, on Cangzhou, at the Xianyuan Emperor's mausoleum, four figures stood in a shadowy corner of the void, observing the mausoleum through the ethereal space. At this moment, even Dao Shiwu closed his eyes, keenly perceiving the imperial might contained within the imperial laws. Upon reaching the level of a sage, cultivation became increasingly arduous, often requiring years to make a single advancement. Or even decades, or nearly a century. Remaining stagnant was a real possibility. Opportunities to personally experience imperial might were rare. Even a fleeting understanding was invaluable. Unbeknownst to the four, Hua Yunfei had already arrived beside them. He regarded Dao Shiwu with a peculiar expression. Truly, this was a sect of great lineage. Was this ancestor summoned from the ancestral land or the ancestral mausoleum? Quite the talent indeed. Name: Dao Shiwu. Age: 1999 years. Realm: Sage level. Second layer of heaven, surface, complete sage realm, with extraordinary qualifications. His true cultivation has already reached the full sage realm. Truly, this is my sect. Hua Yunfei marveled at Dao Shiwu's remarkable talent, a complete sage before the age of 2000. Even in what was once a normal era, this would have been considered extraordinary. How had this been achieved? The speed of his cultivation was almost absurd, surpassing the limitations of the end of the Dharma age. However, on the other hand, Dao Shiwu's presence provided him with a profound sense of security. It was indeed comforting to have a powerful backing in the sect. Unfan, bring Huang Xian to find me. Hua Yunfei conveyed through sound to Yi Bufan, noting that with Dao Shiwu and his companions present, it was not convenient to discuss matters. This concerned Huang Xian's significant life event, and it was best that others remained unaware. Master. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's voice resonate in his ears, Yi Bufan's expression brightened, and he immediately turned to the real person Yun Tian, saying, Great uncle, the two venerable ancestors are here. My master has just contacted me, instructing me to bring junior brother Huang to find him. Suddenly, Dao Shiwu opened his eyes, enveloping the four in celestial mechanisms to prevent others from discovering their presence. The master of these two youngsters, the current head of Daoyuan Peak, was able to evade his perception and directly communicate with Yi Bufan. Truly, the Daoyuan Peak was formidable. The prospect of engaging in battle seemed bleak. Even if they were many, each one was formidable. Frustrated, he closed his eyes again, mentally cursing the one who always kicked him during fights. Chapter 64. A thief. Hua Yunfei stood naturally behind Dao Shiwu and his companions. Yet they remained oblivious to his presence. After Yi Bufan and his companion bid farewell to the celestial master Yun Tian, the latter observed their departing figures with curiosity, remarking, This lad Yunfei is rather enigmatic. Despite his arrival, he does not reveal himself. Xuanhe smiled and replied, Let the young ones pursue their endeavors. We, as elder statesmen, should refrain from meddling. If they encounter peril, we shall bear the burden. After all, is not the sect their steadfast support? Yun Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the three youngsters likely did not intend to embark on any grand ventures. Xuanhe continued, This rare opportunity, the imperial might within the laws of the emperor's Dao, is indeed a valuable asset. Yuntian sighed. As my realm progresses, I must soon take my place in the ancestral grounds. To be honest, I find it rather difficult to part from the mundane world. Xuanhe reassured him, fear not, the ancestral lands offer a degree of freedom. Moreover, do you not wish to enter the ancestral tomb? Upon hearing the term ancestral tomb, Yuntian fell silent, contemplating the prospect of seeking a dignified demise at an opportune moment. Grant a drop of blood to my master, he mused. In a concealed location, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian awaited, as per Hua Yunfei's instructions. Soon, they were enveloped in a unique concealment technique, and Hua Yunfei appeared beside them, addressing Huang Xian. Currently, the imperial might has reached a freezing point. The supreme holy lands can hardly contain themselves. I can sense at least one imperial weapon lurking in the void around us. Though well hidden, that faint aura of imperial might will inevitably resonate when confronted with the might of the Xianhuang. This would alert the discerning. Hua Yunfei emphasized their need to infiltrate the Xianhuang imperial tomb ahead of time, and to do so safely without drawing the attention of those wielding imperial weapons from the supreme holy lands. In this endeavor, Huang Xian's role was paramount. As a reincarnation of the remnant soul of the Xianhuang emperor, his blood would undoubtedly share a lineage with that of the emperor. By utilizing Huang Xian's blood as a conduit, they could forge a passage into the depths of the tomb, minimizing any disturbances. Upon seeing Hua Yunfei, Yi Bufan and his companion felt a wave of reassurance. Surrounded by formidable beings, their own realms seemed insignificant, akin to a leaf adrift on a tumultuous sea, easily overturned. Even in the presence of Dao Shuhua, there was no moment of security akin to that felt around Hua Yunfei. Logically, as an ancestor, Dao Shuhua should exude greater assurance. However, in contrast to others, they found more solace in Hua Yunfei's presence. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's words, Huang Xian acted without hesitation, slicing his fingertip to release a drop of blood. The blood was drawn forth by Hua Yunfei, hovering before the trio. With a gesture, Hua Yunfei directed a stream of light into the blood, causing it to emanate a faint yet distinct aura of imperial might. Huang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the imperial might contained within the blood of his past life. To his surprise, this power still resided within him. Although it had significantly waned, being imperial might, it remained a treasure that transcended his current realm. Henceforth, his blood must not fall into the hands of the powerful, should it be discovered by a cunning intellect. It would spell great trouble. This was an element capable of unequivocally revealing his identity. It was exceedingly perilous, with a greater likelihood of exposure than detection by the mighty or imperial weapons. Do not worry, for I am here. Hua Yunfei discerned Huang Xian's apprehension and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian felt a profound sense of assurance. He found it curious that, despite his unwavering resolve and fragments of the memories of ancient emperors within him, he felt an intense reliance and sense of security towards this young master. Hua Yunfei continued to awaken the imperial might coursing through his blood. And as this faint imperial aura grew stronger, it resonated with the imperial might emanating from the imperial tomb. The two forces began to attract and intertwine with one another. The imperial might from the tomb, seemingly recognizing its master, responded to the imperial essence within Huang Xian's blood with a profound resonance. Suddenly, the imperial tomb trembled, and the laws of the emperor surged forth as a colossal imperial might erupted violently from within its depths. The nearby cultivators, caught completely off guard, were obliterated in an instant, their bodies bursting apart like ripe melons. Even those of ordinary Dao-level cultivation, unable to react swiftly, perished immediately. In the heavens above, a celestial sound echoed, and the previously dim 33 layers of heaven brightened once more, showering down golden light and colorful clouds. The ethereal palaces seemed to house celestial beings, gazing down upon the imperial tomb below. What has transpired? Why has the imperial might from the tomb surged so dramatically? A nearby Dao-level expert, his face flushed, struggled against the overwhelming imperial pressure. Yet, he too met a grim fate, his body exploding in a gruesome display. Retreat. As the imperial might surged once more, all present recoiled in terror, hastily fleeing until they reached a distance of 100,000 miles, at which point the imperial pressure began to wane. The hidden extreme Dao sanctuaries also retreated to this distance, their imperial weapons emitting a faint glow. The recently unleashed profound yellow imperial might appear to them as a provocation. The sentient imperial weapons, in their fury, even contemplated breaking free from the control of their wielders to engage in battle within the tomb. What on earth is happening? The imperial might had plummeted to a freezing point for months, only to suddenly erupt today, forcing us to retreat 100,000 miles, and without any warning. In the shadows, an ancient presence from the Tianshu sanctuary in the central region furrowed his brow and spoke, his voice low yet resonant. seemingly addressing the other extreme Dao sanctuaries. A woman's voice chimed in, clear and melodious. Perhaps this is a phenomenon of returning light, perhaps the final explosion of imperial might, allowing us to enter the tomb soon. This was the response from a powerful figure of the Yaoqi sanctuary. It is said that the founding ancestor of the Yaoqi sanctuary was a remarkable female human emperor, unparalleled in her era, dominating the starry skies. Regardless of the circumstances, let the strongest among us divide the treasures of the Xianhuang imperial tomb. As for the other factions, humph, a sinister voice retorted, clearly dismissive of the other powers. The Tianshu sanctuary's experts exchanged glances, one letting out a low grunt. The Wanku mountain remains as domineering as ever, masters of Gu techniques. They harbor no fear of group battles, yet others regard them with trepidation. Once ensnared by their Gu, one becomes uncontrollably bound, which is why the Nanyu Wanku mountain is often deemed the most fearsome extreme Dao sanctuary. Rumors suggest that their extreme Dao imperial weapons can plant Gu from a distance, rendering one defenseless. Even extreme Dao sanctuaries prefer to avoid enmity with them. Enough of the trivialities. The imperial might is already diminishing, as speculated by the Yaoqi sacred land. This marks the final eruption. Another faction has spoken, dressed in Taoist robes. A few individuals stand with impassive expressions, uttering their words. They are from the Kunlun divine palace of the northern region, rumored to have ancestral ties to another star domain. Due to a catastrophic war in that realm, they fled after suffering defeat. Meanwhile, other forces remain silently observant, not uttering a word, yet their gaze is firmly fixed on the Xianyuan emperor's tomb. Almost simultaneously, their figures gradually gravitate towards the tomb. Unbeknownst to them, the last surge of imperial might from the Xianyuan emperor's tomb is a desperate attempt to conceal its true power. This was a contingency left by the Xianyuan emperor to eliminate risks, ensuring that Huang Xian could safely enter the tomb, unharmed or obstructed by external enemies. At this moment, Hua Yunfei, Yi Bufan, and Huang Xian have indeed penetrated the Xianyuan emperor's tomb, successfully entering its inner sanctum. However, the three of them are momentarily taken aback, for they are not the first to arrive. Thieves. Huang Xian's countenance shifts. Could it be that someone is already raiding his ancestral grave? The imperial might has not fully dissipated. How could anyone have entered so swiftly? Those extreme holy lands have not even stirred. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. I'm truly reaping a fortune this time. Those foolish holy lands remain oblivious to the fact that the tomb is nearly emptied by me. Chapter 65. How can others survive? A deranged, maniacal laughter emanates from a nearby corner. The voice's owner is utterly audacious, stuffing treasures into their person while simultaneously belittling the extreme holy lands still outside. You're all mere younger brothers. While you hold each other in check, I have seized the opportunity. When you enter and find the tomb utterly bare, will you not be infuriated? Ha ha ha, the thought of that scene brings me joy. Hua Yunfei and the others exchange glances, their expressions peculiar and their hearts filled with astonishment. Who could be so bold as to infiltrate the tomb so swiftly? Did the imperial might unleashed moments ago not obliterate him? Hua Yunfei waved his hand, concealing the trio's presence as they approached out of curiosity. Junior brother, remain calm. Yi Bufan urged, noticing Huang Xian's tightly clenched fists. He understood. Who could be happy knowing their ancestral tomb was violated? Moreover, the intruder's arrogance, sneaking in and mocking the world as factions, was infuriating. Even someone as composed as he felt the urge to rush forward and deliver a few kicks. Too brazen. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xian's teeth trembled as he spoke. To enter normally is to go with the flow, but he has audaciously robbed my tomb. Master, please seek justice for me. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei nodded, declaring, rest assured, today I shall seek justice for you. Whoever dares to desecrate my disciple's tomb is surely courting death. Within the tomb, the imperial might, having erupted previously, has now waned considerably. Even those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm can endure it. This is due to the explosion originating from within, although the external imperial might has sharply decreased. It remains more potent within. Hence, it is not yet the time for all to enter. Only those from the extreme sacred lands approached with imperial weapons. Within the imperial mausoleum lies a grand bronze palace, exuding an ancient and weighty aura, devoid of intricate internal structures, and remarkably spacious. Many areas, which ought to have housed treasures for burial, are now left with mere racks, devoid of their precious contents. How excessive! Not a single item remains, Yi Bufan murmured, contemplating the ruthlessness of this individual, whose path leaves no trace of life. As the trio turned a corner, they finally beheld the source of the sounds. Before them stood a corpulent figure, round and rotund, with eyes as large as yellow beans, wide open in astonishment at the treasures around him. His plump visage, which might have appeared endearing under different circumstances, now bore a grotesquely lewd smile. In his left hand, he cradled an ancient bronze compass. While a white silk ribbon was tied around his waist, he was rummaging through what resembled a treasure chamber, greedily handling the valuables. Hee, mine, all mine. The portly Taoist chuckled lasciviously, swiftly stuffing treasures into his purple mansion, his movements fluid and remarkably adept, revealing his seasoned expertise. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to glance back, yet he found nothing amiss. Furrowing his brow, he scanned his surroundings and muttered, "Strange, why do I feel a cold glare behind me?" Regardless, with the recent explosive surge of imperial might, it was likely that the extreme sacred lands would soon arrive. I must hasten my efforts. After securing this substantial haul, I shall swiftly depart from the northern Dipper Star domain. Behind the rotund figure stood Hua Yunfei and his companions, yet he remained oblivious to their presence. Observing the corpulent Taoist, Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes and remarked, "What a pig spirit." Indeed, the portly Taoist before them was a transformed pig demon. Name, Jiaduobo. Age, 421 years, a pig spirit possessing sacred tier potential and golden fortune. How can others survive in such a world? Hua Yunfei was at a loss. This plump creature, despite being a pig spirit, boasted remarkable talent, his fortune matching that of Yi Bufan and the others. Reaching the pinnacle of golden luck, a pig spirit blessed with extraordinary fortune. This fellow was also a professional tomb raider, and it was likely that most of his treasures were pilfered. Furthermore, being the first to enter the imperial mausoleum, this pig spirit undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Although Jiaduobo's true power had ascended to the realm of approaching the Tao, such strength was commonplace outside the mausoleum. Thus, his early entrance indicated he possessed great treasures. Hua Yunfei's gaze fixed upon the ancient bronze compass cradled in Jiaduobo's hands, which appeared to be a mystical artifact. However, he could not discern its unique qualities. What he did observe was that the faint imperial might that approached Jiaduobo seemed to dissipate effortlessly in his presence. Indeed, extinguishing imperial might with such ease was somewhat terrifying. Moreover, the white silk ribbon tied around Jiaduobo's waist appeared to be a specialized artifact for tomb raiding, capable of warding off malevolent spirits and subduing phantoms. Quite affluent indeed. Huang Xian glanced at Hua Yunfei and said, "Master, I will first sense the position of the main tomb. This tomb raider is best left for you to handle. He cannot be allowed to act so arrogantly. It is infuriating to behold." Huang Xian must first locate the main tomb, for the emperor's heart should be sealed within it. Only by merging with the emperor's heart can his shortcomings be rectified. Perhaps, with such a union, he might ascend to the level of an emperor. However, the main tomb is undoubtedly the most significant place within the imperial mausoleum, making it exceedingly difficult to find. Only he, bearing the blood of the Xian Huang emperor, can sense the general direction of the main tomb through his own blood. Yet, this process requires time. "I shall assist you," Hua Yunfei proclaimed as he gently tapped Huang Xian's forehead. Instantly, Huang Xian felt a clarity of thought, as if the entire ancient bronze hall had been imprinted in his mind. He settled onto the ground, commencing his perception of the tomb's location. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan approached his side, standing guard. Hua Yunfei's gaze then shifted to Jiaduobo. At that moment, it was evident that Jiaduobo had thoroughly collected all the treasures within the treasury, leaving it utterly bare, perhaps having taken too many items related to the emperor. A faint aura of imperial might began to emanate from Jiaduobo. For ordinary cultivators, this would impose an overwhelming pressure, capable of shattering one's mental resolve with a mere thought. Such is the immense strength of an emperor. Even those who merely touch their possessions can become formidable. Just as Jiaduobo was preparing to move to the next location, the ancient bronze compass in his hand quivered, an immense force compelling it to fly from his grasp. "What?" Jiaduobo exclaimed in shock, realizing that the ancient compass, which had accompanied him for 300 years, was attempting to escape his control. Despite his best efforts to hold it down, employing techniques and reciting incantations, he could not prevent the compass from soaring away from his palm, ultimately landing in Hua Yunfei's hand. Jiaduobo stared at Hua Yunfei, bewildered. When had this person arrived? Chapter 66. I am truly impressed. Jiaduobo's flesh quivered as he beheld Hua Yunfei, astonishment washing over him. He had failed to notice how this individual had appeared. Not a fool by any means. He was astute enough to recognize that Hua Yunfei's ability to forcibly seize the ancient compass indicated his formidable strength, at least greater than his own. He cautiously regarded Hua Yunfei and remarked, "Is it not rather improper to seize treasures in broad daylight, esteemed sir?" Hua Yunfei examined the ancient compass, which appeared to be an ordinary object. Yet, this seemingly mundane item could effortlessly shatter imperial might. Such simplicity often belies complexity. Having signed in for over a century and handled countless treasures, His experience told him that this ancient compass was indeed a remarkable find. Casting a glance at Jia Duobo, whose face had turned an unflattering shade of purple, Hua Yunfei inquired, "Did you rely on this to gain entry into the imperial mausoleum?" Jia Duobo, clever as a monkey, would not concede. With a quick shift of his gaze, he replied, "Of course not. Such a trinket could not possibly grant me entry into the mausoleum." "Oh?" Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. "Then how did you manage to enter the mausoleum before me?" Jia Duobo's consciousness surged into his purple mansion, rummaging through his belongings until he finally produced a black jar, unremarkable in appearance, yet it was a genuine Saint King-level artifact, albeit rather unattractive. This was a treasure he had acquired 50 years prior from a Saint King-level tomb. Jia Duobao felt an excruciating pain, yet he knew that without presenting something of value, his counterpart would remain unconvinced. Thus, one must sacrifice the trivial for the greater good. The bronze compass must not be compromised. It is a treasure that could lead to wealth, essential for future tomb raiding. Fortunately, the bronze compass bore no distinctive features, rendering its true nature indiscernible. It was through a fateful misstep that he discovered the compass's remarkable utility in an ancient tomb. His adversary had likely not yet recognized its significance. He needed to swiftly tempt the other party with a valuable offering to reclaim the bronze compass. This was the sacred artifact that had granted him access to the imperial mausoleum. Jia Duobao ingratiatingly remarked, "Senior, your prowess is profound. If you desire it, please take it. However, that compass is a family heirloom, and I humbly request you to return it." Hua Yunfei did not even glance at the black jar, retorting, "Do you take me for a fool? The extreme Dao sacred grounds have yet to be breached, yet you claim to have entered with merely a paltry sacred artifact?" Jia Duobao, well aware of Hua Yunfei's skepticism, had prepared a retort. Those extreme Dao sacred grounds are merely in a state of mutual restraint, in the shadows. Formidable ancient races are eyeing them hungrily. Under such complex circumstances, they are certainly unable to enter. This black jar, though somewhat unsightly, is a spatial artifact. While its offensive capability cannot compare to imperial weapons, it can indeed create an opening in the imperial mausoleum. Is that so? Hua Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head. This pig demon exhibited a semblance of wit, having devised his explanation swiftly. Nevertheless, he had no intention of returning the bronze compass. Recognizing it as a precious item worthy of further study, the pig demon had accumulated a fair share of Huang Xian's burial treasures. This could be considered compensation. Seeing Hua Yunfei's utter disbelief, Jia Duobao's frustration simmered to the brink. How infuriating! This man was exceedingly presumptuous. Despite his courteous words and the offering of a sacred artifact, he remained ungrateful. On the surface, he appeared to be at the early stage of the celestial being realm, but how much power did he truly conceal? Jia Duobao could not fathom Hua Yunfei's strength and dared not resort to force. Should he act aggressively, it would irreparably sour their dealings, leaving no room for negotiation. Jia Duobao stated, "Senior, your strength may be formidable, yet one should leave room for others. I am willing to exchange this sacred artifact for my ancestral treasure." Observing Jia Duobao's conflicted demeanor, wanting to confront yet hesitating, Hua Yunfei found the scene amusing. He was not a fool. He understood the weight of the situation. Typically, a mindless brute would resort to their artifact and fight desperately at such a juncture. Hua Yunfei inquired, "How many treasures do you possess?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the white silk sash at Jia Duobao's waist. Jia Duobao instinctively tightened his grip on the sash, responding warily, "Senior, do not overstep." Hua Yunfei surveyed the now empty treasure chamber, remarking, "Who is overstepping?" Unfazed, Jia Duobao retorted, "It is not your family's. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served?" Hua Yunfei raised his fist, declaring, "Do you know what the truth of this world is?" Jia Duobao instinctively took a step back, asking, "What do you mean?" "Huh, you ought to understand. After all, you are a pig demon, are you not?" Quite astute indeed. Before he could finish his words, Hua Yunfei had already raised his hand. Upon seeing this, Jia Duobao was filled with alarm and turned to flee. He realized that this fellow was merely seeking a pretext to rob him. "Do not go too far," Jia Duobao shouted, utterly frustrated. Yet, knowing he was no match for Hua Yunfei, he could only escape frantically, dodging Hua Yunfei's attacks with swift movements. He was astonished by Hua Yunfei's strength. Capable of discerning his true form, his true identity had always been a closely guarded secret, second only to the ancient bronze compass. To his dismay, it had been unveiled by Hua Yunfei. "You wish to reason with me? Allow me to impart a truth. In this world, might makes right. Do you understand? Hand it over." Hua Yunfei merely lifted his hand, yet to Jia Duobao, it felt omnipresent. No matter where he fled, he could not escape the grasp of Hua Yunfei. Ultimately, with no avenues left for escape, Jia Duobao collapsed to the ground, ceasing his flight. I truly concede. I admit defeat. You are indeed formidable. At that moment, Jia Duobao finally comprehended that the ominous omen he had foreseen in the void of stars was this very scene. Or perhaps, the portent referred specifically to this young man clad in white. If given a second chance, he would never have ventured to the Northern Dipper. The loss far outweighed the gain. In his heart, no treasure could compare to the ancient bronze compass. Yet now, as it lay in Hua Yunfei's possession, he feared not only would he lose the compass, but he would also be unable to protect his other treasures. Seeing that Jia Duobao had ceased his escape, Hua Yunfei retracted his hand and said, "Come over here." Hearing this, Jia Duobao pouted and, with a reluctant twist of his body, slowly approached Hua Yunfei. Stealing a glance at him, he muttered under his breath, "If you curse me again, I assure you, you shall no longer be able to speak in the future." Hua Yunfei replied, "You chose the craft of tomb raiding. Thus, you have sown the seeds of consequence. Today, stumbling within the imperial tomb is merely your retribution. Empty your pockets of all valuable items." He wished to see if this habitual grave robber possessed treasures akin to the ancient bronze compass. Indeed, this fellow was a bandit. He desired everything of worth. Jia Duobao's heart bled, yet he dared not defy him. The power Hua Yunfei had just displayed instilled terror within him. He was far superior. Beyond mere comparison, with his consciousness entering the realm of the Purple Mansion, Jia Duobao began to extract item after item, his face a portrait of grievance. Lips pouting as if he were on the verge of tears. Each item had been painstakingly acquired over centuries of infiltrating ancient tombs. Now, he was to relinquish them without a fight. Amidst his distress, an astonishing thought emerged in Jia Duobao's mind. It seemed that robbing was far more lucrative than tomb raiding. If he were to develop this side profession, pursuing both paths simultaneously, how splendid would that be? He gleaned from this experience, successfully seizing upon the crux of the matter. Chapter 67. The Great Pit. As Jia Duobao contemplated this new venture, he found that he was not so sorrowful after all. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips, broadening into a grin. With this lesson learned, he was certain that he would thrive ever more in the noble and glorious profession of tomb raiding. Failure is the mother of success. Not only that, but the equally promising side hustle of looting may also expand one's industrial perspective. By adopting a dual approach, one is bound to grow increasingly affluent in due course. It is feasible, absolutely feasible. How had I not thought of this before? Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his expression frozen, and exclaimed, "Wait, am I not currently being robbed? What is there to be so joyous about? Goodness gracious!" The moment he realized, the previously vanished sense of grievance surged back within him. His hands were still busily extracting treasures from the Purple Mansion's heavenly realm. As he continued to draw forth precious items, a small mountain of treasures gradually formed before the onlookers. Artifacts, elixirs, talismans, techniques, spirit stones, and a myriad of other treasures were all present, more comprehensive than the vaults of many prominent sects. The bounty had piled into a small mountain hundreds of meters high. Yet Jia Duobao's actions showed no sign of cessation. However, his hands trembled. The remaining treasures were the finest, and he was reluctant to part with them. After 300 years of effort, everything had returned to square one. The thought of despair was overwhelming. Yi Bufan gazed at the mountain of treasures before him in astonishment, questioning, has this person truly looted the treasury of the extreme Dao sacred land? This is simply too much. Hua Yunfei chuckled, saying, "There's more. This individual is a top-tier tomb raider, and many grand tombs have likely fallen victim to his ruthless hands. The white silk he wears is a token of entry into significant tombs, a treasure to suppress malevolent spirits. The owners of these grand tombs have been slumbering underground for countless millennia, their corpses long since awakened, possessing rudimentary consciousness. At such a moment, should an oblivious tomb raider intrude, they would provoke the tomb's master. The awakened corpses would emerge to subdue the intruder. However, Jia Duobao's white silk, worn in mourning, can obscure his vitality, preventing detection by the awakened corpses. Simultaneously, the silk serves to ward off evil spirits, emitting an aura that instills fear in the corpses, compelling them to remain within their coffins. Yi Bufan glanced at the woeful Jia Duobao and inquired, "Master, are all these treasures now ours? Should we fetch some sacks to carry them?" "No rush." Hua Yunfei shook his head with a smile, stating, "This individual possesses talent. Perhaps he deserves an opportunity for redemption. With saintly aptitude and golden fortune, he is indeed a rare gem." At this moment, within Jia Duobao's Purple Mansion, even his storage bags were entirely empty. The dazzling array of treasures had accumulated into a mountain hundreds of meters high, predominantly composed of spirit stones and elixirs. Various artifacts suitable for different realms were also present. including no fewer than 10 holy weapons, 3 sacred king weapons, and 2 grand sacred weapons. Such a plethora of precious treasures would surely make even the extreme Tao sacred land envious. Renowned sects would likely feel shame, for the treasures in their vaults may not rival those of Jia Duobao. Hua Yunfei surveyed the towering mound of treasures, ensuring there were no items akin to the ancient bronze compass, and remarked, "Do not feel wronged. These treasures may seem invaluable to you, but in my eyes, they are worth but a trifle. Continue collecting." Though he outwardly expressed disdain, internally, he was reveling with delight, wasn't he? Bah! Jiadobo believed that Hua Yunfei was intentionally provoking him, and in his mind, he cursed Hua Yunfei's ancestors with fervor. The treasures he possessed, even the most esteemed sects would covet them. How could Hua Yunfei possibly overlook such riches? Seemingly aware of Jiadobo's thoughts, Hua Yunfei chose not to argue, merely shaking his head with a smile. Did he appear to be someone lacking in treasures? Sacred weapons, grand sacred weapons, quasi-imperial weapons. He had enough to establish a museum. The trivial items that Jiadobo possessed, in his eyes, were utterly mediocre. However, that ancient bronze compass piqued his curiosity and stirred his heart. Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the white silk at Jiadobo's waist, contemplated for a moment, yet refrained from seizing it. Such an item bore a certain ominous aura, tainted by too much malevolence, and wearing it would be ill-fated. Just as Hua Yunfei was about to speak, Huang Xian suddenly opened his eyes behind him, announcing, "Master, we have located the main tomb." Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei waved his hand, sealing Jiadobo's actions and senses. Their conversation was not meant for this swine spirit to overhear. He turned to Huang Xian and inquired, "In which direction?" Huang Xian pointed downward, indicating that the main tomb was concealed in a small secret realm beneath the bronze treasure hall. However, as he spoke, his expression grew peculiar as he added, "Yet, it seems the item I seek is not there, and the main tomb appears to have been left with special traps from a past life." Hua Yunfei's consciousness enveloped the area beneath the bronze treasure hall, and after a meticulous probe, he indeed sensed an anomaly in a certain space, presumably the entrance to the secret realm of the main tomb Huang Xian mentioned. He remarked, "Traps left by a past life? Intended to assist in restoring your foundation?" Huang Xian shook his head, his countenance strange as he replied, "No, they are traps designed to ensnare." "Hua Yunfei, you bouffon. I am uncertain why it is this way," Huang Xian said, somewhat amused yet perplexed. Earlier, he had utilized his own blood and the indestructible body of Xian Huang to sense the location of the main tomb, easily locating it directly beneath the bronze treasure hall. Upon finding the main tomb, a multitude of fragmented memories flooded his mind, memories from before his previous life's demise. These memories revealed that the Xianhuang Emperor had not placed the imperial heart within the coffin of the main tomb, but had hidden it elsewhere. The main tomb, which should have housed the imperial heart, had been arranged with various special techniques, concealing numerous deadly traps. No matter how many individuals dared to step into the secret realm of the main tomb, they would be met with fatal consequences. Furthermore, according to the memories, the entire Xianhuang imperial tomb was laced with lethal traps. The bronze treasure hall and every major side hall were no exceptions. The Xianhuang imperial tomb was essentially a vast pit. Should anyone trigger the greatest trap, all who entered the imperial tomb would perish. Clearly, the Xianhuang Emperor had foreseen events 30,000 years into the future. This was a warning to the world. The Emperor's tomb is not to be entered. Huang Xian glanced at Jiadobo, noting that this rotund figure had been here for so long, seizing countless treasures, yet remained unscathed. He had perfectly avoided all traps. It was uncertain whether this was sheer luck or the result of some special means. Hua Yunfei's expression was peculiar. The actions of the Xianhuang Emperor were undeniably cunning. This maneuver aimed to eliminate anyone harboring ulterior motives regarding the imperial tomb. Casting a glance at Jia Duobao, who had miraculously survived, he found it somewhat comprehensible. For he was indeed a pig blessed with golden fortune. A fortunate pig possesses its own celestial destiny. It appears that the Xianhuang Emperor is a kindred spirit. His methods are not only ruthless, but also decidedly shrewd. Hua Yunfei inquired, "Where is the heart of the Emperor currently hidden?" Given that this Xianhuang imperial tomb was a colossal trap, it was unwise to linger here. While they might evade triggering the trap, there was no assurance that the extreme holy lands would do the same. They might end up drenched in blood. Huang Xian raised his gaze towards the apex of the bronze palace and declared, "The most perilous location is often the safest one. In my previous life, I predicted every possibility and ultimately concealed the object here." He began to chant a unique incantation, and immediately, the entire bronze palace trembled. The imperial might roared, and the laws of the imperial path danced. Chapter 68. How strong can you become? The imperial might roared, and the laws of the imperial path swirled. Huang Xian's aura transformed, his Xianhuang indestructible body activated under the celestial heavens. In a moment of daze, Hua Yunfei and Yi Bufan seemed to perceive a towering figure standing behind Huang Xian. This figure, with hands clasped behind his back, was surrounded by a dazzling galaxy. Beneath the grandeur of 33 celestial layers, emanating immeasurable authority, it seemed to stand at the pinnacle of humanity, its eyes like stars, surveying the cosmic expanse. The Xianhuang Emperor. Yi Bufan's eyes widened in horror as he sensed the terrifying imperial might transcending time, descending upon the Bronze Palace. It was the formidable power of the Xianhuang Emperor from 30,000 years ago. Huang Xian continued to recite the true incantation, fully unleashing the imperial might concealed within the Bronze Palace. This immense power pierced through space, shattering the void, and from the distant depths of the cosmos. A box was lifted and brought forth. With a crack, the space above the Bronze Palace fractured, and a purplish-red square box emerged. The moment it appeared, the hearts of Hua Yunfei and the others tightened, as if gripped by an iron fist. Gazing at the purplish-red box, they could sense an eerie magical force. Do not look. Hua Yunfei, possessing sufficient cultivation, was able to resist this force, but Yi Bufan, at the Yuan Dan level, would likely perish within mere moments. Hastily, Yi Bufan closed his senses, completely isolating himself from the external aura. Even so, he felt as though he were plummeting into hell. Every hair on his body standing on end, confronted by an overwhelming terror. Sealed. Hua Yunfei uttered a true word, creating a barrier around himself and Yi Bufan to shield them from this dreadful presence. Within the purplish-red box resided the heart of the Xianhuang Emperor. A heart of an emperor is fearsome indeed. Its essence could obliterate any quasi-emperor. The aura emanating from it was unbearable for ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the purplish-red box, evidently refined by the emperor, could isolate 99% of the imperial blood aura. Otherwise, at such close proximity, even Hua Yunfei would have to resort to hidden cards to withstand it. The heart of the emperor. At last, I have found you. Huang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with exhilaration. This is an essential element for his rise. In his past life as a great emperor, he could have lived for at least 100,000 years, with an extensive lifespan, yet he perished unexpectedly at the pinnacle of his power, shocking the universe. This is undeniably abnormal. The Xianhuang Emperor, filled with reluctance, employed unconventional methods and spent 30,000 years laying the groundwork, giving birth to Huang Xian, perhaps to accomplish what he could not finish. Huang Xian shared this sentiment. Although his memories were incomplete, and he could not be fully regarded as the Xianhuang Emperor himself, he was determined to uncover the truth behind his predecessor's demise if he were to ascend to the emperor's path in the future. He would also complete the unfinished business of his past life. The violet-red square box, upon its appearance, was drawn to Huang Xian and seamlessly integrated into his body, vanishing from sight. Merging with the emperor's heart required considerable time, and the current setting was unsuitable. After all, the sacred land of extreme Tao could intrude at any moment. If they were to discover any clues, it might lead to a bloody conflict, causing a commotion. To ensure safety, Huang Xian needed to find a secluded place to merge with the emperor's heart. Once the box disappeared, the bronze treasure hall fell into silence, the imperial might subsided, and the laws of the imperial path dissipated. Huang Xian turned to Hua Yunfei and said, "Master, I have finally achieved my goal. Thank you." Had he not encountered Hua Yunfei, it would have been impossible to restore the indestructible body of Xianhuang within a century. Furthermore, he would not have so easily entered the imperial tomb and acquired the emperor's heart. All of this was made possible by Hua Yunfei's support. It was his master's formidable power that protected him throughout his journey into the imperial tomb, shielding him from all heavenly secrets. "You are but a disciple of mine. Expressing gratitude is quite unnecessary," Hua Yunfei replied with a smile, dismissively waving his hand. With the acquisition of the emperor's heart, Huang Xian's shortcomings would be rectified, and his potential could genuinely reach that of an emperor. In the years to come, the Mount Reliance sect might gain an emperor-level powerhouse backing them. Thus, with a disciple to safeguard him, he could live more securely and comfortably, disinterested in conflicts, simply wishing to enjoy a carefree life and face existence with a smile. Hua Yunfei glanced at Jia Duobao and remarked, "No need to rush. Let me handle this pig first." Huang Xian nodded and said, "Then I shall cultivate for a while. The imperial might, the laws of the imperial path, and the essence of Xianhuang here are of great benefit to me." Hua Yunfei looked at the immobilized Jia Duobao. Jia Duobao was frozen in place, his senses sealed, and his consciousness restrained. He could neither see nor hear. Yet, he had felt an eerie sensation moments ago, as if something terrifying had manifested within the bronze treasure hall. Even with his senses bound, he sensed the taste of death. With a wave of his hand, Hua Yunfei released Jia Duobao from his confinement. In an instant, Jia Duobao exhaled deeply, surveyed his surroundings with confusion, and blinked, finding nothing particularly unusual. He then turned to Hua Yunfei and asked, "What exactly do you intend to do? I've given you all the treasures. I only have this piece of white silk left." As he spoke, Jia Duobao tugged at the white silk, his tone filled with grievance, wanting to express anger, yet hesitating in fear of retribution. "I offer you two choices. First, accompany me back to the sect." Before he could finish, Jia Duobao immediately shouted, "I choose the second one." Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "Very well. I commend you for being a man of fortitude. As for your second choice, perish." With that, Hua Yunfei conjured a colossal palm, measuring 1,000 meters in size, and swung it towards Jia Duobao. Jia Duobao's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. The second option had taken him utterly by surprise. "Wait, Senior Chow, hold on a moment." Hua Yunfei paused mid-swing and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" With a mournful expression, Jia Duobao lamented, what could he possibly consider? All he desired was to avoid death. Encountering Hua Yunfei had turned out to be the most unfortunate event in his 400 years of existence. What a stroke of misfortune. In a hushed tone, Jia Duobao inquired, "May I ask which sect you hail from, Senior?" Given Hua Yunfei's formidable strength, he might belong to a powerful sacred ground, which Jia Duobao could somewhat accept. After all, with the abundant resources of a sacred ground, he could secure a position as an elder, occasionally venturing out to excavate graves, thereby leading a rather comfortable life. Hua Yunfei replied nonchalantly, "From the eastern region, the Kaoshan sect." Jia Duobao was taken aback. Since arriving at the Big Dipper Star, he had diligently studied various factions. The Kaoshan sect had once been one of the 9 great immortal sects, boasting a revered ancestor of the Dao realm. What a lackluster sect! Jia Duobao felt speechless, for he knew that after the emergence of numerous ancient clans and hidden sects, the once prominent 9 great immortal sects had fallen from grace, becoming relics of the past. His own true strength had reached the Dao realm. If he joined the Kaoshan sect, he could easily assume the role of an ancestor. Disappointment washed over Jia Duobao. He had anticipated that Hua Yunfei's prowess might stem from a supreme sacred ground, only to discover he hailed from a modest sect stripped of the prestige of the 9 great immortal sects. Noticing Jia Duobao's expression, Hua Yunfei understood his thoughts and smiled faintly. "While our sect may appear mediocre on the surface, I offer you the opportunity to join the Kaoshan sect as my disciple." Jia Duobao retorted, "Is there truly a distinction? I concede that your strength surpasses mine, and you may indeed be the ancestor of the Kaoshan sect. But is that all there is?" Hua Yunfei's lips curled into a smirk. Since taking Yi Bufan as a disciple, each method of disciple recruitment had been tailored to the individual. Dealing with someone like Jia Duobao was straightforward. Hua Yunfei fixed his gaze upon Jia Duobao's eyes. Instantly, a towering giant materialized in Jia Duobao's consciousness, standing majestically while gazing at the starry river, exuding an overwhelming aura of sanctity. The magnificent divine presence left Jia Duobao's mouth agape, and his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "The Grand Saint realm. How could it be that this esteemed being is of the Grand Saint level?" He realized he had been negotiating and playing tricks with a formidable Grand Saint level powerhouse. He was, quite literally, dancing on the edge of a knife and bungee jumping over a grave. Chapter 69. This wave in the atmosphere upon comprehending Hua Yunfei's true strength. Jia Duobao's pupils trembled as he murmured, "I have truly underestimated the magnitude of my ambitions. Senior, you must be that legendary ancestor of the Kaoshan sect of the Dao realm." Jia Duobao recalled a well-known fact. As a member of the 9 great immortal sects, the Kaoshan sect was indeed presided over by an ancestor of mid-level Dao realm cultivation. The young man before him, despite his youth, could very well be an ancient prodigy who had cultivated for millennia. Perhaps he is the legendary elder of the transcendental realm, merely concealing his true prowess from the world, revealing only the cultivation of the mid-stage transcendental realm. Such a secretive nature is rather excessive, is it not? Upon hearing Jia Duobao's words, Hua Yunfei shook his head with a gentle smile and remarked, "I am but a humble peak master, yet I have not engaged with the core affairs of the sect." "Just a peak master?" Jia Duobao exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that there are individuals within the Koyan sect who are stronger than you, esteemed elder?" Hua Yunfei smiled enigmatically. "Indeed. Within the Koyan sect, I am merely a minor figure. Yet you have yet to answer my question. Are you willing to accompany me back to the sect and join the Daoyuan Peak?" Without hesitation, Jia Duobao knelt before him, exclaiming, "I wish to follow you, esteemed elder." "Please, rise," Hua Yunfei interrupted. "There is no rush. I must assess your abilities for a period. Should you perform adequately, I shall formally accept you as my disciple." He had just inquired within his mind about when the system would next issue a recruitment task. But the system stubbornly remained silent, only offering the cryptic message, "Stay tuned." Thus, he could not yet accept Jiaduobo as a disciple. Otherwise, he would risk the system denying his acknowledgement later, leading to a troublesome predicament. For now, it was prudent to bring the individual along. Although he might seem a simpleton, he possessed extraordinary potential, being of the Saint tier, a rare find indeed. While he may not achieve the same heights as Yi Bufan or Huangxian in the future, he should have no trouble resting within the ancestral tombs. Jiaduobo rose and glanced at the nearby treasure mountain, tentatively pointing and inquiring, "Esteemed elder, what of these treasures?" Hua Yunfei replied, "Retract them. We are all allies now, and I have no desire for your possessions." Overjoyed, Jiaduobo enveloped the treasure mountain with his consciousness and swiftly gathered the treasures, filled with delight. There are few joys in life that rival this one. "Wait, I have yet to consent to your reclaiming of the treasures." A voice suddenly echoed, and from not far behind the four, the laws of space began to swirl and coalesce into a vortex portal. 3 figures emerged from within, exuding an overwhelming aura of sanctity. As they appeared, this divine presence immediately locked onto Hua Yunfei and his companions, particularly focusing on Jiaduobo. The treasures of this rotund individual had piqued their interest. The speaker was the towering figure on the left, standing at an imposing 3 meters tall. His hair was thick and wild, his chin adorned with a golden beard, and a vicious scar marred his left eye. His exposed chest was covered in a mane of golden hair. Merely standing there, one could sense the sheer terror of his power, were it not for the stabilizing influence of the emperor's might within the bronze palace. His strength alone could potentially collapse the space around him. Jiaduobo, upon hearing him speak, was somewhat surprised that intruders had arrived so swiftly, yet he paid him no heed, focusing solely on storing his treasures within the purple mansion. After all, he was under the protection of a powerful figure now. Who could harm him? In no time, he had stowed away mountains of treasures. The bearded man narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, "You are truly ungrateful." As his words fell, he extended his hand towards Jiaduobo, and upon his 5 fingers, runes swirled, faintly revealing a beastly arm adorned with golden fur. Hua Yunfei glanced over. He had already sensed their presence before these 3 had appeared. The intense fluctuations in space at such proximity could not escape his perception. Not only them, but at this moment, throughout the entire bronze treasure hall and the other side chambers of the imperial tomb, numerous spatial passages manifested, indicating that powerful entities had intruded. Coincidentally, these 3 were caught right in the path of one such passage, leading to their unexpected encounter. In the face of the bearded man's assault, Hua Yunfei disdainfully refrained from blocking, merely exhaling softly. With a pop, the bearded man was instantly obliterated, showering the 2 companions beside him in blood. Stunned, they turned to where the bearded man had stood, their eyes widening in disbelief. "He is dead? Are you 2 here to avenge your fallen comrade?" Hua Yunfei's words pierced through to them, sending chills down their spines. Their faces paling. No. We were not familiar with him at all. We were merely passing through. We shall take our leave immediately." They shook their heads vigorously like a rattled drum, hastily turning to flee. Filled with trepidation, they had not anticipated stumbling upon such a formidable opponent upon their entrance. Initially, with their combined cultivation at the second transformation of a half-saint, they believed they could roam freely within the imperial tomb, as very few saint-level beings dared to enter. They certainly did not expect to encounter such peril. Yet, before they could acclimate to the atmosphere of the tomb, one of them was instantly annihilated. With a sudden pop, the one who had hastened ahead exploded, his Tao platform, heavenly soul, and divine infant eradicated completely. The remaining individual froze on the spot, his face drained of color. Trembling in fear, he was now entirely certain that the person before him was not merely at the saint level, but perhaps even a mid-tier saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them, with their half-saint cultivation, to be consecutively killed from a distance. "Predecessor, I am from the 9-headed lion clan." Before he could finish, he too was obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. "Even if you are from the imperial lineage, it matters not," Hua Yunfei replied coolly. He then unleashed his Tao techniques, annihilating the surrounding heavenly mechanisms and severing causal connections. The act of erasing corpses and obliterating traces was ingrained in him, a reflexive action. The trio belonged to the 9-headed lion clan, a branch of an ancient race, and were half-saint level cultivators, likely of considerable status. To avoid unnecessary complications, it was prudent to exercise caution. One would not wish to deal with the older, more powerful beings after dispatching the lesser ones. Even if he could eliminate them with a wave of his hand, the annoyance would be unbearable. "Senior, that heirloom of mine." Witnessing Hua Yunfei effortlessly dispatch the 3 half-saints, Jiaduobo's reverence for him deepened. Yet, His thoughts remained fixated on the ancient bronze compass, hoping to retrieve it. The imperial tomb was not a place for prolonged stays. It was best to leave at once. Delays might lead to hearing ominous sounds. Unbeknownst to Giadobo, the entire imperial tomb was riddled with countless hidden traps, death awaiting those who dared to disturb them. If someone triggers the greatest trap, the entire imperial tomb will erupt, igniting the most formidable killing technique left by the Xian Huang Great Emperor. At that moment, even they will be swept away. Outside the imperial tomb, witnessing the throngs of forces eagerly rushing inside, Yun Tianjinren could hardly contain his impatience. He turned to Dao Su Wu and inquired, "Ancestor, when shall we enter? If we delay, we may not secure any treasures." Dao Su Wu replied, "If treasures are unattainable, we can seize people." Seize people? Yun Tianjinren was momentarily taken aback. But then realization dawned upon him, and his eyes sparkled with understanding. Truly, the wisdom of the ancestor is remarkable. Chapter 70. I teach to never bow down beside them. Xianhe, overhearing their exchange, smiled with pride. Truly, the ancestors' foresight and cunning are commendable, a model for our generation. Once those individuals have gathered sufficient spoils, they shall enter to plunder. This way, not only will they save time in treasure hunting, but they will also acquire more riches. The spoils from robbing 100 or even 1,000 people will undoubtedly surpass what they could find on their own. Dao Su Wu instructed, coordinate with the others. We shall act together when the time comes, seizing whatever we can. Prepare several storage bags. However, remember to leave no trace. Bring along the concealment treasures. While you rob others, I shall target the extreme Dao Holy Land. Yun Tianjinren nodded eagerly, his long-dormant heart now stirred with excitement. How thrilling! Xianhe felt similarly. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had never engaged in such exhilarating endeavors. Suddenly, Dao Su Wu cast his gaze toward a nearby space close to the imperial tomb, perplexed. Why have the members of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect not yet entered? The other extreme Dao Holy Lands have already done so. There, a few strong figures from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect stood, hesitating before the imperial tomb. Eventually, with a heavy sigh, they began to retreat slowly, leaving the tomb. This unexpected maneuver left the three perplexed. After waiting for months, with the imperial tomb so close, why had they suddenly chosen not to enter? In the starry sky of the Big Dipper star domain, Huazong Qiong and the venerable Luo Ning stood on the battlefield, their expressions grim as they suppressed their fury. Among them was the leader of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, and the other was an elder clad in a crimson robe, his hair and beard white, his visage gaunt, exuding a faint aura of death. This was Luo Yang, an elder of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect's history, who had long since entered the imperial source to slumber due to his dwindling lifespan. 2 days prior, the spirit tablet left by Luo Ning in the ancestral temple had shattered. This indicated that Luo Ning had perished. Just moments ago, he had publicly vanquished a man in a black robe amidst the stars, his holy might reverberating throughout the Big Dipper star domain. Yet, he suddenly met his end. In the wake of this shock, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect hastily sealed the news, forbidding the elder guarding the ancestral temple from spreading word. For added caution, they placed this elder under house arrest to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The death of a saint-level elder was an event that could cause a stir throughout the eastern domain. Should it become known, the shaking light Holy Land would undoubtedly mock them, inciting controversy. The leader of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect decisively entered the ancestral land to summon the venerable Luo Yang. He is also the father of the venerable Luo Ning. In the face of Luo Ning's death, he appeared remarkably composed. At his advanced age, he has long since detached himself from worldly concerns. More than the loss of his own son, he is preoccupied with the reputation of the Sun and Moon Sect. The Sun and Moon Holy Emperor embodies their faith. Who, dare I ask, would be audacious enough to slay a revered elder of the Sun and Moon Sect? Have they a death wish? The successive assassinations of key figures within the sect seem to be a blatant display of defiance. The venerable Luo Yang cast a glance at the leader of the Sun and Moon Sect and inquired, "Are you certain that the man in the black robe was slain by Luo Ning?" The sect leader nodded with conviction, affirming, "Absolutely, many are aware of this matter. The Battle of Saints is exceedingly rare in this decadent age, and countless factions have employed special artifacts to observe the clash among the stars." Luo Yang fell silent. He had attempted to deduce the circumstances time and again, yet to no avail. This expanse of starry sky had evidently been cleansed by someone with intent, devoid of any trace. Not even the threads of fate bore the slightest mark of Luo Ning's karmic ties. Who possesses such remarkable skill? How could one evade my scrutiny so completely, leaving no useful evidence? Not even the use of imperial artifacts yielded any clues. The star seal of the Sun and Moon hovered beside them, emanating a gentle radiance, steeped in the profound laws of the emperor. After Luo Ning's demise, has that man in the black robe reappeared? Luo Yang inquired. The sect leader shook his head, stating, in recent days, there has been no sign of him. Does the elder suspect he is still alive? Luo Yang narrowed his eyes and replied, there are presently two possibilities. 1. This individual concealed his true power and unleashed it at the last moment, resulting in a mutual demise with Luo Ning. The second, he had accomplices, and Luo Ning fell to the hands of two adversaries, ultimately perishing. The sect leader furrowed his brow. Does that not imply that what the entire Big Dipper witnessed that day was merely an illusion? He grasped the implications of Luo Yang's words. However, if all that was perceived that day was indeed an illusion, it would be utterly terrifying. What sort of person, with what level of cultivation, could orchestrate such a grand deception across the entire Big Dipper? Luo Yang nodded, stating, the first scenario is implausible. If they perished together, then who could have so meticulously cleaned up the battlefield? It was left so pristine that not even imperial artifacts could deduce any evidence. Thus, the second possibility stands as the most plausible. Luo Ning was overwhelmed, and the adversaries employed illusions to deceive all witnesses. With a sigh, Luo Yang lamented. If the latter is true, then those who have set their sights upon us may belong to an organization. To craft an illusion that eludes the gaze of the world would require at least several top-tier powerhouses working in concert. The sect leader pondered, frowning, Elder. Is it not possible that the architect of the illusion is but a single individual, someone of unfathomable strength? Perhaps this person also cleansed the traces of the battle? Luo Yang regarded the sect leader. Such a conjecture is undeniably audacious. For one individual to accomplish such a feat, their realm must be exceedingly high. They would at the very least need to attain the level of a Saint King and possess formidable artifacts to assist them. The Big Dipper is a realm teeming with hidden talents, strong as a flood. The likelihood of deceiving the world's strongest cultivators is exceedingly slim. The Lord of the Sun and Moon declared, regardless of the circumstances, it is evident that the opponent possesses formidable strength and powerful artifacts. Thus, Ancestor, what shall we do? Should we swallow our pride? Upon hearing this, the Ancestor of Luoyang narrowed his eyes, his divine presence radiating with overwhelming authority, and forcefully struck the Lord of the Sun and Moon, sending him flying. He bellowed, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect never bows down. As the current leader, commanding the entire sacred ground, how could you utter such words? You have brought disgrace upon the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor. In an instant, the Ancestor's favorable impression of the Lord of the Sun and Moon vanished entirely. Although the Lord was a semi-holy level powerhouse, he was sent hurtling thousands of miles away by the Ancestor's divine might, spitting blood and only regaining his balance after shattering a star. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, his complexion pale, fully aware of his misstep. Upon returning to the Ancestor's side, the Lord of the Sun and Moon refrained from further speech. The Ancestor scoffed coldly, stating, you should be more aware than anyone of the sect's doctrines. We shall never bow down, nor shall anyone force us to submit. This matter is far from over. Assemble everyone and investigate to trace the whereabouts of that black-robed man. Since he has repeatedly provoked our sect, he undoubtedly harbors enmity towards us. He will surely appear again when the opportunity arises. All who are aware of this matter must have their consciousness sealed. Those who dare to divulge it shall meet a grim fate. The Lord of the Sun and Moon nodded silently in agreement. Ultimately, the two returned to the Big Dipper star, beginning to summon the strong from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect to conduct a thorough search for the black-robed man's whereabouts. Shortly after their departure, on a dim star thousands of miles away, a masked black-robed man appeared, adorned with numerous concealment talismans that obscured his presence. It would indeed be a curiosity if you could find me. Chapter 71. Safety first in the present day. Even cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm are qualified to enter the Imperial tomb. The Imperial might has nearly dissipated, and the 33 layers of celestial heavens above have become faint and nearly invisible. Such a low threshold has ignited hope in countless lower realm cultivators surrounding the Imperial tomb. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, breaths quickening. Cultivators, by nature, strive against others and against the heavens. If they could uncover a few valuable treasures and top-tier techniques within the Imperial tomb, they would surely ascend to greatness and become top-tier powerhouses. If not, the worst outcome would merely be death. At worst, they could start anew in their next life. This notion reverberated not just in one heart, but in the minds of all cultivators below the celestial realm. Since embarking on their path of cultivation, they have encountered innumerable life and death struggles in their quest for opportunities. They have brushed shoulders with death countless times. The reason for their relentless striving is to carve out their own bright destiny. They are not members of great powers with abundant resources. Everything must be fought for with their own hands. Finally, A cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm took a step forward, transforming into a radiant streak as he soared toward the imperial tomb, his expression solemn and holding his artifact. This journey may well be one of no return, yet he harbors no regrets. The path of the cultivator is one of striving amid the mundane world. A glorious destiny must be earned through their own efforts. As a leader emerged, an increasing number of individuals set forth, skillfully maneuvering their bodies into streaks of light, racing towards the imperial tomb. Suddenly, amidst the throng, a malevolent figure made his move, intent on eliminating his competitors. This bald man, with a fierce countenance and the aura of a divine infant realm, unleashed his fury as he severed the head of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator with a single stroke of his blade. Ha ha ha. I shall be the first to enter. He cackled wildly, indiscriminately slaughtering those of lower realms in his path. The others, filled with anger yet unable to voice it, recognized that the long knife wielded by this man was a heavenly artifact of immense power, making him a formidable opponent against any ordinary divine infant realm cultivator. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and the bald man's chest was pierced, his divine infant extinguished in an instant, marking his tragic demise. It was a young boy clad in black, whose youthful features belied a frosty coldness. After dispatching the bald man, he did not linger but charged directly towards the imperial tomb. It is the Black Rakshasa, a prodigious talent who has reached the divine infant realm at the tender age of 100. He is the pride of our scattered cultivators, someone exclaimed, recognizing the boy's identity. Seizing the opportunity, others hastily followed in the wake of the Black Rakshasa, using his path to navigate toward the imperial tomb. The scene around the imperial tomb was chaotic, rife with murderous intent. Countless individuals were vying for dominance, and those harboring any illusions of survival would meet their demise swiftly. Only the ruthless would persevere until the end. Behind them, the celestial figure, Yun Tian, rested his hand upon his forehead, gazing at the grand spectacle before him. They are but children, yet to grasp the essence of survival. At such a blossoming age, they ought to prioritize their lives above all else. Everything else is secondary. With the major factions like the extreme Dao Holy Land already inside, are you not courting chaos by rushing in? Xian he chuckled, replying, Yun Tian, not everyone shares our perspective. Many are valiant souls, daring and ferocious in their resolve. Though their lives may be fleeting, they are worthy of respect. Clad in azure, Dao Suwu gazed into the distance, the winds gentle and carefree. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he focused on a particular spot, his brows knitting together. Boom. An explosion erupted to the left of the imperial tomb, a violent surge of laws exploding forth, soaring into the sky. The rising dust alone obliterated thousands of cultivators who were approaching the tomb. Countless severed limbs rained down like dumplings, while blood poured down like a torrential downpour, staining the earth crimson. The tumultuous waves had yet to subside when, not far from the explosion, a blinding light erupted as a colossal sword descended from the heavens, piercing the imperial tomb. The overwhelming and terrifying aura led to the demise of tens of thousands of nearby cultivators, creating a gaping hole in the grand structure of the imperial tomb. Infuriating. You humans are so despicable. Even the emperor level is not exempt. How revolting. Wherever I go, there are explosions. How can I be so unfortunate? A thunderous roar resonated from within the imperial tomb, echoing like thunder across the 9 heavens. As a mighty saint unleashed his fury, the overwhelming sanctity filling the surrounding space. This esteemed saint, having faced repeated setbacks since entering the tomb, found himself beset by calamities at every turn. Initially, the assaults he faced were mere ordinary attacks devoid of any real threat. However, as time progressed, the prohibitions he encountered became increasingly terrifying, overwhelming even his formidable prowess. His body bled profusely, suffering grievous injuries, and he was afflicted by a curse, causing his vitality to wane and his blood essence to evaporate incessantly. Should this continue, even a saintly being would meet their demise. He cursed the Xuanhuang Emperor and the human race, harboring a deep-seated disdain for humanity, which had only worsened over time. The Xuanhuang Emperor's tomb was shrouded in an array of formidable traps, clearly orchestrated by the emperor himself. A dignified sovereign exhibiting such treachery is truly despicable. While we can comprehend the trials you set forth, your indiscriminate layout is utterly excessive. Wouldn't you agree? What kind of luck would one require to evade these traps? The saint burst forth from the tomb, his countenance grim, drenched in blood. Although his saintly might was formidable, it now appeared somewhat tenuous. He sought a sanctuary to heal, needing to expel the curse from his body post-haste, lest he succumb to certain death. This was a technique left by the emperor that must be addressed without delay. Such scenes were not isolated, as an increasing influx of individuals into the tomb triggered the traps with alarming frequency. Echoes of explosions and curses directed at the Xuan Huang Emperor reverberated throughout the tomb. Even the humans themselves wore expressions as dark as soot, filled with frustration that threatened to erupt. This was their own emperor, who had once safeguarded all beings. They could not utter a word of reproach. Yet, the indignation was palpable. One individual, consumed by rage, shouted and lunged at another, engaging in a fierce altercation. "What is your problem? Did I provoke you?" The assaulted individual, taken aback, felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he grappled with the senseless aggression. Outside, Dao Shiwu gazed toward the direction where the ancient race's saint had vanished, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. The incident at the tomb has unfolded. Many will likely flee from it soon. Inform others to prepare for action. But remember, safety is paramount. He added, afterward, note the scene of the incident. I shall personally dismantle the threads of fate to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Yun Tianjinren and Xuanhe, two elder figures, eagerly rubbed their hands together, their aged hearts trembling with anticipation. At long last, the moment for their involvement had arrived. Shortly after Dao Shiwu and his companions departed, Hua Yunfei and his 3 companions arrived at the scene. Hua Yunfei scanned the surroundings, not spotting Yun Tianjinren and the others, whispering, could they have already entered? He attempted to deduce the events that transpired here, only to find the threads of fate utterly devoid of any trace. It was as if no one had ever been present. This ancestor was no ordinary individual. Dao Shiwu possessed an extraordinary talent in the domain of fate, reaching a high level of saintly prowess, far surpassing mere cultivation. Even he, without the aid of any artifacts, could not unravel the entirety of the happenings in this place. After channeling his immense power, he finally discerned a message within the threads of fate. If treasures cannot be seized, one may resort to seizing people. Hua Yunfei's expression turned peculiar. Initially, he had worried about Dao Shiwu and his companions inadvertently venturing into the tomb, fearing for their lives. Who would have thought they never intended to enter at all? They have set out to rob those who return laden from the imperial tomb. Truly, our venerable ancestor exhibits great wisdom, never venturing into perilous grounds without due caution. Safety first. Chapter 72. Observe and learn within a secluded mountain forest. The golden wand saint of the ancient races was nursing his wounds, his complexion a deep crimson, and intricate purple lines etched themselves upon his brow. Cursed be those humans. Cursed be the human emperor. A single individual with 800 cunning eyes. How utterly revolting. The golden wand saint closed his eyes to heal, his eyelids trembling, muttering curses under his breath, his anger rendering his words incoherent. He could never have anticipated that, in a moment of overconfidence, he would stumble within the tomb of a deceased monarch, returning with nothing but humiliation. Truly, wherever he went, calamity followed, with sparks flying yet little to show for his efforts, leaving him with internal injuries instead. He must be the unluckiest saint to have entered this imperial tomb. Once he recovers, he shall ensure that those humans pay dearly. If he cannot seize treasures within the imperial tomb, then he shall plunder outside. Surely, fortune would favor him there. Finally, the golden wand saint settled into a quiet state, focusing on his recovery. Fortunately, he had departed the golden wand clan with ample healing elixirs, which helped stabilize his condition. A day later, the golden wand saint rose to his feet. Though his wounds were not entirely healed, they were no longer critical. He cackled with glee. It is now my turn to strike. Not even the most sacred of realms shall be spared. I shall claim everything for myself. With a cold smile, the golden wand saint set his sights on seizing the treasures of humanity, particularly those who had emerged from the imperial tomb. He was determined to unleash the pent-up wrath he had just endured. A mere first-tier saint. How dare you, the ancient races, bully my kind? An elderly figure appeared in the sky, gazing down at the golden wand saint with a cold demeanor. The elder exuded an air of ethereal grace, his beard cascading down to his knees, his complexion rosy, full of vigor, with eyes that sparkled like stars. The golden wand saint narrowed his eyes, his towering form radiating an aura of intimidation. He focused on the elder, his expression unwelcoming. In his intense focus on healing, he had failed to notice the elder's presence. Which saint of humanity do you represent? The elder inquired nonchalantly. I am Saint Luo Ning of the Sun Moon Sect, replied the elder. The golden wand saint paused. The golden wand clan also resided in a certain area of Cangzhou, thus he was familiar with the name Luo Ning. Not long ago, this individual had slain a black-robed man on the verge of ascending to the saint realm amidst the starry sky. He had observed that battle with keen interest. An aged relic, daring to lecture me? The golden wand saint scoffed, finding it laughable that such a frail figure could pose a challenge. Luo Ning gazed down at the golden wand saint, stating, do you regard the Sun Moon Sect with such disdain? What nonsense is this Sun Moon Sect? You have merely produced one emperor. Without imperial weaponry, you are lesser than my Golden Luan clan. The Golden Luan clan had only ever produced one supreme-level powerhouse, who, in his time, had been unrivaled across the cosmic expanse, yet the disparity with the emperor level was significant. That supreme of the Golden Luan clan had passed away, leaving behind a supreme-grade artifact. The most formidable artifact of the Golden Luan clan embodies the essence of their lineage. However, despite the absence of imperial weapons, the Golden Luan clan stands undaunted against the Sun and Moon Sect. Unless an emperor wields the imperial weapon, even if the Sun and Moon Sect were to deploy such a weapon, they would find it impossible to contend with the Golden Luan clan, which possesses supreme weapons. The two exchanged fierce glances, charged with tension. I shall take your blood to quench my deep-seated resentment. All of humankind deserves to perish. The Golden Luan Saint roared, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged toward Ancestor Luo Ning. Historically, the human race and the ancient tribes have been adversaries, having clashed in countless battles. It was only through the mediation of numerous emperors and ancient sovereigns that relations were somewhat ameliorated. Nonetheless, when matters of great import arise, both sides swiftly assume opposing stances and engage in fierce combat. As the Golden Luan Saint initiated the attack, a smile crept upon Ancestor Luo Ning's lips. I am a second-tier saint. How could you possibly contend with me? You, on the brink of death, devoid of vitality, still claim to be of the second-tier saint realm? The Golden Luan Saint sneered, his fingers transforming into golden claws. With a powerful swipe, he tore the heavens apart, enveloping Ancestor Luo Ning in a terrifying aura of sanctity to prevent his escape. Not so fast, Ancestor Luo Ning declared, effortlessly dispelling the Golden Luan Saint's assault with a wave of his hand. He then advanced upon the Golden Luan Saint, employing the most fundamental techniques of his martial art to engage in close combat. How foolish. The physical prowess has always been a forte of the ancient tribes. Do you not realize this? The Golden Luan Saint scoffed, deriding Ancestor Luo Ning's perceived ignorance as he boldly engaged in a physical contest, invoking his own physical techniques. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, the Golden Luan Saint was caught off guard, momentarily stunned. Before he could regain his wits, a powerful kick struck him, shattering the sacred bones of his lower body, sending bone fragments mixed with thick blood scattering across the ground. Ancestor Luo Ning followed up with a punch that crushed the Golden Luan Saint's ribcage, causing sacred blood to spill forth and saturate the space with divine essence. I refuse to believe it. The Golden Luan Saint bellowed, astonished to find himself bested in physical prowess by this aged adversary. Despite being on the verge of death and devoid of vitality, how could the old man possess such formidable strength? Do you think you can fathom the Sun and Moon Sect? The Sun and Moon Saint Emperor is unparalleled, Ancestor Luo Ning shouted, unleashing the signature divine technique of the Sun and Moon Sect, leaving the Golden Luan Saint dazed and sprawled on the ground. The Golden Luan Saint lay bewildered, grappling with the reality of his defeat, particularly in the realm of physical combat. I never anticipated that the Sun and Moon Sect could act so convincingly. Just days ago, in the cosmic expanse, your performance was quite impressive, he remarked sarcastically. Just days prior, Ancestor Luo Ning, facing a third transformation of a half-saint clad in black robes, had struggled immensely to subdue his opponent. Yet today, against this saint-level adversary, he had swiftly and decisively triumphed. You concealed your true capabilities quite well. Enough of this banter. Surrender all your treasures. Out of respect for your Golden Luan lineage, I shall spare your life, Ancestor Luo Ning commanded. You speak nonsense. The Golden Luan Saint retorted vehemently. Without further ado, Ancestor Luo Ning delivered a kick that shattered his skull and invoked his sacred techniques to imprison the Golden Luan Saint's essence, spirit, and divine infant. Subsequently, the venerable ancestor of Luo Ning took decisive action, penetrating the divine consciousness into the purple mansion of the Golden Luan Saint, sweeping away all treasures before departing with haste. At that moment, the Golden Luan Saint reconstituted his sacred body, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot, trembling with rage. Why had fortune turned so ill for him today? The fury consumed him. The Sun-Moon Divine Sect, we shall see what transpires. Indeed, the thrill of directly confronting someone is exhilarating. No wonder those old fellows practiced their martial arts with such finesse and secret. As the venerable ancestor of Luo Ning moved further away, his figure transformed into that of a youth clad in azure garments. He chuckled to himself, relishing the sensation of having just bested the Golden Luan Saint. After the Golden Luan Saint vacated the forest, he retraced his steps, deftly manipulating the threads of destiny and causality that wove through the cosmos. Rather than erasing the scene of his battle with the Golden Luan Saint, he intentionally left behind the faintest trace of an impression. This was precisely the effect he desired. Having accomplished his task, the azure-clad youth departed, vanishing into the void. In the next moment, a figure clad in white appeared, extending a finger to invoke a special method, binding the very fabric of this realm and rendering the shadow left by the azure youth even more lifelike. Thus, the line between reality and illusion became indistinguishable. The figure in white addressed the three individuals following behind. Observe closely and learn well. The philosophy of the Tao of Gua is profound and vast. The extent of your understanding depends solely on your own efforts. Chapter 73. Patience. Allow the elder to showcase his skills. Yi Bufon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even one as composed as he felt a surge of exhilaration. Engaging in such activities was undeniably thrilling. He remarked, truly worthy of being the ancestor. Your words are melodic and your actions astute, a model for us all. This was a familiar scenario for Huang Xian, whose lips curled into a smirk. He had witnessed similar incidents before the Xian Huang Emperor attained enlightenment. When it came to rival sects, he would seize any opportunity to snatch treasures. When nothing of value was found, he would resort to kidnapping, compelling those major sects to pay a ransom in spirit stones and treasures. Countless resources for cultivation were acquired through this skill. One cannot deny its efficiency and swift monetary returns. As long as one remains cautious, no one can touch you. Is this the Kaoshan sect? It aligns perfectly with my inclinations. Jia Duobao's eyes, as large as soybeans, gleamed with newfound discovery. He felt a deep sense of regret for not having encountered the Kaoshan sect sooner. Hua Yunfei smiled slightly. Come, let me show you more. So that you can return and thoroughly study the essence. Strive to pass down this skill. It will yield great benefits. The imperial tomb was enigmatic, filled with myriad restrictions. Who would venture forth without consulting the almanac? Those who dared to intrude would face certain death. I'm out, I've emerged. At last, someone had escaped. It was a youth clad in yellow robes, his face alight with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with joy. Despite the myriad challenges within the imperial tomb, he had managed to unearth several valuable treasures. The yellow-robed youth quickly concealed his presence and sped away. Having acquired his treasures, he could not linger in this place. Encountering someone covetous of his spoils would spell disaster. Not far from his escape, an elderly man suddenly obstructed his path. The diminutive old man hovered there, a gentle smile adorning his face as he addressed the youth. My young friend, might I borrow something? The young man in the yellow robe stiffened, cursing his own ill fortune for conjuring such an unwelcome encounter. Above, a venerable elder clad in purple, possessing the formidable prowess of the 8th layer of the Tao realm, felt a surge of exhilaration, his concealed delight unmistakable. Just moments ago, he had unearthed a profound and arcane grand sage-level cultivation technique within the imperial tomb, one that could potentially elevate him to the semi-saint level in the future. Greetings, a gray-robed elder suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path and politely inquiring after his well-being. The purple-robed elder furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. However, upon discerning that the other's cultivation was merely at the 1st layer of the Tao realm, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Is there something you require? He inquired. The gray-robed elder, with a smile, responded, I wish to borrow something from you. Borrow something? The purple-robed elder frowned, his countenance darkening. Are we so familiar? You are requested to lend me the treasures you acquired from the imperial tomb, the gray-robed elder stated nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. At these words, the purple-robed elder's eyes widened in fury, and he coldly retorted, Have your eyes gone blind? Do you think my 8th layer Tao realm cultivation is something you can covet? With that, he executed a hand gesture, exhaling a breath of energy that transformed into a violet torrent, stretching over 10,000 meters, surging toward the gray-robed elder. For such insolence, he preferred not to waste words, opting instead for immediate action. Do not be hasty. Allow me to reveal a fraction of my power. The gray-robed elder lightly coughed, and his cultivation, initially at the 1st layer of the Tao realm, ascended to the 2nd layer. Then, under the intense gaze of the purple-robed elder, the gray-robed elder's power surged to the pinnacle of the Tao realm. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly dissipated the violet torrent unleashed by the purple-robed elder. With a genial smile, he inquired, May I borrow it now? The purple-robed elder's expression darkened. Who was this individual? To masquerade as a 1st layer Tao realm cultivator while possessing such strength at the pinnacle of the Tao realm. What kind of twisted mind was at play here? Even if the elder was at the pinnacle of the Tao realm, before he could finish his thought, the gray-robed elder inadvertently revealed a trace of his semi-saint level power, startling the purple-robed elder into silence. He gazed at the gray-robed elder in astonishment, asking, Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Do you think I would disclose that I am a member of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect? The purple-robed elder replied. 3 days later, a piece of news erupted around the imperial tomb, causing a tremendous uproar. What? The recent spate of hundreds of robbery cases was instigated by the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Indeed, the victims had congregated, deliberating, and arriving at this shocking conclusion. How could this be? Wasn't the Sun and Moon Divine Sect involved? Surely they must have acquired considerable treasures. You are unaware, an elder remarked. I witnessed with my own eyes a powerful figure from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, who did not enter the imperial tomb, but rather departed early, vanishing without a trace. It now appeared they had set up an ambush in advance. Is it truly that terrifying? There's more. It is said that Saint Jean Luan was also robbed, his body disassembled. A saint was robbed? Who possesses such audacity? It is rumored to be the venerable Luo Ning, who recently displayed immense might across the stars. What a sensational revelation. Countless cultivators whispered among themselves, their conversations laced with astonishment at the astonishing events unfolding. No one had anticipated that the mantis would ensnare the cicada, leaving the Sun and Moon Sect as the ultimate victor. They managed to acquire a plethora of treasures without even stepping foot into the imperial tomb. In stark contrast to the few supreme holy lands that rushed into the tomb only to leave empty-handed, the Sun and Moon Sect strategy was undeniably brilliant, albeit somewhat unscrupulous. Suddenly, someone noticed the arrival of 4 formidable figures from the horizon. They were indeed some of the Sun and Moon Sect members who had departed earlier. Unbeknownst to them, they were oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding them, as they were tasked with tracking down the whereabouts of a mysterious man clad in black. The area around the imperial tomb was teeming with cultivators, and their objective was to ascertain whether this formidable individual was hiding nearby. Without warning, the leader of the quartet, a middle-aged man with a horse-like visage, suddenly darkened in expression as he perceived a throng of hundreds surging toward them. "What are you doing?" he began. But before he could finish his sentence, a palm as large as a fan struck his cheek, sending him tumbling through the air in a dizzying spiral. Before he could regain his footing, a peculiar artifact enveloped his body, rendering him helpless as he was subjected to a merciless beating. Numerous assailants emerged, employing exceedingly cruel tactics driven by personal vendettas. "I am an elder of the Sun and Moon Sect. You cannot act recklessly," the horse-faced middle-aged man cried out in anguish, invoking his sect's name in an attempt to intimidate his attackers. However, his plea only fueled their fury. "It is precisely you from the Sun and Moon Sect we seek. Dare to steal my techniques, and you shall pay the price," roared an elder clad in purple, brandishing a wooden staff-like artifact, delivering resounding blows to the middle-aged man's head. The other 3 members of the Sun and Moon Sect fared no better. They were swiftly incapacitated, struck with blunt force, and ensnared in burlap sacks. "Who will explain to me what is happening?" the horse-faced man lamented, bewildered by their unprovoked assault. "Shut your mouth," the elder with the staff retaliated, delivering another couple of blows that rendered him unconscious. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself alone, save for the other 3 still in a stupor. He had no idea who had attacked him, having been struck from behind and confined without witnessing his assailants' identities. Bruised and battered, he resorted to bribing a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm for answers. The revelation left him in shock. The ancestor Luo Ning is still alive? But how could his spiritual token have shattered? Their return to the imperial tomb was under the direct command of the Sun and Moon Sect leader, specifically to trace the footsteps of the enigmatic man in black. Chapter 74. Signing in to obtain the second extreme Dao imperial weapon. The 4 individuals, through various inquiries, discovered that in recent days, members of the Sun and Moon Sect had been conducting a series of brazen robberies, targeting all realms without discrimination. Even sages were not exempt. Reports indicated that the esteemed ancestor Luo Ning had been personally overseeing some of these operations. It was said that not only had the holy man of the Golden Luan suffered a loss, but also an elder from the ancient Eastern clan was seeking retribution against the Sun and Moon Sect for the thefts. Others, when confronted by the sacred land of extremes, dared not voice their anger, yet he did. As a lineage of the ancient Eastern clans, steeped in a heritage spanning 1,000,000 years, they remain unyielding in the face of the sacred land. Furthermore, the Sun and Moon Sect is at fault in this matter, for the sake of their reputation. Even if he were to strike, the repercussions may not be as severe as anticipated. Is it true that members of the Sun and Moon Sect have arrived? In the distance, a mighty sacred aura cloaked the sky, rolling forth with an overwhelming presence. This divine power, imbued with fury, resonated with a thunderous voice. "The elder sage of the Eastern ancient clan has arrived." Upon hearing this, the 4 members of the Sun and Moon Sect wasted no time fleeing. They were still unclear about the situation and had no intention of losing their lives for no reason. "Let us contact the sect leader and report this matter. Whether the robbery was indeed orchestrated by our sect remains to be investigated." The 4 middle-aged men with horse-like faces were not fools. They were elders of the sect, possessing formidable cultivation at the late stage of the celestial realm. However, they had not received any news of such an incident. Could it be that the sect had secretly dispatched even stronger individuals to carry out this act? Given their understanding of their own sect, such behavior was not entirely unexpected. Yet a sense of something amiss lingered. Where to flee? The elder sage of the eastern ancient clan summoned a vast celestial phenomenon that filled the heavens and earth. The sacred might suffusing the atmosphere, with divine light cascading from the firmament, echoing with resounding heavenly sounds. Predecessor, allow me to explain. I will not listen. Hua Yunfei stood atop a mountain peak, gazing down upon the distant towering ranges, surveying the world beneath him. Behind him, Yi Bufan, Huang Xian, and Jia Duobao sat cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in contemplation. In recent days, Hua Yunfei had led them in stealthy pursuit of the ancient ancestors, and the trio had gleaned much wisdom from these experiences. They had developed a new understanding of the path of survival. The path that can be spoken is not the eternal path. The myriad paths are countless, inexhaustible. Our sect venerates the grand aspirations of our founding ancestor, cultivating the path of survival, with life as our foundation and our singular truth being existence itself. What constitutes the path of survival? Truth and falsehood intertwined, reality and illusion mingled, a perplexing blend of veracity and deception. The path of survival moves with the swiftness of thunder, yet remains formless. Remember, the path of survival is not synonymous with cowardice. Should one provoke you, you are still entitled to retaliate. However, bear in mind, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, especially in this realm of cultivation. Safety must always be paramount. Hua Yunfei's words resonated like the celestial sound of the great Tao, enlightening the trio to the point of rapture, as if they were floating in a realm of transcendence. Yet, his teachings were merely fragments passed down from the founding ancestor. Hua Yunfei harbored deep respect for this venerable figure he had never met. Their thoughts appeared to align harmoniously. Alas, the ancestor had transcended many years ago, leaving no opportunity for inquiry. Yi Bufan and Huang Xian had already begun their training in the concealment technique, a cornerstone of their sect, essential for all disciples of the Kaoshan sect. They had made modest progress in mastering this technique, significantly concealing their strength, yet they still fell short of Hua Yunfei's expectations. As for Jia Duobao, he had yet to receive his apprenticeship assignment, and, therefore, could not yet practice the concealment technique. As a peak master of the sect, the rules of the sect were naturally his rules. He could provide preliminary guidance. But the core techniques of the sect must only be imparted upon confirmation of a disciple's true status. In a moment of introspective stillness, as the three individuals closed their eyes in contemplation, Hua Yunfei, feeling a surge of inspiration, suddenly recalled that a new month had dawned, a day designated for signing in. With the increase in treasured possessions, his enthusiasm for signing in had waned, a guilty realization. System, commence the sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Cumulative sign-in duration, 101 years. Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, harboring hopes of exchanging 10 years of his lifespan for something extraordinary. In recent months, aside from the realm of time and space, he had encountered nothing of worth through sign-ins. The system sign-ins were the most opportune moments to acquire exceptional treasures. Let it be a pinnacle artifact. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Supreme Alchemy Cauldron of the Alchemy Emperor. The Supreme Alchemy Cauldron? The legendary Alchemy Emperor? Hua Yunfei, having perused the archives at the Cangjing Pavilion of the Mountain of Reliance, was well acquainted with the significant events of the cosmos and had conducted studies on such eminent figures. His interest in historical texts had been piqued even before his journey through time. The Supreme Alchemy Cauldron had once etched a glorious mark in an ancient era. However, opinions regarding the Alchemy Emperor's exploits diverged widely, crystallizing into two predominant perspectives. Some asserted that the Alchemy Emperor was a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance, eclipsing his contemporaries, ultimately achieving enlightenment through alchemy and becoming the first grandmaster of the alchemical path throughout history. Others contended that while the Alchemy Emperor indeed surpassed his peers and was a rare, epic-defining figure, he had faced a tremendous calamity during his tribulation, ultimately failing to transcend, yet surviving the Emperor's tribulation, thus becoming a supreme-level powerhouse. Having failed the Emperor's tribulation, the Alchemy Emperor would never again have the opportunity to gaze upon the realm of emperors, forever trapped at the pinnacle stage. Though he was a supreme being, never achieving the status of an emperor was a profound regret. Nonetheless, through diligent research, Hua Yunfei unearthed a hidden legend. It was said that in the twilight of his life, the Alchemy Emperor concocted an imperial elixir, which, upon consumption, allowed him to re-enter the emperor's realm, thereby invoking the emperor's tribulation once more. Yet, by that time, The alchemy emperor had grown exceedingly frail, his lifespan nearing its end, and ultimately failed the tribulation, perishing within its grasp. The obscurity of this legend stemmed from the fact that no one truly believed it. The heavenly Tao is impartial to all. Every individual is granted but a single chance to undergo the emperor's tribulation in their lifetime. There are only 3 possible outcomes: success in the tribulation, achieving the status of an emperor, failure yet survival, becoming a supreme being, or failure leading to death, resulting in utter obliteration. Since time immemorial, no one had ever summoned a second emperor's tribulation. With so many prodigies, how could the alchemy emperor be deemed so uniquely extraordinary? Thus, this secret tale had circulated widely, but fell into disbelief, ultimately fading into obscurity. Hua Yunfei himself regarded this secret with skepticism, yet he sensed a thread of credibility within it. The alchemy emperor, who nearly ascended to become the first grandmaster of the alchemical path, might indeed have devoted his entire being to crafting the imperial elixir. With the imperial elixir, the alchemy emperor could re-enter the emperor's realm and invoke the tribulation anew. The host's thoughts are astute. The alchemy emperor indeed summoned a second heavenly tribulation, yet perished beneath it, for he was far too aged, and even with utmost refinement, his combat prowess fell short. A look of admiration graced Hua Yunfei's countenance as he remarked, though he never underwent the emperor's tribulation, the alchemy emperor's legacy is in no way inferior to that of any grand emperor. If it were not for the first encounter with treachery, the alchemist emperor would surely have ascended to greatness. Hua Yunfei, filled with curiosity, was about to speak when the system interjected. One day, the world will shine brilliantly, and you shall come to know this, as well as much more. Ding. The alchemist emperor's supreme cauldron is being released. According to the hostess' request, it can be stored in the system space or retrieved into the Purple Mansion. Hua Yunfei replied with exasperation, if I store it in the Purple Mansion, you will undoubtedly create quite a stir. Ah, the host understands me well. It can only be stored once a month, and I feel rather stifled. Ding. The alchemist emperor's supreme cauldron has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any moment. Ding. A reminder for the host. Although the alchemist emperor's second tribulation ended in failure, he harnessed the power of the tribulation to forge his life's artifact, ultimately elevating the supreme cauldron to an imperial weapon. He is, indeed, the only supreme being in history to possess an imperial weapon without being an emperor himself. Upon hearing the system's words, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for the alchemist emperor. His life's artifact had transformed into an imperial weapon, fulfilling half of his aspirations. This meant that the reward for this signing in was yet another extreme imperial weapon. Are you not pleased? If you wish to laugh, do so freely. There's no need to hold it back. Am I the kind of person whose emotions are easily read? Hua Yunfei retorted, though a smirk involuntarily crept upon his lips. With yet another extreme imperial weapon, alongside the Chaos Bell, he now possessed 2. This was something even emperors could not achieve. Chapter 75. The Scapegoat. Days later, the vicinity of the imperial tomb reverberated with constant explosions as more individuals triggered traps, unleashing the mechanisms set by the Xianhuang emperor. Some met a gruesome end, while the survivors continued to curse and dig for treasures. Among these traps, the most terrifying were the special incantations and techniques like the god-slaying art and blood corruption technique, which could lead to instant death upon contact. The traps that exploded were merely ordinary, the loudest yet least dangerous. The truly lethal ones were the silent ones. Initially, no anomalies were detected. By the time they were recognized, one might find themselves greeted by the ghostly figure of a deceased comrade beckoning from beyond. Nevertheless, the myriad traps surrounding the imperial tomb did not deter the fervent treasure seekers. These individuals wagered their lives against the tomb, striving for a chance at glory. As long as they survived, they would press on with unwavering resolve. Some succeeded and departed in laughter, while others failed, forever entombed within the imperial tomb, reduced to mere bones. Ha ha ha, old man won't be accompanying you any longer. Until we meet again. The powerful figures of Wanku Mountain erupted in joyous laughter. Although they had lost several semi-holy beings, their gains were substantial, with astonishing treasures in hand. They intended to withdraw, not wishing to linger any longer. After all, with countless traps within the imperial tomb, no one could predict if one might trigger a trap that would lead to a catastrophic explosion. At that moment, even saints would likely face a grim fate. The people of Wanku Mountain departed. 2 days later, they returned. They had left in high spirits, but returned in disarray. Their eyes filled with resentment, and their faces contorted in disgust. Where are the members of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect? Come forth and face me. The venerable sage leading the myriad caves of the mountain was on the verge of madness, his terrifying divine might overshadowing the heavens. The cultivators surrounding the imperial tomb found it increasingly difficult to breathe under the oppressive pressure, their faces turning crimson. Suddenly, a cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm could no longer withstand it and exploded into a mist of blood. This was merely the beginning. The sages of the myriad caves and several powerful figures unleashed their divine might without restraint, saturating the space, resulting in more and more casualties beneath their overwhelming force. Even those at the celestial being realm appeared as feeble as ants in the face of such divine pressure. The proud forces of heaven and earth lost their efficacy at this moment, as the realm was firmly under the control of the myriad caves' powerful beings. A dreadful consciousness swept over everyone, searching for the nefarious elements of the sun and moon holy cult. Ah, the old man of evil withered, should you falter, do not blame the uneven roads. Being robbed merely reflects your own inadequacy. Our celestial pivot holy land shall not accompany you further, esteemed guests. Farewell. I advise you all. Deep within the imperial tomb lies a formidable restriction. The main crypt is not to be approached. Do remember. After mocking the myriad caves, the powerful figures of the celestial pivot holy land left a warning for those seeking the main tomb. Based on their observations and the restrictions around the Xianyuan imperial tomb, they concluded that the main crypt was undoubtedly a tremendous danger. Judging by the current situation at the imperial tomb, it appeared that the Xianyuan emperor was far from benevolent. Not long after, the celestial pivot holy land returned. Their expressions were as dark as the bottom of a pot, with the sage of the celestial pivot bearing a purplish hue, looking quite ghastly. The powerful beings of the myriad caves had yet to depart, and upon witnessing the earlier mockery from the celestial pivot holy land, they burst into laughter. How does it feel? The old man may be lacking in power, but I see you are not so remarkable either. The sage of the celestial pivot gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly ready to devour their mockers. What are you all still waiting for? Questioned the old sage of the myriad caves. We are waiting for you. I am also waiting for others. Once we have sufficient numbers, we shall collectively seek an explanation from the sun and moon holy cult. It would be one thing to covertly annex smaller sects, but now they have set their sights on us, the Holy Lands. Do they believe themselves to be superior to the other Holy Lands? The celestial pivot Holy Land shared similar sentiments with the myriad caves. Known for their audacity, the leader of the sun and moon holy cult was exceptionally resolute. Relying solely on the two of them, the sun and moon holy cult might not easily yield. Do you truly believe this incident is the handiwork of the sun and moon holy cult? An elder in green approached and spoke quietly. He was an ancient sage from the Eastern ancient clan who had recently been robbed by the ancestor of Luo Ning. Waiting here, he shared the same thoughts as the two great holy lands. On their own, the Eastern ancient clan would hardly be regarded by the sun and moon holy cult. The sage of the myriad caves sneered ominously. Does it truly matter whether it is or isn't? I only desire results. It is the responsibility of the sun and moon holy cult to uncover the truth. As long as sufficient compensation is provided, the myriad caves can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, ha ha ha. The sage of the celestial pivot responded, indeed, if the sun and moon holy cult feels wronged, they should investigate themselves. We are only concerned with the treasures within the imperial tomb. Naturally, the sun and moon holy cult must also provide an explanation for the physical and psychological torment we have endured. If the true culprit remains undiscovered, they must bear the blame. To rise as a supreme holy land's ancestor in this age of decline, none were without their brilliance and wisdom. From the very beginning, they sensed something amiss regarding this matter. However, that truly matters little. They are indifferent to being mere pawns, for their sole intention is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to them. The sun and moon sect must bear this burden. Otherwise, they shall unearth those lurking in the shadows, and they would be amenable to that as well. This burden must be shouldered by someone. Before long, they awaited the arrival of a floral sedan chair, a treasure of the Yaoqi sacred land, within which sat the Yaoqi holy maiden. The ancient sage of the Eastern clan was astonished. Even the Yaoqi holy maiden could not escape this fate? It appears that the opposition is impervious to reason, offering no concessions whatsoever. Suddenly, a resounding roar emanated from a distance of 1,000,000 miles, as imperial might surged forth, illuminating the heavens with a radiant mirror. The Kunlun Divine Palace had engaged in battle with the enemy. On the mountaintop where Hua Yunfei stood, the celestial master of cloud heaven had already arrived, and shortly after, Xuanhe returned, leaving only Dao Xuhua unaccounted for. The celestial master of cloud heaven remarked, the ancestor of emptiness has gone to confront the Kunlun Divine Palace. Those individuals are exceedingly cautious, bringing imperial weapons with them. The 10,000 Caves Mountain, the celestial pivot sacred land, and the Yaoqi, among other supreme sacred lands, had already seen their imperial weapons return to their ancestral grounds autonomously long before the imperial tomb was breached. However, the Kunlun Divine Palace exercised utmost caution and did not follow suit. They stationed individuals with imperial weapons outside, awaiting the return of the powerful from the Kunlun Divine Palace who had entered the imperial tomb. Xuan has stated, this Kunlun Divine Palace has a mysterious origin. Hailing from other star domains, it is likely that the ancestor of emptiness will face considerable challenges. Hua Yunfei replied, with the strength of the ancestor, it is certainly manageable. However, the difficulties are indeed formidable. The sages of these sacred lands were of advanced age, and the end of the Dharma age had stunted their cultivation, leaving them trapped at the initial third tier of the sage realm. The celestial master of cloud heaven and Taoist Xuanhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, even with the foundation of the sacred lands, it was a struggle to cultivate sages in this end time, and this was the utmost limit. The third tier of the sage realm is nearly the terminus. The celestial master gazed towards the imperial might on the horizon. I wonder at which tier the ancestor is currently stalled? 3 days later, the wave of imperial might dissipated, and several formidable figures from the Kunlun Divine Palace returned with grim expressions, casting a glance at the peculiar-faced sages of other sacred lands. One of them gruffly inquired, "What are you staring at?" Chapter 76. Kindred Spirits Within the Sun and Moon Temple. The Lord of the Sun and Moon paced restlessly, his head throbbing, brow furrowed, and countenance darkened. He had just received news that Ancestor Luoning had allied with other powerful figures within the sect to rob all those who emerged from the imperial tomb. They demanded to borrow items from anyone they encountered. Not only the treasures from the imperial tomb, but everything of value on their persons was seized. Ordinary individuals could be disregarded. The Sun and Moon sect was unconcerned. Yet, even the powerful from the major supreme sacred lands were not spared. How could this be? The Lord of the Sun and Moon's aura of half-saintly might coalesced around him, filling the entire temple with solar and lunar energy as he narrowed his eyes, pondering the root of the issue. Ancestor Luoning had perished, unbeknownst to others. Yet, someone was brazenly robbing in the name of Ancestor Luoning. The Lord of the Sun and Moon murmured, "This implies that this individual is in league with that mysterious man in black." Indeed, it is a single organization that has set its sights on my Sun and Moon sect, seeking every possible way to ensnare us. Truly despicable. Who could it possibly be? The more the Lord of the Sun and Moon contemplated, the more incensed he became, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. In my mind, I have revisited the grievances of the past few centuries, recalling those forces that have been offended or eradicated. The Lihua sect, the Zhenyang sect, the Luo Shui Immortal Sect, the Tian Dijingyi sect, the Kaoshan sect. Yet, something seems amiss. Though these sects may have concealed their true strengths, the prowess exhibited by the Black Robe and his allies suggests they are formidable, perhaps even rivaling the sacred grounds. Could it be that the Lord of the Sun and Moon, with his bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon the direction of the Yaoguang sacred land, is targeting this hypocritical faction? The Sun and Moon Divine Sect may be labeled as deceitful, known for their underhanded tactics, and many are aware of their misdeeds. However, the Yaoguang sacred land, which receives much flattery and praise, appears to be the true malevolence. For years, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect has been unjustly accused of annihilating other sects, often facing contempt behind their backs. In truth, these sects were not destroyed by them. Rather, after being vanquished, the blame was unfairly cast upon the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Such occurrences have transpired repeatedly, leading the Sun and Moon Divine Sect to endure in silence. On 1 or 2 occasions, they could overlook it, as the Sun and Moon Divine Sect has indeed engaged in such acts, making explanations futile. However, the incessant defamation has become intolerable. Do they not regard us as human? Ultimately, upon thorough investigation, they discovered that nearly every significant sect's downfall bore the shadow of the Yaoguang sacred land. On the surface, the Yaoguang sacred land appears resplendent, performing benevolent deeds for the masses, yet behind the scenes, they have engaged in dark and bloody undertakings. In fact, in certain instances of calamity, the true culprits were the Yaoguang sacred land. They personally intervened to rectify the disasters they had caused, only to receive accolades from the world. Once, an elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect confronted them, but the Yaoguang sacred land adamantly denied any wrongdoing, feigning ignorance. The elder was so incensed that he nearly caused a scene at their sanctum. From that point on, an undercurrent of rivalry brewed between the Sun and Moon Divine Sect and the Yaoguang sacred land, the two leading powers of the Eastern Domain. However, following my ascension and the rise of the new Lord of Yaoguang, such confrontations have diminished. The two new leaders seem to have reached an unspoken understanding. Yet, it now appears that this understanding is mere farce. Their adversary is undoubtedly preparing a significant strike. Recent events have inflicted tremendous losses upon the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. They have lost a sage-level member, a half-sage, and even a venerable elder at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven. Is it truly you, Lord of Yaoguang? The leader of the sun and moon has felt increasingly constrained, his eyes filled with resentment, wishing he could tear apart the garments of the Yaoguang sacred land to discern their involvement. At that moment, an urgent voice broke through. Leader. Envoys from Wanku Mountain, Kunlun Divine Palace, Yaoqi Sacred Land, Tianshu Sacred Land, Jinluan Clan, and the Eastern Ancient Clan have come to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, the leader of the sun and moon felt overwhelmed. Before one issue could be resolved, another arose. Even as a half-sage, he found himself wearied of spirit. He commanded, quickly summoned the elder from Luoyang. Atop the mountain, the figure of Dao Su Wu emerged from the void, clad in azure garments, exuding a tranquil and unrestrained demeanor. With the countenance of youth, a smile graced his lips, radiating a unique confidence. Upon seeing Dao Su Wu, Xian He's face lit up with joy as he inquired, Master Uncle, what news do you bring? Dao Shuhua's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, the treasures of Kunlun Divine Palace have not yet been fully plundered. With the strength of that young lad, Luo Ning, he is still insufficient to seize treasures from the Kunlun Divine Palace, which has already employed imperial weapons. After I stealthily acquired 2 treasures and left them feeling quite vexed, I managed to escape heavily injured. Upon hearing this, Xuanhe and the real man of Yuntian exchanged amused glances, their faces lighting up with delight. Truly, the ancestor's cunning tactics and superb acting left no room for flaws. You must have also garnered some rewards? Dao Shuhua inquired. Indeed. The duo of the real man of Yuntian and his disciple Xuanhe shared a knowing look, their expressions brimming with pride. Everything is well within our grasp. Is this the current head of Daoyuan Peak? Dao Shuhua turned his gaze towards Hua Yunfei, standing behind the two, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of brilliance flashing within their depths. Hua Yunfei bowed respectfully, stating, Greetings, ancestor. I am Hua Yunfei, the 100th head of Daoyuan Peak. Ah, your grandfather has spoken of you. Dao Shuhua replied with a warm smile, circling Hua Yunfei 3 times before nodding. Indeed, you hail from Daoyuan Peak. Though your hands appear delicate and tender, I imagine they pack quite a punch. Dao Shuhua grasped Hua Yunfei's palm, feeling and squeezing it, reminiscing about the earlier incident when he had been kicked. He felt an urge to return the favor. Am I unable to best your elder, yet I cannot best you, a mere junior? Clearing his throat, Dao Shuhua suppressed his thoughts, mindful of his elder's status and the decorum it necessitated. Noticing Dao Shuhua retract his hand, Hua Yunfei let out a sigh of relief, having sensed a fleeting intention from the ancestor to strike him. Could it be because of my grandfather? Hua Yunfei pondered, recalling that he had only met his grandfather once at birth, who had come forth from the ancestral tomb to greet his eldest grandson. His name, bestowed by his grandfather, signified the ascent of a dragon soaring through the heavens. As Hua Yunfei gazed into the distance, he keenly sensed a thread of heavenly secrets approaching them. With a flick of his finger, Dao Shuhua severed the thread, causing it to vanish. He smiled faintly. Indeed, it is he. The real man of Yuntian and Daoist Xuanhe had not perceived the heavenly thread, indicating that the one who intervened was of a realm far superior to theirs. Master Uncle, whom do you refer to? Xuanhe inquired. Dao Shuhua elucidated. On my return journey, I encountered an individual akin to us. The gazes of Hua Yunfei and the others sharpened. Someone like them? Are you referring to the path of survival? Hua Yunfei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon hearing this, the real man of Yuntian and the others displayed keen interest. Although there were many practitioners of the path of survival in this world, few congregated together. The fact that this individual had caught Dao Shuhua's attention suggested they were indeed remarkable. Without further ado, Dao Shuhua continued, during my return, I sensed the aura of treasures emanating from a semi-saint. I intended to seize them effortlessly, but to my surprise, the individual turned out to be a sage, concealing several realms of power. Moreover, this person possessed numerous cunning techniques and practiced the path of heavenly secrets and causality, with escaping treasures appearing in abundance. Even I expended considerable effort to capture him. Had I not possessed a deeper understanding of the path of heavenly secrets and causality, I might have inadvertently allowed him to escape. Hearing the description of Dao Shuhua, Hua Yunfei and the others could only fathom the extent of his capabilities. Not only did he conceal numerous realms, but he also possessed an array of skills for evasion and survival. Aren't these the fundamental tenets of the path of preservation? The corners of Hua Yunfei's mouth curled into a smile as he exchanged a knowing glance with the real person Yuntian, exclaiming, fellow practitioners. Xuanhe added, if given the chance, I would indeed like to make his acquaintance. Chapter 77. A dog-eat-dog world. Upon hearing Xuanhe's words, Dao Shuhua gazed toward the direction of Huangzhou and remarked, The last known trajectory of this individual's heavenly threads leads to Huangzhou. Perhaps he hails from there. I have just established a causal connection with him. And since the fruit has yet to ripen, it signifies that our fates are not yet intertwined. We shall meet again. With that, Dao Xihua regained his focus and addressed Xuanhe and Yuntian, saying, inform the others to return. I shall handle the remaining matters. Disperse these talismans, attach them to yourselves. Sever the heavenly threads of causality, and then proceed back to the sect. As he spoke, Dao Xihua produced a thick stack of talismans, hundreds in total. These talismans were crafted by intertwining heavenly threads with causal lines, resulting in unique symbols. Once affixed to the body, the nearest heavenly threads would obscure themselves, and the causal ties would dissolve. Unless confronted with exceptionally potent causality, they could be made to vanish entirely. Xuanhe accepted the talismans, affixing several onto himself. Dao Xihua cautioned. Each individual should apply a few more. Bringing these heavenly threads and causal ties back to the sect would be detrimental. He then instructed, follow the route I have outlined to return to the sect. I will follow behind. Responsible for secondary eradication to prevent the Sun and Moon sect from recklessly utilizing imperial weapons for divination. Despite Dao Xihua's exceptional talents in the arts of heavenly threads and causality, he remained exceedingly cautious when facing the might of supreme imperial weapons. A prudent approach ensures longevity, while carelessness begets unnecessary complications. Having already shifted the burden onto the Sun and Moon sect, it was imperative to ensure they bore it fully. Relay the trajectories of the others to me through your spiritual senses. I shall obliterate the evidence, for with your capabilities, it would be difficult to conceal the truth. Following Dao Xihua's instructions, Xuanhe and Yuntian departed, accompanied by the hidden ancestors of the sect. Noticing Hua Yunfei still lingering, Dao Xihua inquired, is there something you have yet to attend to? Hua Yunfei nodded, replying, Elder, you may proceed. I shall return to the sect shortly. Dao Xihua affixed 3 talismans on a Hua Yunfei, advising, exercise caution while outside. These 3 talismans contain a trace of my consciousness. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to notify me. With that, Dao Xihua's figure faded, leaving him at a considerable distance. Gazing at the 3 talismans adorning him, a warm current flowed through Hua Yunfei's heart. His fondness for the Reliant sect was not without reason. This was one of the underlying causes. Although he did not require the power of the talismans, he chose not to remove them, allowing them to remain. Turning his attention to Yi Bufan and the others, he finally looked at Jiadobo, saying, have you not forgotten the matter I previously entrusted to you? Jiadobo nodded, responding, I have suppressed my realm to the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion stage. Hua Yunfei had previously informed him that outwardly he was at the initial stage of the celestial realm, making it implausible for him to openly accept a disciple of the same realm. While Yuntian and the others would not raise suspicions, he himself felt a certain oddity. Let him compress his realm to the Purple Mansion stage, concealing a slight bit beyond the original foundation. Hua Yunfei initially intended to suggest a lesser suppression, but, upon considering Jiaduobo's age, he refrained. His reason for remaining was, like Dao Xihua, a deep-seated concern for the senior members of the sect, fearing the potential evidence left behind. Although Dao Xihua was already engaged in a secondary destruction, Hua Yunfei still felt uneasy. Such matters could only be entrusted to his own hands for peace of mind. Caution was paramount. Safety was essential. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei employed the sleeve of the universe to gather Yi Bufan and the others into his sleeve, then followed closely behind Dao Xihua, observing him tirelessly traversing the grounds, diligently erasing the loopholes left by the younger generation. Hua Yunfei found himself increasingly admiring this venerable ancestor of their sect. He must have been quite beloved in the ancestral tomb, earning the respect of many. After each of Dao Xihua's rectifications, Hua Yunfei would promptly follow suit, particularly in the battlefield associated with the Kunlun Divine Palace, where the might of imperial weapons once reigned supreme. Dao Xihua made a second return, meticulously mending the celestial mechanisms and causalities of this place. It must be said that his aptitude was indeed remarkable. In the realms of celestial mechanisms and causality, he had already transcended his own level. Moreover, he displayed exceptional meticulousness, only departing after thorough inspections. Eventually, Dao Xihua returned, following the route taken by the real person Yuntian and the others, simultaneously dismantling celestial mechanisms as he walked. Hua Yunfei progressed along his path, ultimately stepping into the teleportation domain that ostensibly did not belong to the Kaoshan sect's territory. Upon their encounter, the two exchanged a knowing smile, saying nothing. However, shortly after their departure, the ancestor of Luoyang, in a fit of rage, stormed in wielding an imperial weapon. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to such means for a trivial matter, as it would render the Sun and Moon Divine Sect a laughingstock. relying solely on imperial weapons at the slightest provocation, a prestigious holy land reduced to such a state. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. The discord among the holy lands concerning the Sun and Moon Divine Sect had reached a fever pitch, causing him immense frustration. The prospect of his already limited lifespan being cut short by anger was unbearable. Simultaneously, the astronomical sum demanded as compensation by those individuals left the Sun and Moon Divine Sect in anguish. The combined resources of several sects were not merely vast, but beyond measure. Reluctantly, under the suggestion of the sect leader of the Sun and Moon, he took the imperial weapon to the scene of the incident to deduce and reconstruct the events, aiming to restore the sect's honor. However, despite traveling extensively with the imperial weapon, the ancestor of Luoyang could not glean any substantial insights. His attempts to reconstruct the past yielded exceedingly vague results, leaving him with nothing concrete. Eventually, he arrived at the battlefield of Kunlun Divine Palace and Ancestor Luoning. There, he finally discerned a glimmer of evidence. He glimpsed the past and the figure of Ancestor Luoning. Yet, as he continued to channel the astrological seal, the visage of Ancestor Luoning underwent a transformation, and the face that emerged caused Ancestor Luoyang's expression to shift dramatically. Curse that shaking light holy land. It truly is you lot. Ancestor Luoyang erupted in a tirade, casting aside any semblance of a sage's demeanor. I initially doubted Dongfang's words, yet here we are. Well done, you lot. This time, whether you admit it or not, this burden is firmly placed upon the shaking light holy land. After the continuous deductions by the venerable ancestor of Luoyang, who, exhausted in his efforts, finally concluded that this individual was indeed an ancient figure from the sacred land of Yaoguang, he departed. Upon his departure, a figure clad in white emerged subtly from the shadows, offering a slight smile before dissipating into the vastness of heaven and earth. Let the dogs bite each other, came a faint utterance, the speaker remaining unknown. Before the Sun and Moon Divine Sect could address the tumult, various factions were still in chaos. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the imperial tomb. The entire tomb illuminated, and above the celestial dome, the 33 layers of the heavenly realm reappeared, exuding imperial might. As the laws of the emperor danced majestically, a figure, towering as high as the heavens, manifested, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distant land. Surrounded by the Milky Way, with the 33 layers of the celestial realm above his head. The myriad pathways resonated with the sound of the great Tao due to his presence. Time passed unmeasured until the figure stirred, golden pathways materializing beneath his feet. It appeared as though he strolled leisurely, traversing through Cangzhou, then across Huangzhou, entering Qingzhou and the southern region. In this boundless expanse of millions of miles, the vast southern region seemed to shrink to mere steps under his tread. He ventured into the middle continent, the heart of the sacred land. A voice, trembling with awe, called out, Emperor Xianhuang. Chapter 78. Farewell, Master Uncle. With the Emperor's journey, myriad paths unfolded. Many gazed upward at the majestic, ethereal figure and, recognizing his identity, knelt instinctively in reverence. The Xianhuang figure strolled through the southern region, entered the middle continent, and then stepped into the northern region, pausing momentarily upon reaching the sacred mountain of the western region. The western region, thriving in spiritual fervor, housed but one supreme holy land, Lean Mountain. In every heart, there existed a singular faith, the Buddha. As the Xianhuang figure lingered, the incense in all temples across the western region surged fiercely, gathering the power of belief. Ultimately, a counterpart figure formed opposite the Xianhuang, exuding an aura of solemnity, seated in the air, radiating Buddha light, surrounded by myriad deities chanting the sounds of the great Tao. We have both been defeated. The apparitional figure gazed toward a certain direction and continued, But why have you come to this? The Xianhuang figure replied, as the emperor. I fear no enemies in this world. The Buddha-lighted figure shook his head with a sigh, transforming into a radiant glow that dispersed throughout heaven and earth. Ascending into the cosmos, Xianhuang traversed through countless star domains, seen by many yet forgotten by even more. In this world, no one could remember him. Finally, Xianhuang reached a point of stasis. The surrounding Milky Way began to collapse. The 33 layers of the celestial realm above him cracked, and the rich essence of Xianhuang began to fade. I once safeguarded all beings, yet my strength fell short, leaving me ashamed before the masses. As Xianhuang's figure grew ever more translucent, he fixed his gaze upon a certain point within the North Dipper, locking eyes with a young man. You are merely you. Pursue what you desire. The future is daunting, and you need not confront it. With those words, the Xianhuang figure completely dissipated into countless starlit specks, drifting toward the pinnacle of the universe. In the faint echoes, a final phrase lingered. In the corners of the future, who might that figure be? In a distant corner, Obscured from view, two individuals appeared as one yet were distinctly separate. Following the disappearance of the Supreme Emperor Xianhuang, the imperial tomb erupted in a blinding explosion of light, the shockwave annihilating a vast expanse of land, reducing it to charred remnants. Hua Yunfei, accompanied by Yi Bufan and Dao Xuhua, returned to the Kaoshan sect. As they approached, a sorrowful wail echoed through the air. "Junior brother, your demise is truly tragic." The voice, filled with genuine emotion, conveyed an overwhelming pain, unleashed solely through sound. Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow. It was the voice of the true master of heavenly secrets, who has perished. Arriving at the gates of the Kaoshan sect, they beheld white silk hanging from the entrance, paper money scattered about, and every disciple, including the elders, donned mourning attire. Dao Xuhua, hands clasped behind his back, maintained a stoic demeanor and murmured, "Who has departed?" As they reached the main entrance, Elder Shi hastened to greet them, similarly clad in mourning garments. His eyes slightly reddened. Hua Yunfei inquired, "What has transpired?" Elder Shi shook his head in anguish, saying, "Yesterday, the true master of enemy divine was practicing, but fell into a state of demonic possession. His inner demons invaded his celestial soul, leading to his untimely demise." "What?" Hua Yunfei exclaimed. "Did we not summon Ancestor Xuanqing? Could he not resolve this?" Elder Shi shook his head, stating, "For reasons unknown, the true master's condition deteriorated rapidly, and before Ancestor Xuanqing could arrive, he had already." Dao Xuhua understood the gravity of the situation. This was a matter concerning the younger generation, and he refrained from further inquiry. Dispersing to the periphery of the Kaoshan sect to assess any threats to the outside world related to the heavenly secrets and causality. Should there be none, he could temporarily return to the ancestral tomb for rest. His time away had been filled with merriment, and he had relished the use of his martial skills, seemingly grasping some profound insights that had significantly enhanced his strength. Perhaps he might find that individual to practice with, although it was imperative to establish beforehand that they would not employ their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei's expression turned perplexed, uncertain whether the death was genuine or feigned. Observing the exaggerated arrangements and the unceasing wails surrounding him, it seemed all too real. As this thought weighed heavily on his heart, he realized that if true, the impact on the sect, particularly on the peak of enemy divine, would be profound. Without further ado, Hua Yunfei led Yi Bufan and the others toward the peak of enemy divine. Strangely, after their departure, Elder Shi, who had been weeping, wiped away his tears and took out a small notebook, engrossed in its contents, seated in a rocking chair and occasionally chuckling to himself. Entirely devoid of the earlier semblance of sorrow. Entering the Kaoshan sect, every disciple wore a mournful expression, donned in mourning attire, holding incense as they queued beneath the peak of enemy divine, preparing to pay their final respects to the master of their peak. Ascending the peak of enemy divine, those present were the upper echelons of the sect. At the forefront of the crowd hung a black and white portrait of the true master of enemy divine, before which the recently returned true master Yuntian and Daoist Xuanhe were offering incense, their serious expressions tinged with a hint of pain and indignation. The esteemed Yuntian spoke solemnly, expressing his surprise that the disciple of the enemy god, so young, had encountered such a grave calamity. Sighing at the thought that he would no longer see the taciturn enemy god, Yuntian felt a pang of melancholy within. The familiar faces were dwindling. Xianhe Daoren offered words of consolation, remarking that the enemy god had performed admirably, truly deserving of his position as the master of the peak, and urged not to be too sorrowful, for all things are governed by fate. Destiny has its own arrangements. Nearby, the three, Go Yuan Jinren, Tianji Zhenren, and Xia Xian Zhenren, listened, their expressions growing more solemn. Indeed, these were matters orchestrated by the heavens. When one's time comes, it is simply their time. Tianji wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his voice choked with emotion as he lamented. "I never imagined that our last meeting would be just days ago. Alas, my junior brother, your demise was truly tragic. The day before the enemy god succumbed to madness, Tianji had visited him, and they had shared some hushed conversations. Shortly after Tianji departed, the enemy god unexpectedly fell into madness and met a horrific end within his cave dwelling." Go Yuan placed a comforting hand on Tianji's shoulder and leaned in to whisper, "What exactly did you discuss with our junior brother? His swift demise, could it be your doing?" Tianji raised his head defiantly, retorting, "Do not entertain such conspiracy theories. Am I that kind of person? Would I harm my own junior brother?" Xia Xian cast a sidelong glance at the two, a low huff escaping his lips, but he remained silent. "What did you say to him?" Go Yuan inquired with curiosity, placing the incense he held into the burner. "We merely discussed some matters of cultivation." "Wasn't he already at the threshold of the Tao? I sought his wisdom. What is wrong with that? While you all are engrossed in your pursuits, I remain merely at the 8th level of the celestial realm. Oh, and there's my junior sister, but she is too young to count. Tianji replied. Xia Xian eyed Tianji with a sidelong glance, remaining silent, though a faint smile betrayed his amusement. At that moment, Go Yuan noticed Hua Yunfei returning and glanced at the trio behind him, particularly scrutinizing the rotund newcomer. A newly accepted disciple? Without further thought, he called out, Yunfei, come quickly, accompany your uncle for his final journey. It may be a long time before we see this taciturn figure again. Hua Yunfei nodded, accepting the incense from the elder beside him. After lighting it, he approached the portrait of the enemy god, bowing solemnly. Uncle, may you rest in peace. Chapter 79. Forcing the strong in the ancestral grounds of the sect, within a newly excavated cultivation cave, a figure sat cross-legged upon a mat. Fingers forming seals as he closed his eyes in meditation, the aura of the Tao of the celestial realm filling the cave. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted around him as he broke through another realm. Opening his eyes, a smile spread across the man's face as he murmured, It has been 10 years. I have finally broken through another layer. Perhaps it is a bit slow, though? I wonder if what Tianji spoke of regarding the ancestral tomb is indeed true. His words about the sudden demise were indeed hasty. But if the ancestral tomb is as he described, this endeavor should bear fruit. Upon contemplating this, the man's smile deepened, filled with anticipation. Yearning for the opportunity to gaze upon the ancestral tomb, those ancestors resting within must surely be at ease, he mused. At that moment, a surge of causal power flowed into the cave from outside, formidable and omnipresent, though invisible, yet the man felt its terrifying presence in every corner of his being. Who dares to threaten me? He wondered. As he released his Taoist cultivation, he formed a seal and attempted to unravel this force of causation. Determined to trace it back to its origin, he was curious to see who would dare to act so audaciously against him, a newly elevated ancestor of the sect, using causal power to suppress him. Suddenly, with a crack, his body inexplicably split open. The very causal force he sought to manipulate had ensnared him, leaving him with no escape. He gazed down at his fractured form, momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. I have been split apart? Who is this wretched being that has ensnared me so? This causation exceeds my capacity to endure. After bowing 3 times, Hua Yunfei placed the incense in the burner and spoke with a tone of sorrow. Master uncle, though we have conversed the least, I know you to be a sincere man, not given to words. Your disciple will miss you. May you journey well. With that, he extended his fingers from within his sleeve, dissipating all causation. He allowed the entirety of the causal weight to rest upon the body of the enemy god. Perhaps it was time for them to face their reckoning. After all, with his cultivation, no one in the surrounding sects could withstand a single bow from him. At most, they would perform a gesture of respect as juniors, which posed no issue. Beyond that, to endure his bow would lead one to contemplate their own sanity. Come here, the 3 of you, and offer incense for Master Uncle, to mourn him and accompany him on his final journey. Hua Yunfei called to Yi Bufan and the other 2. They stood in a line, incense in hand, bowing solemnly 3 times, their expressions grave. The heavenly mechanism, true man, observed the figure of Jiadobo, inwardly remarking how round he appeared, quite plump indeed. He turned to Hua Yunfei and inquired, Have you recently taken on new disciples? Such swift actions of late. Accepting 3 at once. Are you contemplating retirement? You are but 100 years old. If you retire, what shall become of us, your fellow masters? Upon hearing this, the true men Gui Yuan and Xia Xian turned their attention towards him. Indeed, if Hua Yunfei chose to retire, they would feel rather awkward continuing as the foremost. Just as Hua Yunfei was about to respond, a tardy Wu Ji true man rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, genuinely expressing his sorrow as he embraced the portrait of the enemy god, weeping for a considerable time. Among the 6 masters, the enemy god was the most taciturn, while Wu Ji possessed the greatest temperament, embodying 2 extremes, yet their bond was the strongest. When they were both still true disciples, they had ventured out together on numerous expeditions, with Wu Ji often placing himself in peril to protect his earnest and straightforward junior. Now that the enemy god was no longer present, Wu Ji was genuinely heartbroken. It would be a challenge to find another who could soothe his fury as this quiet soul had done during his most tumultuous moments. All right. The enigmatic master of heaven said, his eyes slightly reddened as he symbolically wiped away a tear. He stepped forward to assist the master of infinity, whispering, If the performance is overly exaggerated, it becomes implausible. Others will not believe it if it spreads. To meet, one must go to the ancestral ground. Although it cannot be frequented, occasional visits are permissible. However, during those times, you must address him as ancestor before others. It is the custom. Upon hearing this, the master of infinity let out a hum, suddenly fixating on the master of heaven. What are you doing? The master of heaven instinctively took a step back, feeling as though many were targeting him today. Had he done anything wrong? I will strangle you. I just heard that it was you who spoke to my disciple, leading him to fall into madness. The two masters engaged in a scuffle, with the Master of Infinity holding a slight advantage, straddling the Master of Heaven and relentlessly striking his rear. Enough. What is this? This is the funeral of the enemy god. Such behavior is unbecoming, Xuanhe admonished, then turned his gaze toward the Master of Heaven, likely having surmised what he had said to the enemy god. This old fool, nearing 500, still cannot keep a secret. The two masters quickly separated. Xuanhe continued, if there is something to discuss, do so privately. This place is not for your brawling. Master Tianji, regarding certain matters, it would be prudent for you to keep your lips sealed. Otherwise, I do not hesitate to personally teach you the ways of propriety. A chill ran through the Master of Heaven's rear, and he quickly nodded in agreement, aware that Xuanhe had deduced what he had conveyed to the enemy god. Yet, this was not a loss. With the enemy god out of the picture, behind the scenes, I must be the strongest among the 6 peaks leaders, right? The likes of Go Yuan and those few at the 9th heaven of the celestial realm cannot possibly rival me. My junior sister, being younger than us, is even less of a concern. Noticing the Master of Heaven's restraint, Xuanhe ceased his admonishment. After exchanging a glance with the Master of Yuntian, he vanished from sight. The Master of Yuntian surveyed the numerous senior elders present, including the leaders of the various peaks, and spoke meaningfully, you all must strive harder. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed peculiar expressions, exchanging glances filled with a sense of helplessness and faint smiles. The implication was quite apparent. A new generation replaces the old. This is an immutable truth. Clinging to worldly desires is unwise. Very well, the Master of Yuntian addressed the elders of the enemy god peak. Who among you wishes to take the position of leader? At this, the elders responded with awkward smiles. An elder with a long beard adjusted it, and said, Master, look at us old fellows. We are already halfway in the grave and are ill-suited to be leaders. The Master of Yuntian chuckled. So you are aware that you are halfway in the grave? Each of you has been stagnating at your realms for centuries, without breaking through. Do you not find that strange? This last remark was directed to all the elderly present. However, these elders, having lived long lives, had seen countless scenes and were not easily intimidated. They exchanged polite yet awkward smiles, and an esteemed elder spoke up. Master, we old men possess inferior talents. Reaching the celestial realm is but a distant dream for us. It is not that we do not wish to break through. This is not the case. Are the conditions not sufficient? Not everyone is as talented as the ancestors of the Daoyuan Peak family. Casting a glance at the gazes gathered around him, Hua Yunfei blinked in disbelief. How could this possibly involve him? The true man of Yuntian surveyed Hua Yunfei, uttering no further words, and casually pointed to a relatively young elder, stating, You shall assume the position of the chief of the enemy god for the time being. Once the foremost disciple of the enemy god breaks through to the heaven-human realm, if you wish to relinquish the role, you may pass it on to him. The young elder let out a wry smile. Why did this responsibility fall upon him? The true man of Yuntian remarked, To be the chief, one must possess a certain level of cultivation. Tomorrow, I expect you to break through to the heaven-human realm. Is that too much to ask? The young elder chuckled ruefully, but I am merely in the early stage of the divine infant realm. He found himself at a loss for words. Was this not an unreasonable imposition? Chapter 80. The existence beyond words in a desolate region of the ancient land. There lies an ancient family with a lineage exceeding 1,000,000 years, the Nangong ancient clan. It is said that 1,000,000 years ago, the Nangong ancient clan dominated the eastern domain, wielding considerable influence across the entire Big Dipper star, their heritage formidable. Even the supreme sacred grounds did not dare to underestimate them. Although they did not possess extreme imperial weapons, the ancestors of the Nangong clan had produced more than one supreme being, whose supreme weapons, when combined, rivaled even the extreme imperial weapons. Thus, in that bygone era, the Nangong ancient clan rose to prominence, making a resounding impact. When family disciples traveled, they were accompanied by flying boats and protected by spiritual beasts, exuding an air of grandeur. Their presence was never without ostentation. However, everything changed upon encountering an enigmatic figure. From that moment on, the Nangong ancient clan gradually subdued their presence, slowly fading from the public eye. Until one fateful day, a horrifying news arrived. The Nangong ancient clan had been purged by a mysterious entity, their ancestral grounds destroyed, their entire clan perishing in flames. While their ancestral patriarch met his end in the cosmos, the clan was annihilated. This news caused a stir for a time, but soon became merely a topic of casual conversation, until it was forgotten altogether. The name of the Nangong ancient clan vanished into obscurity. Unbeknownst to all, the Nangong ancient clan had not been extinguished. Rather, they had chosen to live in seclusion. Indeed, They had once been targeted by a great terror, intent on seizing their clan's supreme weapon. It was later that they encountered an elderly man, who appeared unremarkable, yet possessed extraordinary strength. This elder devised plans for them, guiding the Nangong ancient clan into seclusion, allowing them to exist in the shadows. As for the Great Terror, he would handle it. The patriarch of the Nangong clan at that time agreed with the elder's perspective and meticulously orchestrated the massacre of the clan, retreating to the shadows for survival. The Great Terror never pursued them. In the end, the patriarch of the Nangong clan had one last encounter with the elder, who uttered a single phrase, leaving behind a tome before departing. Even the patriarch, at the pinnacle of the quasi-imperial realm, could not discern how the elder vanished. It was as if he had never existed, or perhaps he was not of this time and space. In the myriad paths of heaven and earth, only the path of survival endures. Book title: The Path to Sanctity. The patriarch of the Nangong clan yearned to know the elder's name, or perhaps his title. In a hazy reverie, the cosmos resonated with myriad paths, tracing the past and the future. He beheld the silhouettes of countless elders, witnessing himself traverse through various tributaries of time and space, either flowing downstream or striving against the current towards bygone eras and forthcoming destinies. A name echoed within the mind of the venerable ancestor of the Nangong clan, a name so elusive that even with his quasi-emperor cultivation, the vastness of heaven and earth forbade him from retaining it, as if a divine guillotine descended to sever that memory. In the end, the only remnants left in the mind of the ancestor were two uncertain characters, situated at the heart of the ancient purple-golden temple of the Nangong ancestral grounds. A young man clad in blue robes entered the temple, exuding a waning aura of semi-saintliness, his visage marred with bruises and an expression of profound grievance. He had entered while nursing his rear. At the forefront of the purple-golden temple lay 99 jade steps, ascending to a resplendent golden dais, upon which an ancient figure sat in solemnity. Upon observing the youth's disheveled appearance, the figure's eyes flickered with divine light, and he spoke in a voice akin to celestial resonance, penetrating the young man's consciousness, unheard by others. "Did you venture out only to be assaulted?" The blue-robed youth, teary-eyed and distressed, replied, "Please, clan leader, grant me justice. Someone has used their might to oppress me. The opponent is likely at the pinnacle of the sage realm, exceedingly formidable." The figure upon the golden dais, his eyes radiating divine brilliance, revealed a look of perplexity. He then gestured with his fingers, unleashing a method that struck the blue-robed youth, extracting a thread of heavenly mystery and an inescapable causality from him. The figure continued to weave intricate gestures, seeking to decipher the events that had transpired around the youth. As he employed his formidable powers, he faintly glimpsed a hazy figure clad in green, its features indistinct. This entity, too, was remarkably potent in the realms of heavenly mystery and causality. In this era of waning magic, it was astonishing to encounter such a prodigy. Truly an eye-opener for me. With your concealed sage-level prowess, you ought to roam freely in the external world, if not invincible, at least without restraint. Undeterred, the figure retrieved an ancient compass, channeling his energies to activate its mysterious powers, gradually clarifying the obscured visage before him. Yet, just as the figure was on the verge of discerning the appearance of the green-clad entity, the scene suddenly trembled, and a figure in white emerged within the vision. Without any forewarning, the white-clad figure raised a hand to grasp, and in an instant, the image shattered, along with the ancient compass in the figure's grasp, reducing it to mere fragments. "What is this?" The figure gazed at the shards in his hand, rendered speechless. The green-clad figure was already formidable, but he could manage. However, the subsequent appearance of the white-clad figure was a dimensional onslaught. The two individuals operated on entirely different planes of power. The opponent could discern his deductions across the void, and had left behind a method that, while not causing him harm, obliterated his precious artifact. A great sage? Or perhaps a quasi-emperor? The figure's eyes opened wide, radiating divine light, as his emotions oscillated, manifesting a holy aura, with divine beasts galloping and all gods venerating. He had not anticipated that a clan member's outing would lead to encounters with two such formidable beings. The clan leader? The blue-robed youth sensed the unusual atmosphere and the clan leader's discomposure. The patriarch of the Nangong clan, seated upon the golden dais, shook his head, revealing a trace of a smile, and remarked, "When you encountered that individual, did you not find that the more you battled, the higher their cultivation became? And you were utterly unable to grasp their heavenly secrets and causal connections?" The young man in the blue robe nodded, initially believing that his concealed saint-level cultivation would render him unfazed by the figure in the green robe. However, when the latter requested a loan of his belongings, he sensed something amiss. Although the individual was clearly speaking, he found himself unable to perceive them. By the time he regained his composure and attempted to unleash his powers, it was far too late. Despite employing every means to escape, he was ultimately captured and thoroughly searched. Afterward, he exerted all his strength to gather a thread of heavenly insight, intending to pursue the figure in green, but was soon discovered, and the thread of fate was severed. He lost his final opportunity and was compelled to return to the clan leader to lament his misfortune. Despite appearing as a semi-saint, he was, in truth, at the saint level, and yet, during a simple outing, he encountered such calamity. It was simply infuriating. Clan leader Nangong remarked, "You have encountered a kindred spirit, and it is only natural that you could not escape in the presence of such a senior." Upon hearing this, the prepared young man in blue gritted his teeth and retorted, "Is it possible that there are those in this world who surpass our clan in the path of survival? The teachings of our survival doctrine have been passed down from." At this point, clan leader Nangong interjected with a low rebuke, "Do not utter his name, nor should you mention that existence. It is a grave taboo." The young man in blue quickly bowed his head in shame. The clan leader continued, "If what was stated in the notes left by our former ancestor is true, that being is not to be summoned. Remember this well. An ant must not approach a dragon, lest the consequences lead to your demise 1,000-fold." However, as he spoke, the imposing figure of clan leader Nangong radiated a saintly majesty, and with an expression of anticipation, he stated, "I, too, am greatly intrigued by the individual you encountered, and by the one who stands behind them. Moreover, I perceive an unbroken thread of fate between you two, indicating that you shall meet again. This thread, if touched, will snap, and nothing else signifies destiny. When you cross paths again, you may seek their wisdom and inquire about the profound truths of the survival doctrine. Although our clan practices the survival path left by that being, we can still learn from others' experiences to enhance ourselves." Chapter 81. Call me elder brother. Upon hearing this, the young man in blue contemplatively pinched his chin and blinked, as if he had come to a realization. "Clan leader, I wish to request another opportunity to review the supreme survival doctrine. I aspire to ascend further along this path." On the golden platform, clan leader Nangong opened and closed his eyes, gazing at the young man in blue. After a moment of silence, he said, "This matter, I can facilitate. However, you should invite the ancestor to join you. Having lived for such an extensive period, he will undoubtedly impart more knowledge of the survival doctrine to you. Time is of the essence. The world is on the brink of monumental change. I can sense that the suppression of the heavens and earth is waning following the disappearance of the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. This heralds the arrival of a golden epoch. Perhaps it will not require 70,000 years, and our ancient Nangong clan may yet produce an emperor." As they departed from the enemy god peak, Hua Yunfei walked ahead, with Yi Bufan and the others trailing behind. The round, cherubic face of Jia Duobao was unable to conceal its astonishment. Throughout their journey, he gazed around in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the ordinary appearance of a sect seemingly only presided over by those at the transcendental realm. The mountainous terrain of the Kaoshan sect is adorned with countless peaks, among which the 7 towering summits reign supreme. The ethereal sea of clouds forms a breathtaking vista, as disciples occasionally soar through the skies on their swords, while female disciples gracefully ride cranes to various destinations, presenting a scene reminiscent of celestial realms. Most remarkably, since entering the jurisdiction of the Kaoshan sect, he has felt an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy here, far surpassing that of other locations. This energy is not only abundant, but also possesses a transcendent purity, devoid of any impurities. Hua Yunfei, without glancing back, smiled gently and said, "Duobao, although you have yet to formally become my disciple, you may consider yourself a semi-disciple of the Kaoshan sect. I impose no constraints on your former practices, but I must caution you beforehand. You are forbidden from bringing any malevolent energies into our sect. This is a sacred space for cultivation, and such energies may taint the profound laws of heaven and karma, potentially causing troubles for the Kaoshan sect in the future." Jia Duobao nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. Despite recently learning from the elders of the enemy god peak that this Tao source master was merely a century-old youth, he felt no shame upon being accepted as a disciple by Hua Yunfei. In fact, he was brimming with excitement. A century old, yet already at the great saint level. What an extraordinary concept. Historically, the most formidable beings have often been underestimated. Once, a terrifying prodigy of the ancient era, despite unleashing his potential, only reached the great saint level at the age of 300. In comparison, Hua Yunfei's achievements are profoundly unparalleled. Being taken under Hua Yunfei's wing filled Jia Duobao with immense pride. Above all, such exceptional talents often possess remarkable fortunes, and associating with him would undoubtedly enhance his own opportunities. This is the essence of a protagonist's fortune. Indeed, Upon realizing that Hua Yunfei had attained the great saint level at merely 100 years, Jia Duobao had already concluded in his heart that Hua Yunfei was the protagonist of this era. With the suppression of the imperial path dissipating in 70,000 years, it is conceivable that Hua Yunfei might once again grace the world, ascend to the heavens, claim the imperial throne, and wield the mark of the celestial heart, becoming a being of imperial stature. And at that time, he would also be a disciple of an emperor. What an extraordinary honor. Just pondering this fills him with delight. Truly, they have attracted quite a crowd. Upon reaching the Dao Source Peak, Hua Yunfei and his companions observed numerous shadowy figures stealthily traversing the celestial forest surrounding the peak. Some were stealthily making their way to the cultivation caverns, while others, newcomers, were scouting for suitable locations to establish their own abodes. He even caught sight of Li Duxiu, the eldest disciple of the true man of heavenly secrets. This fellow appeared to be under some kind of distress, wearing a gloomy expression as he pouted and diligently searched for an appropriate spot to construct his dwelling. Yi Bufan chuckled wryly, remarking, in this sect, if one does not strive, even those with far superior talents may find themselves overwhelmed in a confrontation. I concur, Huang Xin added, nodding in agreement. During my time at the Yaowang Holy Land, while the disciples there were diligent, they pale in comparison to the relentless drive of the Kaoshan sect's elite. Even I feel the invisible pressure mounting, fearing to fall behind. Upon returning to the Dao Source Peak, Hua Yunfei arranged accommodations for Jia Duobao, and then returned to his cavern, dispelling the barriers to enter the realm of time and space. Subsequently, with a mere thought, an ancient and grand cauldron materialized, featuring 3 legs and 2 ears, its body adorned with intricate images of ancient alchemical elixirs, alongside fearsome beasts that roared and tore at the heavens. The mere appearance of this vessel emanated imperial majesty, enveloping the surrounding realms of the temporal divine domain in a swirling dance of imperial laws. He floated there, as if he were the very epicenter of this temporal divine realm. The alchemy emperor was indeed a prodigy. Throughout history, how many strong figures had there been? Yet he alone had drawn upon the imperial tribulation twice. Though he perished, his life-bound artifact had ascended to the level of an imperial weapon. However, Hua Yunfei discerned a notable distinction, one that set it apart from the chaotic bell. With a shift in his thoughts, the chaotic bell floated forth from the purple mansion's celestial expanse. Yet, as it emerged, the chaotic energies swiftly suppressed the imperial might of the alchemy emperor's supreme cauldron. The 2 imperial weapons seemed to engage in a contest of power, imperial laws swirling and trembling, neither yielding to the other in the vast expanse. Hua Yunfei refrained from interference, observing quietly, eager to validate his suspicions. Indeed, the chaotic bell was provoked by the relentless onslaught of the alchemy emperor's supreme cauldron, its chaotic energies quaking fiercely, instantly overpowering the cauldron. The imperial might of the alchemy emperor's supreme cauldron was forced back within, all the imperial laws that belonged to it shattered into fragments. Before the chaotic bell, it appeared as nothing more than a common weapon. Was this due to the alchemy emperor not being a true sovereign? Hua Yunfei shook his head in denial. Both were imperial weapons of the utmost caliber, and the disparity should not be so vast. The chaotic bell, once a weapon of the chaotic emperor before being refined into a celestial artifact, contained within it the essence of chaotic celestial gold. Although both were imperial weapons, the chaotic bell occupied a pinnacle position within the realm of imperial artifacts. Within it lay the chaotic essence of the chaotic emperor, infused with a trace of the celestial energy that accompanied the chaotic emperor's entry into the celestial domain, rendering it incomparable to the alchemy emperor's supreme cauldron. The system provided an answer. Hua Yunfei nodded in understanding. No wonder he sensed something amiss upon seeing the alchemy emperor's supreme cauldron. The disparity compared to the chaotic bell was not merely slight. It was akin to the colossal divide between an emperor and a sovereign, existing on entirely different planes. Indeed, the chaotic bell was worthy of its name. At this juncture, Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the alchemy emperor's supreme cauldron and remarked, "The alchemy emperor's supreme cauldron is commendable as well." His words, though innocent, were immediately sensed by the sentient imperial weapon, which, in a fit of pique, surged into Hua Yunfei's purple mansion, vanishing from sight. Why the sulking? Like a child, Hua Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head. He then gazed at the chaotic bell, which quivered in the air, its chaotic energies dancing in a show of ostentation. In the distance, Hua Yunfei seemed to hear a voice, "Weakling, from now on, call me big brother whenever you see me. Otherwise, I shall strike you each time we meet." Hua Yunfei was rendered speechless. This chaotic bell, a legendary imperial weapon seemingly belonging to the chaotic emperor, bore a temperament akin to that of a child. A friendly reminder, The personalities of imperial weapons often reflect their masters, here, referring to the chaotic emperor. That one is quite the jester. It is uncertain whether you will have the chance to meet him. Hua Yunfei declared, if I seek eternal life, I must tread the celestial domain. Should the chaotic emperor still be alive, I am certain I shall encounter him. Seemingly responsive to his words, the chaotic bell suddenly became exuberantly animated. As if filled with anticipation, Hua Yunfei mused, this fellow, I hope it doesn't plan to rebel upon meeting the chaotic emperor. Surely that won't be the case? Perhaps? Hua Yunfei pondered. Chapter 82, Who Arrives First? Confronted with the ambiguous words of the system, Hua Yunfei chose to disregard them entirely. He believed that the Chaos Bell would not behave in such a manner. After all, the great Emperor of Chaos had once entered the immortal domain without mentioning his need to bring him along. The excitement of the Chaos Bell was merely a fleeting nostalgia, and reason should still prevail. He then withdrew the flaunting Chaos Bell and, with a flick of his fingers, summoned a radiant nine-tiered pagoda that soared forth from his brow. The pagoda irradiated a divine, glass-like brilliance, dazzling and resplendent. It was formless and yet formed, a manifestation of Hua Yunfei's innate magical artifact, which had yet to be fully refined. Hua Yunfei was not in want of magical artifacts, hence he had delayed the creation of his innate artifact, waiting instead for superior materials. If he were to create, it must be grand. A simplistic magical artifact would hardly suffice for his lofty standards. He possessed the existence of a system, after all. Ordinary magical artifacts were beneath him. Your awareness is commendable. I appreciate it. Hua Yunfei dismissed the system's remark, feeling that it was not a serious entity, as evidenced by the frequent tricks it played on him. He took out the essence of the immortal river, eternal immortal gold, and the myriad strands of primordial energy gathered from the Xian Huang Emperor's tomb, and infused them all into the glowing nine-tiered pagoda. In this realm of time and space, he felt no need to hold back. His aura expanded, radiating a majestic sanctity as he unleashed formidable methods to infuse the pagoda. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei ascended into the air, seated himself cross-legged beneath the pagoda, emanating a unique aura that guided the nine-tiered pagoda into transformation. The temporal laws of the surrounding space-time realm began to oscillate, and Hua Yunfei was drawing upon these laws, aiming to incorporate them into his innate magical artifact. Why not directly merge the entire realm of time and space into it? Perhaps that would induce some metamorphosis, and once your power is sufficient to traverse the river of time, it might elevate the temporal laws of the realm to new heights. Hua Yunfei replied, do not suggest such impractical ideas. I still require the space-time realm for my current endeavors. If I were to merge it, what would I have left? I do not intend to finalize my innate magical artifact just yet. It still falls short of my estimations. The materials you are using, even if they are imperial grade, are still lacking. Are you not satisfied? If I were to compare solely with imperial-grade artifacts, what purpose would there be in pursuing immortality? You have a point. I support you. Support me? Then provide something of substance. Do not merely speak empty words. In the future, when signing in, I would appreciate more valuable items. Not much. Just a small sum would suffice. What a beautiful thought. Do you think you can trick me? How do you know? Time flew swiftly, and within the realm of time and space, 300 days had passed. The nine-tiered pagoda above Hua Yunfei's head sparkled like crystal, its sanctity intermingled with a hint of imperial might. Not only that, but the body of the pagoda was entwined with 9 strands of celestial energy, ethereal in its formation, appearing simple yet concealing formidable laws within. Hua Yunfei had expended nearly 80% of his immortal river water to extract these 9 strands of celestial energy, which were exceedingly precious. Even he possessed only 3 strands of celestial energy. It could be said that when the 9-tiered pagoda truly took shape, it might surpass even his own strength. Hua Yunfei withdrew his hand and stood, gazing upward at the 9-tiered pagoda with great satisfaction, declaring, when you are fully formed, I shall bestow upon you a name. It seemed as though the words he uttered resonated, and the 9-tiered pagoda emanated a series of luminous halos that enveloped Hua Yunfei's form. In the midst of this ethereal glow, a child materialized beside him, responding to his words. Of course, if you wish to bestow upon yourself a name, I will permit you to choose a formidable one. However, do not forget the original intent of my teachings. One must never forget their roots. The child, conjured by the 9-tiered pagoda, spoke in indistinct tones. All right, let me ponder. Hua Yunfei nodded and subsequently retracted the 9-tiered pagoda, causing the extraordinary phenomenon of the temporal realm to vanish. Training is truly exhausting. It took me 300 days to forge a single magical artifact. Nonetheless, I have experienced a modest enhancement in my own strength over these days, which brings me a sense of reassurance. Exiting the temporal realm, Hua Yunfei stowed away his token and stretched languidly. Within the temporal realm, 300 days had elapsed, while merely 10 days had passed in the outside world. In the realm of cultivation, 10 days could easily slip by in the blink of an eye. Hey, be gentle. By the Spirit Lake, Huang Xian was engaged in a spar with Jia Duobao. Naturally, Jia Duobao was suppressing his cultivation level, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation. The outcome was predictable. Jia Duobao was unable to raise his head from the onslaught, as Huang Xian, with his formidable physique and an array of techniques, nearly felled him with a single punch. Who could have anticipated that a practitioner of lower-grade saint-level aptitude would become a mere punching bag in such a contest? Recognizing the futility, Jia Duobao promptly withdrew from the fray, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his expression one of deep frustration. Observing from the sidelines, Yi Bufan prepared 2 cups of tea and presented them to the combatants with a smile. Junior brother Jia, your strength is already commendable, with lower-grade saint-level aptitude. You are among the elite in this era. Although Jia Duobao had yet to be formally accepted as a disciple by Hua Yunfei, it was practically a foregone conclusion, and Yi Bufan had taken to addressing him as such. Jia Duobao accepted the tea cup with a wry smile, remarking, in comparison to mere mortals, I may be considered elite, but in comparison to you all, I am but an inconsequential figure. Huang Xian gently exhaled the steam from his cup, taking a sip before responding, Junior brother, the world is never short of prodigies. Do not succumb to unwarranted anxiety, and have faith in your own potential. Gazing at the steam rising from his cup, Jia Duobao suddenly turned to Huang Xian and asked, do you think you could defeat our master in a match of equal cultivation levels? Upon hearing this, Huang Xian paused mid-sip, exchanging a glance with Yi Bufan. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, I believe it would be a 50-50 chance, perhaps. Senior brother, what do you think? As Huang Xian directed the question towards him, Yi Bufan took a moment to ponder before answering. I believe that claiming a 50-50 chance might be somewhat presumptuous. The reason for their beliefs stemmed from their own exceptional talents, having already ascended to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. With top-tier saint-level aptitude, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were destined to become quasi-emperors, with the potential to reach the supreme level. Even in the face of emperor-level aptitude, they did not feel inferior. After a moment, Jia Duobao smiled and suggested, why don't you challenge our master to a duel at the same cultivation level? I bet you might end up being thoroughly trounced. Although Jia Duobao's words were rather blunt, Huang Xian and Yi Bufan did not dispute them. Instead, they began to contemplate. The thought of battling their master ignited a flame of ambition within them. One was an ancient holy body, a figure who had few rivals at the same cultivation level throughout history. One is the indestructible body of the Xianwang, and the other is the remnant soul of an imperial bloodline reincarnated, endowed with unparalleled talent and terrifying combat prowess. The two were stirred by a single remark from Jia Duobao, contemplating the possibility of proposing something to their master, as they were also curious about Hua Yunfei's capabilities. Among the trio, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian were aware that Hua Yunfei was formidable, with exceptional gifts and mysterious tactics, yet they remained oblivious to his precise realm of power. Jia Duobao, however, had witnessed Hua Yunfei's strength firsthand. At a century old, he had attained the level of a great sage, and in his estimation, even with both Yi Bufan and Huang Xian possessing 2 supreme physiques, the chances of victory in a battle at the same realm would be slim. Before the three could finish their discussion, Hua Yunfei had already taken a seat beside them. He brewed himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly while listening to their discourse with a smile. This harmonious scene was quite beautiful. Glancing at the trio, Hua Yunfei smiled and asked, who wishes to begin? Yi Bufan, Huang Xian, and Jia Duobao exchanged glances, unconsciously swallowing hard. Although Hua Yunfei merely sat there sipping tea without revealing any aura, his mere words exerted an immense pressure upon them, as if a divine mountain rested heavily upon their shoulders. Yi Bufan and Huang Xian exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously pointed at Jia Duobao, suggesting, since our junior brother has yet to enter, why not let master test him? Hua Yunfei looked at Jia Duobao and inquired, what do you think? I don't think that's a good idea, Jia Duobao replied, taken aback by the betrayal from his 2 senior brothers. I am no match for you two, let alone daring to challenge master in the same realm. Hua Yunfei replied, if you manage to land a hit on me, I shall reward you with a great sage technique. Jia Duobao's expression turned serious as he rose. Actually, I could give it a try. Coincidentally, I wish to validate the Tao I have just been researching. The techniques are of little importance. I primarily wish to spar with master. A moment later, witnessing Jia Duobao lying on the ground, Hua Yunfei took a sip of tea and sighed. You really need to practice more. Your physique is far too fragile. Yi Bufan and Huang Xian exchanged glances, their lips twitching. They had barely grasped the situation before Jia Duobao was already sprawled on the ground. This was a swift demise. Looking at Hua Yunfei, It was evident that the aura emanating from him was indeed at the 7th layer of the Purple Palace realm, matching Jiadobo's apparent strength. Huang Xian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Bufan, then stepped forward, his combat intent igniting. His eyes sparkled with a faint yellow electric glow as he activated his indestructible Xianhuang body, a small celestial dome forming above him, exuding a terrifying might. Unfazed, Hua Yunfei remarked, "Why not fuse with the imperial heart first? Then we, master and disciple, can engage in battle once more. At that time, your odds of victory may improve." Huang Xian shook his head, asserting, "Master, since you are aware of my identity, you should understand that the path of the invincible emperor does not permit retreat in the same realm." Yi Bufan dragged the unconscious Jiadobo aside, distancing him from the battlefield. Observing Huang Xian's fearless display of power ignited his own combat spirit, and golden spiritual energy surged around him, his blood vitality resembling a vast ocean. With Huang Xian so earnest, as his master, he could no longer hold back. "Master, if you truly regard me as your disciple, then do not hold back," Huang Xian declared. "I understand." As the words fell, Hua Yunfei's aura became restrained, and then a formidable presence from the 9th layer of the Yuan Dan realm radiated forth. Grand and weighty. Even within the same realm, the strength displayed by Hua Yunfei caused Huang Xian's heart to tremble. He had never experienced such a sensation among his peers. Not even during the night of his enlightenment in his previous life, when he summoned the powerful beings of the universe to battle, had anyone in the same realm exerted such immense pressure upon him. The Xian Huang Wuji Dao. Huang Xian unleashed his most profound techniques. Fully aware that ordinary moves would be ineffective against Hua Yunfei. The Solar Fist Scripture. Hua Yunfei activated the Imperial Fist technique, his fist emanating a blinding red light. Akin to a radiant sun, an immense sun-like phenomenon appeared behind him, exuding overwhelming pressure, as if a celestial king were striking forth. Bang! With a single punch. All of Huang Xian's gathered essence was shattered, the unformed Xian Huang Wu Ji Dao collapsing, and the celestial dome above him vanished in an instant. He was propelled away like a cannonball, flying a considerable distance before colliding with the ginseng fruit tree, finally coming to a halt. Cough! Huang Xian spat out blood. His expression blank, staring at his own hand, somewhat bewildered. Just one punch. He could not comprehend why the disparity was so vast. Moreover, he sensed that in the final moments, Hua Yunfei had already tempered his strength. Otherwise, a single blow might have obliterated him entirely. Gazing up at the lush ginseng fruit tree, Huang Xian found himself at a loss as to how to face Hua Yunfei. "Is your indomitable path merely this?" Hua Yunfei approached with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Huang Xian and calmly stating, "The indomitable path does not require invincibility. It demands a heart that is invincible. One can be defeated, yet that heart must always believe it can surpass and overcome its conqueror." Yi Bufan rushed forward to assist Huang Xian, sensing his profound sense of defeat. The reincarnation of a great emperor, endowed with supreme talent. Yet he had succumbed beneath his master's single punch. The blow to his psyche was unfathomable. If Huang Xian could not rise from this, he might forever be estranged from the throne of the great emperor. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's words, a flame ignited within Huang Xian's heart. He began to understand why Hua Yunfei had struck with such intensity. It was to impart this very lesson to him. In both his past life and the present, he had encountered no rivals in the same realm, overflowing with confidence, yet had become lost in the illusion of invincibility. Hua Yunfei was correcting him. With a heart of invincibility, the path will naturally unfold. In his previous life, he must have grasped this fundamental truth. Hua Yunfei added, "Bufan, you too. If you wish to become the first to break through to the great emperor realm as an ancient sacred body, your path will be far more arduous than Huang Xian's." Yi Bufan nodded, his body radiating golden blood energy, declaring, "Master, I request to battle. Let us engage." Beside the spirit lake, Jia Duobao awakened, rising to see a shooting star streaking through the distance, hurtling directly towards him. It was a person. Bang! "Who is that?" Jia Duobao shouted, his body sliding for 100 meters upon impact. The person who collided with him was as sturdy as divine iron. He pushed aside the weight on him, focused his gaze, and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Senior brother, how did you fly over here?" Yi Bufan had long since fainted, peacefully asleep, unable to answer his question. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Huang Xian's lips twitched. The combat prowess of his master within the same realm was simply extraordinary. Yi Bufan's strength was indeed surpassed by his opponent, yet he was still sent flying by a single punch. Yi Bufan had intended to withstand the blow using the sun fist technique, but he could not endure even a breath's worth of time before he was propelled away, crashing into the face of the recently awakened Jiadobo. "Master, I must ask, how much strength did you just exert?" Huang Xian inquired. Hua Yunfei pondered for a moment and replied, about 90%. You are all top-tier prodigies, as your master. I cannot afford to be careless in the face of your prowess." Upon hearing this, Huang Xian felt a twinge of disbelief, yet his heart was considerably reassured. If it were truly 90%, then the gap was not as vast as he had imagined, and he could strive to surpass it. Jiadobo, holding the unconscious Yi Bufan, stepped forward and inquired, "Have you already had your bout? Was I truly unconscious for so long?" Huang Xian cleared his throat awkwardly, saying, "Indeed. It has been quite some time, approximately 6 hours." Jiadobo was taken aback. Yi Bufan and Huang Xian had managed to engage Hua Yunfei for such an extended period before succumbing. They truly were exceptional talents. At that moment, Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, sensing a familiar aura entering the Kaoshan sect. Is father back? At the entrance of the Kaoshan sect, a figure clad in black robes descended, his body adorned with bright yellow talismans inscribed with intricate patterns. These were all meant to conceal celestial secrets. Having stirred up quite a bit of trouble recently, he felt compelled to apply more for peace of mind. Elder Shi, seated in a rocking chair, closed his notebook and frowned as he gazed at the black-robed figure. "Elder Shi, I hope you are well. You still enjoy reading such literature?" The black-robed man remarked, removing his hood and bronze mask to reveal a face that exuded resilience and warmth. Chapter 84. A true man can bend and stretch. The man possessed a resolute and handsome visage, his stature tall and imposing. Standing there, he radiated vitality and a formidable presence, exuding an air of unwavering confidence even in casual conversation. Upon seeing the man's face, Elder Shi was momentarily stunned before quickly approaching with delight, grasping the man's arms and exclaiming, "You have returned. How remarkable." The man smiled faintly and replied, "This is the place that nurtured me. No matter how wild the path, I must return to pay a visit." Elder Shi laughed heartily, saying, "I recall when you left the sect, the great master Wuji was furious, vowing that he would strike you each time he encountered you. Do you still remember?" He seemed to inadvertently remind the man of this incident, fearful that he might have forgotten. Hua Sanqiong smirked, "Of course I remember. I shall pay a visit to Wuji Peak shortly to engage him in a discussion about life and aspirations. 30 years have passed. His temperament must have intensified, though I wonder if his cultivation has improved." At that moment, the great master Wuji, who was meditating on Wuji Peak, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed a wave of icy energy. "Is someone plotting against me?" he calculated with a furrowed brow, exclaiming in astonishment. "Will I encounter bloodshed soon?" Elder Shi replied, "His cultivation has indeed increased. I heard that during the last expedition to cleanse the Blood Demon clan's secret realm, he displayed remarkable prowess, single-handedly pursuing and slaughtering over 20 celestial beings. Impressive, indeed. Yet, taking down over 20 celestial beings would require considerable effort. After all, even flies can be bothersome." Hua Sanqiong nodded. "However, Elder Shi, did our sect not recently hold a funeral? Who has passed away?" Hua Sanqiong observed scattered joss paper in the corners of the sect and the plaza at the main gate, a thing reserved for the deceased. Upon hearing this, Elder Shi's eyes instantly moistened, and with a heavy heart, he lamented, "It is the deity of enmity who has departed." Hua Sanqiong turned his gaze towards the direction of the deity of enmity peak and inquired, "Is this true?" Elder Shi responded solemnly, "Could there be a false death? Such jesting is not something our sect would ever indulge in." "Indeed," Hua Sanqiong nodded in agreement. The Kaoshan sect valued its reputation and never resorted to deceit, adhering strictly to the truth. This was a well-regarded perception held by the outside world regarding the Kaoshan sect. "Let us not linger on this matter. I shall pay my respects to the deity of enmity first," Hua Sanqiong stated. "By the way, do not speak of my return just yet. I intend to surprise those old fellows." Elder Shi patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, who doesn't he know that I, Shi Changsheng, possess the most prudent of tongues? I shall not utter a single word." Satisfied, Hua Sanqiong cast a glance at the other towering peaks piercing the clouds in the distance, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Once Hua Sanqiong departed, several gatekeeping disciples stealthily approached Elder Shi, asking, "Elder, who was that person just now?" Elder Shi, with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaimed with pride, "He is none other than the 99th generation head of Daoyuan Peak, the current leader, Hua Yunfei's father, Hua Sanqiong." The disciples' faces turned pale. Could this be the legendary figure who had left the sect 30 years prior? It was said that he had even bested the sect leader in a brawl, and that was without holding back. Elder Shi glanced towards Guyuan Peak, Tianji Peak, Wujifeng, and the towering Kaoshan Peak, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Someone is about to face misfortune. I shall not disclose who." Chuckling to himself, he added, "This has nothing to do with me. Let them read. Within books lies a wealth of knowledge, useful for unforeseen circumstances." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from Wujifeng. As a figure soared high into the sky, piercing through the clouds at an alarming speed, heading towards the starry expanse. The disciples of Hua Yunfei, hearing the commotion, emerged from their training chambers, their faces etched with confusion. What was the sect leader up to, causing such a ruckus in broad daylight? Indeed, the one soaring into the heights was none other than Wu Jizhen. At Guyuan Peak, Guyuan Jinren gazed skyward, observing the calamity befalling Wu Jizhen, and mused. What trouble has that old fellow stirred up to be flung into the heavens? How unfortunate. A smile crept across his face, despite the grimness of the situation. He found it thoroughly entertaining. It was delightful, simply delightful, to witness these old codgers receiving their comeuppance, leaving him with a sweet satisfaction akin to honey. What are you laughing at? Hua Sangqiong appeared behind Guyuan Jinren, patting him on the shoulder with a sly grin. Guyuan Jinren's body visibly stiffened. He remained silent, feigning ignorance. Just as Hua Sangqiong was about to speak again, Guyuan Jinren suddenly vanished in a flash, making a beeline for Kaoshan Peak. Senior brother, save me. He cried out in despair, feeling a chilling presence at his back, his shirt already damp with sweat. Atop Kaoshan Peak, Yuntian Jinren sat leisurely at a jade table, savoring tea with a contented expression. Suddenly, a scream reached his ears, and he turned to see Wu Jizhen soaring into the air. What is this old fellow up to in broad daylight? He wondered. Wait a minute. He sensed the approach of the venerable Master Go Yuan, soaring through the air with breathtaking speed, exuding an aura that signified a consummate realm of celestial beings. Before Master Yuntian could fully appreciate Go Yuan's level, his expression shifted dramatically as he caught sight of the figure trailing behind him. Hua Sangqiong. When did he return? Master Yuntian, ever the composed leader, despite a flicker of anxiety within, maintained an outward calm, holding his teacup with a smile as he regarded the approaching duo. He turned to Hua Sangqiong and remarked, Sangqiong, why do you choose to torment Go Yuan and Wu Ji upon your return? What of Tianji? You seem to have neglected him. Hua Sangqiong smirked. That fellow Tianji has likely hidden away somewhere. I couldn't locate him. So, I thought to deal with these two old fellows first, during my 30-year absence. I trust they haven't spared any unkind words about me? Go Yuan rolled his eyes and retorted, who doesn't know that I, Go Yuan, am a paragon of loyalty and righteousness? When my friends venture forth, I would never speak ill of them behind their backs. Hua Sangqiong chuckled. If he believed even a single word of that, it would render the last few centuries meaningless. Please, take a seat. Master Yuntian gestured for the two to sit, placing 2 teacups before them and pouring tea. Hua Sangqiong observed the leaves swirling in his teacup and remarked, in my absence, it seems you have taken quite a few things from Daoyuan Peak. Is this not tea from the spiritual tree of Daoyuan Peak? Master Yuntian replied, What's yours is mine. We are all part of the same family. Why must we draw such distinctions? Go Yuan nodded in agreement, lifting his teacup and downing its contents before raising it towards Master Yuntian, saying, Another cup, please. Without even glancing at him, Master Yuntian responded, Do not provoke me into a mixed doubles match. I wonder if you can withstand it? At that moment, the venerable Wu Ji finally descended from the sky, making a beeline for the group, initially intending to seek Master Yuntian's intervention. However, upon seeing Hua Sangqiong, he hesitated, contemplating that perhaps it was best to refrain. He was powerful, and a true man knows when to yield. He could endure, after all, even if he enlisted Yuntian and Go Yuan. The 3 of them combined might not match Hua Sangqiong. With these thoughts, he settled down and brewed himself a cup of tea, savoring the aroma, feeling somewhat comforted. Yunfei has arrived. Master Yuntian turned to Yunhai beside him. Hua Yunfei strode in with purpose, effortlessly moving to the front of the 4, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Father, where is my mother? I see only you, but where is she? Chapter 85. Your mother has run off with someone named Hua Sangqiong. Age, 402 years. Hua Sangqiong's profile was exceptionally impressive, boasting a mid-tier holy rank aptitude, surpassing even the ancient ancestor Dao Su Wu, while cultivating his own imperial path technique, rendering his overall strength formidable. Regarding this extraordinary father from another realm, he rarely held back, and Hua Sangqiong seldom inquired about the origins of the items he received. He simply knew they were gifts from his son. If they existed, he would use them without question. Such was the tacit understanding between father and son, a sentiment that extended to Hua Yunfei's tempestuous mother as well. The 2 individuals provided Hua Yunfei, who had just arrived in this foreign realm, with an overwhelming sense of security, having nurtured him with utmost care since childhood. Thus, even though he bore the memories of a past life, in Hua Yunfei's eyes, they were akin to his own biological parents. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's inquiry, Hua Sangtian fell silent, taking a sip of tea, and did not respond immediately. Hua Yunfei instinctively sensed that something was amiss. After a 30-year absence, Hua Sangtian had suddenly returned, just a year prior. He had sent a message urging him to promptly inform others of his prestigious position and to seek him out, claiming to have discovered something intriguing. What has happened? Hua Yunfei asked softly. Hua Tsangtian hesitated for a moment, his resolute visage betraying a flicker of helplessness as he replied, "Your mother has eloped with someone." Hua Yunfei's heart jolted, and locking his gaze onto Hua Tsangtian's face, he confirmed the gravity of the situation. Who is it? What kind of elopement are we speaking of? He was certain that his mother was not that sort of person. The esteemed Yun Tianjinren, Gu Yuanjinren, and Wu Jijinren exchanged startled glances, their hearts reverberating with shock. When Hua Tsangtian had departed, their junior sister had resided at the Mount of Reliance for many years, fostering a close bond with them. Although she would occasionally chastise them, they regarded her as family. Now, to think she had run off with someone, what had they just heard? It was akin to a thunderclap. Yun Tianjinren set down his teacup, casting a glance at the silent father and son, and thoughtfully remarked, "Tsangtian, if there is something to be said, please share it. Your return must pertain to this matter, correct?" He surmised that Hua Tsangtian's sudden return was likely due to an insurmountable problem. Perhaps he had been bested, and his wife had been taken away. Hua Tsangtian replied, "I am uncertain whether my return is the right course of action. That individual is truly formidable. With my current cultivation, he could suppress me with but a single word. Even in my fragmented state, I feel that should he genuinely wish to end my life, my demise would be inevitable." Though Yun Tianjinren was only aware that Hua Tsangtian was a half-saint, the fact that someone could elicit such fear from a being of that caliber spoke volumes about their strength. Hua Tsangtian continued, "I wish to retrieve without burdening our sect." Hua Yunfei observed the rising steam from his teacup, memories of his mother's smiling face flooding his mind. "So you mean to say my mother was forcibly taken?" Hua Tsangtian explained, "Your mother and I encountered him by chance. He appeared suddenly, without any forewarning. And upon seeing your mother, he spoke to her. Despite her adamant refusal, she was still taken. I attempted to intervene, employing all my trump cards, but in an instant, I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I received clues left by your mother, learning that they had traveled to the ancient star domain. With no other recourse, I sought your maternal grandfather, but he was already away and not in seclusion. Thus, I had no choice but to return." Hua Yunfei inquired, "Are you here to request my grandfather to emerge from seclusion?" At this juncture, Hua Yunfei could discern precisely whom he intended to seek. With his grandfather absent, it was clear he would turn to the remaining elder. Hua Tsangtian nodded, and Hua Yunfei remarked, "If my grandfather were to learn of this matter, I hope you can withstand the repercussions." Yun Tianjinren cast a sidelong glance at Hua Yunfei, sensing the suppressed fury within him. The oppressive aura surrounding him was palpable, even causing Yun Tianjinren to feel a twinge of trepidation. This young disciple's true cultivation was anything but ordinary. The esteemed Yun Tianjinren sighed, then rose to his feet, saying, "At this point, let us seek assistance. Continuing this discussion serves no purpose, knowing that our adversary has ventured into the ancient star domain. We must hasten our journey." Hua Yunfei remarked, "This is likely a trap, given the formidable strength of our opponent. It is certain that the clues left by my mother cannot remain concealed from them. Their failure to obstruct us may be a deliberate ploy to await our arrival." The reason for Hua Tsangqiang's deep concern stemmed from this realization. In recent days, while intercepting the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, he had hesitated to return for reinforcements, pondering the possibility that their foe might be an unassailable force, one that even the foundation of the Mountain Sect could not contend with. Go Yuanjinren asserted, "What of waiting? Shall we not rush to her aid? They dare to bully our junior sister. We, the Mountain Sect, will mobilize our entire strength to tear them apart." Wu Jijinren stood up, gravely declaring, "Indeed, while our sect adheres to the principles of Go Dao, in this matter, even if it necessitates exposing our foundations, we must confront them with unwavering resolve." Yun Tianjinren chuckled, saying, "Our sect's cautious development is aimed at minimizing unnecessary conflicts and accumulating strength. This moment necessitates the application of that strength. Let us summon the ancestor from the ancestral grounds. They have dared to invade the ancestral tomb." This situation had surpassed the resolution capabilities of the ancestors residing in the ancestral grounds, necessitating the invocation of the ancestor from the tomb itself. Hua Tsangqiang felt a surge of emotion. These old fellows had not been in vain all this time, proving their reliability in times of crisis. Once this matter was resolved, he vowed to treat them well in the future. Hua Yunfei took a sip of tea, choosing not to join them, sitting quietly in contemplation. Who were they awaiting with the clues left behind after taking his mother? Was it his maternal grandfather? His grandfather? Or perhaps a certain ancestor of the Hua family? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Commencing new disciple recruitment task. Required number of disciples, 2. Requirements. Minimum cultivation aptitude of low-grade saint rank. Other talent requirements. None. Task deadline. 1 year. Completion reward. A disciple recruitment gift pack. Failure penalty. Random disappearance of 1 spirit treasure possessed by the host. The long-anticipated recruitment task did not elicit any surprise from Hua Yunfei. However, he soon sensed something amiss. 2 disciples? System, come forth. I have words for you. Just say it plainly, and I shall appear. Will you treat me to tea? Thank you very much. His already foul mood worsened. Was the system intentionally aggravating him? That is unfounded. Do not speculate aimlessly, even if you guess correctly. There is no reward. Moreover, I have noticed that you all seem rather naive. What if the opponent is not actually waiting for you? Perhaps they left the clues out of disdain for you? They might not even regard you, thinking that leaving clues poses no risk at all. Hua Yunfei grasped the underlying implication, stating, "Are you suggesting that our adversary may not be as formidable as we imagine? How strong could they possibly be? You have already reached this level of cultivation. What fool would dare to abduct your mother? That would be sheer madness." Hua Yunfei, shedding his modesty, felt his earlier anxiety dissipate, saying, "That seems to be the case. I am indeed quite strong. Why was I so unnecessarily worried? You are not modest at all. Do you accept every compliment I bestow upon you?" Chapter 86. Is it the confidence bestowed by the end of the law era? What other reason could it be? Speak candidly, and I shall respond in kind. This is a mark of respect. As for you, once you emerge, I shall enlighten you on the true meaning of respect. Do you presume that merely being in my presence grants you access to all my secrets? How intriguing it is that you would conceal truths from me. Hua Yunfei set down his teacup and approached the precipice of the mountain, gazing out at the sea of clouds with a smile, remarking, "In a past life, we have indeed witnessed those who possess systems, yet they invariably harbor ulterior motives. Some fatten their prey before striking, while others are favored by destiny. And as for some..." Hua Yunfei chuckled softly. "What do you perceive me as, mere fodder?" His words were refreshingly candid, devoid of fear. "You shall come to understand one day. But if you can discern it, there is something amiss. When that moment arrives, do not be astonished. I implore you, do not be astonished. I await that day with great anticipation." Hua Yunfei's smile faded as his countenance turned solemn. He clasped his hands together, invoking the laws of heaven and earth to enshroud himself in secrecy. Once assured that no eyes could pry, he opened his palm, revealing a thread of celestial insight. This was the sole remnant of divine knowledge he had extracted from Hua Zhangqiong. The other party appeared unconcerned with Hua Zhangqiong's background, yet did not underestimate the situation, skillfully eradicating an astonishing 99.99999 of the celestial insight. As for causality, it was severed entirely. Hua Zhangqiong's strength was insufficient to preserve the bond of causality between them, despite the fact that the adversary had taken his wife. This is the ruthless nature of the cultivation world. The powerful dictate the rules. The laws of heaven and earth serve the mightiest. However, upon discovering that elusive thread of celestial insight from Hua Zhangqiong, he became assured of one thing. While the opponent was extraordinarily powerful, they were not his equal. Otherwise, they would not have allowed him to perceive that nearly imperceptible thread. Yet, in this era of dwindling magic, the opponent's might was approaching invincibility, a clear anomaly in this age. Perhaps a dormant ancient being had awakened in this time. Without unearthing profound underpinnings, even the most exalted sacred grounds might prove inadequate against them, even wielding the supreme imperial weapon. If it were to fall under the command of a saintly ancestor, the disparity would remain akin to that of silver fire against the bright moon. I am eager to uncover your true identity. To dare steal my mother and provoke me, inciting the wrath of the Mountain Sect, is to invite your own doom. Hua Yunfei's eyes narrowed as he continued to weave intricate hand gestures, infusing the thread of celestial insight with his will. Gradually, the thread began to radiate, its brilliance intensifying until it became blinding. Unperturbed, Hua Yunfei observed as the celestial thread transformed into a luminous veil. At its center lay a pitch-black starry expanse, where 3 indistinct figures stood, 2 of whom were Hua Zhangqiong and his mother. However, as Hua Yunfei endeavored to discern the visage of the third figure, the already hazy image began to waver, as if beset by interference. Suddenly, a blurred hand emerged from the scene, grasping at the image. With a crack, the vision shattered like glass, dissolving into motes of light, vanishing from sight. Hua Yunfei found himself in an unknown stellar domain, a solitary figure wandering through the cosmic void, impervious to the ferocious starry storms that merely fluttered at the edges of his garments. He seemed to sense something, turning back to gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then raised his hand, shattering all secrets, causing dozens of great stars in the surrounding cosmos to implode and explode in succession. The intensity of his aura was unbearable. I underestimated your sect. I never imagined someone could perceive the presence of my true self. However, in the end, It is merely a lesser path. Dressed in black, he stood amidst the starry expanse, as if he were the absolute core of the cosmos itself. The exploding stars around him merely served as his backdrop. His words were directed at the woman behind him, who clenched her fingers tightly before helplessly splaying them open. Senior, my cultivation is meager. Why do you insist on taking me away? The man in black, however, paid her no mind, lost in the splendor of the star explosions. His expression one of admiration as he remarked, "It has been ages since I last witnessed such a scene. How breathtaking." His handsome features betrayed a sense of rapture. Arms outstretched as if embracing the cosmos, reveling in its magnificence. Although the threads of fate had been severed, Hua Yunfei remained unperturbed. Having made a preliminary assessment of his opponent's strength, though he had been sensed during his calculations, that fleeting moment of contact allowed him to discern the other's arrogance. Such a person, proud and dismissive of others, would not care to conceal their whereabouts. In other words, what could you do to me? This was an absolute confidence in one's own power. Hua Yunfei murmured, "Is this the confidence bestowed upon you by the end of the Dharma era? Upon our meeting, I hope you remain this audacious." He was uncertain whether the other believed that, due to the end of the Dharma era, attaining a certain level of power rendered one invincible, or if the opponent had genuinely reached the pinnacle of strength, gazing upon the cosmos as its unrivaled champion. Regardless of the truth, a grim fate awaited him. Soon after, Hua Yunfei returned to Daoyuan Peak. He summoned Jiaduobo before him and declared, "Today, I officially take you as my disciple. Do you consent?" Jiaduobo's face lit up with joy as he promptly knelt on the ground, performing the ritual of apprenticeship, saying, "Disciple is willing." Disciple Jiaduobo pays respects to the master. Hua Yunfei nodded with satisfaction. Although he was younger than Jiaduobo, in the realm of cultivation, mastery took precedence. And strength was the ultimate truth. Age was a trivial matter. Jiaduobo rose and turned to Yi Bufan and Huang Xian, earnestly stating, "I have met my senior brother and second senior brother. I pay my respects." Jiaduobo was quite adept at navigating social graces, causing Yi Bufan and the others to smile gently as they quickly helped him to his feet, saying, "From now on, we are family. There are no rigid formalities. As per the master's wishes." "Indeed," Hua Yunfei affirmed, "understanding the most fundamental customs is sufficient. Do not concern yourself with too much else." He presented Jiaduobo with the core techniques of the sect and a jade pendant indicative of his identity. As he spoke, Hua Yunfei produced the Wangwa technique and invisibly concealed breath technique. The two tomes, along with a jade pendant, symbolized Jiaduobo's status as a disciple of the Kaoshan sect, and the pendant possessed unique properties for concealing one's aura. The methods for crafting these techniques and the pendant had been passed down by the esteemed founder of the Kaoshan sect. Jiaduobo promptly accepted them, cherishing them dearly. Having heard Yi Bufan and others speak of the exceptional nature of the sect's techniques on multiple occasions, he intended to study them thoroughly later. "Given your professional habits, I present you with a token of apprenticeship." With a mere gesture, Hua Yunfei touched the center of Jia Duobao's forehead, imparting upon him a mystical ability. Upon sensing that surge of memory, Jia Duobao's expression turned to one of astonishment as he murmured, "Is it truly the fabled art of transforming the singular into the three pure ones?" This legendary technique, long thought to be lost, now lay before him. He understood that Hua Yunfei had deliberately bestowed upon him this formidable skill, knowing well his penchant for trouble, his tendency to disturb the graves of the past, and the perilous consequences that might ensue. The art of transforming the singular into the three pure ones could serve both in offense and in retreat, an exquisite duality. Jia Duobao was left in awe, pondering the true identity of his master. Could it be that he is indeed the protagonist of this era? The legendary abilities gifted to him as an apprenticeship token? Such extravagance seemed almost unfathomable. Yi Bufan, with his keen intuition, sensed an impending event and turned to Hua Yunfei, inquiring, "Master, are you about to embark on another journey?" In response, Hua Yunfei chuckled lightly, affirming, "Indeed, my dear disciple, I must venture forth. The matter is urgent, and I shall depart shortly. Remain at Daoyuan Peak, and devote yourselves diligently to your cultivation. Do not disappoint my expectations." With that, Hua Yunfei retrieved a token, the time-space divine token, and handed it to Huang Xian. Looking at the token in his hand, Huang Xian instinctively recognized its immense value and asked, "Master, what is this?" Before he could finish his question, a surge of information flooded his mind. His eyes widened as he comprehended the reason behind Hua Yunfei's gift. He needed a sanctuary, a place undisturbed for his heart to merge with the Emperor's spirit, and the time-space divine realm was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Huang Xian felt a wave of gratitude surge within him, yearning to express his thoughts, but Hua Yunfei shook his head with a gentle smile, stating, "Between us, do we require further words? If you wish to assist me, then strive to become stronger, to protect me, and to safeguard our sect. That is sufficient." With that, he took his leave, his presence dissipating from Daoyuan Peak, shrouding it in an even greater air of mystery. Jia Duobao glanced at the identity jade pendant in his hand, then at the time-space token in Huang Xian's grasp, and remarked, "With our master absent, should we not engage in some ventures?" "What do you mean?" Yi Bufan inquired. Jia Duobao puffed out his chest and declared, "Why, it is surely the great endeavor of grave digging. With our extraordinary fortune, we should venture forth." Before he could finish, Huang Xian dashed back to his cultivation chamber, leaving behind a single statement. "Eldest brother, third junior brother, I will enter seclusion for a time and must not be disturbed. Please guard my path." Yi Bufan reassured him, "Rest assured, this matter is entrusted to me." In Daoyuan Peak, aside from Hua Yunfei, Yi Bufan was exceptionally powerful, capable of controlling the majority of the formations. With a mere gesture, he summoned the luminous aura of his ordinary ring, causing countless intricate formations to emerge around Daoyuan Peak, numbering in the thousands. Knowing what Huang Xian was about to undertake, Yi Bufan remained exceedingly cautious. This was a matter of monumental significance in his junior brother's life, and there could be no room for carelessness. He turned to Jia Duobo, who had been interrupted mid-sentence, and said, "Junior brother, with our master away, it would be prudent for the three of us to remain composed and avoid causing any trouble. Let us devote ourselves to our cultivation. When master returns, we can present our progress. We cannot simply take without contributing, can we?" Jia Duobo felt a twinge of embarrassment, with their master just departed. He had impulsively wanted to embark on significant ventures with his two senior brothers. It was indeed a bit hasty. "Let us focus on our cultivation for now and plan for a later time. I sense there are undoubtedly more significant tombs on the North Dipper Star. If there are no opportunities for side endeavors, that is acceptable as well, but the ramifications could be considerable and might provoke our master's displeasure," Jia Duobo murmured. And after listening to Yi Bufan's words, he obediently returned to the cultivation cave. Yi Bufan cast a glance over the desolate Daoyuan Peak and gazed skyward, as if he could see the retreating figure of Hua Yunfei. "Master, rest assured, I will take care of Daoyuan Peak." He understood the dispositions of his two junior brothers, particularly Jia Duobo, and would do his utmost to prevent him from pursuing his main endeavors, especially when it involved summoning me and junior brother Huang. With that, Yi Bufan formed successive hand seals, activating the hundreds of great formations within Daoyuan Peak. Instantly, the already rich spiritual energy of Daoyuan Peak surged to a formidable intensity. This should suffice. In the frigid expanse of the North Dipper Star, the vastness was desolate and profound, occasionally punctuated by the brilliance of distant stars and the roars of celestial beasts. A bronze ancient vessel, traversing the void, evaded all perceptions as it departed from the depths of the Mount of the Steep in the eastern domain, entering the starry skies. The materials from which the bronze ancient vessel was crafted were extraordinary. Its hull was embedded with special concealing divine stones, each inscribed with 9 great concealment formations, capable of obstructing divination and shattering the threads of fate. On the foredeck of the vessel stood Dao Shiwu, clad in azure, with hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm, yet betraying a hint of delight. "Fortunately, I slipped away quickly, otherwise I would have faced a beating. That old fellow, I truly admire him," Dao Shiwu mused internally. Upon returning to the ancestral tomb, he had diligently honed his martial skills to perfection before seeking a sparring session with a certain elder. To his surprise, upon receiving just a glance, he felt his resolve waver and his courage falter. Thankfully, the arrival of Master Yuntian and others at the ancestral tomb diverted the elder's attention, allowing him to escape and avoid a painful ordeal. However, though he had managed to slip away, he had not entirely evaded the situation. Dao Shiwu glanced at the burden he carried, feeling the weight of an immense responsibility. Inside the cabin, at the table, sat 3 individuals who bore a striking resemblance to one another. Among them were Hua Yunfei and Hua Zhangqiong, while the third, a robust middle-aged man with a chiseled face and piercing eyes, exuded an imposing presence. Beside him, Hua Zhangqiong kept his head bowed, behaving submissively like a child, not daring to utter a word. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint 5-finger imprints on his cheeks. Earlier, when he approached his father in the ancestral tomb to explain the situation, he was met with a harsh reprimand and had no opportunity to speak further. The disciples Zhuang, Xuanqing, and Yun Tian, all of whom were at the Dao realm, had attempted to mediate the conflict. The outcome saw the irate elder dragging him into the fray, unleashing a torrent of blows that left a multitude utterly speechless. Among them, Xian He, who was slightly older than the elder, had once been the leader and foremost figure of their era. Yet, the disparity between them was far from negligible. The elder seemed to strike him with even greater force. evoking memories of a cherished past long forgotten, a time of warmth and familiarity. Hua Sangtian cast a cold glance at the unworthy Hua Sangxiong before turning his attention to Hua Yunfei, his face once again adorned with a grin. My beloved grandson. Fret not, your mother is under grandfather's protection. I assure you, she will be returned safely. Hua Yunfei nodded in agreement, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Hua Sangxiong, with a pitiful demeanor, mumbled, if only it were that simple. The adversary is formidable, otherwise, how could my wife have been taken? Should I not pursue her? Hua Sangtian shot him a fierce glare, rising to snatch Hua Sangxiong by the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground with indignation. I've noticed. After years apart, you seem to have grown rather arrogant. Do you doubt your grandfather's strength? Even if my prowess is lacking, there are still your grandfather, your great-grandfather, and all our ancestors. Is that not enough? If not, I shall continue to call upon our lineage. I refuse to believe that there exists a being in this universe that the Hua family cannot confront. Hua Yunfei shook his head in amusement, recognizing his grandfather's formidable temper. He spoke to him gently, referring to him as beloved grandson, yet transformed into a roaring lion when addressing his father. Grandfather, please put my father down. He has his pride too, and I am still here. A man who loses his wife has no need for pride, Hua Sangtian retorted with a snort. Once we locate Xiaolong, I will deal with you. He released Hua Sangxiong and sat down, pouring himself a hearty drink to quell the fire of his anger. Hua Yunfei suggested, our immediate priority should be to investigate the scene of the incident, seeking any clues left behind to deduce the adversary's whereabouts. Otherwise, venturing into the ancient star region would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Hua Yunfei had contemplated utilizing imperial weapons for location tracking, but it was essential to be present at the site of the event to grasp a thread of the heavenly mechanism, whether from his mother or the adversary. After all, the opponent possessed formidable strength and was situated in the most desolate reaches of the universe. Pinpointing their location from thin air was impossible. The cosmos is vast, and it cannot be manipulated solely by the power of one imperial weapon. Otherwise, had they bullied the Sun and Moon Sect, which wielded an extreme imperial weapon, they would have been discovered long ago. The root of the issue lay in the disparity of strength. The wielder of the imperial weapon held a significant advantage over Hua Yunfei, particularly when it came to the pathways of heavenly mechanisms and causality. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's words, Hua Sangtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur with Xu Hua. We must first proceed to the site of the incident. There, we are certain to uncover clues. Although the adversary's power is immense, and he may transcend above, Xiaolong lacks sufficient strength. Even with the adversary's assistance, severing the heavenly mechanism and causality is no small feat. However, with adequate strength, it can still be unraveled. Little do they realize the caliber of the entities they have provoked. If he were to provoke the sacred land of the extreme path, he might not face any peril. However, he has unwittingly angered the Reliant sect. Hua Sangxiong rubbed his cheeks and remarked, Longer has been taken away, but for the time being, she should be safe. The adversary discovered her purely by chance, which sparked their interest. The fact that they did not eliminate me, despite my being only a half-saint at that time, allows me to retain a sliver of rationality. Nonetheless, Longer must be rescued. No one knows who the abductor truly is or what their intentions are in taking her. Hua Yunfei stated, after the disappearance of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb, the suppression of the great Tao in this end-of-ages era seems to have loosened. Or rather, the imperial suppression belonging to the Xianhuang Emperor is beginning to wane, and quite swiftly at that. A smile graced Hua Sangxiong's lips as he gazed at his wine cup, the crystal-clear liquid reflecting his visage. He continued, it appears that the other party has sensed the transformation of the great Tao and has awakened from their slumber, eager to seize this fleeting opportunity in this lifetime. Yet, it is premature. The loosening of the great Tao has only just commenced, and they are overly eager to emerge. It is evident that there is a reason behind this haste. Hua Yunfei interjected, the other party could be a formidable figure from an era of emperors, severely afflicted by imperial suppression and tainted by the laws of the imperial Tao. Their early awakening serves to adapt to the present world's rules, allowing them to expel the imperial laws from their being. Thus, when the great Tao permits the ascension to emperorhood in the future, they will be poised to ascend seamlessly. Hua Sangxiong nodded with a smile. Indeed, my precious grandson, your analysis is astute. Fortunately, you are not like your inept father, who, even at several hundred years of age, lost his wife. I can hardly bear to mention it to your grandmother. What a disgrace. Hua Sangxiong, who had been about to speak, quickly fell silent and buried himself in his tea. Among the three, he held the lowest status and deemed it best to remain silent. The Kangwolf star domain, surrounded by dozens of luminous life stars, constitutes a small life star realm that once birthed the Kangwolf Supreme, flourishing in its prime. On the periphery of this star domain, an ancient bronze vessel traversed the void. On the deck stood Hua Yunfei, Hua Sangqiong, Dao Shiwu, and Hua Sangqiong, aligned in a row, gazing at the Kangwolf star domain. Dao Shiwu lamented, "What a pity, the Kangwolf Supreme was once such a prodigy, yet he failed to survive the Emperor's tribulation, ultimately living on as a Supreme. To never become an Emperor is indeed a lifelong regret." Hua Yunfei recalled the Dan Emperor, who had faced the Emperor's tribulation twice, and felt a pang of sympathy. In this mortal realm, becoming an Emperor is the ultimate limit, having reached the pinnacle of the great Tao. The path to emperorhood is fraught with difficulty. Even the Dan Emperor, capable of refining imperial elixirs, faced 2 tribulation failures, leaving behind only one supreme imperial weapon to affirm to the heavens that he, the Dan Emperor, had not entirely lost. Hua Sangqiong, hands clasped behind his back, glanced at the Kangwolf star domain and said, "Shiwu, how old are you? Do you lack the confidence to become a quasi-emperor and face the Emperor's tribulation in several millennia?" Dao Shiwu shot him a sideways glance and replied, "Sangqiong, I am of a similar generation to your father. Must you always belittle me in conversation? Or do you wish to provoke me?" Hua Sangqiong let out a hearty laugh. The meaning behind his laughter clear, yet he refrained from speaking further, allowing Dao Shiwu to ponder it in silence. Dao Shiwu's expression darkened, barely containing himself. "These Hua clan elders, why is it that they are all so arrogant?" Hua Sangtian, being merely around 1,000 years old and having entered the ancestral tomb for only about 200 years, raises the question of how far he can truly progress in his cultivation. Were it not for his father, who frequently chastises him, he would undoubtedly not endure such circumstances. If he cannot contend with his father, how could he possibly confront anyone else? Hua Sangqiong, either intentionally or inadvertently, remarked, "In truth, the ancestor of void might be worth a try. Unexpressed anger is a burden, it must be released." Hua Yunfei cast a glance at his father, puzzled by his intention. Was he suggesting that since he could not prevail against his grandfather, the ancestor of void should step in? However, upon reviewing Hua Sangtian's attributes, he mused that even the ancestor of void would likely struggle against such might. Name: Hua Sangtian. Age: 1,111 years. Hua Sangtian's attributes astonished Hua Yunfei. The nearly 2,000-year-old perfected saint of the ancestor of void was already formidable. Yet, Hua Sangtian was even more fearsome. In this age of diminished spiritual energy, the two appeared almost invincible. Could it be that, like himself, they were unbound by the laws of heaven and earth? Hua Yunfei dismissed the notion, reasoning that he alone bore such a privilege. The extraordinary prowess of Hua Sangtian and Dao Shiwu might be linked to the ancestral tomb, a place imbued with the profound heritage of the Quangshan sect, founded by the revered ancestor. It could indeed be an extraordinarily unique locale. Yet, what could a mere heavenly man-level cultivator, like the Quangshan ancestor, create? Perhaps it would be prudent to explore it further, if it proved exceptional. He might consider residing there once his own strength reached a sufficient level. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing Hua Sangqiong's veiled remarks, Hua Sangtian showed no leniency and delivered 3 strikes, each one landing with enough force to challenge even his saintly prowess. Casting a glance at something at Dao Shiwu's waist, he remarked, "Dao Shiwu, what we discuss here may not be as unheard as you think." At this, Dao Shiwu's expression stiffened, his teeth clenched, and he retorted, "You all just relish in bullying. Don't mount me," or else Hua Sangtian quipped, "If you consider one such instance impressive, then how many of us can you truly confront? Perhaps you should consult your master. He seemed to have imparted similar wisdom to you, yet now he remains silent." As if the mere mention invokes his ire, Dao Shiwu rolled his eyes, choosing silence. Hua Yunfei hastily attempted to mediate, saying, "Ancestors, grandfather, father, let us refrain from bickering and focus on our urgent matters." With that, the 4 adopted a more serious demeanor. Hua Yunfei stowed the ancient bronze vessel, and they ventured into the cosmic expanse, arriving at the location where Hua Sangqiong and his spouse had encountered their adversary. Upon their arrival, Dao Shiwu furrowed his brow and remarked, "A terrifying aura lingers here. It seems the opponent has shown little regard for whether their presence might be detected." Hua Sangtian smirked coldly, "Such confidence. I hope you maintain that demeanor when we finally meet." In this starry expanse, remnants of a dreadful essence lingered. Though the causal threads remained unseen and the heavenly secrets severed, it was evident that the practitioner had acted with reckless abandon, showing little concern for the traces left behind, which could potentially lead to their own troubles, a testament to their self-assured strength. Of course, those lacking sufficient power would remain oblivious to the traces left behind, even if, to a stronger being, they appeared glaringly obvious. After sensing the palpable fluctuations around them, Hua Yunfei and his companions let out cold laughs, eager to witness the extent of strength that could incite such arrogance. Did they truly believe themselves invincible in this era of diminished powers? Dao Shiwu produced a compass-like artifact, inserting it into the void before him, where it began to rotate continuously, gathering the remnants of heavenly threads. However, due to the formidable strength of their opponent, even Dao Shiwu found this task somewhat taxing. Hua Sanqiong and his son, Hua Santian, swiftly performed hand seals to channel their magical arts into the artifact. Their collective efforts aimed at collecting all traces of the heavenly machinations. A humming sound resonated through the starry expanse as the three saint-level powerhouses invoked their spells, unleashing a terrifying aura that collapsed the surrounding cosmos, stirring up a tempest of starlight. Almost there, Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes and produced an ancient bronze compass, casting it forth to hover above the artifact conjured by Dao Shiwu. This was none other than the bronze compass belonging to Jia Duobao, who had briefly explained its significance during their journey back to Daoyuan Peak. In essence, it served as a locating device, possessing an extraordinary ability to discern heavenly secrets. Of course, Jia Duobao had tailored this ability for tomb raiding, using it to pinpoint treasures within ancient crypts. Given the enigmatic nature of the bronze compass, Hua Yunfei surmised that it might rival imperial weapons, and on the path of heavenly causation, it could even surpass them. Thus, activating the bronze compass could yield results more remarkable than wielding an imperial weapon. The ancient compass floated above the compass artifact, and as Hua Yunfei channeled his spiritual power into it, it began to spin, emanating a golden radiance. The descending light enveloped the compass artifact, amplifying his predictive capabilities further. The compass artifact, a grand saint-level device, gained an unprecedented enhancement under the influence of the bronze compass. Dao Shiwu and his companion's eyes sparkled with realization, especially Hua Santian, who cast a satisfied glance at Hua Yunfei. Truly, he was a treasure of a grandson to possess such a remarkable artifact. With a hint of disdain, he then glanced at Hua Sanqiong, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. In comparison to his clever grandson, this eldest son seemed rather lackluster. Dao Shiwu's eyes radiated divine light as he called out, hands weaving intricate seals, continuously invoking spells to manifest sacred phenomena around him. A resplendent Dharma body was activated, standing behind him, pointing skyward as it drew power from the great stars scattered across the cosmos, channeling it into the compass artifact and the bronze compass. Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes, guiding his fingers to unleash a streak of luminous energy, which instantly revealed a silken thread in the starry sky before him. The thread glimmered with silver light, connecting to the distant heavens. Dao Shiwu exhaled softly, following the silvery thread with his gaze toward the far-off expanse, stating, "Indeed, it leads to the direction of the ancient star domain." However, it was clear that their adversary was still on the move, not lingering in any particular location. As their opponent had not deliberately severed the heavenly machinations here, they had successfully locked onto them. Following this silvery thread would lead them to their quarry, and potentially to Hua Yunfei's mother. Hua Sangtian nodded, saying, "There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once." The recent excursion was merely a means to clear one's mind. Upon returning, it is time to strive for a higher realm. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei cast a curious glance at Hua Sangtian. Was he not attempting to ascend to the Saint King realm? 1,000-year-old Saint King realm? Hua Yunfei was eager to discover how astonished the sacred lands would be if they were to learn of this matter. Dao Shiwu also surveyed Hua Sangtian, unable to ascertain the true extent of his cultivation. However, it seemed unlikely that he surpassed his own level. He assumed it was merely an attempt to break through to a certain tier of the Saint realm, likely the mid-stage of the fourth layer. This estimation stemmed from his own cultivation pace, for even though the Hua family possessed exceptional talent and resided in the ancestral tomb, rapid advancement was improbable. Each step within the Saint realm was fraught with difficulty. For Hua Santian to reach the mid-stage of the Saint realm at just over 1,000 years was already a formidable achievement. Hua Yunfei gazed into the surrounding starry expanse, where the cosmos shattered, and from the dark void emerged 10 black shadowy figures. The aura exuded by these figures was no less than that of the Saint realm, with the most powerful among them reaching the 4th layer of the Saint realm. To seek the true body, one must first overcome this obstacle. How ridiculous to think that such trifling beings could meet the true master. A voice echoed from the void, as if it had always been present. Hua Sangtian narrowed his eyes. It was he. He had indeed left behind a contingency plan, anticipating our arrival. Hua Yunfei shook his head. This individual possesses enigmatic methods. He may not have merely predicted our pursuit. Rather, his modus operandi is inherently such. He does not deliberately erase his tracks. Yet if someone stirs the celestial secrets he has laid, the way to locate him will be triggered, manifesting as these shadowy figures before us. Upon hearing this, Dao Shiwu and the other two nodded in agreement. It was most likely as they surmised. A smile crept across Hua Yunfei's lips as he surveyed the encroaching shadows, declaring, 10 mere beings of the Saint realm, who do they presume to look down upon? As soon as the words left his mouth, his fists radiated brilliance. Without any visible motion, 10 resplendent golden fist rays were unleashed in an instant. The 10 shadowy figures erupted one after another, obliterated by the fist rays, swiftly vanquished. The surrounding starry expanse rippled, and a gust of ethereal wind swept through, dispersing the remnants of the black mist as if they had never existed. Dao Shiwu cast a glance at Hua Yunfei, his heart roaring with astonishment. The power that Hua Yunfei had unleashed in that fleeting moment had already reached the 5th layer of the Saint realm, far surpassing his earlier estimation of the 4th layer. Was the ancestral master bestowing special favor upon the Hua family? Why did I feel that even with comparable qualifications, I was vastly inferior to them? Was it merely an illusion? Hua Yunfei did not linger on the vanquished shadowy figures, but focused on the silvery thread before him. He formed a seal, drawing this thread into the ancient bronze compass. From here on, by following the guidance of the ancient bronze compass, he would be able to locate the target and rescue his mother. Hua Yunfei retrieved the ancient bronze vessel, and the 4 of them set forth once again, advancing in the direction indicated by the ancient bronze compass, journeying towards the outermost regions of the universe, into the primordial star domain. After their departure, the once still starry expanse began to swirl, revealing a silver river. The river flowed with silvery waters, connecting heaven and earth, traversing the past and future. An elderly figure traversed the river, pausing momentarily to gaze upon the starry sky. A contented smile graced his lips. He then resumed his journey, as if every droplet of the river bore his reflection. Though he possessed a purpose, the path remained elusive. Where are you, truly? A voice echoed, as the silvery river vanished and the celestial expanse was engulfed by a tempest, drowning all in its wake. When tranquility returned, it seemed as if nothing had transpired in that starry sky. Chapter 90. Ghost of the Dead. Your arrival is indeed too late in the ancient wilderness star domain. It is said that the first generation of the ancient sacred body was born here, leading to the renaming of this region. This is the very cradle of the celestial legends. A fully realized sacred body can challenge an emperor. This proclamation emanated from the ancient wilderness star domain. Legend holds that after the first ancient sacred body reached its pinnacle, it stood undefeated against the then invincible emperor of the cosmos. Their encounter ended in a stalemate, with both sharing a toast, leaving the universe in awe. The emperor of the human race found solace in this, for since ascending to his rank, no one had matched his prowess. With the presence of the fully realized sacred body, his later years would not be spent in solitude. Even the burdens he faced had someone to share them with. Due to the emergence of the fully realized sacred body, the ancient wilderness star domain flourished, becoming a pinnacle of the universe. However, after the first generation of the fully realized sacred body passed away, a cataclysmic war erupted within the ancient wilderness star domain. Mysterious forces invaded this once mighty domain, obliterating the legacies left by the sacred body and engaging in widespread slaughter. As the conflict raged on, more and more legacies were destroyed, while some sought refuge in other star domains. Gradually, the ancient wilderness star domain began to decline, ultimately becoming an overlooked fringe region, forsaking its former glory. Recently, however, peculiar events have transpired in the waning ancient wilderness star domain. Within this realm, hundreds of life-giving stars host countless mortals and cultivators. Yet, one by one, these stars have faced annihilation, leading to the tragic demise of all life upon them. As the number of obliterated life stars increased, powerful factions within the ancient wilderness star domain began to take notice, conducting covert investigations into the matter. After losing several formidable warriors, they discovered that it seemed all inhabitants of these stars had perished prior to their destruction. Their essence appeared to have been drained, their vitality absorbed, leaving them as mere desiccated corpses. Before each life star met its end, it seemed to have undergone a harrowing purification, stripped of its very essence. Gradually, some of the prominent legacies began to panic, fearing that they would be next, destined to join the ranks of the desiccated. Meanwhile, the 10 foremost legacies of the ancient wilderness star domain remained composed. As the sovereigns of this region, their foundation was formidable, filled with countless strong beings, rendering it improbable for them to succumb to unfounded fears regarding unverified threats. Moreover, in this current age of waning laws, aside from the supreme sanctuaries that could overshadow them, who could possibly oppress them? Each legacy boasted several ancestors at the threshold of enlightenment, with some even possessing the essence of semi-saint level. Fueled by this confidence, one of the 10 legacies, the spirit dragon Immortal Gate, stepped into the limelight, rallying support and commencing investigations into the matter. They assured the public that they would provide a definitive answer. Should any malevolent forces be responsible for such heinous acts, they would not be spared. The following day, the spirit dragon Immortal Gate was annihilated. The entire sect met a tragic demise, their forms reduced to desiccated corpses. Even the semi-holy elders perished in their secluded retreats, seemingly unaware of their impending doom before their last breaths. Upon the revelation of this calamity, all factions within the ancient star domain fell into a stunned silence, while the remaining 9 great lineages began devising plans to evacuate this star domain. In the Linglong Star, beneath the cascading waterfall of the immortal river at the ruins of the Linglong Immortal Gate, a man clad in black sat. A woman in a white dress standing behind him. The woman in white inquired, "Why must you pursue this path? You have ascended to such heights. Only to oppress the common folk?" The corner of the black-clad man's mouth curled into a smirk as he replied, "And what of oppression? In days of yore, they did the same to me. This is merely atonement, a penance for the sins of their ancestors." At his words, the woman in white fell silent. Prior to his rise, he may have endured oppression at the hands of the ancient star domain, and many around him likely perished, prompting his current actions. An eye for an eye, a grievance for a grievance. Perhaps he was not entirely to blame. Once powerless, he and his companions had also suffered. Now, with newfound strength, the tables had turned in the declining ancient star domain. This echoed a saying, "To fall behind is to be beaten." With a flick of his fingers, a sphere of blood emerged from the void, hovering before them. This sanguine orb exuded a thick, acrid essence, as if it were infused with the anguished wails of countless souls, amalgamated from the lifeblood of many, taking the size of a soccer ball. It was the essence of every individual from the Linglong Immortal Gate, their vitality and spirit confined within by the black-clad man. This orb was a miraculous elixir, capable of propelling one's cultivation to unprecedented heights. He drew the blood sphere toward the woman in white, forcing it into her body. Instantly, her delicate features contorted with agony, as if the tormented souls around her were wailing in response. The terrifying blood essence surged, causing the space around them to tremble and a crimson veil to manifest. "This should be sufficient to elevate you to the saint realm," the black-clad man remarked indifferently. The woman in white, her face etched with pain, struggled to endure the overwhelming fusion of countless lives, essence, and spirit. She felt as though her very being was on the verge of bursting. Yet, despite her suffering, she refrained from crying out, mustering her strength to ask, "Why do you persist in raising my cultivation? What is your true intention?" During this time, the black-clad man relentlessly obliterated life-giving stars, siphoning the lifeblood and spirit of all within to fuel her ascension. As a result, her cultivation journey transitioned from the path of approach to the pinnacle of the third transformation of the semi-holy realm. The insights of a semi-holy were directly imparted to her by the black-clad man, facilitating her seamless breakthroughs. Now, the entirety of the Linglong Immortal Gate's essence was enough to catapult her into the saint realm. Her body began to emanate a divine aura, dark clouds gathering ominously above her, swiftly spreading and enveloping nearly 10,000 miles. Thunder rumbled and flashes of lightning danced across the sky. The tribulation of the saints was forming. She was on the brink of crossing this trial. With a sigh, the woman in white felt akin to a pet, fattened for a fate unknown. Tears glimmered on the cheeks of the resolute woman as she shook her head, her body soaring upward, ascending through the heavens to prepare for her tribulation. No matter the circumstances, she must overcome this trial. She could not fall beneath the saintess' calamity. The man dressed in black gazed upward at the woman in the white dress floating in the sky, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You still have a long way to go. At the very least, you must attain the Saint King realm, preferably the Great Saint realm. Although the wait may be lengthy, I am patient. I possess ample time. In the contemporary universe, I am invincible. Any star domain can be transformed into sustenance for my strength. Yet the decline of the primordial star domain is something I did not foresee. It appears there is but a single figure at the saint level." He directed his attention to the brightest star in the primordial star domain's firmament, where the solitary saint resided. "Such treasures are best savored last. Just wait. The humiliation inflicted upon me by your domain will be repaid tenfold. My solitary existence is a result of your actions." Suddenly, a silvery thread descended from the cosmos, connecting to him. The man in black was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be? Who possesses such formidable power?" He cast a glance at the woman in white, who was undergoing tribulation in the sky, then snorted softly, forming a hand seal to divine the situation. Instantly, the silvery thread radiated brilliance. A luminous screen materialized. But before the man in black could react, a colossal hand struck down. The hand radiated overwhelming majesty, infused with an air of imperial authority, and in an instant, it landed upon the face of the man in black. Crack! He staggered, nearly losing his footing, staring blankly at the ground, momentarily dazed. The hand vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving behind only its residual force, the reasons for its disappearance, whether due to distance or another factor, remaining unknown. How extraordinary! He marveled, astonished to have attracted such cosmic repercussions, and even more so by the existence of such a powerful being in this universe. The once calm and composed man in black began to exhibit signs of excitement, his expression becoming wild, as if he had undergone a transformation. Come forth if you dare. I await you in the primordial star domain. He saw a glimmer of hope. If he could vanquish this opponent and refine their essence into sustenance for the woman in white, it could instantly elevate her realm to that of the Saint King or even the Great Saint. Heh! Do you truly believe that the strength I have deduced in my divination reflects my true power? A crooked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he gazed into the cosmic expanse, seemingly locking eyes with another across the vastness of space. His strength was merely superficial. The legacy left behind by the one who had saved him long ago was far deeper. Though he had once scoffed at the doctrine of that individual, he had nonetheless gleaned some understanding, which had saved him on several occasions when his strength was insufficient. However, now that he had reached this level of power, he rarely paid homage to that doctrine, concealing his true potential. Unbeknownst to him, as the hand delivered its slap, a subtle stream of light shot up into the heavens before entering the body of the woman in white. Her expression brightened, and she glanced at the starry sky, her heart swelling with hope. Oh, spirit, you have arrived far too late. With a shift in her mood, her tone seemed to transform, revealing her true self. Chapter 91. Arrival. A deafening rumble echoed as the primordial star domain was engulfed in chaos. Countless life-bearing stars shattered in a series of explosive bursts, igniting resplendent brilliance. The explosions birthed black holes, unleashing tempestuous storms that swept across the cosmos, drawing innumerable meteors into their grasp. Amidst the starry expanse, a cultivator, unable to flee in time, was engulfed, leaving behind only a chilling scream before vanishing into the abyss of a black hole. At the heart of the explosion stood a man clad in black, his countenance frenzied and laughter maniacal. An oppressive aura radiated from him, as if he existed both within and beyond that very space. He seemed omnipresent, with his shadow cast upon every corner of the ancient star domain. Behind him, a woman in a white dress remained silent, watching the increasingly deranged figure of the black-clad man, her heart unable to suppress a sigh. Ever since her tribulation concluded, the once calm demeanor of the black-clad man had transformed. He now resorted to extreme measures, madly seeking vengeance upon the denizens of the ancient star domain. Presently, among the nearly 500 life-bearing stars of the ancient domain, 1/5 had already been annihilated by his hand. The anguished cries of countless souls, torn apart, reverberated through the heavens, echoing into the cosmos. They remained oblivious to the calamity bestowed upon them by the divine. Even semi-saint level powerhouses were powerless to avert their fates, meeting a swift demise. Gather. With a sweeping gesture, the black-clad man summoned a colossal sphere of blood, formed from the essence of countless beings, which swelled to an immense size, reaching several dozen zhang in diameter. He turned to face the woman in white, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes before his expression hardened. Even though you bear a resemblance to her, you must now obey me and grow according to my design. Once you attain the Great Saint realm, or even approach the Emperor realm, I shall have the opportunity to glimpse that supreme domain. His frenzied declarations caused the woman in white to inwardly lament. What past could twist one's heart to such a degree? To the ancient star? That is the final destination. It is also the denouement of this accursed star domain. With a flourish of his sleeve, the black-clad man and the woman in white transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. They materialized upon an ancient celestial body, its surface a stark shade of gray. This was the strongest life star of the ancient domain, the birthplace of the first generation of the ancient sacred body. Ancient star, do you truly fear not the calamities that the heavens may bestow for such a bloodbath you have wrought? An elder in white robes emerged from the ancient star, his hair and beard as white as snow, his visage marred by age, with wrinkles lining his face. He was the sole saint of the ancient star, the most formidable being within the ancient domain. The black-clad man regarded the elder, instantly discerning his essence. His gaze fixated upon the elder's dantian, where lay a trace of mysterious power, dormant yet brimming with destructive potential. A hint of the primal essence of the ancient sacred body. Is this your source of confidence? A cold smile played upon the lips of the black-clad man as he addressed the elder. You wouldn't happen to be a descendant of the proud heaven, would you? Proud heaven, the first generation of the ancient sacred body, had honed the sacred body to its zenith, unveiling sacred secrets and integrating them into the essence of his being. Consequently, Each succeeding generation of the ancient sacred body could comprehend the sacred secrets he had forged, thus acquiring even greater powers. As the progenitor of the ancient sacred body, his combat prowess ranked among the top 3 throughout its lineage, having faced emperors in battle without defeat. The elder in white snorted disdainfully. Though I am not a descendant of the sacred body of heaven, as a predecessor of the ancient star, he remains a paragon for us, a model for our learning. The man in black raised his hand and pointed, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the left arm of the elder in white burst apart, blood splattering everywhere. The elder let out a muffled groan, his face filled with shock, even though he had mentally prepared himself. Witnessing the true power of the man in black left him utterly astounded. Such strength, in this age devoid of magic, it could only be rivaled by the supreme sanctuaries. Furthermore, even those supreme sanctuaries would need to exhaust their resources and employ their most powerful patriarchs, wielding their imperial artifacts, to defeat this man. As a sage, the elder in white quickly saw his exploded left arm regenerate instantly. He pointed his fingers towards his dantian, awakening a trace of the ancient sacred body's essence. In an instant, golden blood energy enveloped him, his hair standing on end, and his eyes gleaming with golden light. An aura of terrifying dominance erupted forth. The surrounding cosmos began to tremble. A formidable presence emanated from the elder in white, sacred, resplendent, tyrannical, and unstoppable, ultimately coalescing into an indomitable belief. The elder's realm was elevated to that of a saint king, summoning a golden celestial manifestation that towered thousands of feet high, casting an overwhelming sacred majesty across the starry sky. My ancient star domain has fallen to such a state, yet you have wrought this bloodshed. As the guardian of the contemporary sacred body temple, I must execute swift judgment upon you. The elder bellowed, his celestial manifestation expanding to great heights, continually growing. He conjured a colossal hand to strike at the man in black. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as the man in black prepared to act, he furrowed his brow. Between him and the elder in white, an ancient bronze vessel appeared. The vessel floated there, as if it had existed for eons. This strange sight startled the elder, causing him to retract his hand and observe cautiously. Perhaps an anomaly was unfolding. Crack! Even a mere wisp of the ancient sacred body's essence was too much for the elder to bear, his body beginning to split, sacred blood spilling forth. No, I cannot wait. The elder had underestimated the power of this sacred essence and resolved to bypass the ancient bronze vessel, launching a direct assault on the man in black. If he delayed further, the essence would dissipate, and he would lose his chance to subdue his opponent. At that moment, a beam of white light shot forth from the ancient bronze vessel, landing within the elder and instantly healing his wounds, calming the previously activated sacred essence within him. The celestial phenomena in the starry sky vanished in an instant. What tremendous power is this? The elder was astonished. Today he encountered two formidable beings. One was the man in black, and the other was the one within the ancient bronze vessel who had soothed the essence within him. Mother, I have come to take you home. A gentle voice resonated as a young man in white emerged from the ancient bronze vessel, standing there, gazing at the woman in the white dress behind the man in black. Xiaofei, the woman in white exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards the young man. Stop! The man in black waved his hand, preparing to unleash a spell to restrain the woman in white. Suddenly, the young man in white appeared before him, gazing at him quietly. The young man's demeanor was calm, radiating only the aura of a celestial being. Yet the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them conveyed to all present that the young man in white harbored within him a terrifying power capable of annihilating star realms. The man in black lowered his hand and ceased to speak, allowing the young man in white to escort the woman in the white dress away. At that moment, three figures emerged once more from the ancient bronze vessel, each radiating a formidable aura of sanctity. The elderly man in the white robe, who seemed to have become an outsider, blinked in astonishment as the wrinkles on his aged face trembled violently. Today, an extraordinary number of saints had indeed graced the ancient star realm. Furthermore, each one exuded an exceptionally vigorous vitality, representing remarkably youthful saints. A wave of envy swept through him as he lamented, "Time spares no one. There was once a time when I too was as vigorous." The man in black regarded the four individuals in white and spoke, "I have awaited your arrival for a considerable time. Long, take action." As he uttered these words, the woman in the white dress, referred to as Long, displayed a fleeting look of struggle, revealing a dark mark at her brow that contained a peculiar power. This strange force elevated her saintly prowess to the level of a saint king. In an instant, her hand pressed against the chest of the figure beside her who had shown her unwavering care. Chapter 92. The cauldron arrives. Hua Yunfei gestured to summon a sacred spell. which promptly dispersed the peculiar energy enveloping the woman in white. However, the strange power at her brow coalesced into a vortex, absorbing the sacred spell invoked by Hua Yunfei, subsequently annihilating it. After vanquishing Hua Yunfei's power, this bizarre energy once again enveloped the woman in white, and the aura of a saint king re-emerged around her. Longer, Hua Sangqiong exclaimed, his gaze filled with concern for the woman, Long Yingyue, as he called out with heartfelt worry. Father, I am fine, I have my child with me. Hua Yunfei replied, forming a gesture that connected him with the principles of heaven and earth. A brilliant golden light manifested in the depths of the starry sky, and a beam descended, infusing itself into Long Yinyue's being. In an instant, the strange power was dispelled and vanished. Once the light beam dissipated, a spark of clarity returned to Long Yinyue's eyes, and she was no longer lost. She glanced at Hua Sangqiong and, without hesitation, stepped forward to embrace Hua Yunfei. Pouting as she said, Mother was so afraid she would never see you again. Her words were tinged with a childlike grievance, as she playfully sought comfort from her own child, entirely disregarding the presence of the true party involved. Hua Sangqiong pointed to himself and asked, What about me? Who are you? Long Yinyue ignored him, holding on to Hua Yunfei with pride in her son. Hua Yunfei smiled gently, patting Long Yinyue's back, and said, Come, give your father a hug. He is feeling a bit jealous. After releasing Hua Yunfei, she turned her gaze toward the man in black, who was also observing her. The man in black was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his spell would be so easily dispelled. Originally, he had deliberately allowed Hua Yunfei to take Long Yinyue, intending to use her to launch a surprise attack that would seriously injure them. However, with the plan thwarted, he realized he would have to take matters into his own hands. You possess no qualification to be my opponent, the man in black stated with an impassive expression. Despite Long Yinyue slipping from his grasp, he remained composed, knowing he could reclaim her later. In this world, strength was the ultimate arbiter. Hua Yunfei regarded him, fully aware of all the information at his disposal. Name, Yin Luo. Age, 7,999 years. Realm, Perfected Saint Realm. Surface, First layer of Quasi-Emperor Realm. Actual, Identity, Prodigy of the era of the Xiantian Great Emperor. Cultivation Aptitude, Medium Quality Saint Grade. Other Talents, Supreme Quality Dark Attribute Talent, Upper Quality Array Path Talent, Upper Quality Talismans Talent. Physique, Dark Profound Body. Cultivation Method, Dark Emperor Sutra. Divine Powers, Black Profound, Daylight, Void. Annihilation, Artifact, Dark Profound Sword. Quasi-Emperor Level. Fortune, Red, a person from the era of the Xiantian Great Emperor. Hua Yunfei murmured. The Xiantian Great Emperor was a great human sovereign